This is Greg Papa, your voice of 49ers football. Papa and Lund, 10 to 2, right here
on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Josh Dobbs looking over a four-man front. Here's the shotgun snap. It's a four-man rush. He throws a pass down the middle. Leaping catch at the goal line. Touchdown Hawkinson. A leaping two-handed grab down the middle at the goal line. Tumbling in. Touchdown Vikings. A 17-yard strike. We are tied at 9. Under 6 to go. Third down and 10. Trailing by 1. Out of timeouts. Viking 49. The Chicago quarterback Fields lines up in the gun, drops back 5, winds up, line drive down the field, caught with the leap at the 25. Grabbed and running down to the 20-yard line is DJ Moore and spins by the 15 and down near the 13, 12-yard line of Minnesota. 30-yard field goal try for the lead. Far hash. Clock is ticking at 13. Good snap, ball put down, kick is up, the kick is perfect. The kick is perfect, and the Bears have gone up 12 to 10 with 10 seconds to go. The Chicago Bears have come from behind to win.
And that should do it.
Oh, man, that should do it for one of the worst games of the season. The Chicago Bears somehow, some way beat the Minnesota Vikings 12 to 10 on Monday Night Football. What's up, everybody? Happy Monday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back on the leadoff spot with my guy Overnight Dave, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning and taking you out of Week 12 of the NFL season because last night, good riddance. It was good just to get that game over. I mean, it got to the point where it seemed like both teams were trying to lose. The Chicago Bears won a game last night without scoring a single touchdown. And this is against a team in the Minnesota Vikings who could be a potential playoff matchup against the San Francisco 49ers because after losing last night, they fall to a record of 6-6 on the season, which drops them from the 6th seed down to the 7th seed, which, if the playoffs started today, would match up against your San Francisco 49ers, which essentially tells me that there's 2 bye weeks in the NFC this year going into the playoffs because that 7th seed is going to be ugly. There might be a situation in the NFC this year where there's 2 teams with a losing record who get into the playoffs. Because I don't know if anybody's paying attention, because you probably don't need to the NFC South right now, and the Atlanta Falcons being in first place with a 5-6 record. I mean, what a sloppy, ugly game that was this past weekend against the New Orleans Saints, but someone's got to win that division, and someone's got to be that 7th seed to match up against the number 2 seeded 49ers, the number 2 seeded Detroit Lions, or maybe the number 2 seeded Philadelphia Eagles. Now, of course, all of those seedings are going to play out over the next couple of weeks, and it all starts this weekend out at the Link in Philadelphia as the 49ers are looking for a bit of revenge against those dirty birds who beat them in the NFC Championship game last year. Now, Dave, we don't got to go down the full reminiscence road of what happened last year. We all know what happened with Brock Purdy going down with the torn UCL. Josh Johnson coming in for a couple of plays, fumbling, Tim Ryan losing his mind in the background, him getting knocked out of the game with a concussion, which made Brock Purdy have to re-enter the game, and George Kittle's out here asking if he could throw the ball left-handed. So, no, we don't need to break down last year's game tape too much because it's kind of the feeling that a lot of 49er players have, and a lot of 49er fans have, to be honest with you. They felt like they didn't have the true opportunity to compete last year. Now, of course, that led to plenty of storylines off the field. Down on Radio Row last year, where Debo Samuel was calling James Bradbury trash. Well, guess what? All those quotes are going to come back. And it came back to Debo Samuel yesterday at the 49ers locker room. He was asked about last year's comments. There was a lot of comments coming out of not just Debo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle. There was a lot of guys last year, not just on Radio Row, but doing interviews around the country, talking about the opportunity that was literally taken out of the hands or out of the elbow of a Brock Purdy. Well, all that is said and done now. And here we are almost a year later, a couple months shorter than that. And yesterday there was some great sound going around from a guy like Hassan Reddick saying, hey, there was a lot of crying last year. There's a lot of boo-hoos, a lot of pouting. But now they're going to have an opportunity to come back to Philadelphia and prove us wrong, to prove that they're the better team. And the opportunity is right in front of them. And if you take a look at the Las Vegas bookies, they believe the 49ers are a better team. Currently have them as a 3-point favorite on the road in Philadelphia. Now, this comes after yesterday on the show, we were talking about how the 49ers were a 1.5-point favorite. Now that spread's gone up to 3 points, and I'm going to be curious to see if it moves up even more. Whether or not that's just money coming in on the 49ers, whether it has to do with the injuries to a guy like Fletcher Cox on the defensive line from the Eagles. You look at Lane Johnson at right tackle, one of the best tackles in all of football. So those are some big injuries that could move the spread. And there's so much time between now Tuesday and Sunday and so many different things that can happen. But that's why I think you're going to start to get a lot of sound this week of these guys chirping back and forth, breaking down the matchups, talking about the tush-push, a.k.a. the brotherly shove, and if the 49ers can figure out a way to stop them. Nobody has. And that's kind of been the story of the Philadelphia Eagles this year. They're 10-1, and you can say whatever you want about their close ball games and their point differential. They're winning games. They're finding a way to get the job done. They've been in 8 different one-score games this year. They're 7-1 in those matchups. I mean, look at a team like the Minnesota Vikings who lost last night. How many one-score games were they in last year with Kirk Cousins? And how many did they win? It's pretty much what led them to the playoffs. They had 11 one-score games last year. They won all 11 of those. This year, they're losing those games. This was their 6th one-score loss of the season. So that's how quickly things can change. Now, my question is it impressive or maybe a sign of weakness that the Philadelphia Eagles aren't blowing out these teams? Because there's 2 different ways to look at it. At one point, you could say, oh, the Philadelphia Eagles have not played their best football yet, but here they are, coming back from 10 points against the Kansas City Chiefs 2 weeks ago, coming back down against the Buffalo Bills, double-digit 10 points at halftime just last week. So they're proving that they can win these close matchups. It's something that the San Francisco 49ers have not done so far this year. All of their wins, they're all blowouts. And it's something that we've talked about, especially when you have a rookie kicker like Jake Moody. Because the one game this year that was down to the wire, that you had the opportunity to win with a walk-off kick, was out in Cleveland. And we all know Jake Moody missed that kick. Now people will say weather definitely played a factor in that kick. Well, hey, there might be bad weather this weekend out in Philadelphia. And we just saw Jake Elliott hit a 59-yard field goal in a monsoon, it looked like on TV out in Philadelphia last week. So I definitely think the advantage is there if it does come down to a one-possession game, which to me, if we're being honest with you, leans me towards taking the Eagles plus the points if we're talking about a betting perspective, because I'm honestly a little surprised that the 49ers are the favorite on the road. We've been talking about it all season long, hell, since last year, since the NFC Championship game. There are 2 teams in the NFC that are on a tier above everybody else. It's the 49ers, it's the Eagles. You can get the Cowboys out of the picture. You can get the Seahawks out of the picture. I remember people asking us those questions before the season started, and I said, Dave, I saw the 49ers beat them last year. They're going to beat them again this year. What have we seen so far? The 49ers take care of business with the Cowboys, take care of business with the Seahawks. The one team they haven't beat yet is the Philadelphia Eagles. And if there's anything that I've noticed in my 5 years working at the flagship of the 49ers, covering this team, I've seen 2 big weaknesses. One of them is something you can't control, Mother Nature. It's rain, it's weather. How many times have we talked about the 49ers playing in a monsoon and losing those ball games? The number 2 kryptonite has been a mobile quarterback. And look who's on the schedule this week, and it's Jalen Hurts. And we can get into the discussion this week on whether or not you think Jalen Hurts is an elite quarterback. I think he's an elite playmaker. But from a pure passing perspective, we did like a blind test last week. Maybe we'll bring it back again this week. Look at his passing numbers compared to someone like Brock Purdy. If you put up their stats side by side and you said, pick the elite quarterback, pick the system quarterback, you would have a trouble deciphering who is the elite quarterback from a passing perspective. But we all know Jalen Hurts can do so much with his legs, and that's going to be a problem for the 49ers this weekend. Man, oh man, what a matchup it's going to be. It's going to come down to the trenches just like it did last year. And I know a lot of people will say, well, last year they didn't have a quarterback, and that's true. But there's also a lot of people that say, well, if Brock Purdy was playing, 49ers would have won that ball game. I don't know if I completely agree with it. And I already can feel the hateful text coming through on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. Dave, I think we're going to be the bad guys this week because I'm not just going to sit here and feed you sunshine and rainbows and tell you, yeah, the 49ers are going to walk into Philly and get the win. No, this is going to be a tough test. With or without their quarterback last year, the Philadelphia Eagles ran for, 150 yards on this 49er front seven? Got into the end zone 2 or 3 different times. Hell, I think it was actually 4 rushing touchdowns by the end of the game. Now, of course, 49ers have made improvements. They bring in Javon Hargrave from the Philadelphia Eagles and have now added Chase Young. But the Philadelphia Eagles have also gotten better since last year. They swapped out their backfield. Kenneth Gainwell's still there, but Miles Sanders is gone. But I think they've upgraded with DeAndre Swift. He's a top 3 rusher in the NFL. So this week, we're going to be paying attention to those trenches as we always do. It all starts with the big boys up front. And the 49ers got to win that matchup. They got to win the turnover battle, and they got to find a way to slow down Jalen Hurts, the rushing attack, which all leads to the play action and him taking shots downfield to guys like A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and all the weapons that they do have. It's the 2 best teams in the NFC. Hell, arguably the 2 best teams in football squaring off this Sunday. So all week long, not just here on the leadoff spot on the Murph and Mac show, Papa and Lund, Tolbert and Copes, FP show at night. Everybody's talking Eagles, 49ers. So we'll make sure to get you that fresh sound from Hassan Reddick talking about the crying and bitching and complaining last year from 49ers players and fans. And we'll also get you the response from Debo Samuel yesterday about having no regrets about last year's comments, kind of channeling his inner Draymond Green, who also spoke to the media a couple days ago and said he doesn't have any regrets about putting Rudy Gobert in a rear naked choke. So we can get to that discussion also as the Warriors are back in action tonight. A little bit of an in-season tournament action against the Sacramento Kings. Draymond, unironically, returning to the crime of the scene where he got suspended last year in the playoffs. Now he's fresh off his 5-game suspension. Warriors are back tonight. And not only is Draymond Green kind of given his reasoning and explanation for defending Klay Thompson, now Klay Thompson's got to defend his own livelihood. After there's a clip yesterday of him and Tim Kawakami going back and forth over the discussion and the topic of maybe Steve Kerr benching Klay Thompson. Now, again, I think it's a little too early in the season to get into those discussions, but we'll hear from Klay Thompson. We'll get you that sound from Klay and Draymond and get you ready to maybe light the beam or snuff the beam against the Sacramento Kings tonight. Warriors back in action. And I did want to give a shout out to our San Jose Sharks who beat the Capitals yesterday. That's back-to-back wins, Dave. We'll call that a winning streak. And that's pretty much your 10, 15 seconds of hockey on air for you this morning. But on the other side, we'll get back into football, get back into the 49ers-Eagles rivalry week, and talk about some of that old bad blood and the beef that's still lingering from last year's NFC Championship game loss. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Tuesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Star City with all your bang bang Niners gang bullshit, saying you were going to take over the stadium. You went up the rocky steps and you desecrated the statue. And look what happened. There is a direct correlation between f***ing around and finding out. You just found out. Bye.
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues.
Check with Waterboy. All right?
Check with Marcus.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Overnight Dave poking the bear this morning. That was just some random-ass Philadelphia Eagle fan last year after the Eagles eliminated the 49ers 31-7 in the NFC Championship game. After 49er fans showed up in Philadelphia and put a 49er jersey on the Rocky statue. That's a little bit of poking a bear there by the 49er faithful. Interesting to see whether or not they'll have the same tactics this year going out to Philadelphia, and how many 49er fans are going to be representing the Niners at the link. Don't get into any troubles. Don't get into any fights, people. I know our guy Kevin Franson is going to be at the game this weekend, and he's saying he's going to be decked out in full 49er gear. Wasn't there a story last year of like Eagles fans throwing eggs at Niner fans when they were walking to the game? I mean, come on. It's Philadelphia Eagles fans. I'm sure everybody saw the clip going around the other day of the little kid who goes up to a Bills fan to shake his hand, and then he flips the bird at him instead. Everybody's seen the back and forth confrontation between, who was it, a Lawrence from the Bills and an Eagles fan. I mean, these are Eagles fans are. This is why there's a jail cell inside the stadium. I'm not surprised at all by any of this interaction, but again, that's why a lot of people hate the Philadelphia Eagles. That's why a lot of people hate the Philadelphia fan base. Well, the good news is this weekend you've got a chance for revenge, and so do the 49ers, to revenge their loss of the NFC Championship game, a game that a lot of people were not a fan of for obvious reason, a.k.a. Brock Purdy going down with an elbow injury and the 49ers being left without a quarterback. So now this is a chance to settle it. A chance to get even, or is it another chance to prove that you are one of the top teams in the NFL? Because as we said in the first segment, as we said for the last 6, 7, 8, 9 months, hell, since we said it the last 2 years since being on air, these are the two top teams in the NFC. And apparently, the bookies out in Las Vegas think the 49ers are a better team as a 3-point favorite. Now, there's two angles to attack here. The 49ers looking for revenge and looking to prove that they're better than the team that they were last year in the NFC Championship game without a quarterback, or the angle of the Philadelphia Eagles now feeling disrespected as an underdog when they have a 10-1 record and the 49ers are coming to their stadium. Because as I was driving around yesterday, flipping around the sports dial, of course, listen to my guy Papa Lund, but I go check out the other radio stations. I know everybody does it. I'm not an idiot. And I heard a lot of callers calling in saying the Philadelphia Eagles aren't getting the respect they deserve. And a lot of the talking points were about whether or not you believe in the Philadelphia Eagles. I think their trip to the Super Bowl last year should tell you all you need to know about the Eagles. I think them being 10-1 this year tells you all you need to know about the Eagles. I think the fact that they are 7-1 in one-score games tells you all you need to know about the Eagles. Like sitting there watching that game on Sunday against the Buffalo Bills, when Josh Allen couldn't complete that pass to Gabe Davis, they go out there, they kick the field goal. In my mind, I'm thinking to myself, all right, here comes a Jalen Hurts game-winning drive. Because you saw the clips of not only Jalen Hurts, but also Jason Kelce. And they were absolutely stoic on the sideline, gave no emotion. And guess who were the two guys leading the play on the game-winning walk-off QB draw? Jason Kelce pulling out to the left as the lead blocker for Jalen Hurts, walking right into the end zone. Now, I'm not going to get into the discussion like Nick Sirianni and start comparing this guy to Michael Jordan, because I think that was one hell of a take and a little egregious, if we're being honest with you. But again, Jalen Hurts has put himself in the conversation, in my opinion, being on the cusp of being an elite quarterback. Now, I'd like to see him do it a little bit more, and I'd like to see his passing numbers can improve. But as a playmaker, he is absolutely elite. And we saw some of those plays be made last year in the NFC Championship game, whether it was using his legs, whether it was the brotherly shove, or whether it was taking shots down the sideline to Devontae Smith when Kyle Shanahan didn't throw the challenge flag. Well, maybe Kyle will have that red flag ready to go this weekend, and maybe the 49ers will be fired up and ready to go after hearing this cut that came out Sunday from Philadelphia Eagles pass rusher Hassan Reddick, the same man who I believe took out Brock Purdy last year when the 49ers left Tyler Kroft out on the outside to block him. Ugh, that was a terrible strategy. Don't want to see that again this year. Well, here was Hassan Reddick on Sunday talking about all the, quote, end quotes, boo-hoos and crying that 49er players did last year after losing the NFC Championship game.
You know, as this season been going on, not much. Talk is cheap. You know, they get to come back in the link. There was a lot of boo-hoos last year, a lot of crying, a lot of what if, a lot of this, a lot of that. They get a chance to come back in here, line that up and prove it again.
Damn. How about that? You can't get any more straightforward. A lot of boo-hoos, a lot of whining, a lot of crying. But he's right. The 49ers got a great opportunity this weekend. Now, it's not an opportunity to steal away that number one spot and get a bye week. But who knows? If they win this week, the Eagles got another matchup against the Dallas Cowboys, who are one of the hottest teams in the NFL right now. You're obviously going to be looking for some help from the Cowboys. And how about that? 49er fans will have to root for the Cowboys in that matchup. You need a couple things to fall your way, but it's looking more and more likely that the path to the Super Bowl, the path to Las Vegas, will have to go through Philadelphia. So this weekend is a great opportunity to get your feet wet, to dip your toes in the pool and see what that environment is like in the link. Hell, you saw that environment last year. Hopefully this year it goes a little bit better. But still, getting back to the point we were just making about the disrespect that the Philadelphia Eagles are feeling that they're getting, not just from the national media, but also from players from the 49ers. Because this clip has been going viral the last couple of days since we're getting into this rivalry week of Debo Samuel last year at Radio Row at the Super Bowl on the I Am Athlete podcast. Here he is going back and forth with LaShawn McCoy. And, of course, now the famous quote of him calling James Bradbury trash.
Let me ask you this question. So Brandon Ayuk come out and say he did. What he said that they was going to get exposed. The Eagles defense. What was he saying about that? Where's the holes?
Yeah, right. Where are the holes?
No. There's holes.
No, what's the holes?
It was some wide open plays now.
The back end. You got the all-pro and the all-pro.
The D-line make him make both of them all pros. Besides Slay, I respect Slay.
What about Bradbury?
Trash.
Bradbury's trash? He the one that made all-pro.
Did you see the play that Brandon had? The second play of the game, he got hurt. Purdy got hurt.
Time out.
The separation, it's just like.
It's football. You gonna make some plays? Man, you called him trash.
He did. He called him trash while mic'd up on a podcast live from Radio Row. And so in this day and age, you can't run from those comments. And yesterday, Debo was asked again about those comments. He says, I got no regrets, essentially. Here's the clip if you want it. Here was Eric Branch going back and forth with Debo Samuel. Not really too much of a back and forth. It's a quick answer. I'll let you hear from Debo Samuel himself being asked about those comments last year.
You termed James Bradbury trash after the football game last year. Do you regret that? I mean,
I don't regret nothing I said.
Okay, you stand by it.
There it is. Regrets nothing. No regrets or regrets. Not even a single letter. And now Debo Samuel will have to say it with his chest this weekend out in Philadelphia. And look, I get it. All these 49er players were upset. 49er fans were upset. They felt like they didn't even have the opportunity. But now it's time to move on. Now it's time to focus on this week's matchup. And it's funny I'm saying that after we're bringing up all this old stuff from last year. But hey, it's going to be part of the storyline, whether or not you believe it's going to be some of the locker room material, whether or not you believe that that's going to inspire a guy to play harder or not. Who knows? But you've heard from Hassan Reddick. You've heard from Debo Samuel. I'm sure you're going to hear from a lot of people this week. And whether or not you do think James Bradbury is trash, if he is the weakness of this Philadelphia Eagles defense, you heard him give some respect to Darius Slay. They've also added another all-pro safety, Kevin Byard. This is a team with a lot of talent. So whether you are looking at a guy like Bradbury and whether or not he'll match up with Brandon Ayuk or Debo Samuel, that's going to be a key matchup this weekend for a 49er offense that has been putting up 30 points per game when fully healthy, when Debo and Trent Williams are on the field. So maybe they will take some shots because yesterday Dante Whitner, a DB, came out and essentially said the same thing about James Bradbury. Because it's one thing if you hear it from a wide receiver perspective, because I've always viewed it like defensive linemen don't like quarterbacks, wide receivers don't like DBs, vice versa. But when you have another DB calling you out like Dante Whitner, Then it hits a little different. So here's the hitman himself, Dante Winner, kind of explaining why he's not going to go full Debo Samuel trash mode, but that James Bradberry is the weak link in this Philadelphia Eagle defense.
He might follow Brandon Ayuk, but they haven't really been doing that all season. They usually go Bradberry to the right of the defense and Darius Slay to the left of the defense. When Bradberry is out there, I feel like he's their weakest link in the cornerback room. And if the 49ers can protect and Brock Purdy can step up in the pocket, there are plenty of yards given up to the left side of the offense with Bradberry. He did have a big interception last week, but that was more so of trapping the flat.
Right.
So that's something that Brock Purdy's going to have to really focus on. That cornerback position, whenever they like to go to that quick out route, he's going to have to either sit down really quick and get the ball on him, or you're going to have to push the ball over the head of the corner in that honey hole spot in cover 2.
And we've seen Brock Purdy do that this season. Push the ball downfield. How many times did he find B.A. Brandon Ayuk over the middle on like a 15-yard in route? I mean, look at the touchdown he threw this past weekend against the Seattle Seahawks into quadruple coverage. Being able to find that touch and find that soft spot between the linebackers and the safeties. I think that's how the 49ers need to attack the Eagles again, because we all know how good that defensive line is. Not just rushing the passer, but also stopping the run. I think the one area that they can exploit is the middle of the field. When you're looking at a guy like Christian McCaffrey, when you're looking at a guy like George Kittle, when you're looking at a guy like Debo Samuel, the Yak Bros, all guys that you can get the ball to and let them run. The 49ers can take their shots across the middle. You look at the linebacker corps from this Philadelphia Eagle defense. We just got done talking about James Bradberry being maybe the weak link. I think the weak link is their linebackers. You look at all the injuries that they've had there, whether it's Zach Cunningham that left the game this past weekend, the second-year linebacker out of Georgia, Nakobe Dean, that's on the IR. I think that's a big matchup for George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey. Kyle Shanahan will draw up some plays to attack him over the middle and put the ball in the hands of his biggest playmakers. 49ers have been putting up 30 points per game when they're healthy. We saw the Bills drop a 30 spot on this Eagles defense. Man, oh man, what a matchup we got this Sunday. The revenge game, the bad blood, doesn't really matter at this point. These two teams are squaring off this weekend with huge playoff implications. Not the number one seed like we all expected it to, but hey, as we painted out earlier, there is a path still to that number one seed. Or if you're interested in playing a team like the Minnesota Vikings lost to the Chicago Bears, you should be fine with that number 2 seed. But obviously with the bye week, with the opportunity to get healthy, 49ers will look to win this week, because if they don't win this weekend, you can kiss that number 1 seed goodbye. Then you really are playing the first weekend of the NFL playoff schedule. But we'll see what happens this weekend, as the 49ers are a 3-point favorite out in Philadelphia. We'll pay attention to that spread. We'll pay attention to the injury report and let you hear the latest sound from both the 49ers and the Eagles all week long leading to this matchup this Sunday. But I also want to give you guys the opportunity to hear the latest from Draymond Green about the return from his 5-game suspension. And you've also got to hear this back and forth between Klay Thompson and Tim Kawakami about whether or not the Warriors should bench Klay Thompson at this point of his career and this early in the season for the Dubs. They're back in action tonight against the Sacramento Kings in an in-season tournament game. So we'll talk some Dubs hoops on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Tuesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Whoa, Draymond has got Gobert in a chokehold. This is ridiculous. Draymond Green should be done.
Review for an altercation.
So no punches between McDaniels and Thompson, just a lot of swinging. Green comes in there, a chokehold on Rudy Gobert.
The rear naked choke heard around the world. Draymond Green putting his arms around the neck of Rudy Gobert, which of course resulted in a 5-game suspension for Day. But tonight is the night he makes his return to the place he got suspended last year up in Sacramento to try to snuff the beam against the Sacramento Kings in an in-season tournament game that has huge playoff implications. Or I guess play-in. I don't even know, Dave. All this stuff is so confusing. I'm still trying to figure out this in-season tournament, especially the graphic that they have up on the scoreboard that says IST. Like the whole entire game I'm watching, I'm just like, is it the first quarter? But it's the third, and there's like 80 to a 90-point score, but it still says IST, but it looks like first. I don't know. I digress. But tonight we'll digress into the conversation about Draymond Green making his return against the Sacramento Kings. This Kings team that's been playing pretty damn good, especially since the return of De'Aaron Fox. Keegan Murray questionable for tonight. He's been dealing with an injury lately, but the Warriors are essentially pretty healthy and ready to go for a game that they need to win because they're currently 2-1 in the in-season tournament. The Sacramento Kings are 3-0.
Does it really matter?
Again, does any of this really matter? Draymond Green was just suspended for 5 games, lost, what was it, $70,000? You only win $50,000 for winning the in-season tournament. So Draymond Green lost more money in those last 5 games than he would have won in this tournament. But hey, maybe that gives him more motivation to go out there and put up a triple single tonight against the Sacramento Kings and help the Dubs get the win because the Dubs just got to get back to 500. They're 8-9 at this point of the season. It's been 2 weeks since Day was on the floor.
Draymond don't talk as much since he's having that triple single.
And even when he is
a triple single.
And even when he is averaging a triple single, Dave, he still has a huge impact on the floor. We know how good of a defensive player Draymond Green is. He's the anchor. He's the heart and soul of this team, which is why a lot of Warriors fans did not have an issue of him defending Klay Thompson and then going after Rudy Gobert. Now, I don't think we got to dive too deep into this discussion because we talked about it for the last 2 weeks. I did not condone what Draymond did on the court, even though I'm a big MMA fan and watch guys get choked out every single weekend. But also, I understand why Draymond Green did it. He was trying to protect his guy, Klay Thompson. And out of all the people in the NBA to put their hands on Klay, it was Rudy Gobert. Essentially, Draymond's Green arch rival. A guy that he's been beefing with for years and years. And we played the old sound of him calling out Rudy Gobert for crying and missing the All-Star game. We played sound from him as a sideline broadcaster calling out Rudy Gobert and how you can't compare the two because they're cut from different cloths. And that's why when Draymond Green saw his opportunity to go after Rudy Gobert, he seized it and he stood up for his guy, Klay Thompson. And that was kind of the sentiment and the message that Draymond Green sent to the media a couple of days ago when he did speak, talking about why he decided to act. And he was also asked if he has any regrets about the situation that unfolded of him putting his arms around the neck of Rudy Gobert.
I don't live my life with regrets. Like I said before, I'll come to a teammate's defense anytime that I'm in a position to come to a teammate's defense. That's what a team is. You stick together through the good and the bad. And I take that to heart. I take pride in being a good teammate. That's when I step in here every single day, that's number one on my list, to be a good teammate, number one. I think that takes care of a lot of things. So I take pride in that.
And look, there's different ways to attack this soundbite from Draymond Green because personally, I do think he's a good teammate. But then again, he's also the same guy that punched his teammate Jordan Poole in training camp last year in a video that was not supposed to get leaked, but that doesn't change the fact that he still punched JP3 straight in his jaw. Now, whether or not you believe that Jordan Poole maybe instigated the situation, whether or not you think Draymond was in the right or the wrong, as a player on the court with his teammates, we all know how big of an impact that he has in the games. And there's a reason why he's a 4-time NBA champion. He's a Defensive Player of the Year. And yes, I believe that he will be in the Hall of Fame one day because of that resume. And this is something we talk about every time Draymond Green does get in trouble. He's the perfect guy to have on your team, but he's also a guy that every other team in the league is going to hate. And every team needs a guy like that, if we're being honest with you. Everybody needs a little bit of a, I don't want to say a bully, but that's who Draymond Green is, especially when you look at the type of player he is. When he's most of the time the biggest player on the court for the Warriors, giving up 4 or 5 inches to guys like Rudy Gobert. He's got to have that little pit bull in him. He's got that dog in him, which again leads to some altercations on and off the court for Draymond Green, and that's why he had to pay the consequences of a 5-game suspension. Now, whether or not you think the punishment fit the crime, he's now served that time, but it's also something that he talked about 2 days ago when he spoke to the media about whether or not he should be punished for his previous incidents. Well, Draymond, we've talked about it multiple times. Life ain't fair. You're a habitual line stepper. You've been suspended multiple times. So they're going to take your past history into account. Now, his argument was, I was already punishment for my past crimes. There's no need to keep tacking on. But I mean, like, don't we have like a law structure where it's like a 3-strike rule where they hold your past against you? They're going to do the same thing to Draymond Green. And that's why he was suspended for 5 games. Now, Draymond did do a little bit of reflecting, even though in that past soundbite he said he had no regrets. He did say there was a lesson to be learned. Didn't want to share that lesson with the media, but here was Draymond reflecting on the entire incident and whether or not he's going to change his antics moving forward.
When you put yourself in situations, someone that I don't respect is you put yourself in a situation and then you can't deal with what comes with it. I am someone who I love to deal with what comes with whatever my actions are in any situation. And so for me, the reflecting is all about what those that I love think, what those that love me think, how they feel, and then like what's my perspective? You know, like how am I viewing this? How am I growing for this? I think everything you go through, there's a lesson in it. So am I getting the lesson or not? Is one of the biggest things for me. Is like, am I collecting the lesson that I need to collect from this? The reality is the lesson that people think you need to collect isn't hardly ever the lesson because they know nothing about you. They know very little about situations. And so for me, I think it's always just trying to find what's the lesson that need to be collected in the situation, and that's how I reflect.
Well, it's good that Draymond did take away a lesson from this entire incident. But then there was also a follow-up question where he was straight up asked, what's the lesson? And his response was, I'm not going to tell you. All right, Draymond, if you're not going to tell us at the podium, can we get it on the podcast?
You're going to get this podcast.
Because that's something that's disappeared also, the Draymond Green experience. Where has that podcast been? I know Overnight Dave's not a big fan of that podcast, so he's not missing out on it too all. But I like the insight from a Draymond Green, but we haven't got any podcasts, but you will get him back on the court tonight. So whether or not you think Draymond has learned his lesson, no, probably not. He'll probably do the same thing later on this season. I'm not saying he's going to choke somebody out, but I can guarantee he's going to get a couple technicals, might add up to 16 again like he did last season to get suspended. This is the Draymond Green Invitational. Welcome back.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
And tonight we welcome back Draymond Green to the starting lineup for the Dubs as they go up to Sacramento to take the Kings. Now, that's another thing we need to talk about. Is the starting lineup situation for this Dubs roster. Because we saw without Draymond Green playing, Chris Paul had the opportunity to go out and play in that starting lineup. Now, we also saw Chris Paul's offensive numbers increase. And I do think there's a correlation between CP3 being in the starting lineup versus coming off the bench. It's something that I talked to last week with Marcus Thompson about. And he said, absolutely, Chris Paul is not a fan of coming off the bench. He plays much better when he can get his legs underneath him early in that starting lineup and have a bigger impact in the game. Now, because CP3 is such a team player, that was in the words of Marcus Thompson, he has been willing to go to the bench. But at this point of the season, even though we are, 17 games into it, there's people talking about maybe shaking up the lineup. And now people are suggesting moving Klay Thompson to the bench for the first time in his career. Now, I think Klay, when he first came back from the Achilles injuries, might have came off the bench, might have been in the starting lineup. Probably should have looked that up before blurbing it out on 50,000 watts. But this is a guy that has been a cornerstone of this franchise. This is a guy that I like to remind people hit 300 3-pointers for the first time in his career last year. But if you look on Twitter, if you look on social media, if you look on X, the hot takes are out there. Klay Thompson is washed. The Warriors need to trade Klay. They need to do something. Well, yesterday it was suggested by Tim Kawakami from The Athletic, and I wanted to play the full entire clip so I don't take it out of context because there was some back and forth between Tim Kawakami and Klay Thompson about whether or not Klay should come off the bench. Here was the question phrased by Tim Kawakami asking about Steve Kerr's trust in Klay Thompson, and here was the response that was grabbing headlines yesterday.
Kerr talks a lot about believing in his guys, especially the starting lineup, won championship not too long ago, having patience, letting guys kind of, find their game. How aware are you of that kind of patience, and how much do you value it?
What do you want me to bench me?
No. It's like that's
bench Wiggs.
I don't think I said that.
Okay. I mean, you can suggest it. It's fine. But I mean, thanks, Steve. I guess. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you earn these things like patience and time to find yourself. And I think history is on our side when it comes to that stuff.
You say that. Have you heard people say that, or?
No, I don't care what people say. Like, they don't do what we do. They can't do what they do. That's why they talk. Why would I? Like, come on. I don't care what people say at this point in my life. Next question.
Damn. That might be the saltiest that I've ever heard Klay Thompson. Usually he is cool and collective, but we've seen over the past couple of games his frustration. The other night when he got taken out of the game, he was throwing towels and kicking chairs on the sideline. And I get it. He's only averaging 15 points per game this year. 3 rebounds, 2 assists. Yeah, he straight up went full Russell Westbrook on us, Dave.
Next question.
I mean, we got to clip that into a side-by-side. Can you give me a Klay Thompson next question?
Next question.
And here's Russell Westbrook.
Next question.
I mean, these are guys that are moving on, moving forward, but these are questions that are going to be asked about Klay Thompson. But again, going back to the initial question from Tim Kawakami about Steve Kerr's patience. Don't we all need to practice a little patience in our everyday life? Can't we practice a little patience with a guy that's won 4 NBA titles here in San Francisco? We're 17 games into the season, folks. We riff every single year about how the NBA season doesn't matter until Christmas Day.
Next question.
Hell, Marcus Thompson and me were hosting a show last year during Christmas, and he said, yeah, this is kind of the start of the NBA season, but really, it doesn't start until the NBA All-Star break. So this is a marathon, folks. It's not a sprint. And I know the diehard Dubs fans out there are frustrated that the Warriors are only 8-9 right now. They're frustrated at the play of Klay Thompson. They're frustrated at the play of Andrew Wiggins. But this ain't the route to go down. Klay Thompson is still one of the best shooters in the league. And I think eventually he will get hot. He will catch fire. And then he's really going to be salty. You want to talk about like the Klay comeback tour? He's already came back once or twice from injuries. I think he can come back from this slow start. I mean, historically, if you look at Klay Thompson's career, he does start the season off slowly. He had a slow start last year and led the NBA in 3-pointers made. Also fizzled out a little bit in the playoffs. But hey, that's what happens when a guy is coming back from 2 major leg injuries. I still got faith in Klay Thompson. There's going to be a statue of him outside of Chase Center. I've said it before. I'll say it again. This is a guy that deserves to have his number retired into the rafters. He's a guy that deserves to end his career here with the Golden State Warriors. I've already heard chats of people saying, trade Klay Thompson, trade him, blah, blah, blah. Nah, that's not happening. The Steph Curry timeline coincides with Klay Thompson. Those are the Splash Brothers. They're going to ride it out. There's not a single player in the NBA that has been on the same team that's had a longer tenure than Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. And that's the Warriors culture, and Klay Thompson is a huge part of that. I think he's going to stick in the starting lineup. And I love Klay Thompson as a player, so I hope he turns it around, and I hope he does well, and I hope we stop the slander. And maybe we will move on to the next questions.
Next question.
Or maybe we'll move on to the next segment and get the reaction from Murph and Mac about this back and forth between Tim Kawakami and Klay Thompson. Again, you really don't hear Klay snap on reporters like that, but it was making headlines yesterday, and now Klay Thompson's got a chance to silence those critics tonight up in Sacramento against the Kings as the Warriors would look to snuff the beam in the in-season tournament game. Got to beat the Kings tonight if they want to advance to the knockout round, Dave, because we all know how important the first 20 games are in the NBA season. But on the other side, let's get back into some real important things. The 13th game of the NFL season that matches up the San Francisco 49ers against the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been talking bad blood all morning long. Debo Samuel, James Bradbury, Hassan, Reddick. We're going to get all your 49er Eagle trash talk in all week long. And also have a really big interview today with Nicky Bosa, number 97 at 9:30 this morning with Murph and Mac. So make sure you stay tuned for that for the 49ers Player of the Week as we get closer and closer to Week 13 and the 49ers going back out to the Link in Philadelphia. We'll continue our breakdown all week long, but make that connection with Murph and Mac on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM at 6:80 a.m., the sports leader.
Police aren't the only ones to use a chokehold. It's also a martial arts move.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the sports leader.
Wrapping up the leadoff spot on a Tuesday morning. It is the Waterboy Marcus Boucher and Overnight Dave giving you a little bit of heavy metal on a Tuesday morning and get you ready for the Warriors and Kings in-season tournament game tonight where Draymond Green makes his return from his 5-game suspension. Big night tonight between the Warriors and the Kings, but that's all leading up to this weekend's big matchup between the Philadelphia Eagles and the San Francisco 49ers, a rematch of the NFC Championship game. And boy, oh boy, do I feel like we're going to be talking a lot this morning about the bad blood between the Eagles and the 49ers. And it's actually interesting because Debo Samuel was asked about calling James Bradbury trash last year and said he had no regrets, kind of like Draymond Green coming back out and saying he's got no regrets about choking out Rudy Gobert. So Debo and Draymond, no regrets. It's kind of the motto of the Murph and Mac show, no regrets. Good morning, Murph. How are we doing today?
Zero regrets, Waterboy. My only regret was that I was listening to you talk and I had my headphones on and I was like, I can't hear him. I wasn't plugged in.
Oh, see, I saw you scrambling over there. I was like, oh, what's the issue? I got to keep vamping.
How many years I've been doing this?
Thank
you for keep going. I found out, you got to plug the thing in.
That's it, Murph.
I had regrets that I didn't plug it in.
That's it, Murph. Have you tried pulling it out and plugging it back in,
Debo
Murph?
Samuel said my plug-in game was trash. That's what he said.
He said you're not the plug, Murph.
He also said that Brandon Ayuk said my plug-in game will get exposed.
Brandon Ayuk is the plug.
Yeah.
He's a plug-and-play kind of guy.
I saw that in the many breakdowns of this that on the play Purdy got his elbow blown up. Ayuk was apparently wide open on the film, 50 yards downfield.
I don't even want to look into that.
Purdy says the old Purdy did a second hitch. He said the new Purdy would let it rip.
The new Purdy?
Yeah.
The new Purdy. The re-and-improved, revamped Purdy.
New Purdy. Well, by the way, just for fun, I checked. It's down to 2.5. This thing is jumping around like the stock market.
It's going to move all week long, I feel like. I was surprised yesterday when it did jump up to 3.
During our show. Went from 1.5 to 3.
And at that point, I was like, is it going to go higher? Is it going to go to 3.5? Is it going to go to 4?
I kind of like 2.5. 2.5 is kind of tasty. All you need is a Jake Moody leg, baby. You're golden.
Yeah, about that, Murph. I'm still surprised, honestly, that the 49ers are favorite on the road against a 10-1 Eagles team.
I was listening to Brent Jones yesterday on the afternoon, man, and he was rather confident about the 49ers personnel. He basically was saying, Niners just a better team.
Well, here's the thing. I think the only team that matches up personnel-wise with the 49ers is the Eagles. Like, if you want to talk about talent on both sides of the ball, these are the 2 premier rosters in the entire NFL. Even when you're looking at teams like the Kansas City Chiefs or the Buffalo Bills or the Bengals when Burrow is healthy, I think all around these are the 2 best rosters in football.
Although the Eagles' pass defense statistically is very poor.
That's because James Bradbury's trash.
Well,
Murph.
seriously, they have allowed. I got it down for you. 2nd most passing touchdowns in the NFL this year, and the 4th most passing yards in the NFL this year.
You know what? I retract that statement. I put the Baltimore Ravens in that conversation.
Okay,
also.
How about your Cowboys?
They've got a complete roster. Cowboys. I'm still not worried about them.
All right.
I still think there's tiers in the NFC, and it's number 1. It's number 1, number 2.
I could use a little help from the Cowboys on next week. Maybe give the Philadelphia Eagles another loss. Wouldn't hurt.
How can you talk about these great rosters without mentioning either team you saw last night on your television, brother?
Bro,
come on, man.
I tried not
That was
to
like
watch
an endurance challenge. I mean, I don't know. 4 quarters.
I wound up watching the whole damn thing.
Did you?
I did.
You're like a masochist.
I was going against Triple
Murph's
E in
for some
fantasy,
punishment.
and he had Justin Fields, and I was making sure Fields stayed down.
Oh, man.
And he did, by the way. No touchdowns.
You got the win?
I got the W.
After Triple E was trying to trash your team.
He trashed. He was like Debo Samuel talking to James Bradbury after week 1. He beat me week
Murph's
1.
trash.
I said, bro, it's week 1.
By the way, I think Triple E's like in last place of the league now.
Now he's down at the Rainforest Cafe at downtown Disney. All right,
dude. He's out here watching Pitbull on Thanksgiving,
taking his L's on Galaxy's
That's a pricey way to eat now. The Rainforest Cafe. They'll run up the tab in there.
Well, Paul, you're paying for the effects.
I'll take a Coke. I mean? That's $17.
You're paying for the rainforest that surrounds
That's it. What, they got the lightning and thunder like every 15 minutes or something?
Yeah, well, listen.
Which is bad because
I'll turn on the shower.
You got to hear it like 4 or 5 times.
I just turn on the steam if I want that effect.
Yeah, I don't need those effects.
No,
a little bit too much ambiance for me,
That's
Paulie
Triple
Mac.
E, though. He does his thing.
Yeah,
this kid and his
he travels a lot. He's around. He's out there on his travels. Cars are breaking down, injuries.
We got to look into his I don't know what he's doing in terms of his W-2 because he's clearing a lot.
Right, must be handsome.
Is Triple E the Josh Dobbs of KNBR? Got off to a hot start and then just started falling apart.
Oh, yeah. What happened to Dobbs?
4 interceptions yesterday for Dobbs.
Dobbsy.
And did you see the camera following him through that? Because now these teams take the field and leave the field through these ground floor restaurants that are like steakhouses, you know what I mean? that I know Harbaugh did not like. Jed York told me that when they opened Levi's Stadium. Harbaugh's like, I'm not walking through this freaking
Through a
steakhouse.
restaurant. Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah,
dodging busboys.
The camera followed Dobbs through that Minnesota steakhouse, and he was like so enthusiastic. He's still high-fiving everybody. I was like, should you be really doling out?
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be that psyched.
You probably shouldn't be, especially when you throw 4 interceptions. Dropped to 6-6 on the year now, and boys, they dropped down to the 7th spot in the playoffs. And if the playoffs started today, they would match up against your San Francisco 49ers.
Come on.
Something that we could talk about this morning because you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac Show starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Well, what's the bigger game? Niners, Eagles on Sunday at 125? Or the in-season tournament climax? Warriors, Kings tonight, 7 o'clock.
Yeah, no, count me in.
Polly,
count me in for that.
Here's the catch.
Okay.
You ready for what it's going to take to get your Warriors in? Warriors have to win by if Minnesota wins earlier tonight. Okay, Minnesota plays first, right? Minnesota plays I believe they play the Oklahoma City Thunder. By the way, we didn't talk about your guy Josh.
No, we really probably shouldn't.
Yeah, we shouldn't.
He's got his hands full.
That's not a good deal.
No.
Not a good deal. Sometimes
Boy, he was so ripe for riffing, too. He was like a great target out there looking like Chamalay, but now we got to back off, stand down.
Too much like Chamalay,
hands off.
I guess, right?
This is its own thing.
Anyway, the T-Wolves play the Thunder. If the T-Wolves win that game, the Warriors need to beat the Kings by Ready? Get out your pencil. Warriors need to win the game. Need to beat the Kings by 13 or more points, and win the game by 8 points more than Minnesota wins. You got that?
Not really.
See?
No.
See?
You already lost me during the explanation. You lost me.
Yeah. You can just lose and go home.
It's very labor intensive. This in-season tournament requires a lot of the viewer.
If you want to get your rooting interest on, you're rooting for OKC to beat Minnesota at 5 o'clock.
OKC. Okay.
If that happens, Warriors win and they're in. Okay, that's the easiest one. OKC beats Minnesota. Warriors win. They're in. Okay. It gets tricky if the Timberwolves beat the Thunder. And the Timberwolves are good, by the way. They're 12-4. They're playing at home. Although the Thunder are 11-5. How about that? Anyway, if the Timberwolves win, the Warriors need to win by 13 or more points and have their margin of victory 8 points or better than the T-Wolves. I've lost my enthusiasm for the tiebreaker.
I thought you were having like a Swaggy P moment. Better than. Let's see if these are better than.
There's also, if the Warriors win by 29 or more, then they can win the division.
I don't see that happening.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see the 29-point win coming in. No.
You're ruling that out?
Nah. What do we talk about tonight against the Kings? No,
Yeah,
I don't. Doubtful.
Go drop
highly doubtful.
Go drop like a 130-90 win
in fact,
on these guys.
This is going to be an interesting night out there because Draymond Green comes back. Klay Thompson under the microscope. All of a sudden, we got testy exchanges happening.
Man, jeez.
And you're going up there into the Lions then, bro. They live for this S up there in Sacramento. They circle these dates when the Warriors come to town.
It's literally the Lions' Den because the King mascot is a lion.
Which
so there
is not a king, though, right? Well, it gets King of the Jungle.
King of the Jungle, buddy.
Okay.
King of the
Sacramento Jungle.
If you went to the Rainforest Cafe, you'd see that.
Nice. Very nice.
Although, I don't know. Are there lions in the rainforest? I don't think so.
We already got some intel on the text line saying
there's tigers in the rainforest.
We got guys coming in on the text line saying, guys, there's no such thing as a Rainforest Cafe anymore.
I figured.
It's shut down, R.I.P.
All right.
That comes from 559.
Let me riff, buddy. Last time I was at Disney, we went there, and it was like the most downtown Disney thing ever to do. So when Triple E was texting us last night from downtown Disney, I said, shout out you at the Rainforest Cafe. And he wrote back, no, I'm at Blue Bayou.
What's the same kind of thing? What's the difference?
I know, whatever. Yeah, no. Triple E. Marcus says the Rainforest Cafe is still
take
open.
that 559. They're saying they're still serving. Yeah.
Yes, there we go. By the way, somebody says, are you going to show Murph on the stream? Am I not on the stream?
He's right there. He's sitting right over here.
By the way, I'm wearing, Paulie, the gray pullover that I'm wearing.
Well, there's two screens. Why do we have the one where it's just
Paul Mack?
Way too much me.
Jason
Hold on, I think we got some hijinks. What are we doing in there? I don't know. I don't know.
I just realized the
Fair enough.
So am I on or not?
I don't know, man.
Anyway,
I don't know. You're asking the wrong
I realize now by wearing this gray pullover, it brings out the gray in my beard.
I'm more concerned with the TV monitor behind you because that has some prompts for Google Play.
So,
anyway, yeah.
Your Monday night was fill in the blank, yes?
It was kind of dull, actually. I mean, these Monday night matchups they've been serving up all year have been less than sizzling.
You know, Waterboy's been on this, and I started reading it. He was at
Sunday is a new Monday.
There's been this really weird stat that every primetime game has gone under. And last night, yet again.
Every primetime meeting Thursdays and Sundays?
Thursdays, Sundays, and Mondays. It's really weird.
How's that even possible?
I don't know.
Every single one.
Because what if you're having like the Niners play the Eagles on a Sunday night? You know, I know. But so, anyway, last night was yet another example.
Yeah.
12-10.
All right, well, listen.
I mean,
as dull as it's going to get out there.
Yeah, it was really bad.
Yeah.
And Justin Fields out here fumbling twice in the final.
On, man,
but then he gets the final. He throws the pass down to Elijah Moore or DJ Moore and gets the winning field goal. They win 12-10. Dobbs was awful. Minnesota was awful.
Yeah.
But to Waterboy's point, the reason why this matters is, dude, we forget now they're allowing 7 teams in the playoffs. This is like baseball.
Yeah, it's a big field now. I know.
Didn't used to allow 7, Paulie.
Yeah, what's that?
They didn't used to allow 7.
No, God, no. No, they open up the gates now. Come on in. Yeah.
So when you allow a 7th best team,
bro, the New Orleans Saints might get in with a losing record this year. That's not
winner of the South gets in no matter what.
Yep.
So that's the one. I'm talking about the wild card, the 7th place team who will not be an NFC South team. Dude, that's going to be a bad team, and that's who, if the Niners finish as the 2 seed, that's who they play.
Yeah.
Or if the Eagles finish as the 2 seed.
Well,
and that goes down on Sunday there. So as the 49ers get ready. All right, man. So
any changes in your kind of makeup about this game
listening
yet?
to Brent Jones yesterday, I'm so easily persuaded.
Yeah.
All I need to do is just sit in front of some guy, and he just talks to me, and I'm like, uh-huh. And then the next guy walks in the room and says the exact opposite, and I'll go, I'm just really easily persuaded.
For the people that didn't hear Brent, well, give me like the broad strokes. Why
he thinks the 49ers are just a better team.
Based on
everything.
Yep.
He thinks he thinks their defense is better. We just talked about the Eagles' defense, as famous as their D-line is.
I'm saying the Niner coaching is better, too.
Dude, by the way, Kate Scott, who's going to join us tomorrow.
I heard some Kate Scott on NBA channel last night. She did the Lakers and the
Sixers.
Sixers, yeah. I caught some Kate.
Destroyed the Lakers. Huh?
Yeah, I got a little bit
LeBron of passed the all-time minutes mark last night.
Oh, yeah.
He's the most played guy in NBA history. How about that? Anyway.
He can crown himself again.
She tweeted out, so there's that shot of Serrianni where there's that overhead camera from last year, and it's swooping down the sidelines, and he looks up at the camera and mean mugs it. Remember that? And he gives that slow nod.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I mean,
think that's when you started to hate him.
No, it's
Kate posted that GIF of that on her timeline after the game.
Well, she's under a spell. She's under a spell. I mean, she was even trying to spread that propaganda when she was on our show. Oh, he's a likable guy. If you guys only knew him, you'd love him, and blah, 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 blah. Well, I don't know him, and I don't love him.
Yeah.
And I don't love the mean mug shot swooping in on him. I don't appreciate the optics of a Seriani.
You're going to hate that.
Yeah.
You're going to hate
Nick
when you
the
see
Dick.
It. Yeah.
You know?
Speaking of which, we have stories like that. Nick the There's a story about the guy, the Swedish cross-country guy.
Oh,
we'll have to get into that a little bit later.
Yeah.
All right. So
shout out to the frozen food department.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Shout out. He lost the race to Tommy Lee.
Shout out to Popsicles. Yeah.
So anyway, all right. It's a happy Tuesday, everybody. We are getting ready for Sunday. We're getting ready for tonight. And how about the Warriors? All these storm clouds. Their press conferences have become more entertaining than their games.
Well,
my God. We got Draymond with
I know.
We didn't even talk about it yesterday because we were so wrapped up in the football.
Yeah.
But Draymond's Sunday night manifesto, and then yesterday, Klay with a little touch
Clay's
and go.
on the defensive.
No, he is on the defensive.
Yeah.
Probably needs to be a little bit
It's
more
been
on
quiet.
the defensive.
I know.
So anyway, that goes on tonight at 7:00 in Sacramento. Polymax is into the Lions' Den.
Right in.
Where they already have a win this year.
Yeah,
Don't forget.
that's right. That's right.
Forget. So we got that, and of course more Niners Eagles hype. Hype, baby. It's the Murph and Max Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Draymond Green makes his return to the court tonight after his 5-game suspension to take on the Sacramento Kings. So to read more about Draymond Green's return, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And the clock is ticking, and here comes the field goal unit for Chicago. Cairo Santos. He's kicked field goals tonight of 25, 39, and 55 yards. If he gives this a good boot and gets it to go, the Bears will have a lead. 30-yard field goal try for the lead. Far hash. The holder is the punter, Trenton Gill. 30-yard field goal for the lead. Clock is ticking at 13. Good snap, ball put down, kick is up, the kick is perfect. The kick is perfect, and the Bears have gone up 12-10 with 10 seconds to go. And Justin Fields may have pulled off his third career come-from-behind drive.
Well, there it is. Down under. Take the under on it. Or you could go, hey, speaking of our Rolling Stones tickets, you could go under my thumb.
Ooh, I like where Murph's head's at right now.
All right.
You know, when they did the Tattoo You tour, Murph, they opened the show with Under My Thumb. That was like their opening number.
They were previewing Monday Night Football in 2023. 2 tickets for the Stones.
Yeah, we'll do it all week. We'll do it again today.
When?
Only when you hear Marcus come back into a segment with a Rolling Stones rejoin.
This is not the Rolling Stones.
No. This would not be the Stones at all. Colin Hay, Mick Jagger, 2 different guys. But listen out for the Stones. When you hear Murph, be ready to call. And we'll give you the number right now. It is 415-896-KNBR. We'll give you a pair of tickets to go see the Rolling Stones.
It's an incredible gift.
Yeah, no, July 17th, Levi's Stadium. By the way, it's the final night of the whole tour, so they'll be all lathered up and ready to rock on that night.
And to be honest, we're just hoping they make it.
Oh, they're going to make it. They're going to make it. They're not going to let me down because I got to be there.
Dan Ryan in San Lorenzo yesterday was the winner. He heard us play Can't You Hear Me Knocking in the 8:45-ish
Yeah, something like that. It's really up to Marcus. Whenever he gets the itch, he'll play it.
Are you going to coach him on a song, or are we going to pick it together?
We'll pick something together, yeah. We'll pick something together.
There's not any good ones to choose,
No,
though.
that's the problem. They don't have much of a body of work. There's not much of a catalog.
Marcus Boucher, good job, buddy. Did you take the under last night?
100%, Murph.
Yeah.
Oh, you good man.
I've been doing it for weeks now. Boys, it's one of the craziest trends that I've seen in a while in the NFL. This year in primetime games, the under has hit 28 times, has only gone over in 7 of those matchups.
Is there a reason? I've never heard a theory. Is there a reason?
I don't think so.
Is it Tom Brady's mediocrity?
Bad matchups?
Maybe. Excuse me. 28-9 this year in those 36 games.
28-9.
28-9. The under is hit.
Damn, I'd like to be 28-9 the forecast.
I'd just like to get a better matchup on Monday night. It just seems like every Monday it's like, oh man, it's another dull affair. Like the best games they serve up now on Sundays. The Sunday night is what Monday night used to be.
And that's why it's surprising, because it makes sense when Thursday night football games go under. And yeah, we haven't been getting the greatest Monday night matchups, but even like this past Sunday, you had Ravens and Chargers, and there was 30 total points scored. That game went under.
Yeah, good call.
Okay, so the primetime games this week are Seahawks-Cowboys. Cowboys are 9-point favorites in that game.
Ooh, 9.
Sunday nighter is Chiefs-Packers. Chiefs are only 6.5-point favorites.
Yeah, and that Chiefs defense has been shutting teams down, so that might be another under.
Yeah, Chiefs have a good D.
Next Monday is my guy Trevor Lawrence, who's, by the way, heating up. His last 2 games have been good.
I told you.
Against probably your Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, well, listen, you got to throw some dirt on them now.
Folsom High's own Jake Brown.
I know. He had a tough time out there.
So Bengals-Jags on next Monday, take the under.
Bengals-Jags.
I'll probably be taking 2 more primetime unders. Not sure about that Seahawks-Cowboys game, though.
Yeah, I don't know what the over-under is.
Where is that? Oh, that game's in Dallas, right?
In Dallas.
Yeah.
Seattle's got no shot at that, right?
I would think Dallas wins that game.
Dallas at home has been savage this year.
But Seattle's going to be pretty desperate. Like, if they want to keep their postseason thing alive, they're going to have to win some games.
There's always the 7 seed. You can always fall back into the 7 seed, which the Niners will, listen. Listen, even if the Niners win on Sunday, they still need outside help to get the 1 seed.
Correct.
And they also need to play perfect down the stretch.
That's exactly right. They would need to win out, and you would also require Philly to lose another game, but that would get the Niners a tiebreak if they win Sunday.
Which would be huge. And Brent Jones is very confident. Maybe he has the confidence of a man who has Bruce Bochy's backing. You know what I mean? That's why Brent's so confident
right now. He's got Bruce's blessing?
Yeah, because, he's down there just loving life with He's like, my Rangers.
Large in Texas, I know. Yeah, my Rangers.
By the way, Bochy's combing his hair this morning in the reflection of the World Series trophy.
Yeah, he is. Enjoying life. Playing with his grandkids.
Meanwhile, how's the Hot Stove League treating the Giants?
Say, Granddad, what are you going to do in the fall? Well, maybe go win another one.
Oh, man. Yeah. Anyway, Brent said his prediction was not only will the Niners win on Sunday, the Niners will overtake them for the 1 seed and host the NFC Championship.
I hope he's right. That would be huge.
Serenely confident,
Brent
Jones.
That would be huge.
Now, here's another angle.
Yep.
Let's say the Niners don't get the 1 seed.
Yep.
There's a scenario where the Eagles lose the semifinal. Like lose to could be the Cowboys. Or, because they reseed, NFL reseeds, right? So, listen, Philly takes the week off. They're the 1 seed. Niners as the 2 plays the 7. They play, let's say it's Minnesota.
Probably something like that, yeah.
The 3 seed would be the division winner of either the South or the North.
That's going to be Marcus's Saints.
So it'd be the Lions.
Yeah.
Lions would be the 3 playing a 6. It'd be like Seattle. And then the 4 plays the 5. It'll be the NFC South against probably Dallas, right? So let's assume Dallas beats that NFC South team. And the other favorites hold serve. The Niners would play the Lions in the semifinal.
Road runs through Detroit, like we said.
And then the Cowboys would go to Philly, and they'd have a chance.
That's a good game right there.
So, it's not guaranteed that if Philly's the 1 seed, the road goes through Philly. They could lose their playoff game because they're not dominating teams.
What about what Schmitty told you? He said, hey, Murph, just bring it to the link. That's my new Denzel Delroy Lindo laugh. Yeah, we're trying that one out. Yeah. It's hitting the spot.
I like that one very much.
Actually, you know what? It goes good with my new coffee drop from Nick Cage.
We got a cup of coffee in here, please.
Yeah, Nick Cage demanding his coffee.
We got a cup of coffee in here, please.
Yeah.
What's that from?
That's from The Rock when Nick Cage is meeting Sean Connery. He's all nervous.
We got a cup of coffee in here, please.
Yeah.
Man, you got to be kidding me.
We just started Tuesday the right way.
Oh, that's
But I'm more
outstanding.
happy with that Denzel laugh. I got to be honest. That one came out good.
That's from what?
That is from Malcolm X. That's Denzel as Malcolm X laughing with a personal friend of the show, Delroy Lindo, if I may say so. Anyway,
my 12-year-old kid asked me last night who Malcolm X was. How do you answer that one?
Tell him to see the movie. It's a good movie.
Yeah,
the Spike Lee flick. It's very informative.
He was a civil rights leader who was a firebrand compared to Martin Luther King's sort of peaceful message.
Well, I'd say so.
That's the way I left it.
Yep.
Is that a good description?
Sure.
All right. There you go. All right. Anyway, Marcus, the rest of are you ready for the play-in game tonight? All right. So, God, stop calling it the play-in game.
You got to stop doing that, man.
Dummy. In-season tournament, which they got to scrap that.
Dude, get a new name.
Can we? NBA Cup is better.
It's way better. And Murph, I was talking about it this morning on my show. During the in-season tournament games, on the box score, like on the graphic on the NBA Bug, underneath the score, they put IST. But to me at home, it looks like first. So I'm confused if it's the first quarter, if I'm looking at the wrong thing. Like
IST,
there's,
buddy.
there's so much confusion.
They really, they've really botched the whole market. How could they not sell a sponsor? I mean, we got guys in the back of our office. They'll sell it to Amichis or
You would
know
think
what I mean?
so, you
Sell
know?
it to Prize Picks or something like that.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, shout out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Material in-season tournament game.
There you go.
Send Tiffany Patrick out there. She'll sell it. You know what I'm saying? She'll be like, yeah, what do you guys need me to sell? An NBA cup? Done.
Warriors playing the Kings on the UMA guest court. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There it is. Anyway, it's 7 o'clock tonight. Once again, if you missed it all, the Dubs need Minnesota to lose at 5 o'clock. If they don't, the Warriors have trouble. They have to win. They have to beat the Kings by at least 13 and have their margin be 8 points better than Minnesota's. Does that make sense to you guys?
No, it doesn't, Murph.
No, it doesn't.
Now I got to do math on top of the tournament?
too many equations.
I'm going to
Marcus.
need Fitz to
Try to
explain
watch
it
a ball
to me.
game.
I'm going to need Fitz to explain it to me.
Yeah, you do need Fitz.
Here's Golden State. The Warriors win Group C with a win and a Minnesota loss. That's the easiest way. So just root for your Thunder tonight.
All right.
Now, if Minnesota does win, the Warriors win. If they win by 13 or more points and a Minnesota win that is not by at least 8 points more than Golden State's win. So that means Warriors win by 14 and the Timberwolves win by 4.
Well,
Warriors win.
I can't root for the Thunder now. I have moral objections to the Thunder.
Well, there you go.
Like I can't get behind them. Not even a joke. I read the story. I'm not backing that.
The Warriors clinch the entire thing, the whole schlemiel, if they beat Sacramento by at least 29 points.
See, I don't see that happening, Murph. 29. Who have they beaten by 29 this year?
That's why they play the games.
Well,
baby.
you're right, but I don't see it happening.
Well, who have they beaten by 29 this year?
I don't think anybody.
I don't know. What
Not by
is
29?
their biggest win this year?
That's a good question.
I'll give you their biggest win this year, buddy. I'll look it up here.
Point differential?
So anyway, Marcus, yeah. So I beat Triple E in fantasy. Justin Fields was his quarterback. He chose Fields over Jared Goff. And I first guessed that. I saw that on Thursday morning when Thanksgiving started. I said, I would have played Goff. And Goff outscored Fields by 8 points. Would have been a closer game.
Well, here's the thing. If we're talking KNBR Fantasy League, I can give a shout-out to the guy that I beat this past weekend. Yeah, his decision, he decided to play Brock Purdy over C.J. Stroud. Thoughts, boys? Thoughts?
No, you got to go C.J. right now. It's hot,
C.J.'s the hottest quarterback in the league. How do you bench him?
I'm a little worried about C.J. In fact, who they playing? They got C.J.'s got a game. There's a game this weekend I was checking out. Okay, Warriors beat the Kings 102-101. Let's see here. I'm going to give you their best win.
That ain't 29.
No. Let's see. The Warriors beat the Kings. When did the season start? Because they included these preseason games. Who's the Warriors opener against? The Suns?
Yeah, that sounds right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they did play Sac really early.
They beat the Kings by 8.
Okay.
They beat the Rockets by 11. Oh, no, they beat the Pelicans 130-102. That's not 29, though.
No, it's still 28.
That's not 29.
Yeah.
If you go back and look at the start of the season, the Warriors are winning some games. Hey, now.
Well, they had that great start. Remember how high we all felt about it?
Oh, my God. Well, I was talking about Chris Paul.
Whole new season? Yeah.
Fabulous stuff. Now you hit a skid where they lose a lot of games. They lost to the Thunder 128-109, and then beat the Rockets by 5, and then
they did beat the Spurs
by 6.
They had to really fight, though.
So they have not beaten anybody by that much this year.
No.
You are correct.
Yeah.
So. All right, let's get the guest list on a Tuesday.
Oh, Marcus, hit me.
Here. I did this. I failed to do this yesterday. Oh, this one's pretty cool. It's got a very famous football player on it. I'll take it.
That's a good tease, Murph, because we have our 49er Player of the Week coming up in the 9 a.m. hour. But first, we got to kick off the Power Hour, 7:35, which we always do on a Tuesday morning with Mike Kruko.
Yeah, Kruk. It's funny. Andy Bagley wrote a big piece in The Athletic last night about Kruk and Kipe and their Ford Frick Award nomination. It gets announced next week if either one of them goes into the Hall of Fame as the Ford Frick winner. And John Miller's won that award.
Yeah.
And the discussion was how sad it is they can't go in together.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
Poignant quote from Kruk saying, he can't move around, right? He has this neurological disease, right? But he said if Kipe wins, he will move heaven and earth to, and it's very difficult, but he will be in Cooperstown.
Wow.
For Kipe.
Yeah,
That's
I bet
awesome.
he would.
He said he wouldn't miss it. But it would be a very difficult thing for him.
Yeah.
Physically.
But I bet you Mike would. He would find a way, man, or to do his best to try to find a way.
So anyway, they're both up for it. And,
okay. Well,
They've been. Remember they told the story about signing the ball FFL. Mm-hmm. And Susan Slessor said, "Oh, friends for life." He said, "No, Ford Frick loser."
Friends for life? No, not really.
I mean, come on. Both these guys deserve to both be in. We'll talk to Mike Kruko this morning at 7:35. Then we'll do our big hit, our cooler of content in the 8 a.m. hour. 9:15, we'll check in with Mark Spears, get his thoughts on the Dubs entering the play-in tournament tonight.
Spearsy dropping a big story on De'Aaron Fox tonight. He'll be in the building.
Ooh, Spearsy, yeah, that's good. Always has that element of...
we got to let him vent about San Jose State football getting screwed.
I'll tell you what, I ran into Spearsy at a Warrior game last year, and it made the whole night feel more prestigious. I'm like, we got Spearsy in the house, now it's legit.
There's no question.
Now you feel me on that. Yes. And he's just out in the hallway
Plus
like
he goes
surveying.
about 6'6".
Bro, you can't miss Spearsy. He's a big target. But he's just out there in the hallway like surveying. I'm like, Spearsy, Paulie Mack, all right.
Yeah, Spears is a big guest at 9:15, but nothing gets bigger than our 9:30 guest. We teased it. It's our 49er Player of the Week, Nick Bosa, number 97 at 9:30 this morning.
Saccaroni, Murph.
That is a Saccaroni.
Saccaroni.
I love it.
Yeah, Nicky Bosa. Wake up breakfast with Bosa.
Well, this was the interview a couple years ago that he did on his birthday that led to his chuckle. In fact, why don't you play it here? I do love my birthday.
You want to play the track?
Yeah.
Well, the Bosa song, we tagged at the end of the piece with it. You hear us all laughing, but the Bosa laugh giggles at...
This is from his interview a few years ago on our show. Yeah.
He's a lead giggle.
Hey girl, you good?
We got him in the draft round 1-0, you know. Then we drank champagne and we toast our guy Nicky Bosa.
You good?
B-O-S-A Bosa.
I do love my birthday.
I walked up to him and I threw him a glance. I asked him his name and in the 3-point stance he said a Bosa.
You good?
A B-O-S-A Bosa. A Bosa. Bosa. Bosa.
Hey girl, you good? Time to get back to work. Thank you.
Puts a smile on everybody's face.
It's a contagious giggle. No, it really is.
October 23rd, he turned 26. So
Bosa?
We do not have him on his birthday this year.
He's a young guy.
Yeah.
Man.
So anyway, and then at some point today, Al Guido, the 49er president, will join us.
Big Al, man.
Because the 49er holiday auction is underway. Guys, it is Giving Tuesday.
Yes.
It's a day when a lot of people who have the means can do something good in the holiday season. And I'm going to use this moment here to pump up my people, my good people at the Giants Community Fund, the Junior Giants. We, too, are thankful recipients of anything you can do for us on Giving Tuesday. And if you do have just a couple of minutes or a second to go to our website, giantscommunityfund.org, we sure do appreciate it. So, okay. I know it's all Niners-Eagles hype, but Klay Thompson yesterday.
Yeah, got a little bit of an exchange happening.
Sensitive.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that next
sensitive.
on the Sports Leader.
That's a Saccaroni, baby.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Keldon Johnson will miss there, and the Warriors get the win. So they win the week. 2-1 in the week. Next week it's Sacramento Clippers. All right, week by week. That's what Steve Kerr wants to say, and two great friends embracing at midcourt. And a really quality in-season tournament game again.
All right, well, that was happier times. Warriors got that win over the Spurs. Almost blew it, but they got the win over the Spurs to stay alive in the in-season tournament. So the Warriors have been getting short shrift, obviously, because it's Niners season, and it's not even Christmas yet, and some people think the NBA don't even acknowledge the NBA until Christmas.
You know, it's going to be weird, though, on that note this year, because the Christmas holiday for a long time I felt like was property of the NBA. You'd get those great LeBron, Steph Curry matchups year after year for a long time, and now the NFL's involved. Like, I think it was Marcus, you called it encroachment. You go, the NFL's encroaching on that Christmas holiday.
Yeah,
now.
that's a 15-yard penalty, Paul.
I got news for you.
Maybe just 5, actually.
The NFL's going to win that matchup.
Do you get a free play on that encroachment? Yeah.
That's
right.
encroachment. That was the word Marcus used. It was a good word. But anyway, it's going to feel a little different this year because you're right. A lot of people think it doesn't start until Christmas, but now you got football involved. So I don't know if that's going to shift that feeling at all.
How many, hang on, let me look this up for you real quick. How many games are there on Christmas Day? I saw
what are we
3
talking,
games
football
on Christmas Day. There's 3 games.
I want more of that vocal right there, by the way.
I saw 3 games on Christmas Day, in Paulie's living room.
I don't even know the track. I like
starts
it.
Starts with the stockings were hung by the chimney, by the silver and black chimney with care,
in the hopes that that Otis Sistrunk would soon be there.
Yeah. Santa must go down, and he must go down hard.
Mark Van Egan came down the chimney.
10 a.m., buddy. You guys are at Arrowhead on Christmas morning.
Why don't you go ahead and win that game
still be
for
in
me?
the jammies at 10 a.m.,
Why don't you cut the crap and win that game?
That's a great way to start my Christmas morning, getting beat down by Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
What a lump of coal in Lamar
You
Hunt's
saw what
stocking.
happened last weekend.
I did. It was very frustrating.
Vegas. Raiders aren't going into Arrowhead with
14-point lead, too, is feeling good at that point.
Aiden O'Connell ain't winning in Arrowhead.
I agree.
I'm going to wear an ugly sweater to that game. Raiders-Chiefs, 10 a.m., dude. 10 a.m. Early bells.
Okay.
And then the afternoon game, oh, man, Tommy DeVito. At your Nick Sirianni Eagles.
Oh, the matchup of the Paisans.
Yeah. Is there any way the Giants... Anyway, the New York Giants win that game.
Hey, Murph, they just went out and beat the Patriots. Anything's possible.
And then Sunday night, which I believe Paul Mack may be in the building.
I'm going to get down there for that one.
5:15 kick.
That's a huge game, by the way, man.
Baltimore
the Baltimore Ravens,
Niners.
that's a huge game.
Theoretically, a Super Bowl preview.
It's a good measuring stick, too, for the Ravens to see like how they kind of stack up against a good NFC team. And they looked awfully good the other night. Everything the Chargers did, like every first down they got was so hard fought. Like you got to work.
Could have won the darn game.
You got to work so hard against that Raven defense.
And I think that's a piece of the puzzle that we're missing when last segment we were talking about a path for the 49ers to get the number 1 seed. They would not only have to win in Philadelphia, then they would need the Eagles to lose to the Cowboys or one of the remaining opponents, and then they got to make sure to beat Lamar Jackson and the Ravens on Christmas Day.
Yep. And listen, the Rams are out there. I mean, I know they own the Rams, but still, I mean, it's just weird things. Yeah, there's a lot of, as we like to say in the other sport, a lot of golf left. Don't forget they play the Seahawks. They play the Commanders. Let's play the Commanders on New Year's Eve.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, we were saying the Warriors get short shrift, so much so that Draymond's very interesting Sunday night speech about his choke didn't get mentioned on this show yesterday because we were talking all football, which is fine. You can never go wrong talking all football.
That's fine.
So here's the deal: is that it's time to pay a little attention to the Warriors.
Let's.
Because the Niners didn't play yesterday.
Yeah.
And they do have an interesting game tonight, Sacramento, this in-season tournament. We've tried to lay out the scenarios for you. The easiest way to think of it is this. You need Minnesota to lose tonight at 5 o'clock and the Warriors to win.
Okay.
There are other permutations and other stories, but let's just go with that.
No, I like when you simplify it for me. It's better. I don't want to, don't challenge me.
So Sunday night, Draymond, and it's interesting about Draymond how different people interpreted his answers differently because he said 2 things. One, he said, on the conciliatory tip, he said, I got to be out there for my teammates. I got to be out there for my teammates. So you're like, he recognized the error of his ways. But in the exact same answer, he's like, I'm always going to defend my teammates.
I'll do it again. He essentially said, I'll do it again. Yeah.
They're like, wait, which is it? Which is it? Because you can't do that again and still be on the court for your teammates. So, and I want to just maintain this, and you guys could totally disagree with me. That's fine.
Go. Yep.
It's all eyewitness interpretation. But I maintain that his reaction to Rudy Gobert was dramatically overcompensating for what Gobert was actually doing to Klay. Gobert was not committing an act of violence on Klay. And I'm not calling him a peacemaker, but he wasn't choking out Klay or anything. There's a still shot where it looks like Gobert's arm is like on Klay. But if you watch it live, he's basically like kind of softly draping his arms over there. He's doing nothing violent at all. Draymond would have been well within his rights to grab Gobert by the waist and spin him away. Something like that. Draymond's reaction was, and I'm telling you guys this, and I've said it again, as a lifelong Draymond defender, his reaction was way over the line. And I thought it was just like, dude, so don't sit here and say, I'm going to defend Klay. I get it. We're all going to defend our friends. You did it way overreaction.
Well, there's a lot of different. It's funny how you respond to this one because I don't feel as strongly as you do about this one, and I think about like Draymond's body of work, if you will, between the kicks to Steven Adams' groin, the stomp last year up in Sacramento in a postseason game. This one to me was more like there was more merit behind it. It was more warranted because he was coming to a teammate in distress. And I still say, in that heat of the moment, when you look over and you see a guy like with another player's hands on him, I don't know if you're being that rational where you're like, well, I'm going to grab him by the waist. I think you just kind of throw yourself into it. Now, was it excessive? Probably. Yeah, it probably was pretty excessive. It didn't look very good. I mean, the optics of it, watching him choke out Gobert didn't look very good. But at the same time, like, I didn't get affected like the way you did by this one.
All right. Well, we disagree.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. That's the one thing that happened. Then the other thing that happened was last night, Warriors doing media, and Klay Thompson, just a simple Klay Thompson sit with the media.
I know. We love Klay.
And this is what happens is you touch a nerve. Right? We all have our flashpoints. I have many flashpoints.
Especially if you're at the dentist office and they happen to touch a nerve, like you go right out of the chair.
You know what one of my flashpoints is?
Yeah.
Chip frickin' Kelly.
Day 2.
It's officially staying.
Wow.
He's staying.
Maybe they give him an extension, Murph, for all the great work he's done. You know what I mean? Highest paid coach in the conference. How is he the highest paid coach in the conference?
No, he's the highest employee in the UC system.
What's that about?
Those are your tax dollars at work.
I don't want my tax dollars going to Chip Kelly. I object. I object.
The answer's
Win me
obvious.
some games if you're going to take my money.
The answer's obvious why he's the highest paid. It's because he's the best coach.
Now, I've maintained this for a long time, Marcus. A lot of times when UCLA is like floundering and not having success, be it in basketball or football. By the way, dude, saw Hawkins over the weekend.
Oh, he's incredible.
Falling out with the Heat. He's right at home.
Hey,
he's in the right spot.
Everybody's talking Wemby versus Chet for Rookie of the Year.
Dude,
don't sleep on my guy in Miami.
I'm so happy and proud of Hawkins. I'm so happy that he's down there with Pat Riley.
Hardest working, nicest kid going.
Saw him over the weekend, and he hasn't lost a step. He's still out there selling out, throwing himself into the paint and everything. In any case, I was going to say, it's usually better for the show when Murph is reacting on the air to like UCLA misery, but it's taking a turn. I think this Chip Kelly thing is taking a turn. Like, it's not... Like, it's just,
dark.
It's not that cute anymore.
No,
it's getting kind of scary. Yeah.
Don't get me started.
We're in a dark place.
No, it's not cute anymore. Anyway, so back to flashpoints, okay? So Klay Thompson's doing his media. Now, let me just give you guys a little context here. Klay Thompson's a career 45% field goal shooter. He's currently at 40%. So significant dip. He's a career 41% three-point guy. He's currently at 36%. So he is well below his career numbers from the field and from the three-point line. We can get into other metrics and stats, but those are the easiest ones to give you right there. And I think we can all see it, right? We all see it. He hasn't been Klay at all.
No.
So Tim Kawakami asks him this question, and it's really interesting to hear Klay's reaction. Because Kerr has not indicated that he's going to bench Klay at all. He's stuck with him. And Kawakami's asking him about Kerr's famous patience and trust in his core. So you tell me, you give me you put your
all right
Freudian analysis
my little cap on,
get your notebook out.
Yeah
there it is.
Okay.
Kurt talks a lot about believing in his guys, especially the starting lineup. Won championship not too long ago, having patience, letting guys kind of find their game. How aware are you of that kind of patience, and how much do you value it?
What do you want me to bench me?
No. It's like that's
bench Wiggs.
I don't think I said that.
Okay. I mean, you can suggest it. It's fine. But, I mean, thanks, Steve, I guess. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you earn these things like patience and time to find yourself. And I think history is on our side when it comes to that stuff.
You say that, dude. Have you heard people say that?
No, I don't care what people say. Like, they don't do what we do. They can't do what they do. That's why they talk. Why would I? Like, come on. I don't care what people say at this point in my life. Next question.
Oh, you give him with the Russ Westbrook right there.
Kawakami did say on social media he's never been next questioned by Draymond.
Give me a next
by
Klay. Give it one more time?
Next question.
No, that's it. He's joined the likes now.
You're hearing a guy there.
It's tough. I know. It's hard to hear Klay like this, man.
You're hearing him.
He's searching for it. He's trying
searching.
to. Yeah, he's searching right now.
Searching, yeah.
Next question.
And maybe he's pressing a little much. I mean,
did he kind of blow that line too? Did he say, "Do you want me to bench me"? Is that what he says right at the start? Instead of, "Do you want him to bench me"? He's
all upset. Yeah,
he's upset. He's flustered.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Kawakami's did not ask him. He says, "Is that what you're suggesting?" He definitely. Here it is.
What do you want me to bench me?
What does he say there? You want him?
Yeah, he's just trying to. Yeah,
he's flustered.
No, he is.
What was the thanks, Steve? I guess. What was that?
Well,
was that?
I guess because he was. I'm not sure about that because maybe he was implying like Steve Kerr did not.
The way I interpreted it was that he was like kind of sarcastically saying, "Thanks, Steve, for having patience in me."
Saying, "Yeah, I'm a 4-time champion."
I mean,
it doesn't take that much to be patient.
And that's what Klay was getting at in that answer. He goes, "Yeah, sometimes you do earn that patience, and absolutely, he's earned it.
Yeah,
he's won 4 titles here in the Bay Area.
He's one of the best shooters in the history of the game. Yeah, I mean,
so if you're Klay and you get that question, do you think you'd react in a prickly way?
It could have caught him at the wrong time, the wrong way. Yeah, and I mean, like he's having a hard time so far this year.
So if somebody says,
searching.
So let's put it this way: somebody comes over and says, "Hey, you guys, your show hasn't been doing well lately.
What are you suggesting?
Do you appreciate the patience that Cumulus is showing in you?"
Next question.
I could see where you're like,
give me a Russ on that one if I could.
Okay, the patience. Yeah, I'm a 4-time champ. I'm a 4-time Cumulus champ.
Next question.
You know what I mean? So. I get it. He lashes out, but there's a different. If he was more secure and calm, he'd be like, "Hey, man, it's a long season. I'm looking forward to the game Tuesday night." And
hey, by the way,
seeing some positive signs.
Murph's not kidding about being a 4-time Cumulus champion. I got the Cumulus Cup right here. I got it sitting right behind me. It's all polished up. It's the Cumulus Cup.
Good excuse to use the laugh.
Yeah,
that's if we win by 13 or more points, we'll win the Cumulus Cup. Anyway, I feel for Klay, but should he be guaranteed a spot in the starting lineup?
Well, the question is, is he hurting the starting unit? Is he impeding them? Is he preventing them from?
So early.
It is
They've
early.
played 16 games.
I am with Klay on that point. It's a little early to start.
They've literally played 20% of a regular season that's essentially meaningless. Now, let's check back in January, February, see how it's looking. But poor Klay, he's having the worst start. Well,
you get
statistically, yes.
You get the impression, or at least I do, the way I kind of read Klay Thompson is he's a little bit more sensitive of a guy than somebody like Draymond Green, who bullets are just going to kind of bounce off, and he's happy to kind of get into it with anybody who wants to take him on. I think with Klay Thompson, it's a little bit different. I think like when he hears criticisms or even questions about the level he's playing at, I think it actually affects him. I think it actually gets to him.
I guess if you're Klay, you're saying to Kawakami, the only reason you're asking that question is you're suggesting he should be benching me, but he's patient with me. So that's why he's responding that way.
I don't think he needs to be benched. I wouldn't go that far. I just think that Klay is still, he's trying to find his game. He's trying to find his stroke. He's missing a lot of the shots he used to make, frankly.
Yeah, well, we went through those numbers there. So anyway, we'll see how he responds tonight.
Yeah, come on,
Klay. In Sacramento, where he has had, against the Kings, who he has had some historic greatness. Anyway, we can revisit that later with Mark Spears at 9:15. Hey, Nick Bosa.
Oh, man.
Is our 49er player of the week. Nick, can I just get the opening chords there, Paulie?
Oh, of the Bosa track? Of course you can, dude. Anytime you want to hear the Bosa. Yeah.
That's who's coming on at 9:30. Yeah.
By the way, shout out our former colleague, John Grappone. Murph was showing me some pictures of Grappone and the Kinks yesterday. Shout out John Grappone for life. I wish he was still on the air out here, but he's one of the all-time great K-Fog voices, longtime Kinks aficionado.
Yeah, and he was saying he had been to a show in 1977.
God bless him.
925 says, Klay put too much pressure on himself in that Lakers playoff series last spring. Couldn't hit a shot. He's not as cool under pressure as we think. 916 says Klay is an aging prima donna.
Boy,
Sad to watch.
I don't get.
I wouldn't say he's a prima donna.
I wouldn't say he's a prima donna at all.
510 with a very anti-Klay text that I'm not going to read.
What the hell would people
559 says, why do you guys feel the need to be a Kawakami apologist? Well, I disagree. We were sort of discussing the
I don't know that
question.
happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
707 says, I think Klay's response is very fair.
Yeah. He's frustrated, man.
So there you go. There's
Yeah.
and 925 says, does not Klay often start slowly? I believe last year he did too.
Yeah, and how did the season end? I know the playoffs wasn't the greatest performance with Klay Thompson, but he led the NBA in three-pointers
yeah.
made. He had over 300 threes for the
He had
first time in his
best-
career.
I know. He had his best three-shooting season ever. It's
in the
crazy.
NBA, you get judged by the playoffs, and he did not have a good series against the Lakers.
True.
All right. Okay, back to the Niners, the trash talk. We got to remember all the things the Niners said in January and February that are now coming back to the fore in November. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Next question.
Next question.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, as this season been going on, not much. Talk is cheap. You know, they get to come back in the link. There was a lot of boo-hoos last year, a lot of crying, a lot of what if, a lot of this, a lot of that. They get a chance to come back in here, line that up and prove it again.
I got to say, Hassan Reddick, I do like that. That's a 5-star quote. It really is.
Line that ass up, man.
But the boo-hoos is good, too. A lot of boo-hoos.
I get it.
A lot of this, a lot of that. You get to come in here and line that ass up. That's a great. I really don't know if there's going to be a better quote this week.
And plus, Hassan Reddick is such a badass on the field, and he just sounds cool, like in that quote.
Well, he's a Philly guy. You know, the whole story on him, he's a Philly guy. He went to Temple. I mean, he's like
Serrianni, by the way, who presents himself as a Philly guy. I think he's from upstate New York, actually.
Upstate New York, yeah. Two things. One, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
Hey, Murph.
A Cumulus media station. Two, Tim Kawakami joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. I like how OG, original Greg, who's in for Triple E, who's
that's my guy.
Another
OG. I like OG.
We do these little cross promos for other shows.
Yeah.
And you just usually say, hey, Tim Kawakami joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. Greg always writes a second thought. Curious to hear his thoughts about his presser exchange with Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he wrote in something like, make sure to tune in to hear Brent show what Brent has to say.
No, this kid's stock is way up. I'll tell you this much, too, Murph. You know, this laugh I'm so happy about. That's my new Denzel Washington.
It has shades of my Ozark laugh.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, there's some strength in there. Delroy Lindo and Denzel. Anyway, he gave me the assist on that after the show yesterday. Yeah.
Right,
I gave it to him to cut. He did a good job.
By the way,
I was going to ask you a quick question, though.
Yeah.
Do you object to Nick Serrianni the same way I do? I haven't really
I don't like him at all. I don't like him at all.
I really don't. I strongly dislike him.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I think you might edge me a little bit because I'm more worried about like the game and all that.
He's just totally full of S, this guy. He really
is. I think that comes from you're that East Coast
sniff it out. I see this guy. I'm like, this guy, trust me.
707 says, hey, when Bosa comes on Player of the Week, are you guys going to ask him about Tim from Manteca offering up his wife? I don't know. That
might be a little too taboo.
It might be a little taboo.
Hey, Tim, we got a wife offering out there for you.
I'm not going into that.
No.
All right, guys. So we said the Hassan Reddick quote was pretty darn good. What's he talking about? You got to remember, this stuff will get brought back. And I remember at the time, I think if we went back and checked the tape from Super Bowl Radio Row week, I remember thinking, man, Niners, what you doing? You got your butts whipped. In what was it, 31-7?
Yeah.
In fact, OG printed out the box score for us. 31-7. Paulie was 21-7 at half. Did it feel like they were in it?
No, it never did.
Here's a couple stats for you. Jim McCaffrey, 15 carries, 84 yards in that game. Not bad. But Josh Johnson, 7 of 13 for 74. Quarterback rating of 14. Brock Purdy was 4 of 4 in this game for 23 yards. Christian McCaffrey 0 for 1. But the Niners lost 3 fumbles in that game. Josh Johnson, Debo Samuel, and Brock Purdy. The Eagles lost no fumbles in that game. So the Niners lost the turnover battle 3-0. They lost 31-7. The whole thing was a disaster.
Really was.
But then a week later, they went to Super Bowl Radio Row and talked like they didn't lose, or talked like they shouldn't have lost, or talked like they got robbed.
Or talked like they would have won if they had their quarterback.
So here was Debo Samuel on Radio Row to remember what he said. This is the one, Waterboy, about James Bradbury, their corner.
Yeah, this is when he was on the I Am Athlete podcast with LaShawn McCoy. This was the famous quote last year at Radio Row where he called James Bradbury trash.
Let me ask you this question. So Brandon Ayuk come out and say he did. What he said that they was going to get exposed. The Eagles defense. What was he saying about that? Where's the holes?
Yeah, right. Where are the holes?
No. There's holes.
No, what's the holes?
It was some wide open plays now. The back end. You got the all pro and the all pro. The D-line make both of them all pros. Besides Slay, I respect Slay.
What about Bradbury?
Trash.
Bradbury's trash?
He the one that made all pro. Did you see the play that Brandon had? The second play of the game, he got hurt. Purdy got hurt.
Time out.
The separation, it's just like
it's football. You gonna make some plays? Man, we called him trash.
We had a lot going on there, man.
There's a lot of voices.
At one point, I heard some guy go, "Wait a minute, time out."
Yeah. So he does say on the play Purdy got hurt. Apparently, Ayuk was open deep. And Purdy himself said that he hitched, and that's why Reddick got him, because he hitched. And that he says the new Purdy, the deep ball Purdy, will let it rip.
All right.
I mean, we'll see. But Ayuk. They alluded to something Brandon Ayuk said, which was that the the Chiefs would, quote, expose the Eagles D here.
I got the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs. I don't know. I just think Philly definitely has.
Got Kelsey. Even
they got their hands full. They got their hands full. I don't know fully about that defense. I don't know. They talk about them being a good defense. I'm not too sure. I'm not sure. I think the pass game, this Kansas City pass game will expose what we thought we were going to be able to expose before some unfortunate circumstances happen. So we'll see. But like I said, you got to get lucky to win the Super Bowl.
Expose what we thought we were going to expose. Damn. Eagles are digesting all this stuff.
I get why Philly would be pissed about it. It's like, hey, we showed up, you showed up. We got the better of you and then some.
Serrianni's like, you guys don't like me?
I know.
I don't like you guys.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So, by the way, the Chiefs only gained 340 yards in that Super Bowl. I mean, it's a nice number, but it's not
You got the final score in front of you?
38-35.
Yeah, jeez.
And it, went down to the wire.
It did.
And went down to that defensive hold call. It was 35-35, and then the Chiefs would have had to. Would they have had to kick here? Let me give you the play-by-play on this, actually, from that. But anyway, so you can see the Eagles. If I'm the Eagles legit, you're legit thinking, yeah, I'm
Well, if you're the Eagles, you blew a team out in the title game, and you're wondering why they're
What happened was the hold on 3rd and 8 allowed the Chiefs to get a first down and then just run it up the gut, take knees, and then run the field goal.
You mean the Chiefs got a 3rd down flag? What a shock. What a shocker.
If they hadn't gotten that flag, they would have kicked the field goal with 1:50 left, and then Jalen would have had the ball.
Yeah.
That's when you put Jalen in. Now, Christian McCaffrey joined the party.
Okay. Wait, is this yesterday or last year?
Super Bowl Radio Row.
Okay.
We're trying to remind you guys why the Eagles are so mad.
Join the party. Here we go.
So this was McCaffrey
All right.
last February.
Okay.
It's tough. It's really tough. It's you don't want to make excuses, obviously, but it just sucks because we wish we had, a healthy quarterback for a full game and just kind of see how the game would have panned out. It's a really good team that we played, but it feels like something got stolen from you, and just wish it would have played out differently. Wish we could have ran that one back, but hopefully they change that rule where you can carry a 3rd quarterback. That's what I hope they do, but yeah, definitely still tough.
Well, I kept hearing that Jimmy could have gone. Was there anything to that?
I don't know. That's above my pay grade.
Oh, you forget Jimmy was on the roster.
Yeah.
Or he said to Mike Silver, I wish I had a helmet as he ran out of the
What was
locker
Jimmy's injury at that point? I'm lost track. He's been hurt so many
Ankle
times.
injury, I believe.
Was it an ankle?
I think it was his ankle.
Right.
That's the ankle injury he went down with against the Dolphins, correct?
Yeah, by the way.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Christmas morning with Jimmy in Kansas
Well, maybe
City.
not, though.
With Jimmy on the sideline.
Yeah, it might be with Aiden.
Was he in uni? Is he in uni?
Yeah. Oh, they actually cut to him on the sideline this past weekend because Aiden O'Connell had to go into the blue tent. He was in concussion protocol.
By the
but
way,
he passed the test.
You know what else I noticed? They're using Jimmy now as like a prop. I noticed like during the Chiefs game last weekend, they had that one thing where they're like, the Raiders are active in the community, and they show these guys out there doing Thanksgiving stuff. It's awesome. I mean, they're out there handing out turkeys. But the first guy they show is Jimmy G. Like, he's laughing it up like with his family.
He's making $25 million,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Isn't he?
He's like, I'm having a good time. I live in Vegas. There's no
Nobody's
taxes.
laying a hand on him. He's
I'm
making
single.
$25
You know what I mean?
million.
Yeah.
By the way, you said Aiden O'Connell had to go into the tent?
Yeah.
See here, who else had to go into the tent? Swedish cross-country skier Kalle Halfvarsson.
I never heard of him, Murph. Who's that?
Swedish cross-country skier Kalle Halfvarsson had to go into the blue tent of the 20K World Cup event in Ruka, Finland.
Right.
Because he sustained a frozen penis. Quote,
how do you sustain a frozen pee?
Halfvarsson told Swedish outlet Expressen, I have frozen my penis for real. Damn. I had to lie in the tent for 10 minutes to warm it up.
Well, listen, I think Tommy Lee froze his penis once too, but that was for science studies.
Hey, dude, what's going on?
So I'll let you know that story was on I get these morning emails from these Yahoos and The Athletic of the main stories of the world. That story was in like a main headline
Frozen
of the
penis.
world.
Yeah, I'd rather not
There's got to be
experience
some riffs there, buddy. I mean,
yeah, I don't
he
like
lost
that.
They did say he wound up losing the race to Tommy Lee.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I would imagine so. Tommy Lee's, when I thaw this out, you guys are in trouble.
There's also a riff the other way about the guy who didn't freeze. You know what I mean? Who's kept skiing there. Yeah, well, look at him. He's got a,
This is a very Marcus. I can tell you're very uncomfortable.
I'm just surprised that Murph used Aiden O'Connell going into the tent to drive off the road.
Of tents,
so that he can get this story.
Speaking of tents,
we're talking 49ers Eagles here. He's like, yeah, you hear about this guy?
These guys are making me laugh.
I heard about his frozen unit, Paulie.
I've been trying to get Paulie to riff.
I don't know where to go with this one.
Well, I want you to riff on the guy who didn't have his frozen. That's the guy.
Oh man.
Well, no wonder he won. You know what I mean? He's. What? There's a riff there, you know what I mean?
He's operating at the maximum of his...
the guy who won is the guy who didn't freeze because he's like a light switch. You know what I mean?
So he's like a raisinette.
So there you go. No, lucky guy. That's how he won the race.
Yes, well, I don't know how lucky he is.
So. Back to...
I'd rather lose that race, actually, and then excel off the ski slopes, yeah.
All right, so do you think Kalle Halfvarsson is getting some,
He's got some phone calls.
Are some people sliding into his DMs?
There's no question.
Are they sliding in?
Hey, listen, dude, when you thaw out, why don't you give me a call? When you get back to room temp.
Obviously, if it freezes, there's something to freeze.
Yeah, I got you. It's like a side of beef hanging in the locker.
Like it's Shamrock Meats.
Yeah. Next thing you know, Stallone come over and start jabbing it. Yeah. Working out with it. Holding up the bloody hand. All right, too much imagery.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
I got there.
I got to always go too far.
I got there, buddy.
Yeah.
I got there. I had to push and push.
Now I got Stallone throwing punches.
When you thaw out,
give me a shout. Yeah, give me a shout.
All right. Hey, back to the. So we had one more McCaffrey, didn't we? Or was it one more? No, Debo on Mad Dog Radio. God,
old or new?
Do you have a date on this?
Yeah, is this old or new?
This is February 10th, so around the same time of Radio Row last year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The amount of penalties that was just it was just outrageous. And what a coincidence again. We turned the ball over right there again, and it's 21-7. So their offense wasn't doing anything to be literally nothing.
Nothing.
Our defense was doing as what they were supposed to, and I felt like if Brock was in and our quarterback and how our offense moves, I mean, I don't think it would have been close, if that makes sense.
So what were the final, when you say wouldn't have been close, you think you could have beat them by double digits?
Yeah, like we beat everybody else.
Whew. Well, he's not afraid to tell you what he's thinking, that's for sure.
I mean, this is why Vegas has the Niners favored going in this game, yeah.
And also, we should point out, Debo Samuel was asked about these comments yesterday in the locker room, and he straight up went Draymond Green. He's got no regrets about anything he said, Paul.
All right.
He also, though, did not elaborate on him. I'll give you the exact stuff.
This is good. There's a little bit of bad blood. I like this.
The audio is very muddy, so we don't want to play it for you guys. I know we're an audio medium.
Which quote is this, Murph?
This is from Debo yesterday on Eric Branch of the Chronicle. He said, quote, darn it, I have it. I'll get it for you later. Just give me the...
I'd like to hear it.
Who's it? Darius Slay responding?
Big play Slay.
Okay, big play Slay.
Look at you.
Big play Slay. They've allowed the second most passing touchdowns in the NFL.
Big play Slay
allows big plays, Murph.
Oh, very good. All right, what do we got?
I mean, I'm just, I'll just be laughing at it, I don't know where he goes to explode because we've been the number one defense in the passing game for, I think, almost the whole year, so I don't mean, I don't know. That was weird. Bad sportsmanship by him. Bad. What kind of chance they're gonna get the first time they drop back? We go break their quarterback, both of them. So I don't know what chance they would have got, but shout out to him.
Okay, pretty good from Darius Slay. That was on Super Bowl Radio Row or Media Day or whatever. What do you mean? He said we broke their quarterback. He's right. I mean, it is a physical game.
Both of them, Murph.
So here's...
No, it's true. He's not wrong.
Where is Josh Johnson today? Boy. He's on an NFL roster, isn't he? Somewhere?
I can't confirm that.
So anyway, yesterday, Eric Branch in the Chronicle asked Debo Samuel, have your emotions cooled since you labeled James Bradbury trash? He also called Philadelphia his, quote, most hated, unquote, opponent. Quote, so this is yesterday in the locker room, Debo, quote, I don't have no feelings right now, just getting ready for the game and see how it goes. Okay, so he's going...
They're asking him on Monday, yeah.
He's going possum. A few minutes later, Brandon Ayuk showed up. His quotes last week were the Eagles were, quote, extremely lucky, unquote, to beat the Niners, and that the Chiefs would, quote, expose the Eagles' defense. And his quote was, he was asked Monday to respond. He said, that's old. That's what he said. That's old. So he just kind of went with the... And then
we got some chirping.
Debo went on to say, it's not about revenge. It's another game on the schedule. We're going to treat it like any other game. And he says, does he regret calling Bradbury trash? Debo said, quote, I don't regret anything I say.
So I have some regrets about some of the stuff I've said in my life. Well, I'll tell you that much. Like I'm not,
like the just riff we just did
about the frozen penis. Right. I regret that whole segment.
Ayuk was asked about Philadelphia's secondary against Buffalo, giving up 500 yards. He says, quote, "I was doing some stuff, so I didn't watch the full entire game, but I think the secondary pretty much closed out that game. I've got to watch some more of them."
All right.
So basically they went possum. So they popped off in February, and now they're laying low.
I get it if you're Philly, too. They're like, what are you guys talking about? Like, we dropped the hammer on y'all, knocked both of your quarterbacks out of the game, and you guys are running your mouths. Like, I get Philly's stance. They're like, I don't know what kind of leg you guys have to stand on, but I get the Niners' frustration, too. I think it's good. It's going to build up a lot of good animosity for Sunday.
Yes. All right. Brent Jones chimed in on this yesterday. We'll get to that.
I want to hear Brent.
We get some great sound coming your way. Great guest. Mike Krukow is at 7:35. The Hot Stove is happening without your Niners. Mark Spears at 9:15, of course, talking Warriors, Kings, and some fun stuff there. And then the big guest, our 49er Player of the Week, Nick Bosa at 9:30 today on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
They get a chance to come back in here, line that up, and prove it again.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, Sagamici's East Coast Pizzeria. What a great week. It's getting a little chillier out. A great week to stay in and eat pizza. Have Amici's deliver it to you. Because you know the deal. You all have the apps on your phone from the food delivery companies, but they're charging a hefty delivery. So let's go straight to the source. Amici's app. Download the new Amici's app or go to amicis.com, AMICIS.com, and order your pizza direct from Amici's. Eschew the food delivery companies. Go straight to Amici's. It will come faster, the pizza will, for less money, and by the people who actually made it. The prompt, courteous, and professional staff of Amici's. Listen, we've been doing this for 35 years. Don't forget, by the way, the pastas. Check out that penne with the sausage, the lasagna. Don't forget the flame roasted chicken wings. They're outstanding also. So again, order your Amici's direct from amicis.com, AMICIS.com, or the brand new app. Amici's delivers.
to the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Donovan, do you head into next Sunday's game against the 49ers feeling confident with the Eagles winning the game?
Yeah, absolutely. A win is a win, guys. And at this point in the season, there are teams that are dying to get just a win. And so I think for the San Francisco game, I mean, it's really mono. Whoever lines up, and no matter what you did lead to this point. But the confidence-wise from winning last week definitely helps us out in so many ways. But again, we got to find ways to get our offense going early because we can't allow ourselves to get down versus San Francisco.
Donovan McNabb on WIP Radio as we continue to just enjoy the heck out of this hype that feels like a playoff game. Really, really does, the way we're kind of doing this. Okay, Paulie, we got some Brent Jones cuts from yesterday, but two things I want to mention. One, today is Giving Tuesday, and we have the 49ers holiday auction to talk about. So we'll get into that a little bit with Al Guido later on today.
Very nice.
And that, of course, there's all sorts of cool stuff for that. I do also want to get a free plug for my my good people at the Junior Giants, because we too on Giving Tuesday would love to get any help you get. We have a generous donor called the JEM Project. It doubles donations throughout the rest of the year. So anything you give will be doubled by the JEM Project.
Nice.
And that's at giantscommunityfund.org. Okay. And then the 49ers auction, the 2023 one we're talking about that helps the 49ers Foundation. We are going to have there's one where you can take a local youth team to the sidelines for the national anthem. They stand next to the players during the anthem. We got signed jerseys galore. McCaffrey, Bosa, who's going to be on our show, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Fred.
There it is. We've been waiting for one. I haven't heard that this week.
Fred Warner, Debo, Eric Armstead, Montana, Lott, Gore, and Staley.
Not a bad bunch of jerseys.
There's a Week 18 experience where you get to go hang a little bit with John Lynch on the field. Let me tell you, that's quality company.
Well, he goes into Red 47 mode. You better give him some space.
Also says you could join a mystery player at Top Golf in Santa Clara.
Mystery player.
I think that's technically Milpitas, but I'll take it.
Okay.
And then locker room items, a George Kittle team used jersey, a Trent Williams game-worn cleats. So all this stuff's at 49ers.com.
It's a Giving Tuesday.
/give.
Today's the day.
Okay, so we did that. That's number one. Number two, I got some really good stats for you. Okay? Number one, the Eagles have won 4 straight games while trailing at halftime.
Yeah.
They are only the 4th team in NFL history to pull that off.
By the way, and in 2 of those 4 games you just mentioned, they were down by double digits, and they came back to win.
Okay. The Bills, if you wonder what happened to the Bills, listen to this stat. The Bills had 500 yards offense, 10 third down conversions. They had a positive turnover margin. Okay? 500-plus yards on offense, 10 third down conversions, and a positive. So somebody did the research that back to the NFL merger in 1970, that's happened 40 times in a game. And the team that does that is now 39-1. The Bills are the first team ever to lose with those stats. So this is I'm building a case for.
I got you.
Are the Eagles
right? Are they bomb-proof, or are they almost like a little
horseshoe up?
Not fraudulent, but they are just getting away with some of these wins.
Horseshoe up the nether regions, right?
Yeah, the 59-yard kick again. That's one I keep going back to. That's where you have that horseshoe presence you're talking about.
Here's an incredible stat. We talked about Jalen Hurts being 27-2.
Yeah.
Can you name the 2 starting quarterbacks who have beaten him? This is all time.
One of them is Zach Wilson.
Great call. Did you know the Jets beat?
Yeah, earlier this year. Yeah, that was a national game.
I was going over my stuff when I read that. I had to read that like 3 times.
That game was at MetLife, too. I think they beat them in Jersey. Yeah.
They lost to the Jets, Paulie.
Yeah, I know. Well, the Jet defense is playing at a high level at that point, too, which also goes to show you what a good defense can do against that Philly offense. They kind of shut them down.
The other one
night.
was last year. This guy's not even starting right now.
I was going to say, because when the Cowboys beat them last year, correct? I think it was Gardner Minshew. I think they benched Jalen Hurts, so it wasn't Dak Prescott.
No, I'll help you out.
Yeah,
It was
give me a hint.
a Washington Commander.
Taylor Heineke.
Taylor, great call.
Wow.
Taylor, the two starting quarterbacks to beat him are Zach Wilson and Taylor Heineke. Go figure.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
so he can be beaten. By the way, he also had 2 rushing touchdowns last Sunday, which gives him 11 games with multi-rush touchdowns, which breaks a tie with Cam Newton for the most in NFL history.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts is a bad man.
You mentioned it this morning, Marcus, in your opening segment about mobile quarterbacks. Now, don't mobile quarterbacks affect every team? It's like the Niners have trouble with mobile quarterbacks. I'm like, so does everybody, don't they? I mean, is there anybody who shuts down mobile quarterbacks?
No.
You tell me.
No,
All right,
not really, Murph.
So anyway, guys, I just wanted to get those stats out there to remind you. And this gauntlet of games that we thought would fell the Eagles. Miami, Dallas, Kansas City.
They're just brushing them off
Buffalo.
like flies. They're like, yeah, Bills, get off
They
me.
went 4-0.
Dallas, get off me. Yeah.
Against all of those teams. All that said, Brent Jones is not.
There are people out there that think the Niners can go in there and win pretty big. There are some people
Are you
that
one
think,
of those people?
I think it's on the table. I think it's possible. The Niners could jump on them early and build up a lead. I mean,
this was Brent yesterday on Tolbert and
I'd
Coates.
like to hear it.
Talking about he doesn't believe in the Eagles' defense.
Yeah.
Here.
Well,
I feel like this team, for whatever reason, is a player too short. Maybe it's at linebacker. Maybe it's missing Hargrave. Maybe it's one of their defensive backs. But it's just not. I've watched them, and they've won. And their record, you are what your record says you are. But it's not the same control of games that they had last year, in my opinion. It's a little nuanced, but I'm trying to watch. I watched the whole game, and I'm trying to look for where are the deficiencies, and I just felt like they weren't the same. And the few times I've seen them this year, they're good, but they're not great. Last year, I thought they were excellent.
Okay, a little confidence saying they're missing Hargrave.
Yep.
That's one right there.
And I think that's going to be a huge factor this weekend because everybody pays attention to Brock Purdy going down in the NFC Championship game, and by good measure, but also the Eagles ran for like 150 yards and 4 touchdowns against the 49er defense last year.
Right.
And so that's a big, big matchup. That's why Hargrave has got to step up this weekend.
Yeah, right. And DeAndre Swift, Lions trading him. That was a big deal.
He's an upgrade over Miles Sanders.
I think the Niners are going to be pretty good against the run. I think they'll hold that in check pretty well, or at least I'm hoping that they will. I'd like to see some. Now, I don't know what the end result of this will be, but I would like to see some pressure on Jalen Hurts, at least flush him out. Maybe try to get him to, put the ball downfield where and when he doesn't want to. But that's the thing with Jalen Hurts. You flush him out, he can tuck it in and run. He's so strong. He just drags guys. Like when D-backs try to come up and make a hit on him, he'll just drag a full 5 more yards.
I know.
He's a big, strong dude.
He's also been banged up a little bit, though, too.
He has. It's not being talked about at all. And when he digs in and he really wants to get yards, he'll get them. Like, you don't see any ill effects, but you're right. He does have a bad knee.
More Brent from, and this one, which one's this again, Marcus?
I have one cut on the offense and one cut on the prediction for the Sunday. What do you want?
Let's go with the offense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Eagles' offense, I look at it, and it kind of represents this is going to be funny, kind of a poor man's 49ers offense. Now, Jalen Hurts, I'm not going to argue right now that Brock's at Jalen Hurts level because Hurts has had a few more years and has done it. But taking that away, A.J. Brown is kind of their Debo. Devontae Smith is kind of their Ayuk. They've lost their tight end, so they have no tight end in the mix right now to speak of. And then DeAndre Swift is certainly at times can be a poor man's Christian McCaffrey. But across the board, maybe the only A.J. Brown as a pure receiver one-on-one, I'd give him the nod over Debo, but running the ball, being physical, doing that's kind of Debo's thing. But I think you put all those things together, maybe the Eagles line is a little bit better. In fact, if they're healthy, they're probably, a step better than the Niners. But, Lane Johnson didn't play this week, groin. You know what? He could be getting some Bosa-itis right now setting in, and that could keep you on the sideline.
Ooh, my back's hurt. Yeah, I'm kind of sore. Yeah.
How about that? Maybe we talk about Lincecum. Lincecum used to cross that.
Who was the one guy that used to duck Timmy? He was a Houston Astro, right?
Well, with one guy, Craig Biggio did it once, and a guy sent us a...
the graveyard picture.
Yeah, graveyard picture.
That still hangs up. I think that's in Creative Tony's studio hanging up.
Is it really?
I think it's around somewhere, yeah.
Outstanding. So, listen, he's on fire, Brent is, and he's...
I want to know where KNBR Murph, his head is at with this whole thing, like the matchup. It's early. It's a Tuesday. We can still get more storylines popping up, but your early feel, your early read on this whole thing, the Niners talking, Phillies talking, saying...
I have huge respect for what the Eagles have done at 10-1. I really just feel I feel they're maddening. I feel like they get everything they need to get when they need it. Like when they're down 17 and they need a touchdown, they drive forward. Is what Greg Cosell talked to us about it. That said, this Niner team I've seen for these last few weeks is very encouraging.
Yep, and the Niners will punch you in the mouth early. They'll jump out and punch you right in the mouth.
So here's Brent on his big picture prediction then when it's all said and done.
The Eagles last year were playing in lockstep. They really were across all 22. I think the 49ers the last 3 weeks have been playing just like that. Now, come playoff time, you don't know for sure that's going to be the case, but all things considered, I feel like this is the time for the 49ers to make their move, get into the home field discussion, take out the Eagles, maybe have somebody else, down the stretch. But for some reason, I feel like the NFC Championship game is going to be these two teams in Santa Clara.
Ooh! I love where Brent Jones's head is at. I hope he's right.
All right, man. It was fun to hear Brent. So thanks.
Hey, let's stoke it up, man. This is why we're into it.
By the way,
man.
Paulie, it's Tuesday.
I know. I'm already saying it's hard to. It feels like a very long way off. I know.
You better focus on the Warriors and the Kings tonight.
We'll see if anybody else froze any other body parts. Right. We can get into
very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, a guy said among the many texts that came in, very funny.
A lot of anecdotes coming in, Marcus.
Well, a guy saying, you guys know in Scandinavia it's called a frozen Johansson. All right.
See what I'm saying? Now, Marcus, I'm surprised. You seem surprised that Murph was so dead set on driving it into that territory.
I thought it was like a cooler of content story or something. But Murph's like, nah, we're talking Eagles. Bad blood.
Yeah. There's no sound.
Let's talk about blood going somewhere else.
We're going to give Rolling Stones tickets away after we tell you about the frozen penis.
Hey.
Yeah.
Rolling
when you
Stones
hear that's your cue to call. Actually, no, kidding aside, we're within the window now. We're doing it from 7 to 10 a.m. every morning this week. Marcus has a pair of tickets for you for the Rolling Stones on July 17th down at Levi Stadium. I'll be there. You're going to be there, too. Be caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. And thank you, AEG. Thank you, Golden Voice, for making this happen. So whenever Marcus plays Rolling Stones coming out of a break, that's your cue to call.
Mike Krukow next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The NFC Championship game is going to be these two teams in Santa Clara.
All right, everybody. Murph just telling me about the Robin Trower hit for Greg Cosell. I'm sorry I missed that last week. I look forward to this week, though. Hey, it's Paulie Mack here saying good morning. Drive safe out there on a Tuesday. Let's talk about Prize Picks, the best way and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. If you're looking for a new platform, head over to prizepicks.com. Select 2 or more players. You predict on their stats for any given game, any given night, and it's really as easy as that. If you know the game, you know the players, you're going to turn a small amount of money into a pretty large sum rather easily. It's got very easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players over at Prize Picks, all waiting for you. Stat options as well. These are the reasons Prize Picks is the #1 daily fantasy sports app. If you feel like you're ready to join in and test your football skills, join Prize Picks. A community of over 7 million football fans already signed up and waiting to compete with you right now. In fact, Prize Picks today will match your first deposit up to $100. So when you throw $100 down, the good people at Prize Picks will do the same thing and match that. So go to prizepicks.com/leader. That is the code word to get you the $100 deposit match. prizepicks.com/leader. And again, kids, it's Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we love our Tuesdays and Thursdays with Mike. I want to remind you that more Niner talk coming your way when Dennis Brown joins Papa and Lund today at 12:30. Mike, Paulie's back. I remember last week when we had you, he was gone. So it's the Murph and Mac show in full force. And we say good morning to you. And hopefully, I'm almost certain you had a wonderful Thanksgiving, Mike. We left you last Tuesday. You were getting ready. So hope it was great. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, it was great. You know, it's just when I was a kid, I loved Christmas. I mean, Christmas was the deal, right? And then I got a little older, and I really liked Halloween. I thought Halloween was just like so much fun. And but as I've gotten older, Thanksgiving has really become my favorite. And you know, you sit down and you know, it's very difficult for us to get all 5 of our kids under the same roof. We got 4 of them.
Why?
My youngest son is down in Disney World. He's doing a show there.
Nice.
And he'll be home for Christmas. But you know, you sit there and there's your children, and there's the next generation of children, the grandchildren, and you're looking at all the people that you know, that's your support group going through life. And it becomes a really emotional day, and it's fun. It's fun because it's a warm day, and I look forward to it more than any other holiday of the year. And that just happened like about 5-6 years ago.
That's so great, and I can totally feel it. And from what we know of your family, it's so legit, and so we're really happy. 4 out of 5 is pretty good. Hey, Mike, you're batting .800. That's pretty good on base percentage there.
Yeah, 800. But like I say, it's like once a year, if we're lucky, we get them all under the same roof.
Oh, man, you did well. You did well. All right, well, since we last talked to you, not a ton of hot stove. However, we did have one thing that's mildly affects the Giants, and that is Sonny Gray signing with the St. Louis Cardinals. That's a guy who some people had linked to the Giants because of his connection to Bob Melvin. They had known each other. He gets 3 years, $75 million. What's interesting to me, Mike, did you know that he had a great year last year, right? 2.79 ERA, 184 innings, 1.14 WHIP. Did you know his win-loss record last year? He was 8-8. Can you believe that? That is like, I don't even know what that says. It says something, but it gets you 3 years, 75.
Well, yeah, it sure does.
You know what I mean? I know.
Yeah, it's been so. They've completely killed the starting pitching position. I mean, as to what their expectations are, and you know, it's all because of the pitch count. And now with Ohtani, wherever he goes, he's going to want to have a 6-man rotation. Now that's not going to affect him next year because he's not going to pitch because of the Tommy John surgery. Do you know what? I got traded to the Phillies. I lockered next to Steve Carlton, and this is 1982, and it was a year in which he won the Cy Young Award. And one thing that was really cool about Carlton is when you're an opponent, he never talked to you. He never even acknowledged you were alive.
Yep.
I mean, he didn't talk to anybody but his teammates. And when I got to the Phillies, he never shut up. I mean, he just talked and talked and talked and talked. But I listened. And one of the things that he said was, listen, if you're a starting pitcher, you have to be around the game in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning because that's where all the wins are. I mean, a lot of, you don't get many games where you get 5 or 6 runs early and you try and make it stand. For the most part, the game gets determined in the last 3 innings. And he says, if you want to win a lot of games, you got to be in those last 3. And it was really true. And I think this generation of starting pitcher, it's very difficult for them to get wins because they're out of the game before the 6th every 5th day. And now, I bet, as we see with Ohtani, who I think eventually is going to change the game, every 6th game. So it's hard. I mean, look, we've seen what? Cy Young award winners with 12 wins. Has it gone lower than that? It may even have. I think it was the king, Felix Hernandez, who had 12 and won the Cy. He kind of broke the mold, but you're going to see more and more of it. I mean, the year that Sonny Gray had, given the opportunity that he had and the fact that he was out of games a lot because of pitch count, he did well. 8-8, that's solid.
I mean, 8-8 gets you 3 years, $75 million. My God, Mike, you got to go back in a time machine, throw some of your records out there, and go back to the negotiating table, right?
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, yeah, you look at our generation, and you compare it to now, you go, oh, man, wow. But then you go from our generation to the generation, and that was, Gibson, Koufax, Marichal, Perry, and they're throwing 300 innings. And then if they think they're manly, go back to the turn of the century.
Uh-oh. I don't even want to.
I mean, Cy Young has got, 512 wins? These guys were throwing every fourth day, and in some instances every third day. And, the amount of innings that they put up, it was absurd. So, I mean, the starting pitching position has definitely gotten soft when you compare the workload which a starting pitcher is expected to do now compared to other eras of history.
So interesting. And, it's obviously all the newfangled guys will tell us how old-fashioned we are. But it just jumped out at me that 8-8. His numbers were good, 184 innings and, 2.79 ERA, all that stuff's pretty cool. By the way, you mentioned Steve Carlton. I do remember his brief dalliance with the Giants. He came to the Giants in 1986, I want to say.
That's crazy.
And Mike, so you were there, so you got him a second time in San Francisco, and that must have been, it was brief, right? It was an unusual.
Steve Carlton.
What do you remember about Carlton the Giant?
Well, one of the things that Al Rosen insisted that he do was speak to the press, because he didn't do that in Philadelphia. When he was there, I mean, after his brilliant year, when I think the team won 55 wins, and he had 27 of them. And, you kind of, when you're and he used to say, it's great when you're the king. I could tell you stories about Carlton that were just amazing. He didn't like to shag balls. I mean, he would go to the ballpark and he'd have this workout that was a kung fu workout. Gus Heffling was his workout instructor, and he would work an hour and a half every day. You couldn't outwork the guy. His work was the most grueling thing I've ever seen. But he didn't like to go out and shag. So in 1982, Pat Corrales, the manager, said, everybody's going to shag. I don't care who you are. There's no king on this team. So we're all going, okay, this is going to be good. So we go out there, and the very first game, he gets out in center field, and every ball that gets hit out to center field, he shags it, and he throws a great big, just a big arcing lob fly ball that lands right around the mound in the middle of the infield. Well, it completely disrupts batting practice, because as this ball's coming in, everybody's got to stop and make sure nobody gets hit with it, right? Yeah. So about 8 of these, and then all of a sudden Corrales goes, all right, get out the field. And that was the last time we saw him.
Well, he tanked it. He tanked it.
But he used to always say, it's great when you're the king. And so when he was in Philly, he didn't talk to the press.
No. Yeah, right.
Because of things that were written about him that he didn't like, and that was basically it. He shut the door. But when he got to the Giants, Al Rosen said, I want you to address the press. And he did. And he's really an articulate guy. The difference between what he was like with the Phillies, and again, I was with him when he won the Cy Young in 82, everything was off a hard release. A two-pitch guy, he would throw 160 pitches in a game, and he'd throw 90 sliders, which looked like the biggest curveball you ever saw, and it was a slider. It was a huge break on it from a high three-quarter release, never pitched inside with a fastball. He'd set up on the outside corner, and he'd paint the knee-high location away, and that was it. Boom, and then the big over-the-top slider, all off a hard release. When he got to the Giants, he started to play with that because he lost that big curveball, that big slider, and he wasn't throwing hard. So at that point, he had to start changing grips on the fastball. He had to start finessing a little bit, taking a little off, putting a little bit on. And, he was making the adjustment. So he didn't last that long with the Giants, although while he was in a Giants uniform, he did get his 4,000th strikeout, which was awesome. But I enjoyed having him. And then he went from us, I think, to Minnesota is where his last stop was.
Great call. Yeah, he went for he's left in 86. He left the Giants. He went 1-3 as a Giant, 30 innings pitched.
How about the Twins? You got that?
And then he went to the White Sox for a little bit. Then he went to the Indians, and then the Twins in 87. That 87 Twins team that wound up winning the World Series. Does he have a ring from that, I wonder? I guess he does. And then,
sure he does.
And then in 88. So you would have seen him again had we, we don't need to talk about 87, right? We don't need to talk about that, Mike. But anyway, that's an interesting. What a career, by the way. 4 Cy Youngs, over 4,000 strikeouts, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
As a fan, Mike, he struck me as like kind of a mean, surly guy.
Yeah, you didn't know a lot about him as kids.
Oh, yeah, you thought he was Mr. Machine.
Yeah.
You know, and the other thing, too, he loved wine. That was one of the reasons he wanted to get out to
I remember him saying that when he came to San Francisco.
Nice. Well,
and he couldn't get enough of the wine country. One thing, too, I know we're off on a tangent here, but what made him so unique in so many different ways, the only guy I ever saw would, after a game, and we're on the road, he would get on the plane, and he'd have a little 4-pack, little attaché case that was a 4-pack to carry 4 bottles of wine.
Wow.
And he'd sit him there in his seat, and he had his own row. It's great when you're the king.
Yeah.
And he would sip great wine. And, you know, he would say, hey, try this. And was kind of a wine tasting.
Nice.
But, that was how he celebrated, after and that year he got a lot of wins. We'd wine taste, and I'd sit next to him, and then really it started my education in wine.
I love it.
Because at that point in time, I didn't know a whole lot.
Yeah.
It really didn't start to develop until I got traded to the Giants. And but it was what a character and a true Hall of Famer.
That's so good. I'm glad we went on that tangent. It started with Sonny Gray going 8-8 is how we got there, and signing 3 years, $75 million with the Cardinals. So, Mike, before I let you go, just, checking in on the Giants, the hot stove. Nothing's happened so far. Not much has happened around the league other than Gray. Jason Hayward re-upped for 1 year with the Dodgers. But what it does is it just continues to bring the focus on Shohei Ohtani. And you read things, and then you read a rumor that says he's turned off by the Giants' big ballpark. There's another one that says he doesn't want anybody talking about his visits at all, or you'll be penalized if you do. Have you had any thoughts or conversations about the latest in Shohei Ohtani and how serious the Giants might be?
Oh, they're serious. Right now this is all reconnaissance. They're gathering information. They're way deep in their presentation to Ohtani and his people about San Francisco and how good it would be for him. They're totally in on this, and they're totally in on 10 other things. I mean, right now, Farhan and Pete Patella, they're working hard, and I think within this next 10-day period, you're going to see at least 3 moves from the Giants, and that's saying a lot. And I do think it's going to happen now, between now and the next 10 days. You remember the winter meetings would start. I mean, we saw the general managers' meetings. That was just all laying the groundwork. Well, now things are going to start happening, and I think this is going to be one of the most exciting times of the year.
Should be, very much. Hey, last 2 things for you. One is, and I know we'll probably talk to you about this again on Thursday, but this 49ers-Eagles game coming up just has everybody in a tizzy. It's so exciting. 2 great teams, 2 great uniforms, 2 great franchises, 2 great cities. But, you played that year in Philly. You just talked about it. And Mike, one of the things that we're experiencing is that something about Philly annoys us. There's a video of a kid flipping off a Bills fan. He's like 9 years old.
Maybe, Mike. He might even be younger than that.
There's a fan heckling a Bills player so bad that the Bills player comes over, actually lays hands on the fan.
Yeah, you don't want to see that.
So these were your people for a year.
Yeah.
You always go back. You see when you did travel with the team, you'd see the fanatic. You'd see your buddies in the press box. Can you sell those Philadelphia people as likable, Mike, or should we hate them?
Oh, God. They are
That's a hard
so
one.
much fun to play in front of. They are, I think about me. I mean, I played with the Cubs. I played with the Phillies and played with the Giants. Those 3 regions in the country and their devotion and their love of their teams, all of their teams, is just off of the charts. And I really consider myself so fortunate to have played in all 3 of those cities. But the Phillies, I mean, it's just, they love their sports like they love their God, and I've always said that. And they'll match up with anybody. And that's why, and they travel pretty well. I don't think anybody travels as well as the Niner fans. I'm serious about that. I mean, it's amazing. It is one of the most awesome things in sport as to how the Niners travel on the road with their fans. It is amazing. So they're going to match up. Both fan bases are going to go after each other, and hopefully it stays in a fun way. But it'll be intense, and I'm really looking forward to this game as well. It's both teams are peaking, and it's going to be a playoff game within the season.
It is, and then we might do it again in January. And then last one is I just want to turn everybody on to, if you are a subscriber to The Athletic, Andy Bagley wrote a great story about you and your partner, and I know you don't like to bring the attention to yourself, and I know next week is the Ford Frick, and I'm sure we'll talk to you about it again Thursday and next week. But I don't know if you got a chance to read it. It's just a lot of great affection and warmth between you guys. Pretty easy to talk about your partner, huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's just so unique in so many ways. And I've been so fortunate. And he calls me his road wife, and I call him my road wife. I mean, it's kind of how it's been. I've been so fortunate to have, Jennifer House celebrate our 49th anniversary this January. But yet to have another love affair with Dwayne Kuiper being my road wife, It's just I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I really am. And Andrew, I mean, he wrote such a brilliant, beautiful piece and spent a lot of time on it. And we're very, very proud to be on the Ford Frick list. Melissa Lockhart wrote a brilliant piece on Ken Korak, who is also on the Ford Frick list this year. The Bay Area with 3 representatives on the list. We're all 3 very proud of that. So wherever it goes, it's fun. It's fun to be part of it. But whoever wins it is going to be so deserving. Everybody on that list is amazing, and we're just proud to be on it. And we thank Andrew, and it's him. I mean, he's one of the really brilliant writers in the Bay Area, and really takes his time, and he did us right. And thank you, Andrew. I texted him a note saying thank you for what the kind words, but you can't really tell writers enough of that. I mean, the writers don't get a lot of pat in the back. For the most part, they get chastised for saying something controversial, but we really are lucky in the Bay Area with the writers that we have, and certainly Andrew is one of them. You were one of those, Murph.
Oh, no, that Mike, I don't like that, but thanks for that. But listen, everybody should read it. The Athletic, I mean, I know it's a subscription thing, but it's well worth it. It's details you may or may have ever known about them. But Mike, I just realized now when I'm looking at this detail that you guys it was 83 when you guys first became teammates, so this was 40 years now.
Damn,
we're at 40. Did we get a cake for 40?
Absolutely, we're going to get a cake, and and we're going to eat it too.
Yeah, man. There we go. Anyway, well, listen, it's I know it's exciting for next week, and as we know, there's a lot of great, as you say, there's a lot of great names on that list, but it's I highly recommend the piece, and everybody can get their fill of Kruk and Kipes. So, all right, Mike, that's a Tuesday. By the time we talk to you Thursday, we'll be out of our minds with the Eagles-Niners hype, and who knows, the Hot Stove League may have cooked up. So, have a great couple of days.
Mike.
Talk to you Thursday.
Out of it.
Mike Kruko on the UMA guest line. Come on, man.
Well, he said the next 10 days there's going to be some action. He was saying,
he did say that.
So within the next 10 days, now my antenna's up.
I mean, and then immediately I went to the YouTube chat stream.
Yeah.
Somebody furious saying they're not going to get Ohtani.
I was down in Creative Tony's studio yesterday after the show. Creative Tony, Giant fan. He was saying he believes they are going to get Shohei Ohtani. And I said, that's based on what? And he said just kind of his whole hippie antenna.
So he's going with what, a quote-unquote vibe? Just a it's like,
I got vibes, man.
I mean,
I got really strong vibes.
Would you want, this was asked, would you rather take Ohtani or the 3-pack of Chapman, Bellinger, and Snell? And I think the answer for
I'm going to go 3-pack on that one.
Yeah.
You're just getting a lot more, and you're getting a variety of talents here. You're getting guys who can play the field. You're getting a great arm. Let's go 3-pack.
That's a lot of dough, by the way.
You're offering me
Bellinger. These guys are making big iron. Who got the 7-year pitcher deal? Was it Aaron Nola in Philly?
You don't even need to be that guy, though. You can just be Sonny Gray. Go 500 and make 75 mil. You kind of blew my doors off when you started getting into that, and you started hearing the Steve Carlton numbers, and you think about guys like Jim Palmer, like these dominant arms of our youth.
This guy went 8-8.
No.
3 years, 75.
They're treating him like he's Dwight Gooden in 85. He's like
8-8.
Yeah. I guess my question, boys, is why can't you have Shohei Ohtani and more?
Okay.
I mean, look at a team like the Dodgers. They pay Mookie Betts and they pay Freddie Freeman. The Yankees pay Aaron Judge and they pay Garrett Cole.
Remember, they told us that.
You said they're not going to be outbid.
They told us that lot, that Mission Bay, was supposed to create the revenue that I haven't seen.
What goes on down there? I don't know what goes on. I mean, no, I'm just asking.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
That's a great question. So where's he going then? He's going to the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Don't let that happen, Marcus.
Well,
I can't have
here's
that.
the thing. How can the Dodgers afford him if they're paying Freeman and Betts? Like,
They got a lot of dough.
We brought up teams like the San Diego Padres.
You know
They
what the
paid
best
for
part is,
Machado and Tatis and Soto and all those guys.
Even
Where's
if
the money in San Francisco?
It's a legitimate question. Even if the Dodgers do get Shohei, I bet you they still don't win the World Series. They'll blank it up somehow. They'll lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, well, hopefully.
That's what they do.
I mean, actually, the Dodgers, to me, have become so toothless in the postseason that I actually don't even fear them that much.
That's what I'm saying.
anymore.
Go ahead and
Like,
get
it's
Ohtani if that's really what you want to
We
do.
know they're going to choke their guts out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're
to a
chokers.
lesser team, too. It's
You're
great.
Like right now, I might hate the Eagles more than the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Just kidding. You got me recency bias. I think they call that recency bias.
Well, as
right?
far as skippers go, I mean, I'll take Dave Roberts 10 times out of 10 over Nick Sirianni.
There was a brief
Nick
discussion
the
that he would be the Giants guy if the
Dave
Dodgers
Roberts. Well,
fired him.
everybody likes it, Dave Roberts.
Yeah. So anyway, all right, guys, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader.
I'm still trying to get
Cumulus Media Station.
I'm trying to get the room to hate Sirianni as much as I do.
Well, we have
I just
some
see that.
Sirianni for you, buddy.
Okay, all right.
It's funny. My phone just started going crazy because it thinks I'm saying S-I-R-I. It's taking down.
No,
all
we're
this.
talking about Sirianni.
See,
it's a coach.
So the big hit is more Niners Eagles hype. I don't know about this headline that OG wrote. Now, Triple E's been good with his headlines. He wrote, only Steve Miller. Excuse me, I belched. Only Steve Miller can fly like an eagle.
Well, that's getting dangerously close to Marcus's territory
That's
now.
a young man now.
But
That's
you're the Steve
clearly-
Miller guy.
Clearly Mike Silver's kid. Not many kids out there know Steve Miller Band.
He was all excited about the Rolling Stones, too, Greg Silver. I'm like, dude, he's like a real Stones fan.
Well,
Makes me happy.
his old man could throw haymakers with you in terms of classic rock, band lineups, set lists, concerts.
Only while we're talking about this, I just want to say a quick thank you also to everybody who seemingly has purchased a ticket to come see the Freestone Peaches of Sweetwater this Friday night in Mill Valley. Turns out, Murph, the show is sold out. So I want to say, So I want to say thank you. And by the way, Marcus Boucher himself, last time we did a gig in San Francisco, I'll walk out on stage and I'm singing with these guys, and I will sing a couple of songs with them on Friday night, so come on by. But anyway, I look out, and who's the first thing I see? I see Marcus right down there, right in front, right to my right. I go, that just brought me a lot of calm. I go, now I'm just going to sing to Marcus. Everything's going to be fine.
Wow, that's awesome.
You want to look out there and see
You
Marcus.
can't get in Friday, though. It's sold out.
Marcus,
All right,
you know what I mean? Well, you can be
all right.
my security.
All right, Nick Serrianni went on the WIP morning show this morning. Brent Jones said some stuff. Darius Butler has talked about Purdy. Donovan McNabb saying stuff. We're going to just throw those logs on the fire for the hype. And oh, by the way, it's Tuesday. All right? It's Tuesday. So we'll get in. Niners Eagles next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the pride.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Welcome back to the Draymond Green Invitational. Day, a.k.a. Draymond Green, makes his return to the Warriors lineup tonight after serving his 5-game suspension to take on the Sacramento Kings. So to read more about the return of Draymond Green, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Second down, 6 49ers. Here's Johnson with a play action. Hassan Reddick will sack him. The minute he turned around after the play fake, Hassan Reddick was all over him.
He's got no chance.
Josh, a 7-step drop, gets hit by Ndamukong Suh. Fluttering ball, incomplete, and almost intercepted by Darius Slay. Big play. Slay got one hand on the ball. Johnson slow to get up. He's your only quarterback. Well, Juszczyk would be the emergency quarterback. They got Hurts with Boston Scott and Goddard behind. They push the quarterback from behind, and they push him all the way to the goal line and in for a touchdown. And the 49ers are in trouble now. Here's the handoff. They go forward on 4th down, and they pick it up. 4th and 2, they run Kenneth Gainwell up the middle, and this game's over.
Yeah, and I would think that they're going to see him take the knee out and get in the victory position.
49ers will not call a timeout now. They want this game to end. Gardner Minshew will take a knee, and this game is over. Congratulations to Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, they earned it.
They are going to the Super Bowl.
It was a lot of boo-hoos last year, a lot of crying, a lot of what if, a lot of this, a lot of that. They get a chance to come back in here, line that up and prove it again.
There it is. Line that ass up from, that was, of course, Hassan Reddick of the Philadelphia Eagles, the man who injured Brock Purdy's elbow.
No, he can kind of say what he wants.
Own dude. By the way, another trivia bit before we get into the big hit here. Brandon Graham of the Eagles just played in his 189th game. He got drafted in 2010. He's still going. He's the all-time Eagle in games played.
Is that right?
Yeah. Just
That's
got
a
it,
great
189.
stat.
So anyway, that's just getting, we're ODing on the green. I feel like I'm seeing the green, the wing on the helmet, and everything.
Eagles fly, the whole bit. You know what I mean? The tailgate. You know, one thing Mike Krukow was talking about, though, and I will throw this on the pile, because this is one area we haven't really tapped into yet this week, is the 49er fan base that will travel. You got to know that right away. Who was saying it yesterday on the show? Was it Tim Ryan maybe? He was saying there's going to be a lot of red in the hotel. And those guys are right. They will travel to Philly, man.
Will they crack the Philly stadium?
Yes. Yeah, they'll be in there. I have to really take my hat off to this generation of Niner fans, Murph. They're doing it better, I think, than it's ever been done before.
Yeah, I think so, too.
As far as taking this show on the road and going into other cities, this era that we're in right now is second to none.
Now, what? But you're more of a scroller than Paulie, so I'll ask, even with Paulie on Twitter, by the way.
Hey, now.
And that is, did you see, this got revived, did you see last year somebody dressed as Kyle Shanahan, right down to the jogger pants, the hat,
You're talking about in Philly?
The headset, and the play sheet, and jogged up the Philadelphia Art Museum steps like Rocky?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, this got thrown. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. So that's the fake Kyle Shanahan. He still goes to games out in Levi Stadium, and it's actually a funny story real quick. Last year, I was in Vegas for the Raiders and 49er game, and I was talking to a guy, and he was like, yeah, I was out partying with Kyle Shanahan last night at Dre's After Hours. And I was like, what are you talking about? They're not even staying in Vegas. Turns out it was the fake Kyle Shanahan.
Well, you
not
got
the
a
real
fake
one.
Klay Thompson. You got a fake Kyle Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
They're out there. Is there a fake Brian Murphy I want to know about?
Sure. Why not? Yes. That person's getting, here it is. Person getting no love and getting knocked by everybody.
He's got the coded play sheet, too, and everything.
That's
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan.
That's not bad. He's getting a lot of attention, too.
So
He's
that's to your point about Niner fans doing it better.
Well,
no, they will show up, man.
And also, last year, it wasn't just the fake Kyle Shanahan running up the steps, but remember when 49er fans put a Brock Purdy jersey on the Rocky statue?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
623 lashing out says, and number one, blank Sirianni for his name starting with the same letters as Siri causing these problems.
That's what I'm saying. I appreciate that kind of hostility. That's what I'm looking for.
And he says, and get that Italian flag off your damn visor.
Yeah, that's for us. That's not for him.
All right, well, here it is.
Yeah.
By the way, Sirianni, guys, somebody that I believe Kate Scott supports, and she will join us tomorrow morning at 9:30, I believe.
Well, she's under that whole Philly spell now. I did some time with Kate Scott last night. She was calling the Lakers 76er game, had that one on NBA TV before Monday Night Football. She sounds amazing. Kate Scott, we're so proud of her. She deserves everything she's getting. But yeah, she's under like the Philly spell now. She's going to pass that kind of propaganda.
Would you call what happened to her Stockholm Syndrome?
A little bit.
I think so.
Yeah, a little bit.
Stockholm
I got no problem with her doing her Sixer thing. That's fine. But when you're getting into Sirianni territory, I can't have that. We're going to have to try to brainwash her back tomorrow.
By the way, GSU for life on the YouTube chat room says, if that guy dressed like Kyle, did he coach conservatively, predictably, and not throw the challenge flag?
Oh, damn, already with the shots now.
All right, guys. Nick Sirianni on the WIP Morning Show.
Tough crowd out there.
WIP Morning Show. Here it is, by the way.
Recorded when? Today or yesterday?
Triple
Today?
What do we got?
This is earlier
here?
today, it sounds
Not
like.
Triple E, he's not here.
Yeah,
OG, what's the story?
This is fresh sound from this morning from his radio
All right,
hit.
bring it on.
By the way, the current spread's back up to 3. Niners are back up to 3.
This thing is fluctuating like the...
So here he is on being an underdog.
Here we go.
Are you aware of the fact that your team is an underdog, officially an underdog on Sunday? Do you know that?
You know what? I did. Bob let me know that, and good. We like being the underdog. I think the first thing I ever knew about this city when I was a little kid was Rocky. That's all. He's always the underdog. We like being the underdog. No one thought much of us going into last season, and we played the underdog role well, and here we are, and good. We'd like to be the underdog again.
Murph, you know what this is? This is called pandering to an audience. That's right. No, first thing I knew about Philly was probably Rocky Balboa, right? You guys like that? Pandering to his audience.
By the way, it got to a part where Rocky was the favorite. By the time we got to 3, when he was getting fat,
he
and
was
happy,
expected to win those fights.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude, you can't be the underdog when you're 10-1. I know the point spread says that you're an underdog, but this annoys me so much. Even last year in the Super Bowl, both the Eagles and the Chiefs were both calling themselves the underdog. You were the 2 best teams in the NFL.
I know, man, it's so good.
Yeah, no one's giving us a chance.
Yeah, no, everybody counted us out. Yeah.
By the way, for those inside 49ers knowledge, when he said Bob, he's talking about our old buddy, the legendary Niner media guy, Bob Lang. Who was a Philly born and raised guy. He went home. He deserved to go home. That's his home.
I used to talk Jersey Shore with Bob Lang.
He's a great dude.
He is a great guy.
He put his best effort in through some bad years on the Niners, man. He had some tough years, but it's good to hear Bob getting a name check.
Now that we're getting it, because I think about Bob Lang, and I'm thinking about the Jersey Shore, because, Bob Lang was a big Springsteen guy.
Bruce.
Yeah.
Bruce.
Now, Marcus, there's more like South Jersey, Philly politics. I don't know if you're aware of this, but a lot of these guys in Philly, they try to claim Bruce Springsteen as like their own. They're like, no, he's with us now. It's like, bro, he's a Jersey guy. He's from the Asbury Park area. He's from the Shore. But Philly likes to claim Springsteen as their own. It's like, that's how delusional these guys are.
Well,
he's born in the Garden.
Bruce plays to that, though.
He loves playing in Philly. Yeah, it's a great rock and roll audience.
And your boys love
I've
the
gone to
Philly.
see him in Philly. Look, what do you want from me? I'm going to watch the show. I'm not wearing an Eagles hat.
Didn't they hang a tie-dye?
Yeah, they sure did.
Yeah.
54 shows, I think, at the Spectrum. The Grateful Dead played, so they raised up a banner. They had their own banner up there.
I got Philly roots. My great-grandparents went from County Cork to Philadelphia.
You know what it is?
The Murphys went straight to Philly.
So
my grandpa, who I had a great relationship with and knew all my life,
a lot of Irishmen.
was born and raised in Philly.
No, a lot of Irishmen down there.
And he was born in South Philly, which is near the stadium.
Well, Philly is the town. You want those people on your side. Like if you're in a scrap or something, those are like the best kind of guys to have backing you up. But you hate to go head to head with them because nobody runs their mouth like Philly fans. We know that.
Mike in Brentwood has a story from Philly. Is that right? Mike, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, Murph. What's up, Paulie? Marcus, you guys doing a great job.
Thanks, Mike. What's happening?
Yeah, so I did go to last year's NFC title game, and I was sitting in a section. I was the only red jersey in 1,000 green jerseys.
Yeah.
So that was a little intimidating, but they're kind of a snooty group. But my story was I got there Thursday, and then Friday morning I get this beep on my phone. Some 49er fans climbed up on the Rocky statue because, there's 100 people when you get there in the morning in line to take a picture with it.
Right.
Somebody climbed up and put a 49er jersey on Rocky, and it was like a terrorist attack happened in Philly. When I got down there Friday morning, there were like 5 television trucks. There were police officers with the sirens on.
Yeah.
They were taking witnesses' names. They lost their mind.
Yeah.
They lost
Mike, man.
their mind.
Great details.
And I went down there with my jersey on, and I got questioned. The guy goes, hey, it wasn't you. Had nothing to do with this. I said, man, I'm 62 years old. I ain't climbing up that damn thing.
Man, no.
Mike, that's a great story, man. I love the cops and the yellow tape around the statue.
Yeah. Same level.
Hey, all Friday I was watching the news on my phone from Philly, and every news station in Philadelphia was running the story about, well, we're going to find out who got to the bottom of this. Somebody climbed up there and put it. I don't know whose jersey it was. I can't remember. I don't know if it was
Brock. We think it was Brock Purdy because they were calling it Brocky. Yeah, they're calling it Brocky.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because when I got there, I thought there was like a terrorist attack going on. There were people and all this. There was cops.
Well, thank
all
goodness
over
there wasn't a terrorist attack. It was much better than that. Mike, great story. Don't be a stranger,
Thanks for
man.
the call, Mike.
Are you going this Sunday, by the way, Mike? Are you going?
Man, I am. I did it last year, and I took at the last minute, I took 2 planes and a train to get there. It took like 36 hours. So
you can go direct into Philly, I think.
And then another 36 hours back. I kind of slept for a week after that one.
Okay,
but,
well, you've earned it, man.
I think I'm going to do I think I'm going to go. If it is in Philly, I am going to do the title game.
All right, you're the man. Hey,
Nice.
Mike, call back when you do. All right, buddy. Thanks, man.
I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, that's
Thanks.
Mike.
I like that kind of passion from Mike.
That's a quality storyteller.
Yeah.
Not everybody's a good storyteller. He was a good storyteller.
They had
man.
witnesses. They had news crews.
Police cars with sirens flashing.
They had the jaws of life out there.
Here's Nick Serrianni in the WIP Morning Show about, I won't hold anything back for the playoffs.
Oh.
Nick, how much, if at all, do you have to hold back play calling wise offensively on Sunday, knowing that you could very possibly play San Francisco again in the NFC Championship game?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, but I do think not at all. Like, our job is to win this game, and then we have time to, think about how we can mesh those if it does come to a point where we play them again. Because that's an if. We don't know how that's going to play out, and so we got to win this game, and that's going to be our mindset each and every week. And and after that, then we can think about, like we do after every game, hey, what will we do next time? What can we do better next time? Like, we'll go through this as a coaching staff. How can we mesh plays from this week to the next time we play them, right? What did they do differently that we weren't anticipating coming in? And so, we feel good with our process there and we won't hold anything back because, the biggest game on our schedule is our next game. This is our next game. This is against a big-time opponent. Got a lot of respect for this opponent, and we're going to have to do everything we got to do to win this game this week.
Woo! Long cut. Was he hearing his voice piss you off?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I imagine his face, and I don't like it.
In the visor with the pencil
he's
and
always
everything.
looking, like you hear him like
Don't
when he's...
forget, Kate Scott on her Threads feed, by the way, is Threads.
Shout out Threads.
There's a
Don't
shot
expect me to
where
go to
there's
Threads.
like
I'm still getting used to the other one.
There's an overhead camera swooping down the sideline, and Sirianni's looking at it and
No, I've seen it. He's a douche.
Yeah,
He's a total douche. That exact shot you're talking about is one of his primary number one douchebag moments, douchebag Hall of Fame moments, if I may. He'll have his own bust.
Remember, Kate told us we would love him.
I know. I heard her.
Yeah.
And I love Kate, but I'm not buying that line right
She's
there.
She's joining us tomorrow. Speaking of guests, Nick Bosa today at 9:30 here. So here's Kate. Let's see. Let me find this for you, but I'll show it to you. Anyway, the point is that Serrianni did his. There it is right here, buddy. Here it is.
I remember it, dude. I remember it.
Take a look at it.
He's a complete tool.
Soak it in, buddy.
He thinks that's...
Soak it in.
See, Marcus, to me, I've soaked
Soak it in. There
I've
it is,
soaked
Marcus.
it. You got to stop
You're
showing it
doing
to me.
it. You're doing
It's
it
getting me
there.
upset.
There it is.
I don't think an NFL coach really needs to behave like that. Like, there's coaching, and then there's, like, putting on some kind of show. This guy's, I think, more involved in the latter. He's just putting on a show out there, yelling at fans, yelling at players. Cut the S.
T-Money is in Tucson. We don't get many calls from Tucson.
Great name, that his name is T-Money.
That's Steve Kerr, Tom Tolbert territory. T-Money, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Yes, it is. Bear down, gentlemen. Hey,
okay.
One of the yokels from Philly was covering overnight, Sunday night, the guy from WIN. And I was assuming he was talking about you guys because he said, some local San Francisco guys were Philly and complaining about the fans, and I wouldn't wear my gear if I was, I was like, man, that's something working Mac. So I called him up to put that fool in his place. What I hate about Philly fans is they're brinksmen. They think they know where the line is. They're the closest to the line. They're battery chuckers. They're big and bad. And I told them, hey, you guys are going to lose on Sunday. You're going to lose again. And then you got to come out to the West Coast. You come to the West and play that junk, you see what happens. And he's like, well, you guys are dangerous and blah, blah. Yeah, come on, man. These guys are a bunch of chums. Trick Serrianni is a joke. And he's right up there with Deion Sanders as far as coaching prowess, man. I hope the Niners put these dudes in the ground and then do it again in January.
Okay.
You're the man, T-Money.
Okay,
Thanks for the call,
T-Money.
man. That was a Philly-level call,
I like
too.
how he goes, put him in the ground.
And by the way, I like how Deion caught a stray there, too.
Yeah, he did.
After finishing 4-8 in Colorado.
my theme music.
Sounding better in September than it did in late November. Billy in Milpitas is checking in on Philly fans. Billy in Milpitas. Good morning, Billy.
Hey, Billy.
Good morning. It's actually Martinez.
After
Martinez. Respect to Martinez.
Martinez.
That's on the kid. We'll call him out on that.
Oh, geez.
He doesn't know the difference between Milpitas and Martinez.
It's all Greg's fault. That's the bottom line.
All right. There you go. All right.
At any rate, after last year's championship game, I started thinking about Philly fans. And I figured out why they're so obnoxious and mean. It's because the greatest athlete they've ever had come out of Philly is a fictional character named Rocky. Otherwise, we got nobody.
The best athlete ever is a fictional boxer named Rocky. What about, the aforementioned Steve Carlton? Billy, thanks for the call, man.
What about
Enjoy
Dave Schultz and the Broad Street Bullies?
Best Philly,
Bobby
Dr.
Clark.
Julius Irving?
Now you're talking the good doctor.
Trey?
The good doctor
All
coming
right,
in.
Billy, I hear you. Dante is in Santa Clara. He's talking Niners, Eagles.
I hope it's Dante Whitner.
Dante, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Thanks. How are you guys?
Good, man.
I'm excited.
Good. I was wondering, did you guys happen to see on Sunday when the Eagles played the Bills, did you see when they ran the tush push that somebody blew off the line for encroachment?
No, I
actually did not catch that.
play.
Say it again. What happened?
So one of the Bills' defensive tackles blew off the line. Looked like he was trying to jump the snap, and he got a flag for encroachment. But then it made me wonder, what if the first couple times the Eagles came out and the Niners just did that intentionally, kind of to set the tone? What would you guys think of that?
Well, you're giving up the first down automatically?
You're giving them a new set of downs.
Well, there's already a 93% chance that they get it anyways, right?
No, I'm not giving them the 5. No, why would you do that?
Well, I think the argument is that they're already on the 1 yard line, so it only move them up to the half-yard line.
And so
I was saying if they're on their side of the field, because they still run that play even if they're on their own side of the field.
So you just want to give them you don't think you think it's unstoppable?
Seems to be.
I think the first couple of times it's worth setting the tone if you just jump off sides and blow up their whole line.
I'm going to say no. Because I don't want to give them the automatic first. Who knows? They might botch the snap.
I can appreciate where Dante's head is at.
You might knock it out of Jalen Hurts' hands. So,
and thanks for the call, Dante.
Anyway, Dante, thanks for the call. By the way, speaking of, I look at Dante in Santa Clara, and thanks for the call. Dan Pastorini, official name is Dante, and he was a Santa Clara Bronco quarterback.
Shout out Dan Pastorini, man. He had some big games down there.
I'm glad you remembered him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, quick, we have not gotten into the tush push at all yet, these first 2 shows we've done this week. I expect to see it at some point. There will be a third and short situation, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Now, I know the Niners have tried to cook something up to kind of combat that. I think we got a sneak preview. I forget, was it a Minnesota game when it was Fred Warner kind of coming over the top of the pile? It didn't look very effective. I don't know if that's going to stop it, Marcus, but
I mean, we've seen other teams try to do what Fred Warner did earlier this season by jumping over the pile, and a lot of the times those linebackers go crowd surfing, Paulie.
Yeah, they just get moved.
They just get caught up in the pile.
Sure, yeah.
This thing's going to just be right in our face on Sunday.
But it hasn't been nobody's been able to stop it.
No, it's unstoppable.
There has not been a method to actually shut the door on that thing.
Hey, let's go to Brent Jones here as we're wrapping up here. Let's go down to cut Jay. He thinks the Niners are better than the Eagles. And he did this on Tolbert and Copes yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
The Eagles last year were playing in lockstep. They really were across all 22. I think the 49ers the last 3 weeks have been playing just like that. Now, come playoff time, you don't know for sure that's going to be the case. But all things considered, I feel like this is the time for the 49ers to make their move, get into the home field discussion, take out the Eagles, maybe have somebody else, down the stretch. But for some reason, I feel like the NFC Championship game is going to be these 2 teams in Santa Clara.
Woo! So that would require the Niners winning this game and then the Eagles losing another game and the Niners winning out. That includes Christmas night against the Ravens. That includes the Seahawks next week at Levi's. I mean, winning out.
Even if the Niners,
14-3?
even if the Niners, well, that could happen. I mean, that's not out of the realm.
Because the Eagles' schedule after this game and the Cowboy game is pretty darn easy. They got the Seahawks and then they got the Giants.
So let's assume. So let's go down that route. Let's just say the Niners do win this game on Sunday, but the Philadelphia Eagles don't lose again after that game. That would still give them Philly the nod for home field. I mean, could the Niners go into Philly and win twice in a 2.5 month span or whatever it would
ask,
be?
But
it is.
The answer is yes,
ask.
they could.
Yeah.
Also, I want to throw out the scenario that somebody knocks out the Eagles have been playing with fire all season. So either the Cowboys or the Lions or something like that.
I like it.
Likely the Cowboys could knock them out in the semifinal.
I like where your head's at right there.
All right, well, there's big hit. We'll continue to do it all week. It's very exciting. Maybe, who knows, maybe the Warriors sneak in tomorrow if something exciting happens.
A lot of people are asking us about the Italian flag patch on Sirianni's hat. I've seen
we
it.
should probably... Should probably lock arms with a Paisan, shouldn't
It's
we?
hard to with him, though.
Whoa, you talking Italian?
I'm not sharing my polenta with Nick Serrianni. I'll tell you that much.
415 says Paulie's virulent, obsessive hatred of Serrianni is easily the highlight of my mornings over the past
I'm
couple.
glad someone appreciates it, but my blood is like in a boil over here, man. It's not good for my blood pressure, but it's legit. I'm not acting. I don't like looking at that dude.
We got Creative Tony checking in as Sideline Steve.
What's he got for
He
us?
says, to Dante's point, Dante was the guy who called in and said, take the encroachment.
Tony's very upset about the tush push. He talks
Niners
about
line need to go low, dive under, and take out the knees while Warner and Greenlaw go high. If Kelsey or another O-lineman gets taken out, this BS, formerly illegal play, is over. So that's Tony. He's lashing out on the tush push.
Yeah, there are some
brotherly shove.
Yeah.
So,
I get the strategy, but it's hard to get underneath Jason Kelsey when he's the one
You're not getting lower
he's
than him.
snapping the ball
You're
and
not
going
getting lower
straight
than
down.
Kelsey. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I don't know how he's surviving all these, by the way. He's got like a ton of weight on
He's
his
a
back.
tough SOB, yeah.
He is.
By the way, 510's take on the Italian flag on Sirianni's visor, Sopranos wannabe hack.
That's what I'm saying. He's a Paulie Walnuts wannabe.
By the way, did you guys
That's
see?
what I mean.
We were talking about it in the bullpen yesterday. Did you guys see the intro video this weekend between Patriots and Giants, and they showed Tommy DeVito's family out in the parking lot smoking cigars, like looking straight out of The Sopranos?
Really?
Yeah.
And
it
did
was
you
great.
guys, did you see Paulie that he's doing? Now they never score a touchdown, but they're making a big deal about his touchdown celebration. It's that. The funny thing is, they don't score touchdowns, so he doesn't get to do it.
But when he does, they're now calling him the passing Paisan, Paulie. Man.
Okay, well, listen, I like that handle.
Tony,
and he's not a threat to anybody.
Tommy DeVito
let him
greater
do-
than Nick Serrianni.
100%.
All right.
100%.
All right. There you go. There's your big hit. The cooler of
All right,
content is next. Nick Bosa.
Let's go.
49er Player of the Week at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The NFC Championship game is going to be these two teams in Santa Clara.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brent Jones stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down this weekend's matchup between the 49ers and the Eagles and to explain why he thinks the NFC Championship game will be played in Santa Clara this season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, two things. One, Nick Bosa joins us at 9:30, our 49er Player of the Week, so you don't want to miss that. Two is today's Giving Tuesday.
Yeah.
And it's a chance to reach out and make the world a better place. Paulie, reach out and touch somebody's hand. Make this world a better place if you can.
Look at you now.
That'll be Diana Ross, covered by Eddie Murphy as Gumby. Meech out in Dutch, buddies, and make this world a better place if
The
you
more
can.
Gumby, the better.
No, I'm sorry, it's buckwheat. Buckwheat, my bad.
Okay, buckwheat, same genius, yeah.
How would you think of Eddie Murphy's buckwheat?
Loved it.
Okay.
Mr. Wheat's been shot. There was an assassination, if you remember that. Mr. Wheat.
Yes, so Oh, wait, was it Gumby or buckwheat who was shot? That was very
buckwheat.
odd.
It was because it was right after Reagan. There was like an assassination attempt on Reagan, so then they did like their spin on that, and it was buckwheat getting into a limo, and they're like, Mr. Wheat, and then bang. And then the rest of the show, they were like, giving updates on buckwheat.
What a story.
Yeah.
What a story.
Mr.
Giving Tuesday involves two things. One, the 49ers holiday auction. We'll talk to Al Guido about this. We want to thank Annie for bringing donuts. Are you kidding? Donuts it's like somebody wrote in and said, all problems in the world start with Nick Serrianni's face. That's what somebody wrote in on the text line.
I actually agree with that.
On the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
Yeah.
I would conversely say that all problems in the world could be solved by Bob's Donuts.
Well, I have a chocolate right to my left right here. I got a Bob's chocolate.
So thank you, Annie. And starting right now at 8 a.m., we have the 49ers holiday auction benefiting the 49ers Foundation, presented by PepsiCo. 49ers.com/give. Game day suite experiences, John Lynch meet and greet, top golf experience with a mystery Niner player, press level tour at Levi's, and a meet and greet with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan.
Now you're talking.
Trent Williams autographed game used cleats, game used footballs, team issues jerseys. Guys, I got news for you. Christmas is coming up. So
yeah, Murph, look where your head's at.
This is a no-brainer, and we are trying to get up to 130,000. We need you guys.
Well, Murph is doing a lot of giving on this Tuesday. We're doing giving of our own on the Murph and Mac Show to the tune of 2 more Rolling Stones tickets. We'll be doing this every morning this week between 7 and 10 a.m. We got tickets for the final night of the upcoming Stones tour. It'll be July 17th at Levi's. Thank you, AEG and Golden Voice, for helping us out with this. Now, Marcus, I've empowered Marcus. He plays this thing whenever he wants to. So you got to be listening between 7 and 10 whenever Marcus, which he has not done yet today, when he plays the Rolling Stones, be caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR. You get the pair of tickets. So Murph's doing his thing. We're doing our thing collectively, Murph and Mac, and we say good luck to you.
And on a personal note, I want to pump Giving Tuesday for my junior Giants and the Giants Community Fund.
Yeah.
GiantsCommunityFund.org. We have a generous donor, the JEM Project, that doubles donations throughout the rest of the year. So thank you in advance. All right. So you know about Pardon My Take. That's not really a Paulie Mac thing. It was a Pecan thing, I remember back in the day.
Yeah, a little Pardon My Take.
You know, it's Big Cat and Pro Football Commenter, right?
Yeah, PFT Commenter, who was on College Game Day a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that was surprising to me, actually. I'm surprised they had Bruce Bochi. First of all, I didn't know they acknowledged baseball. Second of all, I didn't know Bochi knew the show. Third of all, I didn't know they had a bond with Bochi. And fourth of all, he did it. So we have the sound. So there's Bochi on PMT talking about, of course, his head.
Oh. You also are known for having maybe the biggest head in baseball.
During the postseason, when you win, when you clinch each round, they break out the hats for you. And none of them fit. It looked like a beanie on my head when I go back and look at it. Well, that's the dumbest look. I look like Gomer Pyle running around there with this big head. So that's kind of, my claim to fame, this big head. And back when I played, that was really abnormal. So they had a special order, my helmets and hats. And sometimes I'd take a while and, I wasn't a good player. So I got moved around a lot, played 5 years of winter ball. Well, that helmet had to go with me.
Dude.
I'm starting to feel like maybe this has gone far enough. I feel like, is it time to be a little more respectful of the king?
Well, I'm just going to say
we've talked about his head enough.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's we get it already.
That said, how about the way he handled it?
Oh, no. There's nobody better at rolling with it than Bruce Bochy.
What do you give me for Bruce Bochy?
He's the punchline, and he's playing right along.
What do you give me for Bruce Bochy and Nick Sirianni?
0.
Exactly.
Yeah, 0.
Exactly.
Because Nick Sirianni takes himself so seriously.
Yes, exactly.
Bruce Bochy got the hardware, and he doesn't.
Dude, Bruce Bochy has won 4 World Series rings, and he's out here, yeah, my claim to fame is my big head.
That's kind of, my claim to fame.
He's got to Big Cat and PFT, these guys don't know baseball from anything. And so here they are. So they
got to go to the lowest.
He rolls with it.
Well, that's right. My head's big. How about when Shannon Kaler, God bless Shannon Kaler, just brought his first daughter into the world. Shout out baby Clementine. Yeah. He used to write the liners for Bruce Bochy on KNBR, on FanFest.
Yeah.
And he would do all the liners at FanFest. And one year he actually had Bochy saying, "Hey, this is Bruce Bochy. My head is large." Or he goes, "My dome is large." Shannon Kaler had him reciting riffs on him. You could probably still find that in the system.
I mean,
I was like, should we even be doing this?
Makes me want to lash out right now at Kaler.
Yeah,
but he's a new dad. He's on one of those.
Lash out anyway.
He's on one of those paternity leaves that's going to last about 3 years.
By the way, that was a phrase that did not exist when Murph and I were having kids back in the day.
The government paid for it.
I'll see you guys in about 7 weeks. Like, really?
What did you do? You did freaking nothing.
My program director was like, "How long are you going to be out? Because I need you back on the air."
I've done it twice, and dads deserve basic. I'm going to get into a lot of trouble.
Only thing we do is make the food. That's it.
You guys deserve nothing.
Nah.
Get your A to work, provide for the family.
That's right.
And let mom take the break.
Kaler's home just getting in the way.
Mom gets the break, and she takes your break, too. You give your 7 weeks to mom. Then you get your A back to work.
Kaler's over there making demands. This laundry's not going to wash itself, man. I'm kidding. He's a nice kid. He's not doing
Meanwhile,
that.
they go on to ask some more questions of Bochi. They're like asking him silly questions. Do you get kicked out just so you can hang out in your office?
Has there been times when you're like, I have to get kicked out to fire up my team? Or maybe even a time where you're like, I kind of want to sit in my office, air conditioning, watch the rest of the game in here?
You're right on both. There's times, you got to go out there, I think, when things are getting stagnant and, they need, to know that, you're passionate about the game. But there's some games there where, as you mentioned earlier, they get a little long. And so you're looking for that window where you can go out there and just give them the business and go to the office and watch the rest of it.
All right, man. It's good stuff. And 415 says, hey, if you listen to the whole interview, they did a whole section on him as the greatest manager.
No, I know. We're just having fun. We love
having
Boch.
fun. Exactly.
Love
for
Boch.
sure, too.
By the way, Murph, you think we see Boch again on a big league in a dugout next year?
Whew. I guess.
We asked him that question when we had him on, but he hadn't really made his mind up.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Hey, next one. Did you guys see what happened to the Senators, Ottawa Senators, and the Florida Panthers? Dude, melee in the NHL last night. Paul, you got to look at this, right?
I saw it. It's old school. Yeah.
To the point where, here, let me give you, I have the stats on how many penalty minutes and how many ejections. By the way, two brothers, the Tkachuk brothers, I guess, is that how you pronounce it?
Boy, the Tkachuks have been around. There was a Walter Tkachuk playing for the Rangers when I first got into hockey.
Is that their old man?
I would think so. Or might even be their grandfather.
These guys were on opposite teams talking S to each other in the fight.
Yeah.
One of them from the penalty box
like
yelling
Marcus
at the other guy. The other
brother.
guy had blood coming down his head, yelling back at his brother.
Yeah.
I love that. That's awesome.
Can you believe? Because they're on opposite teams. So listen to this. The stat that happened. This is the Ottawa Senators and the Florida Panthers.
Okay.
All hell breaking loose. 150 penalty minutes, 13 ejections in the final period alone. All right.
How many penalty minutes?
150 penalty minutes.
Wow.
At one point, all 10 skaters on the ice got a misconduct on the same shift.
Nice.
Here it is from the hockey game last night.
You're going to get Ottawa penalty number 7 has 2 minutes for goaltender interference, 2 minutes for roughing. Florida, number 12, has 2 minutes for roughing, and then every player on the ice has a 10-minute misconduct. Florida will have a 2-minute power play.
That's crazy, dude. I was just sweeping the whole area. You're all getting misconducts.
Matthew and Brady Tkachuk with their family in tow were in the Senate at all.
That's funny.
So it started when Matthew delivered a hit on Travis Hamonic.
Yeah.
Mayhem ensued. Even Sens goaltender Jonas Korpisalo got in Matthew's face. Brady started swinging at every Panther that wasn't his older brother. And then Brady, in exchange, got in some words with his older brother.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Every player on the ice has a 10-minute misconduct.
I mean,
you should save that cut right there. Yeah. Every player out here, all of y'all.
The Hockey News tweeted out, when was the last time all 10 skaters on the ice got a penalty on the same shift?
Kidding aside, probably a couple decades. They haven't. You can't do that in hockey anymore. Guys don't leave the bench like that. But no,
I mean, Slapshot does descend into an all-out, everybody's fighting,
There
right?
used to be bench-clearing brawls. There would be a fight on the ice, and then both benches would just come over the boards, and there'd be fights all over. And then the NHL kind of cracked down on that very severely. So if you come off the bench now, you're out. They'll suspend your ass.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Hey, jump down to 1124B, Tony Romo, because we didn't discuss this from Thanksgiving.
Oh, it's the fact that he upset everybody so much?
No.
Tony Romo? Yeah, because some of his comments.
No. The Dolly Parton?
That's kind of part of it, yeah.
What'd you think of Dolly Parton in the Dallas Cowboy cheerleader outfit?
Knowing Dolly Parton a little bit, like I do. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I know her a little bit. I wasn't shocked. She does stuff like that. She'll adopt a costume, and she's a performer.
71, though.
I know.
Or 77.
Yeah.
77?
Yeah.
In the cowboy cheerleader outfit.
I know, you don't want to say the wrong thing because people do get upset. I know, yeah.
People thought Romo got a little bothered by it. Check it out.
I know.
She's wearing the Cowboys cheerleading outfit.
Yeah.
You saw that coming, didn't you? You said, I think she's going to go with a little cheerleading outfit tonight. And I was like, wow, it's pretty good.
What do you think we're going to see?
I mean, she looks amazing, right?
You never know what's going to happen here.
Who doesn't like Dolly Parton?
No, she's absolutely an American treasure. That's for sure.
Dude, Nance tries to go. He goes, so what's going to happen in the second half? And Romo keeps going.
Romo kept going. He was getting loose all weekend. He said some other stuff. Well, listen, you can find it out there for yourself, but I know some people were upset by some of the Dolly Parton comments that he made. But you can't, huh?
What did they think it was? I mean,
that it was just inappropriate. She's like too old, and he shouldn't be talking about her.
He's kind of complimenting her, isn't he?
I'm not getting involved. I'm just telling you what they're saying out there. I like Dolly Parton.
408 says, by the way, Keith Kachuk is their dad, and that whole family plays hard as S.
Yeah, don't mess with the Kachucks. You really don't.
All right, guys. Well, anyway, there's your cooler.
All right, man.
Of content. That was fun. Okay. We have Nick Bosa at 9:30, our 49er Player of the Week. Mark Spears at around 9. So get to him a little early so we can have a good conversation with him.
Excellent.
Around 9:13. Al Guido's going to pop in at some point talking Niners, Eagles, and we're having fun on a Tuesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
Every player on the ice has a 10-minute misconduct.
All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union. Let's do Provident Credit Union, and we're talking about a money-saving tip. It's going to help you take control of your finances and make some dough, too. You ready to make an investment on your own terms? Yeah, it's the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union. That's you get to pick a term. Whether you need 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, you enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me correctly, 4.75%. So it's the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union, the ultimate solution to help grow your savings just the way you want. So if you're budgeting for short-term goals or long-term plans, you're in control. Grow your investment your way. Don't hesitate. Offers limited time. Visit providentcu.org today. Learn more. Start your application. Rate is effective October 1st, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional info, please visit providentcu.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't live my life with regrets. Like I said before, I'll come to a teammate's defense anytime that there's I'm in a position to come to a teammate's defense. That's what a team is. You stick together through the good and the bad. And I take that to heart. I take pride in being a good teammate. That's when I step in here every single day, that's number one on my list, to be a good teammate, number one. I think that takes care of a lot of things. So I take pride in that.
All right. Well, I mean, that's Draymond Green's Sunday night or Sunday afternoon, and we didn't get a chance really to talk about it on Monday because we were so heavily Niners-Eagles, and we continue to be heavily Niners-Eagles, but there is this going on, and Tim Kawakami made some news yesterday with Klay Thompson. He joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. The Warriors' NBA Cup quest continues tonight in Sacramento, and Paulie, as you know, to win the NBA Cup, you must be tough.
Rats on the west side, bed bugs uptown, man. I'm all about shattered. Shadoo be shattered.
So we'll tell you guys in a minute if you figured this out. But all I know is I'm enjoying the rejoin.
By the way, if you win these tickets to the Stone Show, maybe you could offer to take Draymond Green to the show as your plus one. You'll have a pair after all.
Well, he is a street fighting man, Paulie.
No question about it.
There you go.
Yeah.
So Draymond Green, I was sort of more neutral. I know I'm supposed to have a hot radio take.
No, go ahead.
Come up strong and create reaction. And that's what you do, man. Create reaction. Try. Usually reaction is like the reaction I get from the guy who said, "Hey, Murph, good luck with your beard, but on the radio, you still sound clean shaven."
By the way, Murph is starting to look super cool, in my opinion. Marcus, how do you grade this thing so far?
Oh, I'm
this
scared
is exactly
of Murph
what
now.
I was hoping for. What?
Murph all of a sudden turned into a tough guy.
No,
I think he's going to take my lunch money.
Marcus, am I like a Kachuk now? Is that right?
Murph gets a game misconduct.
It's the Kachuk and Mac show now.
Yeah, no question. Hey, listen, I like Murph's beard. I think it came in it's about as good as you could have hoped for.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you, buddy.
Because you don't know how guys' beards are going to come in.
Yeah.
Like it's light here, it's patchy.
Yours is nice too, buddy.
Nah, it's all right.
Yeah.
Yours is nice and full and fat, though.
Anyway, the point of the story is that Draymond on Sunday, he said two things. That's why I'm neutral, because it depends on what you wanted to hear. The first thing he said that was more sort of welcoming was, I got to be out on the court for my team. I got to be there. I'm like, yeah, you're right. You got to be there, man. But then at the same time, he said, but I also got to defend my guys. I don't want to say he said, did he say the exact quote about I don't regret? Did he say that? Here it is.
I don't live my life with regrets.
There it is, yeah. Well, as Frank Sinatra once said, regrets, I've had a few, then again, too
we
few
all
to
do.
mention.
I got a million. I got so many regrets I don't even have enough time to list them all on the air. But I will say this, that doesn't surprise me at all that Draymond Green said that. That's who he's always been.
So the only thing that's going to settle this is how he behaves going forward.
Well, at some point, really,
I can't see him coming out tonight and start clapping in a ref's face and and doing this. Marcus is egging on the crowd.
I actually could see that.
Well, and then it's you don't want to strip him of who he is. But two things can be equally true. You can be an intense, motivated player without stepping over the line.
Now, obviously, tonight, of all nights, he's going to be in a hotbed like this crowd. There's probably not a crowd in the NBA right now that where Draymond is under their skin as much as this crowd. Don't forget about the stomp in the postseason. There was a lot of bad blood. So I think they're going to try to kind of entice Draymond into some bad moments tonight.
Scott Osler said, you've got a bad rap when all of your incidents have a name. You just said the stomp.
Well, the stomp.
The choke.
You got the choke.
The punch.
The double nut kick.
The groin kick.
Yeah, double. Don't forget there was two of them.
I just said all four of those, and you knew exactly what I was talking about.
And then there was the other one that got him thrown out of the NBA Finals, the slap, the swipe, when he kind of swatted out at LeBron and got...
well, I considered that the kick. Didn't he kind of kick him in the nards?
So Draymond was on the ground. LeBron stepped over him, and then Draymond swung at him.
So anyway, the point is that he's he'll be back tonight, and they need him, but he can't.
The stomp, the kick, the choke.
In Sacramento. They've already gone to Sacramento and won this year now.
Yeah. Well, Steph always has to pull a magic trick up there.
Well, can Klay pull a magic trick? That's the other one we wanted to hit.
We started the show with that today. Yeah,
here's Klay Thompson yesterday, and clearly it's on his mind, almost to the point where Paulie Mac's soundbite, I'm not being defensive, you're being defensive, because Tim Kawakami asked him, hey, Steve Kerr's shown patience with you guys as starters, and Klay just jumps right into the end game here, yeah.
Kurt talks a lot about believing in his guys, especially the starting lineup, won championship not too long ago, having patience, letting guys kind of, find their game. How aware Are you of that kind of patience, and how much do you value it?
What do you want me to bench me?
No. It's like that's
bench Wiggs.
I don't think I said that.
Okay. I mean, you can suggest it. It's fine. But I mean, thanks, Steve. I guess. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you earn these things like patience and time to find yourself, and I think history is on our side when it comes to that stuff.
You say that. Have you heard people say that, or?
No, I don't care what people say. Like, they don't do what we do. They can't do what they do. That's why they talk. Why would I? Like, come on. I don't care what people say. At this point in my life. Next question.
Yeah, he was definitely wounded.
Do you care what people say,
I said wounded.
Do you care?
I mean, the short answer is
I care.
Short answer is yes, but I'll tell you this: the one thing I've learned over what is it now, 19 years here at the Leader, is that, man, the first few years you're like, oh man, and now eventually.
You just learn how to deflect those comments.
Past.
Somebody tells you suck, you hit them right back.
How about you go yourself?
Every now and then, 99 times out of 100, you scroll past. And the 100th time you're in a mood, you're like, hey, you know what?
You know what? Me and you now.
Jamie Foxx.
Now we got it. Yeah, exactly.
How about you go yourself?
Right. Sometimes it feels good to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Klay was wounded. He's down. His numbers are down.
And he's been trying to find it. Like it's been tough, man. He's had a tough little stretch here where he's not hitting the shots that he would normally hit. He's clanking a lot of them. And I think it would just take one good night. I mean, I think Klay is a good night away from getting back into a rhythm.
Do you think that Klay actually truly does care what people are saying? And that's why he's reacting?
Yeah, of course he does. No, of course, yeah.
By the way, 707 with 2 great texts in a row. He says, Murph needs a flannel 3/4 zip now. That's very funny. And the other thing, he says, you guys are giving here's the new incident name for Draymond, the bench. That's pretty good. The suspension. Pretty good. Wow. 650 says Klay absolutely cares.
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious.
And he's hurting, and he's.
I don't like to hear everybody picking on him like this. I mean, he's one of the best players of this entire run, and right now he's trying to find it. So I think it sounds a little rattled.
And I feel like a lot of it is him feeling people pile on after the playoffs last year, after his disappointing performance against the Lakers.
It was disappointing, let's be honest.
But again, we've seen this multiple times with Klay Thompson. His numbers haven't been this low, but he's a slow starter. And boys, can we at least make it to Christmas break before we start talking about benching Klay Thompson or trading Klay Thompson?
Yeah,
of course.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
623. I'm sorry, I get amused by people who comment on the beard because it's all new for me.
Yeah, let's talk beard.
And people are watching on YouTube. And he says, I didn't expect Murph's beard to come in as full.
Yeah, see?
It's very impressive and borderline intimidating.
That's what Marcus
said. And then
he
says, plus it hides the holiday LBs. There it is, right?
Hey, that's another benefit.
That's why I had to read that
But there is this new kind of threat that's developing, which is Murph the Intimidator.
It's hilarious.
Like Marcus said, he's going to take his lunch money. I'm afraid to even look over at Murph too long. I just try not to make eye contact right now.
Look at me.
I'll look away.
Look at me, buddy.
I know.
Yeah, fear the beard has a whole new meaning.
Completely.
Dude. All right, guys. Anyway, there's a little Warriors hit for you.
All right, man.
Is Guido calling in next? I think he is.
Like we got him right here, I think.
Guido talking Niners. And then Mark Spears gives us a De'Aaron Fox story and Kings preview. And then it's all building up to Nick Bosa at 9:30. Nick Bosa. He's got a beard, Nick Bosa.
He does. He looks good.
All right. And Salah's comes on and off in a day.
Depends on the wins and losses.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Next question.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, thanks, Marcus. Hey, it's Paulie Mack saying good morning on a nice-looking Tuesday here in San Francisco. we talked to Steve Moskowitz yesterday about like the holidays and about like doing holiday savings. So Steve, let's pick up on that thread again. You were talking yesterday about a great way to save time and hassle and energy during the holiday seasons. But I got to put a question to you today, which is, what do you tell all of our listeners during the holiday season, especially when they're trying to balance Christmas shopping and their normal bills with the fact that they don't have the money to pay the taxes that they would like to pay? What do you do then, Steve?
Don't worry. Just turn it over to us. Let us take care of you.
Okay.
We want you to have a nice holiday. We don't want some IRS agent ruining it. And over the years, we've seen a lot of times when they hit about December 23rd, I don't want your Christmas ruined. Just let us talk to them for you. We want to get you a sweet deal. There's so many good options. Instead of biting your fingernail to the elbow or spoiling the holiday, even thinking about it. This is what we do for a living. We have so much experience. We've done so many of these cases. We know what to do and how to do it. Just turn it over to us. And then my legal advice after that is enjoy the holiday.
Steve, you are the man, and I can tell you that that's probably the best advice Steve could hand out today, which is once you talk to Steve and let him go to work for you, you don't have anything else to be worried or concerned about. Let Steve do the heavy lifting. That's the idea. So have that initial conversation by calling 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and also visit Steve Moskowitz online at moskowitzllp.com.
Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
You know, as this season been going on, not much. Talk is cheap. You know, they get to come back in the link. There was a lot of boo-hoos last year, a lot of crying, a lot of what if, a lot of this, a lot of that. They get a chance to come back in here, line that up, and prove it again.
I got to thank Hassan Reddick for just a 5-star quote that's really already made.
A lot of boo-hoos.
Line that S up.
That's it, man.
That is really, really good.
Got to appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll talk to Nick Bosa about that coming in here as he joins us at 9:30.
Hey,
Hassan Reddick, by the way, he's from born in Camden, New Jersey. Isn't that right near Philly?
That is, yes, it is. It's near Philly, and that is a very tough town, Camden, New Jersey. You don't mess around in Camden.
He went to high school in Camden County, a place called Haddon Heights.
Oof, watch out, man.
But he walked on to the Temple football team.
That's badass.
And now here he is.
Yeah, he's a kid from Camden just walking on and knocking fools out.
He was a first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
In 2017. So, but he's with the Cardinals for 17, 18, 19, 20. Panthers 21 now the last 2 years.
He is like the perfect guy for Philly. Like, they must love him in Philly, being a local kid like that. And his climb, his unlikely climb and everything. Really good story.
Well, he said a lot of boo-hoos, and we wanted to get you guys back into that mindset of
the boo-hoos,
what the Niners did to cause all this. And this goes back to Radio Row last year, in which I actually thought the Niners did
sour grapes.
They said too much.
Yeah.
It did. Take your L, wear
You've
it.
said too much.
Go back, play possum. You know what I mean? I'm a big, play low, come in and sneak attack.
You told me the same thing very, very, I thought, acutely, like when I made this announcement. Hey, guys, like 2 weeks ago, I'm like, the Giants said they're not going to be outbid for any free agent out there. And you're like, yeah, that's like the worst thing you should be doing.
Yeah.
Like, go under the radar with that. So I'm like, you know what? That's actually a really good call in a business. That shows you I have no business acumen whatsoever. I'm like, yeah, we'll spend all the money. And Murph's like, no, don't do that. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just pointing out. It was
I'm with you 100%. And I know that this is not everybody's style. Some people want the swagger. They want to be Conor McGregor walking in with the shoulders.
Yeah, give me my theme music.
What is this, Marcus? What is this whole thing he does?
So that's the original Vince McMahon money walk.
Okay.
Can I see it, Marcus? Show it to me.
Is it McGregor? Wait, who invented it? McGregor?
No, Vince McMahon originally had the money strut, and then Conor McGregor took
was
over.
Vince McMahon
money strut.
I'm going to ask a really dumb question. Was McMahon a wrestler?
Oh, dude, McMahon had some legendary matches inside that squared circle.
He's a businessman in my eyes.
He's a businessman, but he would just straight up put himself into the matches. Like, he became part of the storyline.
And he came in with that.
Oh, with the $1 million strut.
So anyway, some people do that. I like I'm more of a Teddy Roosevelt guy. Speak softly and carry a big stick.
I feel you, man.
Like to walk in, lay low, boom, roadkill, and get out. Like, wham. Those guys just kicked our ass and didn't even say a word while doing it, man. That's pretty good. Anyway, that's my attitude. But the Niners went differently. So this is Radio Row last year. Debo Samuel was on a I Am Athlete podcast with Brandon Marshall, taking shots at James Bradbury, the Eagles' starting corner, who he's going to go against on Sunday. There's a lot of voices here, but just listen to Debo.
Okay, all right.
Here.
Let me ask you this question. So Brandon Ayuk come out and say he did. What he said that they was going to get exposed. The Eagles defense. What was he saying about that? Where's the holes? Yeah, right.
Where are the holes?
No.
There's holes.
No, what's the holes?
It was some wide open plays now.
The back end. You got the all pro and the all pro.
The D-line make both of them all pros. Besides Slay, I respect Slay.
What about Bradbury?
Trash.
Bradbury's trash? He the one that made all pro.
Did you see the play that Brandon had? The second play of the game, he got hurt. Purdy got hurt.
Time out.
The separation, it's just like.
It's football. You gonna make some plays? Man, you call him trash.
It's mayhem over there.
Well, that was LaShawn McCoy asking him, what do you think of their corners? And he goes, their D-line makes them all pros. We're wide open. We have play. And then he says that play. And again, Purdy acknowledged, too, that Ayuk was wide open on that play.
Yeah.
He said he did a second hitch.
I know.
He said the new Purdy would not have a second hitch.
Should we even be talking about, we had a wide open guy downfield who never even saw the ball, though. Like, we're talking about stuff that never happened. That's the problem.
Now you got, next up, who was it? Ayuk? Brandon Ayuk. He was asked who's going to win the Super Bowl, and
this is last year.
He winds up talking himself into knocking the Eagles yet again.
Okay, I got the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs. I don't know. I just think Philly definitely has.
Got Kelsey. Even
they got their hands full. They got their hands full. I don't know fully about that defense. I don't know. They talk about him being a good defense. I'm not too sure. I'm not sure. I think the pass game, this Kansas City pass game, will expose what we thought we were going to be able to expose before some unfortunate circumstances happen. So we'll see. But like I said, you got to get lucky to win the Super Bowl.
Okay, so, I mean, expose the defense.
Well, the beauty of this Sunday is
Bradbury's trash.
there'll be nothing left to say. That's the beauty of Sunday. You finally put all that talking on the back burner, and you start playing some football now.
It appears the Niners are taking that strategy now because yesterday there was media availability.
Okay.
Because they had Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They had Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. So
Do you think
usually
that came from Shanahan?
I don't know.
Like
Good
where
question.
you guys just be mindful this
we'll
week.
ask John Lynch on Friday for sure. We'll ask Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
In about 29 minutes.
Okay.
But yesterday, Eric Branch and the other writers asked him, hey, you called Bradbury trash. And Samuel said, quote, I don't have no feelings right now, just getting ready for the game, see how it goes. Then Brandon Ayuk, they said, hey, you said you were going to expose him. He said, that's old. So
you know what, Murph? I got to take this moment actually to do a little cross promotion because you mentioned Nick Bosa coming up on the show. We've finally been able to do this, and I'm happy to announce it. So if we're getting ready for the Eagles game here inside the Murph and Mac studios, and Creative Tony and I have joined forces with Jake Montero. Shout out Jake Montero, one of our guys here in the building. He's great. He's been helping out a lot with the Twitter page at Paulie's Pod. We are now officially posting the Murph and Mac 49er song tribute. So we just put the first one up. Thank you, Creative Tony.
Hey, now.
It is I Want to Brock. So go over to at Paulie's Pod, and he's got the links up. We're going to put a new one up every day this week, Murph, as we get closer to kick on Sunday. So you enjoy, turn it up, turn it loud, and sing along at home.
By the way, right as soon as you said that, some guy on the YouTube stream, John, says, big shout out for Jake Montero. So there you go.
No, Jake Montero's my guy.
I see it right now. It's Philly week. Time to drop some Niners tunes. Got to start with our ode to number 13. This logo of you flashing the deuces is incredible.
I don't know where they got that, and I have no idea. By the way, one more tribute for Jake Montero.
Jake's my boy.
And Jake Montero under a glass table.
Jake!
Yep.
That's the previous tweet was saying, on November 25th, on this day, I went to my first concert. My mind was blown. I'm still recovering. Hashtag Kiss Army.
Oh, that's me. That's my post. Yeah, you're over there on my page. That's awesome.
November 25th, 1979.
That was my first show. That was a Kiss concert.
By the way, Paulie Mac, I saw that ticket stub.
Yeah.
Props to you for paying $8.50 for a ticket to see
back
Kiss,
then. You
bro.
see Van
That's
Halen
actually a
on
lot in
YouTube.
79.
Unreal.
That's a lot in
850
79.
was? Yeah.
$10 that was pretty, I mean,
man. I would kill for those prices.
I know. What's going on out there today is just, it's gotten to the point of the absurd. After these next couple tours, I'm done. I've seen everybody there is to see.
What do you think? You think Mick and Keith are giving it away?
After I see Mick and Keith, then I'm done.
You know who they are giving it away to?
Who?
Can I get some applause?
Yeah.
Elaine Grissett from Oakland.
That's what I'm talking about.
Elaine Grissett from Oakland is the Stones winner.
Hey, Elaine, I'll see you down at the show, and you and I, we're going to hang out. We're going to be cool together.
Everybody big cool now. Come on.
Yep.
Marcus played Shattered at 8:40.
Who knows what tomorrow's
Shadoobie.
Yeah.
Elaine Grissett jumped on it and is our winner. Yesterday was Dan from San Lorenzo.
Free Stones tickets, man. Not many shows are going to be able to come up with that, but we are.
That'll save you some dough.
Oh,
that'll save you some
big time.
You can buy some merch with the dough you save.
Yeah.
Okay, Darius Slay, cornerback for the Eagles. This is from
media availability last year, right before the Super Bowl.
I understand.
Okay, here he is. He doesn't like hearing what the Niners had to say.
I mean, I'm just, I'll just be laughing at it, I don't know where he goes to explode because we've been the number one defense in the passing game for, I think, almost the whole year, so I don't mean, I don't know. That was weird. Bad sportsmanship by him. Bad. What kind of chance they're going to get the first time they drop back? We go break their quarterback. Both of them. So I don't know what chance they would have got, but shout out to him.
I can't blame any of these Philly guys, though. What are they supposed to say? We rolled out and blew you guys off the field. They shouldn't have to be in a position where they're defending themselves.
Yeah, because obviously the game would have been different if Brock Purdy played.
Well, that's the idea.
But you have to give some credit to the Philadelphia defense for taking out the quarterbacks, right?
Yeah, that's Darius Slay.
That's the name of the game. The quarterback must go down. He must go down hard, Murph.
And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It is true. And somebody wrote in 510 says, well, if they're asked about the game, what are they supposed to say? Very easy. I got my A whipped. It's going to be up to me
Look forward to doing it again.
It's going to be up to me to go settle the score.
Yeah.
I got to shut up and go work harder.
Or you know what they can say, Murph?
Next question.
Well, there's Klay right there, right? Anyway, so yeah, man, that's where we're at going into this game. Now, a couple more stats I want to throw you guys before we get to Mark Spears and then Nick Bosa at 9:30. Number one, this Eagles team, 4 straight wins while trailing at halftime. They're only the 4th team ever to do that. 4 straight wins in the NFL while trailing at halftime. Number 2, the Bills gained 500 yards, converted 10 third downs, and had a positive turnover ratio. Since 1970, that's happened 40 times. 39 times the team wins that game. The Bills are the only team to lose.
See, that's crazy. And this is why it feels like the Eagles are ripe to be bitten right now.
I'm saying, is there a horseshoe up there?
There has been. There has been, but it also feels like the time is now to beat them.
Okay, we still don't know about Lane Johnson, the offensive tackle. If he doesn't go, Jack Driscoll, who got shot. I watched Sirianni's post game in the locker room.
With his kid?
No, I didn't see
the one
that.
where he had his kid up there with him?
No, but that guy Jack Driscoll wound up getting a lot of shout-outs because he played well. And he'd be Nick Bosa's guy. Fletcher Cox, there's no word on that. Same with the linebacker, Zach Cunningham. See that they're looking at Shaquille Leonard, the Colts linebacker. He's going to visit Philadelphia.
Oh, is he?
I don't need to see him.
Well, yeah, he's not the same player post-injury that he was a couple years ago, but he's still probably the best available middle linebacker, and they need it because they put Nakobe Dean on the IR a couple weeks ago also.
Yeah, good stuff. Also, the 92 snaps that their defense played last game ties the most snaps of any defense this season.
You came in talking about that yesterday, like the fatigue factor for Philly.
For sure.
It's just something to consider, and it was an overtime game. They've been playing a lot of football.
So, anyway, that's all stuff to get into, man. We'll be doing it. By the way, 616, how do I find Paulie's pod?
The podcast itself is KNBR.com or go to Spotify. It's any streaming service will have it.
There you go, buddy. Yeah. There you go. Okay, here's the deal. Our guest to Palooza to finish strong.
Let's go.
Mark Spears, the legend, Hall of Famer, NBA Hall of Famer, and, of course, San Jose State Spartan wronged by the computers, talking about the Kings and the Warriors, and then Nick Bosa, our 49er Player of the Week at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
They get a chance to come back in here, line that up, and prove it again.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Draymond Green makes his return to the Warriors lineup tonight for their matchup against the Sacramento Kings. So to read more about Draymond making his return after serving his 5-game suspension, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Dub Nation, time for Spears to talk Splash Brothers. It's Murph, Mac, and Mark Spears, the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com on KNBR 104.5 at 680 and KNBR.com.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. A lot of fun. I think it'll be a lot like Game 7. You know, the atmosphere, just people, the excitement, the angst. I think the feeling that I am expecting is that it'll feel like a Game 7. Can never be so certain until you get in the game and actually feel the environment, because some people, you know, you go into something thinking like, oh, it's going to be this thing, and like people react to things differently. You never know how somebody's going to react to something. Like some people get nervous and they get quiet. Some people get nervous and they start yelling, like, you know. And so I think people react to things differently, and you can never be so certain. But what I expect it to be a very fun environment to play in.
Man, it's November 28th. Draymond's talking like it's big time, man. Western Conference Finals, Kings Warriors tonight. Is what the
There's
NBA
going to be a
Cup.
lot of emotion in that building, man. I mean, there always is with Sacramento.
Between his return and the Kings and the NBA Cup and Mark Spears' big story on De'Aaron Fox and Marcus finally playing beats from my generation.
You like
as opposed
that?
to his generation. Thank you very much.
He's got some groovy beats.
Do the Diddy. There you go, buddy. Paperboy, I believe, is our guy here. So, hey, that means we're going to read the paper with my, I don't know, that was my dad transition.
You're good, man. No, you're
cringy
good.
dad transition.
Yeah.
Mark Spears, two things. Number one, great to have you. And good morning to you.
Yeah.
But we got to, before we get started, dude, we got to talk about this San Jose State football situation. Man, I mean.
Well, first of all, I'm over here doing the walk, man, thinking I'm back at D.B. Cooper's in San Jose on a Thursday.
Hell yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
You feel that, Mark,
See?
Sneaking into the club. You got to be there at 9:30 because I'm not 21 yet.
You got to get in early, man.
Because then they start checking IDs.
That's right.
Oh, that's awesome. Great stuff.
I had power there, man. I had some clout. They let me in.
Okay. What's going on?
They let the Hoopers in.
That's your town, man.
Well, what can we say about this football team, dude? This is one of the great crimes right now. What happened to them?
First of all, why didn't the San Francisco Chronicle write about it? I'm going to call them out first. I mean, the San Francisco Chronicle, the Bay Area paper, the San Francisco paper.
See, I like it.
But anyway.
Take your shots.
It's really disappointing because I don't know if everybody knows the whole story about how, San Jose State football won 6 straight, whooped UNLV in Vegas, and then there was a 3-way tie with Boise State, and San Jose State lost to, but we whooped UNLV, and then they decided by wink computers that San Jose State football doesn't get to play in the championship game, which coincidentally happens to be in Las Vegas this Saturday, and let UNLV in, whose strength of schedule was like 115. They didn't play anybody. San Jose State's was 71. Boise was 72. I mean, it sounded like to me like they're trying to sell tickets. You have a local team there. The game wasn't in Vegas. Would it be the same way? Would the computers have worked out the way? So I think it's, unfortunate. Probably, like if we would have beat Toledo, if we would have beat Boise, then it's a moot point. But I just really feel bad for San Jose State football because, conference championships, playing in a championship game is hard to come by. So for them to get taken away from them, I mean, at least the conference could do is call them co-regular season champs, right? I mean, that if I'm San Jose State, I'm calling myself that. That was what happened, but it's to take a chance to win the championship game away, man. I think it's really a painful thing for the school because of so much that it affects recruiting, money, bragging rights, all that kind of stuff. So I told the commissioner, who was a friend of mine, how I felt about it. It ain't changed nothing, but I got it off my chest.
Yeah, and it deserves to get off the chest, too. They got to come up with a better way. These 4 computers, I was like, what the hell? It's the worst. So anyway, I want to shout out Brennan for turning that season around, finishing strong. He's great. I'd love him to be the next UCLA head coach.
I'm scared Oregon State's going to take him away.
Yeah, that's a scary one. I got you on that. I feel you. All right, we'll worry about that down the road. Let's talk about tonight and your story, De'Aaron Fox. Here it is. The headline is, Sacramento Kings guard De'Aaron Fox wants to bring the city a championship ring. All-Star talks championship aspirations, becoming a father and husband, the pain of playoff loss and all. And you lead by saying De'Aaron Fox's biggest nemesis is his neighbor, the Warriors.
See?
That leads to tonight.
Yeah.
So there's it's November 28th, and there's some juice in the building, Mark, huh?
Yeah, no, you just played Draymond's side. With the De'Aaron Fox's side, Sacramento side is certainly different. I know they're tired of the Warriors, man. Same way us in the Bay are tired of anything Vegas. I'm sure Sacramento's tired of the Warriors. De'Aaron Fox is 6-11 against the Warriors. The Warriors have beaten them in both. 2 of their 6 losses this season are against the Warriors, and then to make matters worse, last season they're the higher seed. They take Warriors to a Game 7, and they lose at home after Steph Curry has 50 on them. And De'Aaron Fox told me that he actually didn't watch much playoff basketball after that. He's still peeved about it. So to me, as big as the game as Draymond says it's huge for the Kings, because if the Warriors win tonight, they're up 3-0 on the Kings this season. That's something you think about going into the postseason. So they got to get some confidence against the Warriors, too. It's like it'll make them feel a little bit better about the playoffs, because if they win tonight, they win their, I think it's Group C that they're in. They clinch Group C. If they lose tonight, then they go to like a tiebreaker deal with 3 other teams, which can affect whether they move on to the next spot. So really and truly, the Kings hold their own destiny tonight, and who better to ruin it than the Warriors, who have ruined things for them over the last couple of years.
It's juicy, man. It's actually pretty good, and this is exactly what the NBA wanted, because, it's not even Christmas, and we're talking NBA, and we're talking about juice and excitement.
Hey, repeat what you just said.
I said, it's just the way the NBA wants it. It's not even Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're talking, the sports world is talking about the NBA before Christmas. That's what they wanted, because the problem has been that the NFL is just such a big giant that it's not talked about until Christmas Day. So I know my guy Tom Tolbert despises this whole thing, but it worked. It's worked. I mean, and I'll be there next week for the Final Four, checking that out. And the ratings have been high. The intensity has been high. 500,000 is 500,000. I mean, per, like, come on now.
Yeah.
Coach gets 200,000. Like, I get it. Trip to Vegas, mid-season, kind of break things up, have some fun. Tell your coaches to let you, to get there 2 days in advance, I guess, right? Like, but I'm real curious to see, like, when you get to that Final Four championship game and there's some money on the line, man, it reminds me of, like, much lesser way, like when I used to be at Cherry Park and you knew if you lost the game, you're out. You got to wait 2 hours to play. Pick up outside, right? The intent, like, there's going to be some fouls, there's going to be some, some anger, there's going to be some intensity. So, hey, man, this whole thing worked. I love it.
I agree. I'm in. It's been fun. The NBA regular season has been long and dull, and this is really something different. And I don't even mind the courts, believe it or not. Hey, we only have 3 minutes because Nick Bosa is coming on at 9:30, so I want to get your Klay take on that.
He's more important than me.
I know.
Well, listen,
I know.
Unless you can sack Jalen Hurts for us this weekend.
If you can sack Jalen Hurts, you
extend
stay.
the minutes. Yeah.
The Klay Kawakami. How do you analyze how defensive Klay got with Kawakami yesterday, in the sense of, does this mean to you that there's something to worry about with Klay, or is it a good sign? You tell me.
Anytime somebody says they don't care, they care.
Well, of course, yeah.
If you didn't care, you wouldn't say you didn't care. And Klay is phenomenal. He deserves some grace on getting warmed up and ready. But hey, man, that's part of it. There's when you're playing for a franchise with high expectations, the players are expected to perform, and I think Klay can't say that he's lived up to expectations from the beginning. Wiggins obviously hasn't, and so he's probably heard it, and he's right. You know, most of us don't play in NBA. We're not on that level, but I think perhaps another way he needs to look at it is that how the expectations for him are grand. So and he's getting older, so when you start seeing that, it's just inevitable that you're going to start worried about, is this the time when he turns the corner to say goodbye? But there has been some flashes. I still think the Warriors need to do something, even though Klay's starting to play a little bit better. This Wiggins thing seems ain't nothing about age here. There's something that seems like, I don't know, mentally, I don't know what's going on wrong here, but I feel like they just rely too much on Steph, and will continue to have to rely on Steph. And there are some pieces within the organization that they could move to get a better score. There are guys like DeRozan and Levine and OG Anunoby that potentially can be snapped. And I don't see Dunleavy as a guy that's shy about making moves. So I do think the Warriors need to do something else to improve their scoring.
Wow. So
as much as Warriors fans want to hate on Jordan Poole and as nutty as he could be and crazy as he could do things, or him, and that's crazy, but maybe immaturely as he could do things, there was 16 to 20 points a game from him every night, and the Warriors didn't replace that.
So you're definitely seeing that absence. That you're tying it directly to Poole.
I mean, it didn't. You know, I think you have to lose the person because he just obviously didn't fit. But the scoring wasn't replaced.
Yeah.
I mean, Chris gives you about half of that now, right? So they need to figure out a way to get a scoring boost, to get somebody out there that every given night, you know, that he could give you, 15 to 20 a game. It can't just be Steph and the Miracles every night.
Yeah, great call. All right, everybody read the De'Aaron Fox Q&A on Anscape ESPN. Mark will be in the building tonight.
It's going to be a good one.
Can't wait for our next one. He'll be doing the walk down at the club before 9:30.
Hell yeah.
The walk to the wine bar.
Hey, that's good too. I'll meet you over there.
That's the new Mark
I'll
Spear.
see you there, Mark.
That's the 2023 Mark Spear.
Yeah.
All right, man. Look forward to our next. Love reading and hearing from you, buddy.
Cheers, Mark.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Oops.
And that's all she wrote.
That was it.
That's all she wrote.
Because 9:26 and 30 was the time to get out. Because Nick Bosa, our Niner Player of the Week, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
helmet is off and his mic is on. Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Matt. On KNBR, the sports leader. Sponsored by
Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. And by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Lawrence puts his right leg forward in the shotgun. Unusual blitz by Lenore. Bosa's got another sack. And Nick Bosa's having some return game to Florida. Bosa pass rush. They got Gino down. Sack for Nick Bosa. Going right around their new right tackle, Stone Forsythe. Give it to him off the right side. Bosa! They will stuff him. And the 49ers will take over on downs.
Oh, what a fun way to get into Eagles Week by having number 97, Nick Bosa, as our 49er Player of the Week. We've had him on before, but it's been a little while. So we want to give a hearty Murph and Mac welcome back to Nick Bosa on Big Game Week. Nick, we know it's a busy prep time for you, so we sure appreciate you carving out a few minutes.
Yeah, good to have you,
Brian
Nick.
Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing fantastic. Just driving in on my off day, so it's good to be back talking with you guys.
Awesome.
Love it, man. I always love getting a feel for like how a Niner prepares. So it's like a Tuesday for Nick Bosa, Eagles Week. Like, what's the schedule for you? What are you doing to be your best self today?
I'm headed in, sleep in a little bit, and then I'm Tuesday's leg day for me, so going into squat and do some other stuff for my lift. And every morning I do my cold plunge and sauna and all that stuff. So just getting the body right, ready to roll for the prep week.
By the way, I saw you give an answer recently to the writers about your sleep. I'd love to dive in a little bit more on that. This is the stuff that people don't really think about, but you take it seriously, don't you?
Sleep science, man.
What is that?
Yeah.
Like you just said you slept in. What's the Nick Bosa sleep science?
I don't know if it's science, but it definitely, I mean, you feel it when you get a good night's sleep, especially just cognitively going through your day, just being more engaged. But last night was 10 to 8:30, so
Bro.
pretty good night.
Oh, bravo. Yeah, double digits. That's huge. Hey, Nick, is that hard to do when you're on the road? Like this weekend, great example. Night before a big game, is it hard to get those kind of hours in?
I actually do best when we're on the road or at the hotel. I just I drink these sleep drinks that they give us, and I knock out. So and kind of being away from home is a little peaceful sometimes.
You know, it's funny. Barry Zito, the athlete, I remember I covered the Oakland A's. He said he would bring his own pillow and some candles.
He took it to the next level.
You going that level?
Yeah, candles. Yeah.
Candles. That's just, aren't you supposed to blow those up before you go to sleep?
Pretty much, man. We don't
but no, I don't bring a pillow, but that would be smart because sometimes those hotel pillows are pretty fluffy.
They are a little too fluffy, and there's like too many of them. There's like 8 of them. You're like, what am I supposed to do with these? You know what I mean? So, all right. Hey, we also have to ask the hard-hitting question. The last time we saw you was on the field in Seattle, and you were brought. Can you tell us the story of getting brought back to have the turkey, and how your quote that went viral immediately? You said, "No carbs, only meat."
That's a Nick Bosa discipline, right there.
Tell us about that moment there. What's that? What's the backstory there, Nick?
I don't know. It was a weird interview. It was kind of all over the place, but
yeah.
I ran up, and first of all, after games, like right after games, I'm just not hungry at all. Like for some reason, just eating is not appealing to me. It takes a couple hours for me to kind of get my appetite back.
Right.
Maybe the adrenaline or something. But and then they had some, I don't know what it was. I think like sweet potato casserole. I just wasn't hungry. I'll definitely indulge after a game, but I was thinking of an excuse not to eat any.
Can you take us into the Nick Bosa? We're going to poke our head into your Thanksgiving here. When you finally did get to celebrate Thanksgiving, I don't know, with your mom, dad, brother, whoever, what was the game plan? What did you attack?
Well, my dad came into town.
Nice.
My mom was in town, but she went to see my brother, who had some time. Obviously, he's injured, so she wanted to be there for him. Yeah, my dad came in, my girlfriend, and we hung out. And my mom actually left food for me because she feels bad not cooking for me. So
yeah,
a friend of hers shot some wild duck. So it wasn't a turkey meal; it was wild duck, and I actually bit a BB from the shotgun.
No, you didn't. Are you serious, man?
That's
so
when you
hard, and my molar almost split open. It was I've never eaten wild game before, so I learned my lesson to chew slowly with that. So.
Yeah, we got pellets involved.
It was delicious.
Are we going to go see the Niner team dentist today?
Well,
it's actually healing on me. I've never had a cavity, and whenever I have like tooth pain, it goes away. So I'm just going to bank on that.
Okay, good.
Okay, that's incredible detail. We want you to take care of those molars there.
Yeah, that would have been a crazy story.
I know. But it sounds like you had a good Thanksgiving.
Yeah, the
with
duck
fresh
is a good
wild
choice
duck.
too. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the next question now about we've kind of combined the rest and the Thanksgiving into this one. As you get ready for the Eagles game, how much, and kind of weird to ask how much because you're going to say, well, this much or whatever, but can you describe to us the importance of having those 3 days off versus something like the Philadelphia Eagles having to play 92 snaps on defense Sunday in Buffalo? Given what you know of the NFL, the level of athletes you guys are, how much of an advantage do you guys have having this rest coming into this week?
It's definitely big, but it's not like you get a bye week, though. We played 2 games in 10 days, so it's not like we necessarily got time off. But if you do get out of that Thursday game feeling pretty good, you could definitely build up an advantage with the 3 days, which I think we were kind of grinding into it, but I think we got out pretty good, so I think it will be a bit of an advantage. Then again, we have to fly over there, so I mean, both teams are going to be ready to roll. It's going to be fun.
Well, obviously, and that gets to the next question, which is just, how much you want to get into the emotion of this. I know the game's going to be played 125 or 425 Sunday in Philly, and that's when you just have to work your technique and blocks and X's and O's and things like that. But there's this external noise. Super Bowl radio row last week, Debo, Ayuk, McCaffrey all said stuff. On Sunday night, Hassan Reddick said there was a lot of boo-hooing and that you guys got to line your S up on Sunday.
That's it.
How much does Nick Bosa want to get involved in the emotion and the talk? And if you got a chance to talk, you can talk right now. You got something to say to the Eagles?
Trying to tee it up, huh?
I am trying to tee it up, yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm not much of a trash talker myself, but I think it's a huge game, obviously, with the seeding and all that. We're different teams this year. We're at different spots and in different conditions than we were when we played last year. I think they're really good, and they've found ways to win this year. So it's just going to be another game where we have to execute, and I'm extremely confident this go around. I was confident last year, but some things early in the game definitely hurt us. But we're just excited for another opportunity.
Nick Bosa is our guest on the UMA guest line. Nick, one of the more, I guess, controversial plays that Philly runs is obviously that brotherly shove play. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about how to defend it. Can it be defended at all? And then there's another discussion, like some people think that doesn't belong in an NFL game, like on a football field. I don't know. What's your view? I'm not asking you how to defend it, Nick, but what is your view of that play? And do you think it should be legal and part of the game or not?
I don't see why it wouldn't be legal, unless guys are getting hurt a lot. I don't know how they get so much push so I'll definitely be watching tape on it this week when we get into it. But yeah, no, I'm impressed with how good they are at it, and we got to be good on first and second because you don't want to have to deal with that too much throughout the game.
Right.
So you don't see, like, some people think it's like more like a rugby play.
It's like
where
a scrum, yeah.
You're not like American football is to advance the ball down the field with a ball carrier, not with a bunch of people shoving you. But you're okay with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't taken too much time to think about it, to be honest with you. But I guess if you're just have the entire team pushing her, honestly, I think it's a people are getting hurt, then it would be something I would be against. But if that's not happening, then more power to them.
Nick Bosa, our 49er Player of the Week on the UMA guest line, doing his thing, driving in after a nice night's sleep, going to do leg day today and get ready for the 49ers. Now, this little streak you guys are on has directly correlated with the 49er pass rush getting very active. Nick, is it as simple as Chase Young added an element that has made your guys' D-line open up, or something else?
I think that's definitely a factor. Definitely a big factor. He's extremely talented. He's actually farther along than I even thought. Since I've seen him in college, I think he's better than I even thought at the moment. Just watching him on tape, I think he could be like one of the top elite pass rushers in the league, and he's starting to get the hang of the scheme. He needs a little time with that, but to go along with that, we got dudes all along the line who are starting to hit their stride. Eric, Hargrave, Randy had a really good game. Javon, Kinlaw. So it's a group effort. Kevin Givens is playing great. I mean, it's exactly what we expected. Obviously, at the beginning of the year, the stats weren't going, but we were just trying to stay the course, keep our head in it, and we're starting to get the benefits of it.
Well, obviously, Chase Young, I mean, you can kind of just do the math. Chase Young came, and the pass rush has been unlocked. It's been fantastic, and it's interesting to hear you say that he's even better than you think, huh? So, like, people say, too, like John Lynch told us, he's real pretty in a uniform. Even by NFL standards, he's got sort of a body that stands out, huh?
Yeah, no doubt. And there's a reason coaches are enamored by that, because when you could teach somebody with a body like that to I mean, he's got natural just feel for the game.
Yeah.
But if you could teach them the scheme, and he's got strength and length and all that stuff, if you could teach them the scheme and like those attributes that look good, end up fucking being extremely hard to block on the field.
He's extremely hard to block, and it's fun to watch, too. Nick Bosa, a few more minutes here before I let him get off to the leg room here. Big picture going back to the summer and the contract, and then you arrived, and then some people observed, and we talked about on the radio, hey, is he all the way back? Is he still – is it fair to say now on November 28th that the Nick Bosa who arrived in late August, early September was not in full Nick Bosa shape? Are you – or is that not accurate? You were playing well, it just weren't getting the sack totals.
You said when I showed up?
Yeah, when you showed up, when the contract finally got settled and you arrived at camp.
I think I was pretty close. I mean, in game one, no, I wouldn't say. But after that, I think my tape against the Rams was pretty damn good. I definitely wish that some of those earlier games I could have snuck a sack in a few times, because it would shut people up, and but it really is just like sacks are not, especially when you play on a defense that really relies on you doing your job. You can't really freelance. If you want to be one of the best defenses in the league, you got to execute your job, and I think we do that here really unselfishly. So it's not all about the stats, and we were winning games early, we're winning games now. So I think I was getting better throughout the year, and I think I'm still getting better as a player overall throughout the years. So I think that's a continued progression either way.
Well, I love that you say, go watch the Rams tape. I was pretty darn good. We will. We'll go back and watch that Rams tape here. Last couple ones here for you, Nick. You've had 3 different coordinators. You had Saleh, you had D'Amico Ryans. Now you have Steve Wilks. It's a lot to change. There's some, continuity issues, and now it seems like whatever's happening is working. I mean, Nick, is it as simple as stupid as, he's on the sideline now so we can talk to him more? I know that's really simplified and dumb, but
hey, man.
Is it helping?
Yeah.
I think it probably helps the back end guys. He's more of a back end coach, so I think being able to just have access to him whenever you have a question or quick adjustments is probably helpful. I haven't talked to the guys about it because I don't really see him on the sideline except for a couple times. So it doesn't affect me, but for those guys, I'm sure it could help. But I don't know. I think just like we were talking about stats, like a couple calls that could have been good if we executed them, then there wouldn't be all this talk about him being the issue. He's a new guy, which is tough, and we all try to get his back because we really do think he's a great coach. So we're happy to have his back and continue to show that he is definitely not the problem.
I like seeing him on the down there.
I like it too.
Yeah. We call him Silk. We call him Silk Wilks.
Silk Wilks, man. What do you think of that, Nick? Is that a good handle?
He is smooth. He's got some swag.
Yeah, Silk Wilks.
All right, wrapping it up. So Javon Hargrave, as an Eagle, now a Niner, what role does that play? Is he, is there a little extra fun, a little extra details, a little knowledge on their O-line?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll give us some stuff coming Wednesday. I'm excited. He's whenever you play somebody's former team, you gotta get their back and try and get the win because there's a reason he's not there. It's because they didn't want to pay him as much. So we got to get his back. But obviously, we're happy to have him here. He's an unbelievable player. I've watched him on tape his whole career. So when we got him, I was pretty blown away.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Plus, we like his little kung fu kick, whatever he does, that kicking down the door or the window. What is that? Is that
it's like a door kick, right?
I think it's a kick the door down type deal.
I dig that. I like it.
Type deal. Last one for you here. It's like, so when Super Bowl Radio Row last February, again, trying to tee it up for you here, when your teammates were saying that stuff that you knew would anger the Eagles, did you have a reaction going in? Because it's going to be used this week, and you already heard Hassan Reddick saying there was a lot of boo-hoos, and they got to line that S up on Sunday. I mean, when you heard that last February, were you just like, I wish they weren't saying that? Or did you not care?
Wish that the Eagles...
No, that Niners, that Debo called Bradbury trash, and Ayuk said you would expose their D, and McCaffrey said we would have won if our quarterback stayed.
I can't say that bothered me very much or made me feel any certain way. But we're excited for an op. I think we're playing really good ball, and so are they. But, yeah, I really don't have much else to say on
I got you. All right, we'll leave it at this. What's leg day? What are you attacking? What's first?
We got a stretch, front squat, then RDL, step-ups, and that'll be it for me.
That's it.
That's plenty.
Maybe.
That'll do it.
And then into the cold tub, right?
Cold tub first.
Oh.
Cold tub right now. I'm actually
off you go.
I'm staring at it right now. I'm not too excited.
Well,
You'll stay on the phone longer to avoid the cold tub.
And we appreciate the time, Nick.
Nick,
Yeah.
you're always great.
Thank you.
There's an easy honesty to the way you answer everything that I think everybody relates to, and that includes us. So we appreciate your honest efforts to have a great conversation, and go enjoy the cold tub and have a great workout.
Thanks, man.
Cool. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
There he is, Nick Bosa.
What are you going to say?
End it with the auction next on the Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
All right, from Nick Bosa's very enjoyable conversation into our final segment on Giving Tuesday, 7th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction benefiting the 49ers Foundation, presented by PepsiCo. The man running the show, 49er team president Al Guido. Al, happy holiday season, brother.
Been
How
too
are you,
long,
man?
Al. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, guys. I was just about to say the same thing Paulie says. It's been way too long. It's good to hear you guys' voice. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I need some Guido. I need some Guido, man. All right, you guys got a nice auction going. There's a lot going on. What's the bet? What can we feature here? What are we going to brag about?
Well, first and foremost, I appreciate you guys doing this. I know the auction just opened. It closes, tomorrow. I think it's 7 p.m. Go to 49ers.com/give. Help us raise money for this Bay Area youth. We've raised over $60 million since 1991, and this foundation's done a fantastic job with the help of you guys and everybody that supports us, both in the classrooms. I think one of the best kept secrets is we got 4 classrooms inside of Levi's Stadium, doing over 10,000 students a year through our STEAM program. And on top of that, we got 4,500 Northern California kids playing flag football, including my daughters now. It's a high school sport, guys, in the Bay Area for young women, which is just fantastic and awesome. And so, there's a tremendous amount of packages. I know as we all gear up for the holiday season, there's tons of memorabilia on there for people to go buy. If you want to sit and watch a game with me, you can certainly do so. If you want to meet and greet with John Lynch, if you want your kid to run out on the field and retrieve the kickoff tee, before the game or at halftime, there's tons of great experiences on there. We got a good thing going this year. I know you guys just had Nikki on. We got a few home games left in the season, including one on Christmas Day. So there's a lot of good in here.
I said Nick. Al, there's some really good stuff in there. And you're right about the classrooms, too. I've seen field trips from classes that go in there and everything. So just going to blitz you guys with some stuff. There's a sideline anthem on the Niners-Ravens Christmas night game where kids can be down on the field during the pregame.
Nice.
There's a faithful fan on the field for the Seahawks game, pregame field passes. There's the kickoff kid who runs on and gets the kickoff tee next year. Al's business suite. Woo! A couple of tickets and a couple of passes to the field.
That's some good living.
Hey, look out for your teachers. Somebody can pick an educator or teacher to be honored next year.
That'd be a really nice gesture.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Meet and greet with John Lynch. What a gentleman he is before the Ram game. I mean, it goes on and on. And then there's memorabilia, Al, whether it's a McCaffrey jersey, a Bosa jersey, a Purdy jersey, on and on and on. Ronnie Lott, Joe Montana, Fred Warner, Eric Armstead. And then, how about this? Bowling with Guy McIntyre.
Ooh,
there it is.
That's one for me.
I'm bidding, Al.
I love Guy.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. You need the fun fact around here, though, is for those who know our photographers. I know you guys know DeGarris and the boys, but if you know T. Lloyd, professional bowler. Okay.
T. Lloyd's
so
the man.
If you want to get T. Lloyd in there, I think I can make this call. Get T. Lloyd in there, you against Guy McIntyre and whoever he wants on the alumni side. I think you can take him.
2 tickets for the Luke Combs concert next May
there you go.
at Levi's. That's pretty awesome. And then how about this? How about this? If you pay enough money, the next guy who hosts this show, Greg Papa, will leave you a 30-second voicemail.
Hello, it's me, Greg Papa. I'd love to. I'm going to put a bid in on that one.
Al, there it is, man. Pop on your voicemail.
Pop on your voicemail. The question is whether or not you get the Tim Ryan after the touchdown call on there.
I hope so.
I think we can put that one in there.
Well, it would be authentic if in the middle of the voicemail, Tim just came in with
or just ball out right in the middle of the message. Yeah.
So listen, there's so much. Congratulations on you guys putting together an amazing auction. So all that money goes to the 49ers Foundation. There's so many different things, whether it's lifetime experience or memorabilia. There's so many. So once again, Al, we're going to 49ers.com/give, right?
49ers.com/give, guys. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
And when does this end for the big donors?
Wednesday, November 29th at 7 p.m. So get your bids in there now.
Get your bids in now. Can't wait to see you, Al. Take care, buddy.
Yeah, it's great to hear you guys. Take care now.
There he is. Now it's time for a change. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. Pop on Lunch starts right now on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
That's kind of, my claim to fame, this big head. And
every player on the ice has a 10-minute misconduct. That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prepare yourself. Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I don't live my life with regrets. Like I said before, I'll come to a teammate's defense anytime that I'm in a position to come to a teammate's defense. That's what a team is. You stick together through the good and the bad. And I take that to heart. I take pride in being a good teammate. Now that's when I step in here every single day, that's number one on my list, to be a good teammate. Number one. I think that takes care of a lot of things. So I take pride in that. I cannot play the game of basketball like, oh man, I can't do this because they're probably looking at it and they're gonna do what they're gonna do regardless. I'm not gonna play basketball worried about what they're gonna do. I'm gonna play basketball the way I play basketball. The way I play basketball has gotten me here. The way I play basketball has brought me a tremendous amount of success individually and from a team standpoint.
Yes, thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Tuesday. As we get you closer to the Eagles and the 49ers, got a lot of things to discuss there. Nick Serrianni was on his weekly show at WIP in Philadelphia and had a few interesting things to say to our old friend John Ritchie, former Raiders fullback. We'll get into that. Draymond Green, we didn't get a chance to hit on that yesterday while we were gone. He had a press conference and addressed his suspension. He'll be back tonight against the Kings. Ooh, it's a tournament game. Woohoo! We'll get into that conversation, too. Lots of stuff on the hot stove is going on as well. Debo doesn't back down from his comments. You're trash. I tell you, we've got a ton to get to. Happy Tuesday.
How are you, Johnny?
Good morning, my
Trash day today?
Trash.
No, that's later in the week.
He's trash.
Draymond
He's
Green, we have
trash.
not seen him on the court for a fortnight. It is 2 solid weeks since he has last played. And my take on it, I know people are dismissing everything that he had to say. Jim Trotter had a big piece today in the Athletic. Good to see Jim writing about other things besides football. We do have 25 finalists for the or semifinalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, including for who, for what. But there are a lot of things that he did say I wanted to hear from Draymond Green. Hopefully, just being a good teammate is first and foremost. But have you always been a good teammate, Draymond? Were you a good teammate last year to Jordan Poole? Were you a good teammate to Kevin Durant? Were you a good teammate to Steve Kerr when you yelled at him in Oklahoma City? And the countless situations we don't know about away from the eyes of the camera in practice and trips. And so be a good teammate, for one. Be available. I think the season actually starts now, tonight. They're 8-9. You don't know who they are because Draymond Green has missed so many games. I mean, he's missed the ankle injury to start the year, kind of derailed his year, and then obviously pushing Donovan Mitchell, then the Gobert situation. He's missed 8 games, but he's also been kicked out of 2 others, one mid-third quarter and one like a minute and a half into the game. So really, he's not played in 10 games this year, and the Warriors are 3-5 in those, and the other 2 losses. I mean, what's their record really? It's hard to assess them. They got off to a good start. They proved they could win on the road. They have had a problem winning against good teams, obviously, and we didn't get into what Durant did the other night, and I do want to see Andrew Wiggins, come alive a little bit. People have been critical of him. He's going to get De'Aaron Fox a little bit tonight. There's no doubt. I think Gary Payton II will mix in. Steve was talking about he wants to see Payton II and Steph play more together. There's an obvious way to do that against De'Aaron Fox. He's not going to change the lineup. That's pretty clear. He wants to see, statistically the most efficient and productive starting 5 in the NBA all of last year. So it'll be Steph and Klay and Wiggins and Draymond will go in the lineup. We'll see how many minutes he can play and just, stay out of foul trouble. Don't take a technical. Just going back into Golden One Center is going to make it really spicy. We're going to talk to Kyle Draper, who shares the microphone on Sacramento Kings play-by-play. Also does their studio work. I mean, he's got to be public enemy number 1 up there. I'm LeBron of the Lakers and all things purple and gold, but after what happened last year in the playoffs with Sabonis, he's going to hear it. So he's just got to block all that out. And really, John, I don't know who the Warriors are. Steve, I think, summed it up. The roster's strong. They've got good players. Maybe they're a little too deep. Let's figure out what the 8-10 man rotation is. They're about a dozen deep. The rookies are contributing. Saric is a good player. Chris Paul clearly has a role. But are they athletic enough? Are they young enough? They go into Sacramento. Normally they want to push the pace with De'Aaron Fox. So they're going to be able to do that tonight. He's playing incredibly well. But I think the season starts tonight. You're 8-9. Just that's what it's been because of Draymond's not being available. So be a good teammate. Be available as many games as you can the rest of the year, if not all of them, unless they want to load management you here and there. So to me, John, the season starts tonight.
Well, it may be strange to say, but it's actually remarkable where they are. Klay has not played like Klay. Wiggins has not played like Wiggins, and Draymond Green has missed 5 of the first 17 games, right? So
more than
like
that, he had the ankle injury, 5-game suspension. They got kicked out of 2 others.
And here's the other thing: we are 3 games away, 2 after tonight, of saying it's not early anymore. Because in every schedule, when you get through a quarter of the games, then you start saying, okay, what is this team? And like you just said, we don't know. But at we're almost to the 20-game mark of the season, and you got to start looking at some things. And the reason I say that is if you start looking at the standings, it is starting to kind of, where water and oil mixes and things go to the bottom of the cup and the top of the cup. I mean, it's pretty simple to me as you look at the standings that some of these teams are at the top, and then you got teams like Portland and Utah and San Antonio. They're going to be at the bottom. So we're starting to see what this is, and you got to start winning some of these games. And like I said, this is a big game tonight. I don't care about the tournament. It's just that getting Draymond back in a hostile environment, and the one thing that I cannot stand that he keeps saying is, I'm just going to be me. It's got me this far. As a human being, you evolve constantly. As a player, you evolve constantly. You can get better as a player, and that doesn't just mean physically. That means mentally as well. Nobody's saying that you can't have an edge and play with a hard edge. There's no problem with that. And nobody says you can't come to the defense of a teammate. Nobody's saying that. But you don't have to choke Rudy Gobert. So there is a line, and you don't have to play at red line. You can play a little bit less than that. There's no reason why he can't. It's not a black or white issue. It's a gray issue where he can play at 3/4 or 80% of the hardcore Draymond. And the other thing that he said, and we'll play these cuts for you, where he said the NBA can't keep doing this to me. Yes, they can.
And so does the court of law.
Right. It's exactly like that. It's the court of law. Your priors matter.
Of course they do.
And they matter for him, and he's got to realize that.
Although his point is you should judge every single incident on its own, which I do agree with. I think,
but they're trying to get him to stop.
I think we're dwelling on, and also Klay just bit off Kawakami's head yesterday.
Yeah, we'll play that too.
So these guys, they hear everything, and they asked him about Rudy Gobert. He said, it's 2023, I hear everything. Then he waited 15 seconds and said nothing. I think we have to give Draymond some credit for contrition here. The bottom line, the coach called him out, and people are ignoring it. Steve Kerr has never done that. And you were the one last year when he punched Jordan Poole, you wanted them suspended for ring night. They did not suspend him. They did suspend him when he went at Durant vocally at Staples Center. So the coach called him out. That was strong. He's never spoken that way. From what I understand, he did go to Draymond ahead of time. They talked, and then Draymond knew exactly what he was going to say publicly. But he basically said, acts of violence, and he's got to change his behavior. We got to help him. He's never said anything like that. So there was some contrition. So just be a good teammate. From this point forward, be a good teammate. And I don't have a problem with him going at Gobert. Gobert touched Klay first. Was it excessive? Yeah, but Gobert's a big guy. There are other things he has done. This was not an act of being a poor teammate to me. There are other things that he's done, obviously, have been a bad teammate. Be a good teammate always, and be available for your team. So if you do take a technical tonight, and the crowd, they're going to go, he's going to walk into a cauldron.
That's exactly right.
Tonight.
Both the
you
team
got to know
and
the
the
rules,
crowd.
Draymond. If you get a second one, you're no longer available to your team. Availability. You've missed too many games. The ankle, we're not going to, that's just, trying to get ready for the year. He stepped on GP2's ankle. No big deal. The other stuff has been him shoving Donovan Mitchell. I really don't blame him for Gobert, and I don't want to rehash that over and over, but just be available. So be a good teammate and be available for your team, and let's see what you got. I think they're good enough at times when they're playing well. It's the same thing. Are they quick enough? Are they athletic enough? Are they young enough? I mean, Sack's going to come at him tonight. I don't think Murray's going to play. Well, that's Kyle Draper, but they're playing well. Sacramento got off to a slow start, John, and now they're starting to roll at 9-6. So there are a lot of teams that are young and on the come. We already saw what Minnesota did to them. Obviously, Oklahoma City, even though they got a major issue off the court, and Giddey may not play for a while. Let's just see where it's at. I just think this season, and 20 games is normally what you look at, but this whole thing is so weird because of Draymond. I think you got to give another 20 and wait till you get to the midseason. Hell, you don't even know the schedule after tonight, except you play the Clippers twice, Thursday at home, and then that matinee they love to play on Saturday afternoons, whatever that arena's called in L.A., and then the in-season tournament. If you make it, you have a different set of schedules, so you don't even know what you're doing December the 4th through the 9th. So let's just get exactly to 20 games, which is tonight, the 2 against the Clippers, and then I think you got to wait another 10, 15, maybe 20 more to assess who you are because, damn, Draymond's hardly played.
All right, we'll get more into it. We'll play those 2 Draymond cuts for you. Coming up next, then Kyle Draper is going to join us at the bottom of the hour, of course, does the Kings, and we'll get their side of things. Like you said, they're off to a bit of a slow start, but you look at them now, and they're playing some great basketball, and De'Aaron Fox is always a problem. We'll do that coming up next for you. It's Pop and Lund on your Tuesday. Thanks for hanging out. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Nick Bosa. He joined Murph and Mac this morning to preview the 49ers' big matchup against the Eagles this week. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. Moskowitz LLP can tap to help you with all your tax issues. And Steve, it's a big one. What if you can't pay your taxes?
Then call us and let us take over for you. Look, Friday is December. People are starting to think about Christmas and shopping and families. And the last thing you want is some IRS agent ruining that. Now, over the years, I've seen a lot of times they hit around December 23rd. And you really don't want this happening to you, and it's avoidable. Whatever your situation, we want to make you a sweet deal so you can enjoy the holidays, have a normal life, and let us take care of this for you. This is what we do for a living. We've done so many of these. We know what to do and how to do it. We have such great experience, and we want to give you back your life. Just talk to us. We'll explain all the options. We'll listen to you. We'll listen to your concerns. And then we want to get a deal that works for you so you can truly have a Merry Christmas.
Let's go. Call Steve right now. Did you hear it? He wants you to have a Merry Christmas, and he's got the answers to your tax issues. 888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I don't live my life with regrets. Like I said before, I'll come to a teammate's defense anytime that I'm in a position to come to a teammate's defense. That's what a team is. You stick together through the good and the bad. And I take that to heart. I take pride in being a good teammate. When I step in here every single day, that's number one on my list, to be a good teammate. Number one. I think that takes care of a lot of things. So I take pride in that.
All right, there's Draymond Green. We were just talking about that. We didn't get to it a lot yesterday because we were talking a lot about the 49ers, obviously talking Eagles, which we will do a ton of today. So we're going to talk to Kyle Draper, Kings play-by-play. He's going to join us at the bottom of the hour, look at Kings and Warriors and Draymond's return. Then right after that, we'll play some Nick Serrianni for you. Nick Serrianni, the head coach of the Eagles, and we edited some of the interview you did with our old friend John Ritchie. We'll play that for you at about 10:50, and he answered 4 big questions for the Eagles and the 49ers game. So we'll play that for you at 10:50.
Is Lane Johnson playing? That's all I want to know.
And he does answer that question kind of amongst those 4 big questions. He answers the injuries, the underdog status of the Eagles, the trash talk of the 49ers in the offseason, and
turnovers.
One that I know you're interested in. The defense played 95 snaps.
Was it 95 or 92?
John Ritchie said 95, but in that range.
He's a Stanford guy, Ritchie.
Yeah. And
Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Remember when John would bleed every single game with his supple skin forehead?
He looked like a devil.
He was
and he had those things.
He made 14 blast work. Ritchie and Zach Crockett, 14 blasts. Worked every single time except the Tuck U game.
Right. We used to have John on a lot. We used to be good friends with him.
Mo Collins screwed that play up?
Mo Collins, yeah, probably. And he had those little horns coming out of his head, and he would bleed constantly.
Yeah.
So anyway.
The Sacramento Kings got to run their horns play tonight. You see what Mike Brown was saying? The double screen for De'Aaron Fox. Sabonis wanted that play called. So Mike Brown called it 17 times in the second half of that game. And horns is 2 guys up on each elbow to set a screen. How do you deal with De'Aaron Fox when he does that, John? So let's just, the matchup tonight, obviously you want Looney on Sabonis to open the game, but Draymond's going to be on him. Always a spicy matchup between Harrison Barnes and Draymond Green. It sounds like Keegan Murray's not going to play tonight, so Chris Duarte will start. And then you got De'Aaron Fox. You got to deal with Kevin Huerter in the Sabonis dribble handoff game, and Monk off the bench. This is going to be a good game, a lively game. I know you're downplaying the significance of the in-season tournament, but for Sacramento,
nothing.
It makes $500,000 for the players that don't make a lot of money, including the coaches. And they
behind the scenes people, that's cool. But you know what they should do? If you're going to do a tournament, do a tournament. So in other words, bring everybody to Vegas and do a tournament and have it over a couple of weeks and have a great time and put it on
Bring
TV.
the whole league to Vegas?
Yeah, and do a bit. Well, they can handle the Super Bowl.
Here's the issue. Okay, that's fine.
They can handle tournaments.
What do you actually get if you win? besides money.
Yeah, that's fine, but I'm just saying from a fan standpoint, if you want me to be interested,
so
it's
you're gonna
Tuesday.
lose home games?
Well, okay, it's Tuesday, it's Friday, I get it. Like, just if you're going to do a tournament, do a tournament. This whole thing of over a long period of time and you got this fancy court and Tuesday, it just doesn't mean anything.
You really are.
No, it doesn't mean anything to me.
Just roll with it. We'll see what happens.
But I don't have to be a sheep and say, they're doing something neat.
No, but are they talking about it is what it is, and they're playing it tonight, and Sacramento's won their 3 games. Is it created interest in the league before Christmas at all? Are we talking more about the NBA?
Text line is wide open. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Are you more interested in the NBA because of this tournament? I'm not trying to be a hater. Like, if there's something that works, like we talked about the pitch clock for so long. And
you
right
hated
when
that.
it started,
You
I hated
that
it
for a month.
But then it got going, and I was like, this is awesome. Like, I can admit when I'm wrong or something, but this hasn't created any buzz for me. Now, maybe for somebody else it has.
Are the players playing any differently during these games? They are talking like they're all in. And I think it's, spreading the money around. And Mike Brown talked about, giving the money to charity in Sacramento. So let's just see where it goes.
That part of it's cool. I mean,
the one thing I would say, and when the Warriors and Kings played for years, we used to play for what was called the Mayor's Trophy. Whoever got the Battle of Northern California. I mean, we did that for years. Now it's a little different because there was a playoff series last year, the first one ever, and it went to a Game 7, and they went up there, and Steph dropped 50 on those guys that eliminated them. The Warriors have already beaten them twice this early regular season. De'Aaron Fox did not play, but Steph made the winner. Warriors beat him a couple of times, or Klay made the winner in the regular season. Steph made the winner in the preseason game. They beat him twice in the preseason, so they've won like 7 of the last 8 against Sacramento since the Kings went up 2-1. And let's face it, if Harrison Barnes makes that shot, and it was De'Aaron Fox getting double-teamed, that he had the bad finger, gave that ball up to HB on that Sunday afternoon.
He ever made a big shot.
What a great game that was. HB made a few as a Warrior. You are just down on everybody. Anyway, that shot and then Draymond called him out and got in his ear. Harrison Barnes is playing great. He's a good player.
It could be big for a young team, like the Kings are a young team, right? And you play a tournament
and
style.
the symbolism of the Warriors.
So but for a team like the Warriors, who you're just based on championships, like you win some tin cup, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I hear you. But they're going to roll with it now because it's what's right in front of them. The biggest game is the game you're playing today. There's a point differential in the Minnesota game. So whatever it is.
But this game's big. I give you this game.
I don't think it's a big deal. I just want them to start to play like themselves. It's going to be, Sacramento, they've proven they can go up there and play. Now, they're not going to have Keegan Murray in the game, and the Warriors are closer to hole, maybe a little too hole. They're so deep. I'm anxious to see how he, rotates off the bench, how much he plays the young guys. And I think he'll move Gary Payton in right away. But whatever it is, to me, you've had so much inconsistency. Draymond hasn't played for a couple of weeks. Steph missed games with the knee injury. The Warriors are 5-2. When they have Steph, Klay, and Dre all on the floor simultaneously. So let's just see. I think for Sacramento, they want – well, ask Kyle. Kyle Draper's with the team. They've been living in the shadow of the Warriors forever and the Warriors' dynastic run, and they thought they had them last year when they had the better team record-wise and the home court advantage in the first-ever Warriors-Kings playoff series. So tonight will be spicy. It's great to get Draymond back, and the fact that it is an in-season tournament game, and Sacramento's done so well. If they win the game tonight, John, it's going to be hard for the Warriors. Warriors could still make it, but it'll be dependent on what Minnesota does. But we'll see how hard the Warriors play to get this game tonight.
All right, Kyle Draper is going to join us coming up next, play-by-play for the Kings. We'll get that side of things, and then don't miss it, Nick Serrianni. We're going to play a few minutes from him. He answers 4 questions in 3 minutes on WIP in Philadelphia this morning in regards to the Eagles and 49ers game. We'll play that for you at about 10:50. It's Pop in London, your Tuesday on the Sports Hitter.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. A lot of fun. I think it'll be a lot like Game 7. You know, the atmosphere, just people, the excitement, the angst. I think the feeling that I am expecting is that it'll feel like a Game 7. Can never be so certain until you get in the game and actually feel the environment, because some people, you know, you go into something thinking like, oh, it's going to be this thing, and like people react to things differently. You never know how somebody's going to react to something. Like some people get nervous and they get quiet. Some people get nervous and they start yelling, like, you know, and so I think people react to things differently, and you can never be so certain. But what I expect it to be a very fun environment to play in.
That's Draymond Green on his return from his 5-game suspension. Thinks it's going to be pretty rowdy up in Sacramento tonight. He is right. They're going to be targeting both as a team and a fan base. Let's get into all of the discussion. Our good friend Kyle Draper, of course. Make sure you follow him at Kyle Draper TV, play-by-play voice of the Kings. Also does a show up there with our old friend, Whitey Gleason. So the Kings 7-2 in their last 9, coming off a 4-2 road trip, and Kyle joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Kyle.
What's up, fellas? What is up? It's a big day. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, sure. Let us first. What did you think of Draymond's comments there? He thinks it's going to be like a Game 7 atmosphere tonight.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. And this Kings fan base, they've been waiting ever since late April or early May to get back at Draymond. You know, it's the last time that Draymond played a game in Golden One Center, Steph Curry was going off for 50, and Kings fans left that building with their tail between their legs. This is our payback time. This is almost as big of a must-win regular season game as it gets in the month of November. And so the Kings fan base, they're riled up and they're ready for tonight.
Wow, that is amazing to hear. Of course, the stomp on Sabonis and the suspension, and you guys had a 2-1 lead in that series, and if HB makes that jump shot, maybe you close the Warriors out, but I hear you. Then in light of how the preseason went and the too early in the regular season, and I know Fox didn't play the last one when Klay made the winner, so the Warriors have won 7 of the last 8, including preseason, going back to when you were up 2-1. Now, are you saying this based on the fact that it's the Warriors, it's Draymond coming back in, or if you win, you guys advance in the in-season tournament, Kyle?
I think it's all of the above, right? I mean, this game, you know, it's interesting because, you know, I think the fans and media view it differently than maybe, let's say, the players. Because De'Aaron Fox yesterday, he's trying to downplay it. It's 1 of 82, but we all know better than that, right? First of all, you got Draymond's return. Second of all, you haven't beaten the Warriors since, like you said, you know, that playoff series when you went up, you know, evened it up at 3 games apiece.
Yeah, Game 6.
Then you add in Game 6. Then you add in the in-season tournament implications, and you know, there's a trip to Vegas possibly on the line, 500,000 possibly on the line. And so this is as big as a game can get in November, right? You guys know, you guys have covered the league for many years. Usually, you know, we start to hit the dog days of the season and everything like that. But this in-season tournament, it's added a little spice. And then you throw in the fact that it's against the Warriors. Kudos to Adam Silver. Because remember when the schedule came out, we were like, why are we seeing the Warriors and Kings so many times? But this is the perfect matchup, and it's setting up perfectly for a big game tonight.
Our friend Kyle Draper's joined us, Kings play-by-play at Kyle Draper TV, Kings and Warriors up at Golden One Center in Sacramento. Just it give us the vibe a little bit, because this is going to be interesting in that Draymond's return, and right away he's going to be tested in terms of just keeping it together. I'm sure the fan base is after him. But the other thing, too, is, you know, when you have scouting reports, teams too, they're going to try to take Draymond out of his game and get him in trouble again. So how do you expect that to all be, kind of throw that into all of the mix that you're talking about tonight?
No, you know, it's interesting you bring that up, because, you know, this is a Golden State team that we haven't seen with Draymond as a part of it, you know, and he's coming back. He has to get his legs back, reacclimate himself and everything like that. And then this Kings team has been banged up also. And so I just think, you know, one thing we know, and I was talking to somebody earlier about this, I fully expect us to see the best Warriors version we've seen this season, because I know it hasn't been the kind of season that they wanted to start off with, but for one game, this team knows how to lock in. They understand the magnitude of it. So I fully expect the best version of the Warriors tonight, and that includes Klay Thompson. That includes Andrew Wiggins. And can the Kings match that tonight? I think that's going to be key.
And I was watching your game on Friday night up at Target Center. You guys played well. You had an interesting trip, some quality wins. New Orleans was hard on you. Kyle, just overall, I mean, you got off to a bit of a slow start. De'Aaron Fox didn't play with the ankle injury when we saw you guys in Game 2 of the early season showdowns. But overall, you're playing better now, 9-6. Defensively, the numbers are better than last year. Are they finally starting to play a little Mike Brown defense, Kyle?
Yeah, a little bit. But what we're seeing with this Kings team is that their offense is dictating their defense, if you know what I mean. It's, when they're not making shots, you could throw out the defensive numbers. It doesn't matter. They're not going to win the game 90-87 or anything like that. This team needs their offense to click. And Mike Brown, he's not asking for a top 5 defense. He says if we're middle of the pack, that's good. And he's even willing to sacrifice some of the offense that we saw last season for an improved defense. And I think what you're seeing with this Kings team is they're starting to learn how to play two-way basketball. Mike Brown's asking a lot of them defensively, and early on in this season, it's sort of taken away their offense. Look at Keegan Murray's numbers, for instance. He may or may not play today, doubtful at last check, but he's asking so much out of him defensively to at times guard the team's best player that his offense has suffered. And so I think ultimately, what you'll see from Sacramento tonight is when they're hitting their threes, they're going to be tough to beat. If they're not making shots, like Doc Rivers used to say, it's a make-miss league. If they're not making their shots, it's going to be hard for them to win because I don't know if they can win a 90-87 kind of game.
Kyle, De'Aaron Fox, he's averaging almost 30 a game. He seems to have elevated his game even from last year when he was such a problem for the Warriors. Does anybody slow him down? Because it just seems like against the Warriors, he takes it up even another notch.
No, I don't think so. And what you're seeing is he's playing at an MVP kind of level. He may not get the recognition that he deserves league-wide. I was looking at NBA.com's MVP ladder, and he was, one of the others. So after the top 10, then De'Aaron Fox was in the group of the others. And I just think what you're seeing, he spent this offseason working with Steph Curry. They went through some very intense workouts. And I think what you're seeing is he's learned from Steph what it takes to be an elite guy night in and night out. When you're number one on the scouting report, when you're the first option that teams are trying to take away. And you guys know, once a player understands that and then has the confidence behind it, they're tough to stop. And that's what we're seeing from De'Aaron Fox right now.
Yeah, we had Brandon Payne, Steph's trainer, on recently. We were talking about those workouts with D. Fox and Steph and how close they are and the Under Armour and all that. And he's starting to shoot the three a little better. I'm not going to say he's Steph Curry, but obviously Mike ran that horn set over and over again with Sabonis where he gets a double screen at the elbows. And when he's driving to the cup, he's impossible to stop. But he's shooting 8.6 threes a game, up from 5.5, and the percentage is not bad. How do you guard this guy? Because in the past, you would gap him, you would sag off of him and play him for the drive. But right now, he's starting to make that three.
Yeah, and you can't do that anymore. And, I was talking to Luke Louts. You guys are familiar with him.
Yeah.
I'm a Warriors assistant. And I was talking with Luke about, De'Aaron's progression when it comes to three-point shooting. And that's one thing they worked on, better balance when he takes these shots and better arc when he's taking these shots. And, at the beginning of the season, guys, I said to myself, I was like, I don't want De'Aaron taking 9, 10 threes. 4 or 5 would be good. But now he's showing he can make them. And in today's NBA, that's so huge when you talk about the fastest player in the league with the ball in his hands. And so he's virtually unguardable. I will say, in that first game against the Pelicans, he took 18 shots. 12 of them were three-pointers. And so you guys know how it is. Once you start making a few, you start falling in love with it, and then that lets the defense off the hook. So I just hope he still attacks the rim, gets it into the paint, and doesn't, just settle for the threes all night long.
Kyle Draper joining us. We're talking Kings and Warriors Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Just what is it? How are they different this year in terms of just the mental state of making the playoffs? They were. I'm not going to say they were satisfied with getting there, but I'm sure the city was really excited. But now it's a step up, and you're not going to sneak up on anybody, and there's an expectation level. So how does that work in the city, and how is that working within the team to give them a confidence level that they took the Warriors to 7 games, but they're ready to take that next step?
You know, one thing I've seen from the Kings is that they're not satisfied, and that starts with Mike Brown. I mean, through these first 15 games, you know, being in practices and the film sessions, he's even more harder on the guys now than he was last season. And so I think he sets the tone that, you know what, you guys didn't accomplish anything. That was last year, you know, and ever since Mike Brown got here, his mantra has been, we're trying to win a championship. We're not just trying to make the playoffs. We're trying to win a championship. And De'Aaron Fox talked about it with Mark Spears in this latest Anscape article, I think that dropped today, that I just read. It's like he's trying to bring a championship to the city of Sacramento. And so what you see from these guys is they don't get too high and they don't get too low because they know it's a long road. You know, it's just November. And so you have bad losses at Houston, at New Orleans. You're angry about that, and you come back with a renewed focus, but you don't let that linger on. And the same thing about the win against Minnesota. You know, they were happy, they were excited, but, you know, they weren't throwing any parades or anything like that. It's business as usual. And so I think now this team expects to win. And when they don't win, you know, they're a little down on themselves. They're disappointed, but they have that focus to come back next game.
They're still a young team. We saw Keegan Murray, you know, early in that playoff series last year, Kyle. He could not make a shot. And then later in the series, when it was talk about taking him out of the lineup, he played big, and he was great in that Game 6. So what's his status? I know he's missed the last 2 games with lower back soreness. Do you think he'll play tonight? And if he does not, Chris Duarte, your roster's largely the same. You brought in Pierre 3 times, JaVale McGee, our friend from the Warriors, as a veteran, big off the bench. I saw the other night, Duarte against Minnesota played 21 minutes in a starting role, did not score a basket. You were talking about having Thanksgiving dinner with him, you and Katie. What is Duarte's role? Defensive stopper on this team, would you say?
Yeah, he's that guy that's supposed to bring the physicality defensively. And, you know, we saw it in the San Antonio game. We were at San Antonio. Spurs jumped out to an 18-point lead. Mike Brown puts in Duarte, and he picks up full court on Jeremy Sohan to make life difficult for him. And so he's sort of that defensive agitator to an extent that plays with physicality. What's interesting about that is, and he said this during Thanksgiving dinner when we were sitting with him, he came into the NBA thinking he's a scorer. Like his only job was to get buckets. And so now he's realizing, especially playing for Mike Brown, his role on this team and the way to get on the floor isn't just by scoring, but it's by being that defender. And I told him at the dinner table, I said, dude, we don't have that defensive physicality on the wing and the perimeter. And that's something that you can really deliver to this team. And so that's his role. He's been starting with Keegan out. You know, it'll be interesting because Keegan practiced yesterday fully, guys. But I think they might bring him out, bring him slowly. This is the first night of a back-to-back. We got the Clippers tomorrow, too. So it wouldn't surprise me if they give him one more day to see how he goes and then maybe makes his comeback tomorrow.
Yeah, Kyle, if he does not go and Duarte starts, I mean, last year early in the playoff series, De'Aaron Fox took the assignment of Steph. And you're like, this guy cannot guard Steph Curry for 38 minutes a night in the playoffs and then take all those shots. So they eventually, you know, Davion Mitchell began to guard him a little bit. Davion's not playing much. So if Keegan does not start the game and Duarte does, do you expect Duarte to guard Steph Curry?
Yeah, I fully expect that. You know, you're right, Greg. I mean, when you look at, you know, what you're asking De'Aaron Fox to do, and then to actually ask him to guard Steph Curry also, that's too much of a load for anybody. You know, not let alone De'Aaron Fox, who, you know, is slight of frame. And so I think Chris Duarte is that guy. But what I think you'll see, ideally what Mike Brown would like to do is throw some length on Steph Curry, you know, a little more size. But I don't know if we have that, capability with some of the injuries. And so I think Duarte will start on him. I think you'll see Davion get some minutes. They actually like Kevin Huerter for some reason. Don't ask me why, boys.
To guard Steph Curry?
Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised.
Somebody's coming over to double. Somebody's coming over to double. Come on.
Well, you might be right, because if we remember the first time we saw you guys during the regular season this year, Steph was going off, and then late in the game in that fourth period, they started running 2 at Steph Curry. And so it'll be interesting to see. I mean, but you guys know, nobody can guard Steph Curry one-on-one. I mean, it's you just try to do the best you can, and you got to throw multiple bodies at him, and that's what I think we'll see tonight.
Kyle, great stuff. It is always great to hear your voice. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. Say hi to Whitey for us. Should be fun.
I got one more thing.
Go right ahead.
One more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Take two.
I know you guys are 49ers fans.
Well, more than
Eagles fly on the road to victory.
Who booked him?
You know, and I
booked him, Walter. I was just saying nice things about him. Who booked this
I know
guy?
you have a Boston tie. What's going on with the Eagles?
I'm from Philly originally.
Are you?
Mom and Dad still live in Philadelphia. Yes. So I've been waiting all season long for this week. And to have you on too, Papa,
can you guys come up with a better fight song than Fly, Eagles, fly, on the road to victory. Fight, Eagles, fight. Score a touchdown, 1, 2, 3. Hit them low, hit them high, and watch our Eagles fly. And then you actually go EAGLES. You can't come up with a better fight song?
When you're drunk, it's hard to spell.
What is that?
You're a little off key. Let me say
I know that.
You're a little off key.
Yeah, well, that's the way they sing in South Philly.
You still have nightmares about your last visit to Philly. I get it. I understand.
Yeah, my elbow hurts right now. Oh, damn. Hassan, shop. We liked you. You dropped that on
we
me.
liked you.
Why didn't you mention that at the top of our chat?
Yeah, things would have been a lot different.
We would have hung up on you at 10:30.
I was planning that from the get-go. I couldn't wait to deliver that.
So what do you think? What do you think? Who wins the game on Sunday?
You know what? If I'm being honest, the Niners are playing better, but the Eagles just find a way to win. They should have lost that game the other night against Buffalo. And so I think in that environment, at the link, probably if you've been there, I think it's going to be hard for Brock Purdy and them. I mean, they got to get up early. If they get behind a house of horrors, what the link is known as, it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be a great game, though.
Ground, Eagles, ground. You got to come up with a new. You got to come up with a new song. Now, come on, we put that up against Bang Bang Not a Gang. You got to come up with a new song. What is this? Is Chuck Bednarik still playing both ways?
It's so funny, man. I do the radio show with Whitey, and we got obviously a bunch of Niners fans, and they'll drop that Bang Bang Niner game on me at a second's notice. Oh, I'm tired of hearing it.
That's going to be a fun week, man.
Oh, man.
Hey, thanks, Kyle. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you, my friend.
All right, guys. Take care.
Man.
Wow.
Like you said, why didn't you drop that at the beginning? We just hung up on him. I was being all nice to him.
Is that the lamest song? And part of me likes it because it goes back to the 60s, the early days of the Eagles. But what, can they not modernize their song? Seriously? When they all start singing that, I'm like, what's going on?
It's just drunk.
You know what it speaks of? The generational love for that football team in Philadelphia. And the Niners have it, obviously, being born in 46. But the Eagle fans, that's something that your great-grandpa watched, Steve Van Buren, and passed it on to Jaworski, your dad, and then on it went. But when they start singing that song, I'm like, really? That's the song?
Eagles. I don't care about them. Jaworski. That's the best they could do at this point.
Lackawanna, New York. Take it easy on Jaws, would you? He said Colin Kaepernick would be the greatest quarterback that ever played.
He did. Speaking of the 49ers, it's the 7th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction benefiting the 49ers Foundation. That's presented by Pepsi. This is awesome. We do this every single year, and you have an opportunity to bid on these items. Started at 8 a.m. this morning. Game day suite experiences, John Lynch meet and greet, top golf experience with a mystery 49ers
Which is probably
player.
Christian McCaffrey. He's big over there at Top Golf.
Press level tour at Levi Stadium. I could take you on that. With Papa and Ryan.
You're going to devalue it by saying
That's true. I'm not going to take you on it. Trent Williams autograph game used cleats. I mean, I'm just giving you a few things here. Opening right now, 8 a.m. The auction closes, though, tomorrow at 7 p.m., so it's not like you can hang out for a long time. So 8 a.m. it started this morning, 7 p.m. tomorrow. You can also donate to the page directly on the auction website. All you have to do is go to 49ers.com/give. That's 49ers.com/give to bid on the packages. And it is an awesome experience. By the way, I was reading through this. Greg Papa voicemail.
Yeah, I saw that.
30-second personalized voicemail recording from Greg Papa.
The thing is, there's no way that's going to be 30 seconds. So what I'm going to do is
You can't even clear your throat in 30 seconds.
Say Nick Sirianni wants me to do a voicemail for him. It'll be, touchdown, Sirianni!
Now, can I get that in 30 seconds?
Does it?
No, that's going to be. That is the last item listed. I think that'll draw the lowest response.
I'm going to bid on it.
All right, touchdown Lund. We can do that. I think the one you want is the sideline anthem team. 4 tickets to the Niners-Ravens game. That's
Right.
Christmas night. Talk about a stocking stuffer. And you get 2 youths to be on the field.
And you don't have to hang out with their
age
family.
6 to 18. You get a pregame. You're on the field during the pregame ceremony and the national anthem. You get to go out there with a coin flip.
Oh, that's cool.
How great is that with Fred Warner?
That is cool.
Lamar
You're gonna go
Jackson will be out there for Baltimore.
To midfield and hang out.
You're out there for the national
And you
anthem.
call
You're
heads
on
or
the
tails?
field during the pregame ceremony. Baltimore's the road team.
Yeah.
They'll get to call the heads
Oh,
or
yeah,
tails. But that's an item, isn't it? What's that going to sell for?
Is there parameters that you can't curse on the voicemail?
I'll handle the voicemail, John. Don't worry about the voicemail. I'm going to go, ground, Eagles, ground. Kyle Draper, wow.
Hi, this is Greg Poppin. You've reached Bob. F that guy. That'll be good.
You know,
Are you going to say touchdown, San Francisco?
In the old days, we used to do the Chick Hearn actually started this when they were winning so many championships. And Chick made a great living, and he reached out to me to do it. But we had Joe Barry Carroll at that time. Anyway, he would do a long, somebody scoring a basket. Kareem, throws it back out, and Magic throws it over to John Lund, and John Lund makes a 3, and the Lakers win the game at the Horn.
Oh, that's
he
good.
made a lot of money. Would put it
It's
in
kind of
nice,
like a modern day Cameo.
Well,
you do that on Cameo.
Yeah,
now.
You're right, or TikTok.
Yeah,
He did it, but this was years ago, back
Smart.
in the 80s.
What would he charge?
It would be on a cassette a lot because it was Chick Hearn, so he had me do
Why
it
don't
for
you
the
do
Warriors.
that on the
and
side?
I think I did. I had one request to do that. I think it was Sleepy Floyd as Superman, and that was it. So, but that is the modern version of it. So, yeah, the voicemail is going to be fun.
The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. How much would you pay for a pop of voicemail? Maybe you do that. It'd be a good side business. Man, it'd be huge. You make a ton of money.
Now that my mom and Al Davis are both deceased, I don't call anybody on the phone. My daughters. So I think I'm going to lay it out on voicemail.
I left my first voicemail in about, I don't know, a year today.
Don't you just hang up? You hang up.
Normally, and then I just text the person, and I did start the voicemail by saying, you're probably not going to hear this, but I need to leave you a voicemail because it was longer than the text I wanted to write. So I don't know if it's ever going to be listened to, but you're right. Nobody listens to voicemails anymore. You hang up, and then you just text the person, call me, right?
The best voicemail ever I did was, hi, I can barely hear you. Can you speak up? No, I can't hear you. It's got to be louder. Can you talk? You got to scream. I can barely hear you.
Didn't Ricky Henderson do that? Ricky Henderson had that on
Ricky's
his.
was, hi, it's Ricky. Now, Ricky would do it where you thought he actually answered the phone.
Yeah.
It was, hi, Ricky here. Rick, you there? Ricky? I'm stealing second in about 5 seconds, so I'll call you back. You know what it was like? It was, hi, Ricky here, and then like Draymond. What do you think about what Rudy Gobert said? He waited like 15 seconds to give a no comment after he thought about it. Hi, Ricky here.
Tremendous.
Rick, Craig Poppy, you there? Nothing.
We need him back on the
Leave
show.
a voicemail. I'll call you back.
He hijacks the whole show because like Ricky's supposed to be at 11. No, Ricky said 11:30.
Yeah,
Ricky said unbelievable. All right, coming up next, Nick Serrianni. He answers 4 questions in 3 minutes. He was on with the WIP morning show in Philadelphia, and the questions you need answered.
Lane Johnson is all I want to know.
Yeah.
He's not going to say.
He answers those questions.
He's not.
We'll do it next. Only here on the Sports Eater.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Where's the holes?
Yeah, right. Where are the holes?
No.
There's holes.
No, what's the
Where are
holes? It was some
The
wide
back
open
end.
plays now.
The back end. You got the all-pro and the all-pro.
The D-line make him make both of them all pros.
You don't,
So
besides Slay, I respect Slay.
What
That's
about
my dog.
Bradbury?
Trash. Bradbury's trash?
You termed James Bradbury trash after the football game last year. Do you regret that? I mean,
I don't regret nothing I said.
okay, you stand by it.
That's Debo Samuel in the offseason. That's Debo Samuel yesterday. Doesn't regret anything he said, called James Bradbury trash. So some more fun. And Nick Serrianni, that's one of the things he answered, the trash talk back and forth. Gives us an injury update on 3 key injuries that they have. Fletcher Cox, your friend, Lane Johnson, the right tackle, and potentially Dallas Goedert, who I don't think he's going to play, but you never know. So we got those injury updates, plus his team being an underdog. So about 4 questions in 3 minutes, and we shall discuss. So here's Nick Seriani, head coach of the Eagles. And like Kyle Shanahan does here each Friday with Tolbert and Copes, Nick Seriani does his talk show or his coach's show every Tuesday on WIP.
I think it's Thursday at 3:30, Jan.
And so, yeah, Thursday at 3:30. So Nick Seriani this morning with one of our friends who we hope to
John Ritchie. 14 blasts.
Yeah, so John Ritchie, former Raider and Eagle and Stanford Cardinal, does the morning show at WIP, so you'll hear his voice in here. But here's Nick Seriani with 4 questions you need to know. We'll go behind any lines, and then you and I will discuss.
Let's start with this, Nick. Are you aware of the fact that your team is an underdog, officially an underdog on Sunday? Do you know that?
You know what? I did. Bob let me know that, and good. We like being an underdog. I think the first thing I ever knew about this city when I was a little kid was Rocky. That's all. He's always the underdog. We like being the underdog. No one thought much of us going into last season. And we played the underdog role well, and here we are, and good. We'd like to be the underdog again.
How much do you expect that the 95 snaps for your defense will linger into this game, Nick?
Yeah, that's my job to make sure that they're rested, right? And so we'll do different things this week. Again, we have phenomenal doctors, and we have phenomenal trainers, strength staff, nutritionists, massage therapists. Like, you name it, we got it to get these guys ready to go. And that's what I appreciate about Mr. Laurie, that he is willing to do anything he can to help us win. And just everything we've ever asked for, he allows us to do. And that I really appreciate that. And so we'll have a plan. We have a plan for all these guys, and to make sure that they're rested. And part of that too is how we practice, right? And so, we'll probably pull back a little bit.
Nick, any early sense here on Lane, Fletcher, and Dallas Goedert and their status for Sunday?
Obviously, all 3 of those guys are phenomenal players, phenomenal leaders. We're hopeful. I haven't seen them yet. We haven't been out in the field yet. I did give them one part of making sure they were rested for this upcoming Sunday, was giving them off yesterday. So and then they're off again today. So they need that time. They need that rest. And so I have not seen them yet, and we haven't been on the field yet. So that would be too premature for me to evaluate that quite yet.
The talk that they put out there in the world, January, February, and March last year, it was clear that it irritated some of your players. With all that they talked after they rightfully lost to you guys, fair and square, did it irritate you that they talked so much smack after that loss by them?
We're focusing on this, because there's so many different elements, right, of the 2023 Eagles and the 2023 San Francisco team, right? There's so many, one of our best players from last year plays for them now, right? And so, there's so many different pieces of that. We don't want to get, let's focus on this team in 2023 versus their team in 2023. And because, there's definitely things that happen after games that you hear, that you talk about, but this is a different group of guys. They're a different group of guys. We're just looking forward to a really good game
against a really good opponent again here. And no place I'd rather play than here in front of our fans in Philadelphia.
All right, so there's Nick Serrianni this morning. 4 questions in 3 minutes there with our good friend, John Ritchie at WIP in Philadelphia. Just to recap very quickly, the underdog mentality, he talked about Rocky. It's actually Brocky. Brocky is the actual underdog. By the way, 2.5 to 3 is the spread. So it started at 1. It's 2.5 to 3. 95 snaps for the defense. You heard John Ritchie say that. Says he's going to make adjustments. Shout out to his owner that they're getting those guys together, taking a little bit of time for those guys. As you would expect, Lane Johnson, Fletcher Cox, Dallas Goedert, 3 big players for them. May or may not play. He says he hasn't seen them. And then the trash talk, he says we're focused. This is a different game and a different year. So there you go. Those are the 4 things. What jumps out?
I mean, when we saw Nick Sirianni's first ever game as the Eagles head coach at home, and the Niners beat him in week 2 of the 21 year, and you were trying to figure out who exactly this guy is, and going into the championship game last year, I thought the 49er coaching staff would have an advantage. I'm not going to say they don't, but this is a well-coached team. To win all the close games, to win the way they win, the mentality they play with. And with Sirianni there, you didn't hear it as much on WIP because he tried to downplay it. He is not from Philadelphia. He's from Jamestown, New York, the home of Lucille Ball. Not far from where I grew up in upstate New York, although he looks like he's out of central casting as a Philadelphian. He just looks like a guy from South Philly walking down Broad Street, going to the link and getting a beer and watching the game in the crowd. He's that kind of guy. But they are well coached. They're well coached in every regard, and they're a good team. So it's going to take a battle to beat them. And I think even losing both of their coordinators from the offseason and being able to plug and play and go 10-1. And he mentioned all the guys they've lost, including the Gravedigger and C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Marcus Epps. I think they're watching the Bears last night and T.J. Edwards flying around for Chicago. They miss him in the middle of their defense. And they got, Zach Cunningham. Is he going to play with the injury he had? They've had some injuries at stack linebacker. They missed Kazir White. So they are different. I would say the word what we're hearing is that it's probably unlikely that Fletcher Cox will be able to play in this game. Dallas Goedert, they never put him on the IR. And, so he's eligible to come back, plus they had the bye week. It's going to be exactly 4 weeks when he fractured that forearm against Dallas, and that was a bad injury. And it looked like the Cowboys may have pulled a little extra to get that thing fractured. He's big in all of their passing game, but he's also critical in the brotherly shove, the tush push, because he's the guy, along with A.J. Brown, who's pretty much behind Jalen Hurts, and he shoves him from behind. He's a really good player, so that'll be key. But the key to me is Lane Johnson. If Lane Johnson's going to be able to go in this game or not. If he does not go, you go from the best right tackle in football, although he's not been as strong this year. I saw Jalen Phillips in Miami. Last year, he did not give up a single sack the entire year, and he was playing with that groin issue, and you knew he had to have surgery right after whenever they were done, and it wound up being after the Super Bowl and after their parade. But he was great last year. He has not been as strong this year. That's why he may get a little head start every single snap. It looks like he starts his kickstart early and he false starts, but they don't call it. To go to Jack Driscoll, who's a young player out of Auburn, over Lane Johnson would be big, and I think that would open up for Nick Bosa. But Nick Sirianni, John, we just didn't know who he was and what he was about. But we'll see who wins the game Sunday, and we'll get into it more later in the week. But you got to respect what Philadelphia has done. They are a well-coached team, and this guy is a very solid head coach.
Yeah, absolutely. And he talked about it being a new year and it being different. And you got guys like DeAndre Swift and all those kind of things. But, the thing that is so impressive, at least defensively, like if they don't have Fletcher Cox, I mean, he's a starter. But their backup defensive line, Nolan Smith, the first rounder to Georgia, super fast. Milton Williams made a lot of nice plays against the Bills last week. These are their backups. Jordan Davis is a backup. Brandon Graham's a backup. Those 4 guys could start and form a really good defensive line. Their starters, Hassan, Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Jalen Carter's having an amazing season, and Jeff Sweat's having a great season as well. They've got still, even losing the Gravedigger to the 49ers, they've still got a 2-deep defensive line in which their second unit could start for a lot of teams and be really good.
Without a doubt.
So that's what's scary.
And that's when they won the Super Bowl. That's what they had. It wasn't TOO deep, it was TWO deep, and they came at you in waves. They had Chris Long, rotating in when they won their Super Bowl with Doug Peterson. So that's how Howie Roseman has built his team a lot like the 49ers have built the team with a lot of high draft picks. They just didn't want to play Javon Hargrave. He wasn't one they drafted. He was a Pittsburgh Steeler to start his career, and they bought him. And then it got to a point where he was just too expensive. And Jordan Davis was a good player last year, John. He's mixing in a lot more this year. Milton Williams is a splash player. They leave Reddick plays a lot of snaps, and so does Josh Sweat, more than the other guys, because they just stamina-wise, they can do it. And Josh Sweat is just so big. And Hassan Reddick is the guy that obviously got to Brock's elbow, but he sets a great edge in the run game. Those guys are forceful players. So those guys play more snaps than the other guys do. 94, and Hassan Reddick is number 7. They rotate the other guys. I mean, Graham and Cox are their old guard on their O-line the way Kelsey and Lane Johnson are on the O-line. But the guy who really is the difference maker, because the two outside guys do win fast, and they lead the NFL in winning fast, which means under 2.5 seconds they get pressure on the quarterback the most consistently. And it's the outside guys, Hassan Reddick and Josh Sweat. But third on that list is Jalen Carter. And he's the guy on draft day, John. We debated where is he going to go. I think, and obviously C.J. Stroud is having a tremendous year. Devin Witherspoon in Seattle, the number 5 overall pick. They're likely going to be your O-Roy and D-Roy this year, offensive and defensive rookies of the year. But the guy who was the most talented player in the draft a year ago was Jalen Carter. And he fell because of the off-field incidents and, racing cars in Georgia, and a couple of people lost their lives, and then he showed up out of shape for the combine and didn't test well. But you just see the freakish ability of that guy, and he will line up right inside. And we'll see what the Niners do. Is Spencer Burford going to get cleared to come back in this game? If he does, I think they will rotate John Feliciano and Spencer Burford and keep a fresh body, because these guys on the D-line are going to be fresh. They're going to rotate those guys all the time. Maybe Burford was wearing down a little bit last year. It was the way they ran with Brunskill where they shared it. So Feliciano's a badass, and he can take on some of these guys.
I'd rather have him than Burford.
I think they'll play them both. I think they'll rotate. And what you want to do is, because what we're talking about is, 94 and 7 will play the most snaps, Sweat and Reddick, but they rotate all the other guys. They just come at you in waves, and you got fresh legs coming. I think Burford will have a role if he's able to, get over the injury and play. If it was a Sunday game and not a Thursday game on Thanksgiving, he was going to be able to play, but we'll see. They have a different skill set, but I think you'll see both guys rotate in. But the middle of their D-line, though, those guys are young, and they come at you in waves. I mean, even Nolan Smith doesn't play a whole lot. That guy is freakish off the edge. He's just not ready, and they had some issues with him early where he got hurt, but he's starting to mix in. But their front is great. There's no doubt. They have a great D-line. Their O-line is terrific. It won't be as strong if Lane Johnson can't go at right tackle. But I think the areas you attack them, it's still the middle of the field.
Linebackers.
And then the secondary. And we knew going into the game they were going to attack James Bradbury. The numbers were great. He was a Pro Bowler last year. Hell, he was second-team All-Pro. But when you watched him, he's not the guy that Darius Slay is. Big play Slay will follow people around the way he did with Stephon Diggs when they were playing man, and they kind of tipped it. When he was following Diggs, it was man. When he wasn't, they were playing zone. But I think he could go at Bradbury, certainly with double moves. But the issue with that is having enough time to complete the double move, because their pass rush, they're not racking up sacks like they did last year. Hell, they had the most sacks in football going back to the 84-85 Bears. They had 70 sacks, and it was all across their front. They're not doing that this year quite, John, but those guys do win fast, and they win fast inside with Jalen Carter and on the outside with Sweat and Reddick.
How big is this game in terms of Kyle Shanahan's tenure? We'll give you that as well. Plus, how long is this rivalry going to go on? There's a lot of young guys on both these teams. We'll get into that conversation next, only here on the Sports Hitter.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Our pal Ron Wotus, he's returning for his 37th year in the Giants organization. Check out that story and more. Turning on it now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
No, I'm not much of a trash talker myself, but I think it's a huge game, obviously, with the seeding and all that. We're different teams this year. We're at different spots and in different conditions than we were when we played last year. I think they're really good, and they've found ways to win this year. It's just going to be another game where we have to execute, and I'm extremely confident this go-around. I was confident last year, but some things early in the game definitely hurt us, but we're just excited for another opportunity.
That was Nick Bosa. He was with the morning show today. He was with Murph and Mac. If you want to hear that entire interview, just go to KNBR.com. Thanks for joining us on a Tuesday edition of the show. So I was looking this morning at big games under Kyle, not playoff games, just regular season games, and we're going to get into this whole thing of how long this thing with Philly is going to last, because there's a lot of young players on both teams. But in no particular order, 2019 at Seattle, which obviously gave them home field and the West, the Dre play at the goal line. 2021 Rams, obviously last
game of the year,
gets them into the playoffs. This game, which I think could determine the number one seed, and then I'm going to pull this one out of the air. I'm not sure, but 2022 at Seattle, only because what it represented, short week going to Seattle, the Brock
Purdy rib injury.
and that's when Kyle said he knew that Brock was the guy. So am I missing something there? Would you replace something there? I mean, those seem like just regular season-wise.
All of the 2019 year, when they got off to the 8-0, that Monday night game against Seattle and the loss in overtime, and then that string of games where they had to beat Green Bay, Baltimore, New Orleans, and beat Green Bay and overwhelmed them with a pass rush, lost to Baltimore when Robbie missed a kick before half and Tucker made his, and it was raining and Lamar was a problem, and then the New Orleans game was epic, one of the great shootouts ever, the fourth down. The Ram game on that Saturday night when they had to convert 2 3rd and 16s, one to Kendrick Bourne and one to Emmanuel Sanders to get Robbie Gould in field goal range to win. You had to win all those games to set it up, but the single game was that battle in Seattle, December the 29th and 19th, and the tackle that Dre made on Jacob Hollister to win the West by literally an inch. So I would agree with that. The pandemic year will throw out a 20. The 21 year, there were a couple of moments that year where the franchise was going to go a different direction. They were not playing well. Jimmy struggled in the rain against Indianapolis. They fell to after a 2-0 start, and one of the second win was at Philadelphia. They lost 4 in a row. And I know just Kyle was really starting to think about Trey Lance at that point. And Trey still had the finger injury. He did play in Arizona, didn't play well in that game. He had to go to a really heavy run base, but they were starting to pivot middle of the year. If they had not beaten Chicago, they did. Jimmy played great. Brandon Ayuk got out of his funk, played great. The Debo dash on the 3rd and long down to the 1-yard line. Then they came back the next week, got trampled by Arizona, and they were down 31-7 at one point. You thought, oh, boy. So I would say the Veterans Day, that Monday night game against the Rams, again, a pivot point. And that's where they went heavy Debo and Deadpool and Tyson personnel and ran them a lot because of the injuries in the backfield. So all those, and then, the 21, you had to win all those games to set it up for
the Rams game.
Rams game, but there were so many you couldn't slip up. But I think you hit all the big ones. But honestly, this one's different. This one is not just to win the Seattle was to be the number 1 seed. And
which they took advantage of in retrospect. I mean, to win that, to get home field, to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, now that we know we've got that one in
it's
full,
a huge advantage.
That Seattle game was massive.
And back then, if you didn't win that game, you were going to be the 5 seed, and you were going to fall. Had to go to Philadelphia on the road to play in the playoffs. So that game was huge, and it came down to a moment in time, but it was the whole battle. That was such a great game. This game is a lot like those Seattle matchups because you knew you were going to play. When the team left Broad Street in South Philly last year, you knew that you were going to go. You're going back to Philadelphia to play them. You know the schedule. You just didn't know when, and you didn't know exactly what the situation was going to be. And then in the offseason, you buy their best defensive player in Javon Hargrave, put him in the middle of your front. They go young, and they get his replacement with Jalen Carter and what they are and who they are and what upgrades they've made. Obviously, bringing in the running back has been a big upgrade for them, DeAndre Swift. But to me, this is almost like you're going back to the 90s, and it's 49ers and Cowboys. And you didn't always play them in the regular season, but a lot of years you did. And in 94, you did beat them at Candlestick to make sure the championship game was at Candlestick. You didn't want to go back to Texas Stadium. So to me, this game represents January. This is December the 3rd, but it really sets up what you're going to be doing January 28th. And that was the whole talking point in the offseason. And the guys are backing off all of the trash and, all the talk in the off. They're not even really talking about what the goal is here, but they made it clear. They want the NFC Championship game to be in the South Bay and not South Philly. It comes down to that. Now, it could go to Detroit. It could go to Dallas. You don't know once you get into January football, but this is like time trials of the Indianapolis 500. You're lining up to see who's going to have pole position, and that number 1 seed is a major advantage. Whoever gets that does not play wild card weekend. They go right to the second round, and they host all games. The divisional and the championship game come through your building. And I think the Niners feel like, even though they lost to Cincinnati and Kansas City last year, they're going to be hard to beat at Levi's, and it's difficult to play there. So this game, a lot of meaning going on to last year and the Brock Purdy injury and stealing Hargrave from them. And everything that this represents. This was never a rivalry before. Before they met last year in the playoffs, they met exactly one time in the playoffs. It was not 49ers Giants or 49ers Seahawks, or certainly not 49ers Packers or 49ers Cowboys, but this is what it is now. We knew they were good. They're young. They're built for the long haul. Their quarterback just has a way of getting out of tough situations. They are the modern-day version of the Broad Street Bullies, and you got to go in there and bully the bully. And I think the Niners have certainly the roster to go in there and bully them, and especially if it's raining weather and close to freezing, and they can certainly do that. But this game, to me, John, sets up, it's a December the 3rd matchup that may determine where we spend January 28th.
I think it does, because we'll get into this in the close games that the Eagles have won, but they play at Dallas the following week. Dallas went into Philadelphia. They lost 28-23. It was a close game. Dallas could have pulled that game out, probably should have pulled that game out. The Eagles, after the 49ers, they go to Dallas the next week, and that's going to be a tough game for them to win. I think in 2 weeks, if the 49ers win, they could be the number 1 seed in the NFC. Now the Ravens come in. They don't have an easy schedule the rest of the way, but they have a real opportunity, and that's why that game is big. But at Seattle in 19, the Rams in 21 to get in the playoffs. This game, and I think Seattle, the Brock Rib game, might be the 4 biggest in Kyle's regular season career at the 49ers. But you led us into something perfect. Just how long is it going to be Philly and the 49ers? Because we've talked so much about what the big rivalries are with the 49ers. Philly is young. They've got a couple of older guys. The 49ers are young enough. They've got a couple of older guys like Trent Williams. So how long could this actually be a thing? We'll tell you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. You heard John and I talking about our custom lens replacement surgery we had the last few years and how much it has changed our lives. If you want to know more about it, they're having a free live CLR custom lens replacement webinar. It's coming up Friday, December the 8th at noon. It's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between LASIK and CLR? I've had both, and I think CLR is way better, but they have modern advancements in LASIK as well. Am I a good candidate for either procedure? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? It took 20 minutes to turn my eyes from 20/60 to 20/20. So find out how the CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and cataracts at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. That is Friday, December the 8th at noon. Space is limited, so register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Donovan, do you head into next Sunday's game against the 49ers feeling confident with the Eagles winning the game?
Yeah, absolutely. A win is a win, guys. And at this point in the season, there are teams that are dying to get just a win. And so I think for the San Francisco game, I mean, it's really mano a mano. Whoever lines up, and no matter what you did lead to this point. But the confidence-wise, winning last week definitely helps us out in so many ways. But again, we got to find ways to get our offense going early because we can't allow ourselves to get down versus San Francisco.
That's Donovan McNabb. He was on WIP. Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader. Dennis Brown. Dennis joins us in about an hour. We'll talk about the defense on this thing.
How much did they boo Donovan McNabb when he was drafted?
They wanted Ricky Williams. Remember that whole thing?
I do.
I was thinking about this today. So how long is this actually going to be a thing? Because you just mentioned this. This hasn't really been a rivalry, and we talked Seattle as a rival, and we thought a couple of years ago maybe the Rams would be a rivalry again, and it's got to be playoffs, and it's got to mean something, but it's kind of starting to. And so I was thinking about this long term. Well, what do you need for a rivalry? Well, you got to play for something, which these teams are again. It's got to be competitive, so the 49ers got to start winning some of these games. You got to have some young quarterbacks for it to have longevity, which Jalen Hurts is young. Brock Purdy is young. And then I start looking at both organizations, Howie Roseman, John Lynch. I mean, you've got great organizations. You got great young head coaches. And then you look at some of the players you could lose in the future. Obviously, Trent Williams is a guy you could lose. Who knows? Guys are going to make money. Guys are going to leave. But Nick Bosa is long-term, and you got a bunch of young players on this team. Fred Warner's still young enough. You got a bunch of guys. You look at Philadelphia. Yeah, they're going to lose, a guy like Fletcher Cox at some point. They're going to lose Lane Johnson at some point. But again, A.J. Brown is young. Devontae Smith is young. I mean, you look across the board. Defensively, they've got a lot of young players on that team. Now, could they lose Darius Slay? Could they lose Bradbury? Sure. But they've done a nice job of replacing guys defensively. So as you look at this, because everybody talks about Brady and Manning and these great, rivalries through the years in the playoffs, this could really be something for a long time. The Eagles versus the 49ers, Brock versus Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of snuck up on us because a couple of years ago, we went to Philadelphia week 2 of the year. It was Sirianni's first home game. I thought he mismanaged that game. Everybody ran the Philly special, and the Niners won. They did make the playoffs that year, and they had a hard time making a first down against Tampa Bay. They were overwhelmed in that game, and you just didn't see it in Jalen Hurts at all. I mean, Brock, overnight sensation to the world, being Mr. Irrelevant, but the moment he played well, and he's gotten better and better, and he's better this year than he was last year, but he was good right away. Jalen Hurts just was not. The improvement in Jalen Hurts and his ability, his percentage, I mean, his 2020 year, he was at 52%. And then he jumped up in 21 to 61.3%, and then last year was up to 66.5%. And the guy, he's not overtly talented the way Josh Allen is, the way even Justin Herbert is, certainly the way Patrick Mahomes is as far as an elite thrower of the ball, but he is just powerful. He is quiet. He's a tremendous leader. He has a lot of the same skill sets that Donovan has as far as being a dual threat with his arm and his legs, but he's just so grounded. He is impressive. But you just don't know. I mean, last year I remember we were talking about the laundry list of free agents they had, mainly on defense, and that they were going to have to win now because they weren't going to be as good. You find a way to keep the guys you want to keep, and the guys that you don't want to keep, you let them hit the streets. And Howie Roseman is even that guy. He's been with Jeffrey Lurie forever, but when Chip Kelly was there, they marginalized Howie for a long time. He kind of took a different role there, a little bit like Parag, where he went away for a while, did something different. But Howie has come back, and now he's clearly in charge of building this roster. And he does it a little differently than John Lynch and Kyle do. He does build it through the line, but he's bolder. He's got a little more bravado. He's kind of the Daryl Morey of the NFL in his own way. But I think where they hit on is Jalen Hurts, to be able to get a quarterback this good. He finished second in the MVP last year. I think right now, as good as Brock has been, and McCaffrey and whoever else you want to mention, the MVP of this league. They have the best record in the NFL, and although his stats are not as great, and he's turned the ball over, and he finds a way to win when it's time to win.
Yep.
And that's the bottom line. So I think Hurts right now, to get him with the 53rd overall pick or round 2 pick in 2020, to draft him and develop him. He was not developed when they got him. He was errant. He could not hit. He was not an accurate thrower. Now he is, and they built the whole thing around him with the RRPO, where he can hand it off on the run to Swift, whoever back is there, Gainwell or Boston Scott, or he can pull it and run it himself, or he can pull it and throw it off the RPO game. Their entire offense is built on the quarterback, and then you've got getting A.J. Brown from Tennessee was a huge trade. And he is a guy, this quarterback, throws the ball into the tight windows with accuracy, and this guy, he's the modern-day Michael Irvin, the way he runs a power slant. He is a powerful guy, and he's faster than you'd think. I remember going to Nashville when he was a Titan a couple of years ago in 21 and thinking, who is this slug? But he runs fast, and he's a bully. Teams have taken him away the last couple of weeks, so will Charvarius Ward follow him? And then Devontae Smith, you see Jerry Jeudy struggled in the NFL at times with a slight of build. Devontae Smith is just such a great route runner, and he has toughness to his game. I think the key is going to be Goddard in this game. If he does not play, he changes their whole, route tree. They're going to lose 4 guys eventually. Their core 4. 2 on offensive line, 2 on the defensive line. Jason Kelce and Lane Johnson.
Maybe as early as next year with Kelce.
You don't know. I thought he was going to retire last week. Would they give him a 6-pack of beer or a keg or something? And he decided to come play. I mean, right now he's still playing well, and he's the toast of Philadelphia. He's the most popular athlete in Philadelphia right now, even over Bryce Harper, Joel Embiid, or whoever else you want to mention. They love that guy because he personifies the whole Broad Street mentality. But eventually, they're going to have to replace the center and the right tackle. I'm hearing now it's 60-40 that Lane Johnson plays in the game on Sunday. We'll see. And then they got to replace the old guard. They love Brandon Graham. He's played the most games in Eagles history is Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox, and I'm not sure Cox will play. But beyond that, they are young. They're young on the offensive line. Mailata, the find of that guy to get him the way he was, his background is amazing. Dickerson's young at left guard. Juergens is now mixing in on the right side as well. Getting DeAndre Swift was a stroke of genius for a late draft pick.
And this is a lot like the Niners. Those additions, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. They had a deal in place with Seattle, and they were going to get Russell Wilson, and Jalen Hurts and picks were going to go to Seattle. They didn't make that deal. Jalen Hurts is great. You get a guy like DeAndre Swift. They jumped ahead of Dallas to get Devontae Smith. Dallas wanted him. They jumped ahead in that draft to get Devontae Smith. Jalen Carter slips down to them at number 9, and they get that to replace Hargrave. I mean, the reason why I think this is going to be a rivalry for a long time is they've got the same aggressive, good front office, smart, and they know what they want, and they've got the similar mentality. They just got Kevin Byard from Tennessee.
Byard, yeah.
All of a sudden, they just make these moves. Last year, getting the defensive line help that
they want to win. They want to win.
And the 49ers are the same way. So I just think it all starts at the top. They have good ownership that's dedicated. They have good GMs. They have very similar things. But at the end of the day, they have the 2 quarterbacks that are in place for long term. And so as I look at the NFC, I think Detroit, they've got a really young, good team. I think Detroit could still be there. Dak, since he left San Francisco, has been an MVP type of a candidate, and Dallas right now looks like they could be in it for the next few years. But to me, it looks like Philadelphia and San Francisco because, like you said, you're going to lose Trent Williams here and a couple other guys. They're going to lose, like you said, those 2 defensive line guys and 2 offensive line guys that can be replaced at some point. I know that Kelce is big time both on and off the field. But certainly as we sit here today, this looks like this thing could butt into something big.
Yeah, it could. And it could also, disintegrate. A quarterback gets hurt or something, and you wind up, bad injury. So it is what it is right now. And I think the key thing is you knew you were going to play the NFC East this year. But if both of these teams win their division, then you're going to play them again next year. So it's one thing to line up and play them in January, where right now you look like clearly the 2 best teams in the NFC. Who's the 3rd best team? Is it Detroit?
Dallas.
Is it Dallas? Is it Seattle? When the Niners ran Dallas off the field and looked like they were overmatched. So things change. You make proclamations at one point of the season and things change. It's all how you play in January and where you line up and how you do it. But Dallas is a talented roster. Losing Trayvon Diggs and what Deron Bland has become, and Jerry's going to be bold. They haven't spent as much money in recent years. But right now, they're the 2 best teams clearly in the NFC. They may be the 2 best teams in football this game may decide who wins not just January 28th on Championship Sunday, but who wins February the 11th on Super Sunday as far as who gets there in the NFC. The AFC, obviously Baltimore strong, Kansas City strong. You got a bunch of teams that are 8-3. Miami's right there. Is Jacksonville ready right now to make that climb? Could they knock some of these teams out come January? I don't know. But to me, we thought they were the two best teams clearly in the NFC, and they gave Kansas City a hell of a battle. That was a great football game, and their quarterback played exceptionally well. The one mistake he made was when he lost, in the pocket, and he wound up fumbling. It was right after a play where they false started on the tush push, they called it then, the brotherly shove. I'm going to be fascinated to see how the 49ers handle that play and what exactly they do.
Nobody stopped it. It's unstoppable.
Yeah, I think there's a way to stop it. It has not been stopped yet. I like what Buffalo did the other night, that lineman Phillips. Do you think he just jumped in the neutral zone because he jumped? Or do you think he wanted to splatter their line? And if you jump off sides like that, you put Javon Kinlaw over Travis Kelce's head, and it's 4th down and a foot, and you just have Kinlaw jack him up. What's the penalty? A half a foot. If they happen to flinch a little bit, it's 5 yards. And then you set the tone that when you do snap it, we are coming at you. And would it be Kinlaw? Would it be the Gravedigger? I just think Buffalo.
He doesn't ever get low enough. I mean, Vita Vea is a fire hydrant, so he doesn't have far to go. But I think too tall.
I think his size and you cock him on the nose. We'll see how they play it. But I think the shade technique, cock nose, not Fletcher Cox or cocks in your face. Excuse me. We should move on from this. But anyway, I think Buffalo jumped off sides intentionally. 97 Phillips, when he jumped off sides, he was doing that to just splatter them.
They dive so low that
you could stop it. I know what the numbers are, and you can't stop it yet. And it does change the way you play defense on 3rd down and 6. You can't give him 5.
You got to act like it's 3rd and 4.
You got to act like it's 3rd and 1, because he may go forward even if it's 4th or 2 and 4th and 3. And the boldness he shows to go forward on 4th down. Before Brock got hurt, the biggest play of that championship game was the 4th and 2 conversion to do Devontae Smith and the amazing catch he made. Well, they should have challenged it. They just couldn't see it.
And that game's totally different, but oh well.
Yeah, well, who knows? And they may just, Brock may get hurt in the 6th play after that. I don't know. But, I mean, there's one thing Sirianni will do is he's proven to be bold on 4th down. And it doesn't have to only be 4th and short. He will go forward on certain analytics. He's got a great kicker. I mean, that kicker is big time. The kick that he made, Elliott, on Sunday was one of the best kicks you see.
Yeah, there's no doubt. All right, we'll continue this conversation. We'll pick it back up. But something interesting yesterday. Our friend Tim Kawakami, who, by the way, is going to be on with Tolbert and Copes today. Let me check what time that is. You got to make sure that you tune in. 3:30 for Tim Kawakami today. And I don't think he had this intention, but Klay took it a certain way. So we'll play that for you coming up next, and we will comment on it. Of course, Kings and Warriors tonight in a big game, and Draymond Green returns. But Klay v. TK. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kurt talks a lot about believing in his guys, especially the starting lineup. Won championship not too long ago. Having patience, letting guys kind of, find their game. How aware are you of that kind of patience, and how much do you value it?
What do you want me to bench me?
No. It's like that's.
You want to bench Wiggs?
I don't think I said that.
Okay. I mean, you can suggest it. It's fine. But, I mean, thanks, Steve, I guess. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you earn these things like patience and time to find yourself. And I think history is on our side when it comes to that stuff.
You say that. Have you heard people say that?
No, I don't care what people say. Like, they don't do what we do. They can't do what they do. That's why they talk. Why would I? Like, come on. I don't care what people say at this point in my life. Next question.
Drew Rosenhaus?
Klay hits him with the next question. Tim Kavakavi is going to be on with Tolbert Copes this afternoon at 3:30. Make sure that you tune in. And he wrote a piece on it as well. What did you make of that?
Cantankerous Klay. I thought Kawakami's question was vague and open-ended, and Klay just, I don't know how much he follows social media and what other pushback. Klay's not playing as badly as people make it out. He's shooting 37% on the three ball, 40 overall. And I've seen some games. His Phoenix game the other night, I thought he was terrific. He was ready to shoot the ball and catch and shoot, and the game wasn't as good against San Antonio. They still won the game. They were sloppy in that game with 24 turnovers. I think he's fine. I think last year he started slowly, and it was more of a concern because he didn't want to play pickup in the offseason, even though they won the championship. And right around this time, John, we counted it down. It was 2 months to the day that he had the date of when he tore his Achilles after the ACL tear. He tore it up, and he played as well as he possibly could, and he played well against Sacramento in the first round last year. Did not play well against the Lakers. Did not shoot the ball well. But the Phoenix game the other night, he was 6 of 10 on the three ball. The Houston game before that, 5 of 11. I think he's playing fine. But I think there is.
I think we expect him to play the way he played in his prime, and he's not, and he's never going to, and he's never going to play the way that he did defensively. So there's questions that way. Tim was, in my mind, and at 3:30 we'll find out, but he wasn't going in that direction, and that's where Klay took it. And to me, remember laid back Klay and fun Klay and paper airplane Klay and the Klay we used to know. And it seems like since the injury, I don't know if it's he's reading things or whatever, or he's taking things personally, or he's getting older and it's pissing him off. I mean, we kind of all go through that, our mortality, and we're not what we once were. And he's kind of taking it personally. And I don't know if that's why he's pressing so much, but he didn't used to care. Like, remember when Kevin Durant came in and he basically just said, my game doesn't change. I catch the ball, I shoot it. He didn't overthink it. He just played. And now, like, with this retrospective Klay that we have, which in some ways is really cool, but in other ways, it's like he's overthinking it. You know?
Yeah, I honestly, I think he, when he was young, he was shy, he was bashful, he did not articulate himself. I remember when they retired his number at Washington State, it was the shortest speech ever. And he was hurt at that time. He was away from the team. He flew up there to Pullman on a Saturday. But he just, he's more comfortable being who he is, so he pushes back. But I think he's the same guy. Actually, the Belvedere Klay, the Yachtsman Klay, the Pacific Ocean Klay, that all came about after he tore his ACL and his Achilles and never played. He was away for 941 days. I think he's being challenged. To him, he probably wonders. They never challenge Steph when he shoots and misses. They always challenge me. With my contract, I don't have an extension. And Draymond went through it last year. He wound up getting it. So I think he pushes back and he hears the noise. You know, we've seen him act out more the last couple of years when he went at Devin Booker last year in Phoenix. You know, the whole thing with McDaniels that started the Draymond thing, he went back at him. Klay always shot and missed. He's a streaky shooter, but people don't dwell on. I remember long stretches when Klay could not make a shot. right when he became headband Klay in Chicago and broke the all-time three-point record, he was in a terrible funk to start the year. And then one game, he just went off. But he was a guy throughout his career that shot in the low 40 percentile. The first championship, he was up to 44 and then 43 for the 73-9 team. Since he's come back, the numbers are in the high 30s. But last year he made more threes than anybody in the NBA last year. Now, he shot 10.5 of them a game, but he made over 41%. And this year he's down. 37% is not horrible when you look at what Andrew Wiggins is shooting. Chris Paul's got his numbers up. I don't think he's playing that badly, but I think with Kawakami, the talking point he was trying to get to, Draymond's coming back. We're 17 games into the year. How do we assess this? And the other talking point was, was Chris Paul going to start or was he going to play off the bench? They are playing him off the bench because they're trying to get that starting five to go. And every year is different, but last year that was the best, as far as points and efficiency and plus-minus fivesome in the league. It was Steph and Klay, and it was Andrew Wiggins, and it was Draymond, and it was Kevon Looney. Now you're wondering to have two non-shooters, and they are offensive players in their own regard. Draymond will run the offense tonight in a variety of ways, from the high drag screen to the split cuts and everything he does. When he's on the floor, he's your best playmaker. When Paul comes in, it changed a little bit. And Looney does help, but they're guys you sag off of. So I think what Kawakami was looking at here, what's the best lineup now that Draymond is coming back? And it sounds like Steve is going to play both guys. He's going to play. He's not going to make a change. He's going to play Draymond and Looney together. He wants to see this fivesome again, and he wants to see him over a longer stretch. So I think that's where Kawakami was going, and then Klay kind of snapped. So, I don't know if he goes to Raymond and says something and reaches out to Kawakami. But there's a defensive side to Klay because I think he pretends like he doesn't hear it all, and he's cool, Klay, but he hears it, and he is pushing back a little more. But as a player, I think he's fine. He doesn't guard the ball the way he used to. When he was shooting and missing earlier, I never much cared, except a missed shot is like a turnover. You don't want to miss a shot. They are offensive rebounding better, but, missed shots do matter. But for ask him to guard the ball the way he guarded the best, whether it was Russell Westbrook or James Harden or Chris Paul or running off screens against J.J. Reddick, Tony Parker, whoever it was, Klay was Rocco. He had the point of the offense. That's hard. And then to run around off all the screens and pin downs and floppies and shoot the way he did, that takes a lot on your legs. So, but he was always streaky. But I honestly, John, I thought this Phoenix game the other night, there was one where he shot the ball right over the top of his forehead on a catch and shoot. I don't think he's playing as badly as everybody else is saying, and he's starting to come out of it. The guy that's got to get going is Andrew Wiggins.
I think all of them do. I mean, if I look at the Western Conference, Steph is going to be Steph. If Klay is not, and I'm not saying he's going to be the old Klay who could do it on both ends of the court, but if he's not, the problem becomes if he's not that kind of a shooter, then on the defensive end, he's not going to give it to you. Wiggins isn't giving it to you. And it's early in the season until we get to 20, and then we got to start evaluating. But you brought up a good point. Draymond hasn't played a whole lot. They might take this team 30 games to get a full evaluation of what exactly these guys are. But again, if we compare these guys to it's a championship or a disappointing season, which is where the Warriors are, then I look at this team right now, and I don't know if they can hang in the West. If Klay isn't playing at least as good as he can play at this point of his career, that Andrew Wiggins isn't the two-way player that he needs to be, because if he's not and Klay's not, then where are you in terms of guarding perimeter? Where are you out there?
Well, Gary Payton II.
Yeah, okay.
Klay's not guard. Klay can still guard. He just needs to be. It's a lot like Chris Mullin's later career when Mitch Richmond got here. They moved Chris from 2 to 3, and he was much better at 3. Chris was not quick-footed, but he was quick-handed. And it helped him to have the baseline and the sideline mainly. Klay is like tonight, I would think it would be Andrew Wiggins on De'Aaron Fox. Who guards Harrison Barnes? Who guards Kevin Huerter on all those DHOs they do with Sabonis windmilling and up top? And it's like he's handing off.
See if they can hit shots. They haven't been able to. Not against this team. Huerter and Barnes?
Well, those guys are good players, though, and they're coming
I'm more
alive.
looking at Denver. Like Denver's the team
tonight
to beat.
We're playing Sacramento.
I understand that.
So I mean,
but what I'm saying is
that
if you want to go, the team you have to go through to me is Denver. So I always look at the teams that are at the top. Not that Sacramento's not a really good team, But you're going to have to guard those kind of teams and those kind of players. And everybody talks about the size and the inside. But, those guys, not only is it Aaron Gordon and Murray, but Jackson and these type of guys, like how are you going to handle mainly all the perimeter guys?
He's going to have a different assignment. He's not going to be on the perimeter. Like tonight, I think you'll see Gary Payton II mix in early to go get De'Aaron Fox. He can guard him, and Steve's already said he likes the combination of Steph Curry and Gary Payton II. So he may even come into the game earlier tonight than Chris Paul. I'm not sure how they're going to do that. It's just a different assignment for Klay. He can still guard, but you're probably not going to put him on De'Aaron Fox. That's not a great matchup where De'Aaron's up top and has a two-way go to beat him. It's more, it's like playing football. Do you want him in the nickel inside, or do you want him over to a sideline when he has the sideline of the SL from a safety over the top? The baseline can help you. The sideline can help you. You can push guys. And Klay he has quick hands, and he's a big body. He can guard. If he gets switched on to Sabonis tonight, he can guard Sabonis. Sabonis is clever. He can go to the jump hook game and the drop step, but I think his body is more suited to guard 3s and 4s than it is right now in 1 and 2. So Klay just snapped back a little bit because I think he's defensive, and I was surprised he went there right away, where Kawakami's question was more like, and I'm sure he took it and he defended Wiggs right away. What, do you want to bench me? What, do you want to bench Wiggs? And that was the talk when Paul came here was, would Klay play off the bench? I remember when Klay was the same way. Remember when they got Durant and everybody was saying about Durant?
But that's what I mean. He was a different guy then.
No, but he did. His first line was, I ain't changing.
Right.
So
but it was kind of a,
hey, guy. He's the same guy.
See, it seems to me that, and look, this is just human nature to me.
He's just more articulate now, and he speaks out.
Yeah,
now.
But I think some of it's in his head, and when he struggles from a shooting standpoint, he never used to think about it. And now he gets defensive on those kind of things, and I think it does contribute to him struggling. But the other thing is, look, maybe it's nothing because Klay is financially set for the rest of his life, but some guys can handle a contract year, and it's nothing to him. Durant struggled with it. Draymond was good about it last year. Doesn't it have to be in the back of his mind that here's this organization that I've given all these things to, and I'm still waiting around on a contract? And look, if you have to look at this objectively, it is a question of whether the Warriors take care of him. Because if he doesn't have a great year and he wants a max type of a contract, they're not giving him that. They can't afford to. So doesn't that have to be in the back of his mind that I'm not secure? I don't know where I'm going to be next year.
I have no idea.
And it puts pressure on him.
I think
I'm saying that's human nature.
I have no idea. And Durant chose the opt-outs. He could have got a multi-year contract many times.
Yeah, but his last year was a circus.
Yeah, but he chose the 1-and-1. He wanted that because he wanted the option to be able to pick up and leave. He didn't want to play here anymore, and he left. And but
I'm saying that some people handle last year some way,
he wanted the last year because he wanted to end the relationship. Sure. Durant was out the door when he came into training camp that year.
And I understand, but what I'm saying is Draymond, give him the credit for this. He did a remarkable job last year. It just didn't become a story. And not that it's becoming a story for Klay, but in the back of his mind, not knowing where you're going to be from a human nature standpoint has got to place something into this. In other words, is he putting additional pressure on himself? Is he pissed? Because it's like, look, if he has a great year, he's good to go. He never has to work another day in his life. But I'm sure he wants to be here. I'm sure he wants to be treated on a similar level as Draymond and Curry. Draymond just got an extension.
Draymond did not get it until he went to free agency.
And I think he's sitting there saying to himself, because it's human nature, I've done all these things too. What's going on with me?
Yeah, I just think he's not quite the same player he used to be, mainly defensively. And it's hard. He's older, and he's coming off 2 horrific injuries. He just cannot stop the ball the way he used to. He would move his feet and beat the dribbler. I mean, De'Aaron Fox is a tough cover for anybody, but in his prime, Klay Thompson could get there with his length and his quick-footedness to be able to cut him off enough to make him take the jump shot. He cannot guard that way anymore. But there are times he guards Devin Booker really well. Klay will surprise you. I just think I think part of him thinks people that are questioning me can't do what I do, so why do you even question me? And then a little bit of it is just the built up, I'm a champion. I'm a 4-time NBA champion. I've done this before, and I've been questioned before. And he's coming back off the 2 worst injuries you can have. But honestly, I don't think he's the issue. I think he's playing fine. They got to get Andrew Wiggins going a little bit. The numbers defensively are not as strong. He needs to guard better. tonight. Outside of bringing in Gary Payton II, De'Aaron Fox is going to be a problem tonight. You got to stop his penetration, and that's going to be on Andrew Wiggins. And Wiggins is he just has a different mentality to how he plays. I admire that because I think that's built for the long haul of an NBA season. But in light of how his season went last year, you don't know if something is bothering him off the court or not. He's just so skilled where he can take on, he is Klay 10 years ago. He's younger where he can guard all these guys and do all those things. So you need him to do it. But there's a bottom line here. They built this team around a veteran core, an aging core. And there's going to be a point where they just can't get it done anymore. And they got to work together as a team. Outside of Steph, they don't have a lot of guys that can just flat out beat you off the dribble. And with Steph, it's more perpetual movement and the amazing skill that he has with the dribble to be able to beat guys. I'll be anxious to see what Mike Brown does with him tonight. Who guards him? Will it be Duarte or will they double him? But they've also got to stay connected to Klay. So I was surprised that Klay, took a shot at Kawakami. I think Tim was as well. But I think that's the great champion mentality in Klay. Just every once in a while, he hears what he hears and he takes it all in. Every once in a while, he has the forum to lash out, and he decided to lash out. He's done that periodically. I thought it was odd that he was wearing a Tennessee Titan beanie, and he was talking about how much he loves Steve Air McNair and Eddie George. Where'd that come from?
It was weird.
Wow, was that? Did you have that ready the entire time?
Yeah, he was ready.
You knew I was going to go there, even though
knew.
I didn't tell you I was going to go there?
Next question.
I thought he was a Raider fan.
That is a great drop, by the way. Next question is a great drop. I think it goes all the way back to, even though he made fun of it, remember he wanted the jersey, like the 76 jersey? I think that's where it all starts. Is he didn't get named to that team. He felt disrespected. He hasn't gotten what Draymond and Curry have gotten. I think that he's always seen maybe in a little bit different of a light. I mean, look, this is a player that's going to go to the Hall of Fame. He's been tremendous for years, and I think he doesn't like the fact, no matter who's asking the questions, and I don't have any issue with the way that TK asked the questions, and I think Klay misinterpreted it, but I do think that he feels like he doesn't get the same amount of respect as what Draymond and Steph.
Well, Draymond's getting buried right now. He is getting questioned in all regards. They are not questioning Klay whether he's a good teammate. In some respects, moving the ball and just playing within the system. And I think Klay has figured it out. Just move the ball. Don't force shots. Try to be more of a catch-and-shoot guy. I honestly don't worry about Klay Thompson. He's evolved, and the coaching staff knows that. They're smart, and they know they have to use him differently defensively. And Steve does challenge him to take great shots. Draymond, on the other hand, all of a sudden everybody's down on Draymond. And I get it, but honestly, the Gobert situation to me, which was 2 weeks ago tonight, was it was really being an act of being a good teammate. Maybe he took it a little bit too far, and the league obviously thought that. But I'm going to be anxious to see how Draymond handles it. But it's always going to be like this, John, because they are an aging core. And we thought, Sacramento would run by them last year. We thought they were times when they went up 2-1. That game on Sunday in Game 4 was epic. And then when they had a chance to close Sacramento out in Game 6 on that Friday night during day 2 of the NFL draft, Sacramento looked like, whoa, they are so much better. They are so much quicker and able to get up and down the floor, and Keegan Murray went off. And if De'Aaron Fox didn't hurt his finger, how would that series have been different? But then the old guard came back, and they were able to win that in 7, and then ultimately didn't have it against the Lakers. So I think we're just going to see them lashing out periodically. You never hear Steph does it a little bit when he's a petty king, but he does it with a smile on his face, and it's just different. But
when he's crushing you with threes, he does stuff on the court.
He shoots and misses a little bit. Steph's had some nights where he hasn't made every single shot, but they never question Steph really in anything he does. With Klay, there's a constant pushback, and with Draymond as well, for very different reasons. But I think you got to be aware of those 2 injuries that Klay Thompson has gone through, and what that did to him mentally. He has opened up to some degree about it, but I think when he's done playing, he's going to be fascinating to really hear the dark moments that he had. Can you imagine tearing your ACL last game ever at Oracle after Durant ruptured the Achilles, and then he's preparing to come back the next year and he tears his Achilles tendon?
I quit.
God.
I'm soft. I'd be like, I'm done. I mean, I can't even imagine, because one of those injuries is devastating. To have it happen twice.
And have to rehab all over again another year.
Restart it. And you and I have had this conversation a lot. I mean, look, I like the way that he's changed. I like that he's retrospective. I like that he lets us in on a lot of those kind of things. I just get the sense that when he has struggles on the court where it used to just kind of blow right by him, it was not an issue. And now I think he just, like you said, he's taking these things personally, and it frustrates him that he's not getting the benefit of the doubt.
He's got to change as a player. He's smart enough, and he has a coaching staff that knows. He has to guard closer to the baseline and the sideline. He's got to be more cognizant of rebounding, use his length, and move the basketball. And he's always been that guy. He's still a very good catch and shoot guy. He'll be fine.
Bottom of the hour, we'll get back to the 49ers. Dennis Brown is going to join us. The defense against Philadelphia, we'll concentrate on that. And one thing we haven't talked about so much, all these players around Jalen Hurts, but these quarterbacks who are running have given the problems to the 49ers, and Jalen Hurts won the game last week with a quarterback draw against Buffalo. So how do they handle that and the rest of the Philly offense? Dennis will tell us at the bottom of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Next question.
The great Dante Whitner breaks down where the Niners have an edge over the Eagles. Check out that story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I would have Javon Hargrave, who's like a compact muscle, right? I would have Eric Armstead, who's been playing really well with his penetration, get off, and his length. Givens on one side, and the way that I would do it is I would emulate how the Philadelphia Eagles try to play the tush push. What they do is they put 4 defenders to either the left or the right, and they have them go in at an angle, right? Almost like
a shade.
Shade, like combing your hair to the side, right?
Yeah, right.
Combing it to the side, and then they'll have another wave go to the counter side to try to knock the offensive lineman off balance, and then that second wave come in and get the quarterback. But I think that in that second wave, you should have guys like Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw cleaning it up and one guy going over the top. But the way that they've been adding extra plays to this to try to attack the edge, you have to have 2 edge defenders that's outside for the toss or for the quarterback keep and run. So that's how I would attack it.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Bob and Lund here. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Niners and Eagles, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-KNBR. Give us your thoughts. We're also on YouTube and Twitch as well, so you can find us there. One thing as I was thinking about YouTube and Twitch before we get into a discussion, and then Dennis Brown's going to join us at the bottom of the hour, no hats today.
No hats.
A couple of nice hair days.
Having a good hair day.
Yeah, you had a really good hair day. Was it yesterday? You had a good hair day yesterday.
I had a good hair day Friday. Every day. It's just a question of whether or not I wash the hair in the morning or not. So
yeah, because lots of people tune in and they wonder about the movement of hats, because then they know what we're talking about.
I was going to wear my Tennessee Titans beanie like Klay and go Steve Air McNair and Eddie George. And
I've never seen you in a beanie. You're not a beanie guy.
I am a beanie guy.
Oh, are you really?
You may see me one on Sunday when it's cold in Philadelphia.
It's chilly.
So you heard Dante talking about the tush push, the brotherly shove. And I know the Niners have been working on this for a while. Jeff Genie ran the numbers, so he has been stopped on that. They have run 30 quarterback sneaks this year, and he has a first down or a touchdown on 25 of them. He did fumble and lost a fumble on 1, and that was against Washington in Week 8. So Chase Young and the Washington Commanders played Philadelphia twice. So you may want to get intel from him, and I think with his size, to be able to line him up inside over. And obviously, it's the interior of their line that you got to deal with. Jurgens at right guard, Kelsey at center, and Dickerson. And then, Dallas Goedert was an effective pusher from behind, along with A.J. Brown. Is Goddard going to play in this game? But I think that's going to be the interesting element is how the 49ers handle that. And then how do you handle third down leading to that, or even second down, because they're going to do it. Anything, when they get within a yard, they are just lining it up.
Act like it's 2 yards closer.
Right, so you can't play a sticks. You can't play a sticks defense.
Right, I'm not. I don't want to get them within a yard because
they're going to go forward and they're going to get it. So that's why teams set up a sticks type defense where
in front of that.
You've got to treat it as though a 3rd and 6 is a 3rd and 4, and try to But then you got to have to have a plan for how to do it. I think the intel from Chase Young would be interesting in how Washington handled it. And then obviously Javon Hargrave. They put this play in last year, and he was there. He practiced against it when he was an Eagle. He saw what teams did to it. So it will be interesting to see how the 49ers handle that play, because it's a difficult play, and it's not a sneak, because a sneak is they sneak it. You know what they're going to do. Now they can pivot out of it, and they can run a
They
jet
did that
sweep
once.
or they do it to Goddard. They do that a lot.
If I was a betting man this weekend, I will guarantee, just because of how big this game is, they're going to try that. If they get a short yardage, I'm not saying every time, but it may be like a touchdown situation where they did that to DeAndre Swift and he scored around the left side. They're going to do that.
Well, it depends on how you play their front. I think that's an automatic check where he does not take the sneak and they do the jet sweep coming around or they flip it to Goddard. There's a lot of different things they can do. I think a key, obviously, is Lane Johnson, whether or not he's going to play or not, and Dallas Goedert, whether or not he's going to play or not. And without Goddard, what they've been doing is running a lot more 10 personnel, which is 4 wide receivers on the field. And then you got Julio Jones has been playing a lot.
Whatever.
He's playing as
He's
a
old
tight
as
end,
hell.
though. Yeah,
He's not a factor.
But what he does is he plays as a tight end. He gets a matchup. I think you have to code him as though he's a tight end. So it may sound like it's 4 wide receivers and 10 personnel, but basically he has taken the role of Dallas Goedert on their offense. He's playing like a tight end.
One of the things that's most interesting, I was looking for different angles because I know that we're going to talk about this a ton, and maybe this doesn't matter, maybe it does, but I think one of the reasons why the 49ers are a favorite is it's kind of like the stock market. Perception is reality. So in the 49ers' 8 wins, they win those games by an average of 21.4 points per game, but they're 1-2 in one-score games. The only win being 30-23 over the Rams. They obviously lost to the Browns and the Vikings in one-score games. The Eagles, conversely, just like last week, they're 8-1 in one-score games. Their average margin of victory is 7. So they've had 2 3-point wins, a 4, 2 5s, a 6, a 7, then a 9 and 2 14s. So there is an art to winning close games. So when you look at that, and let's assume for a second it's going to be a close game because I think it is. The Niners are 1-2 in those one-score games, and the Eagles are 8-1 in one-score games. Does that matter to you?
The only thing that matters is how they play on Sunday, and I think playing with the lead is going to be critical. I think that early, the 4th and 2 last year to Devontae, and then obviously losing Brock, even though they tied it on the McCaffrey touchdown. And I know Philadelphia's come back 5 times this year, down in the halftime and 4 in a row. But the Niners are different. They're front runners, and they want to play with the lead. So I think getting ahead of them and playing the game on your terms and not their terms are going to be critical. But last year when Minnesota was winning all these one-score games, and nobody won more one-score games than them in the history of football, people thought they were a bunch of frauds. Philadelphia is finding a way to win gritty. The Buffalo game was a one-score game, but they scored 37 points in that game to win. The New England game, they jumped ahead early. New England was able to, and Belichick had an entire offseason to get ready for everything they do. I was able to keep them down. They kicked field goals, and they won 25-20. The Minnesota game was 34-28. Tampa, they did win by 2 touchdowns. The Washington, they played Washington twice this year. Could have lost either one. The one Washington scored on the throw to Dotson at the end. Ron Rivera just did not go for the 2. He went for 1. They went to overtime, and Elliott made a long field goal to beat them. The Rams, one thing they've done, they won their first 5 and lost to the Jets. I think you want to study what Robert Saleh, and that's the same 49er defense, did exactly to hold them to just 14 points. And then they've won 5 in a row again. So they won 5, lost, won 5. So are they due for their second loss this week? I don't know how much you share this time of the year, and the head coaches kind of go underground. But I would check, obviously, if you can. And it may not be directly Kyle to Saleh or Kyle to Mike McDaniel because they're busy. But everybody on their staffs, it's different. You talk to people, they got a bunch of coaches. The head coaches are locked in, and I'm not sure they're going to do that. But there may be a little intel exactly on what Saleh did against the Philadelphia Eagles to hold them to 14 points. Miami already played them. And I was watching that game back this morning. It was 17-3. And then Miami was able to get back into the game, and they wound up tying the game, and they went forward on 4th down. And obviously with Washington, Chase has played them a couple of times. And, you obviously study what Buffalo did, although Josh Allen is just different in the way he's able to play. But they lit up that defense. So there's some things you can take from concept to what, because the Jets defense is the 49ers defense, just with different personnel. Exactly what do the New York Jets do to hold them to 14 points? That's the one game they've lost all year, John.
Common opponents, Dallas, Minnesota, Tampa, and the Rams. By the way, Eagles 4-0 in those games, 49ers 3-1. They lost to to the Vikings. I look at what the Eagles, I don't know why, but I look at the Eagles in their one-score games being 8-1 versus, say, a Minnesota. Last year, I just thought Minnesota got some fortuitous bounces, plays. Justin Jefferson made that catch against Buffalo. I look at what Philly did last week, especially against Buffalo. You're down 24-14 in the third quarter. Key stops, big plays, Jalen Hurts. I knew when they kicked that field goal and Bass kicked that field goal, Philly's going down the field. They had to be more aggressive. I thought Buffalo did because I think Philly's going to go down the field and beat you, especially. And look, it's different because Buffalo's defense is not the 49ers defense. They have a bunch of injuries on that defense. But Jalen Hurts just has it when it comes to games. And if there's one knock nationally on Brock Purdy is that he hasn't done it. Now his kicker missed a field goal in Cleveland. There's no doubt about it. And there's no doubt in my mind Brock can do it. But I know that Jalen Hurts can do it because he's done it all year, and that scares me.
What's that? Bring a team back from being behind?
Yeah, he's just got that it.
Well, Brock doesn't fall behind very much, so we'll see. There's no doubt that he can do it. I think the interesting thing in this game, and when Buffalo kicked the field goal and they missed Gabe Davis on the option route, my thought was, would Serrianni play for a tie? Now, ultimately, and DeAndre Swift broke a big run on the cutback run coming out left to set them up into position in the low red zone where they could run the QB sneak. And the Bills got caught in the blitz, and they were in the wrong gaps. And a great kick-out block by Jason Kelce on that play to get him the touchdown. But I wonder if Howie Roseman, and they may not even do this going into the game, but it's a little like when the 49ers are 8-0 the 2019 year and playing Seattle on that Monday night game. Playing for a tie in that situation is better than losing. Now, you want to win, obviously, but if Philadelphia could get a tie in this game at any point, it may not go that way. They could blow the Niners out. The Niners could blow them out. But if it is a tight game and it does go to overtime, because I was thinking Sirianni against Buffalo, they needed to avoid the second loss. And if you do take a tie in that game, right now, there's analytics for everything they do, when to run the brotherly shove, when to go forward on fourth down, when to kick a field goal. Right now, the team that would most want to tie in this game is Philadelphia, more than the Niners. The Niners have 3 losses.
Wash your mouth out.
They have 1.
We can't have that. We
Why?
can't have a tie.
I mean, that's but
after all this build up, a tie.
No, but they would want to tie more than the Niners would want to tie.
No tie.
All right, Bud Selig.
I know what you're saying, but I don't want to.
When Kyle Shanahan was 8-0 going against Seattle,
you and I discussed it.
We discussed it. He should not have. The one he threw the inbreaker to Dante Pettis, and he got mad that he alligator armed it, and he never really played after that. He took a shot down the sideline. But the play in that situation is to play for a tie. We're not here to appease the gamblers and the bettors and talk show hosts. But I don't know if Sirianni will do that or not. But if you're Howie Roseman, it's all math now. This is the Niners' one chance to cut the deficit from 3 losses to 1 and to cut it to 2. And you win the tiebreaker. If they tie the game, they're still 2 games up, and there is no head-to-head tiebreaker. So let's just see how they handle it if it does get in a late-game situation. Because I didn't know how he was going to handle the overtime against Buffalo. I thought
they were going for it. They were pedaling
that would be silly, and the analytics would tell you not to do that. You're a smart man.
I know.
If they have a chance to tie the game.
But we're not doing a tie.
Okay, why not? If you're Philadelphia, you would take a tie.
Yeah, but
right now, then the 49ers.
It's a WL game. I want to win. There's a revenge. There's all these things.
This is not the game
you and I talk
have
about
to
all
win.
week, and you and I don't do this so we can talk about a tie.
The Niners need to win this game. Philadelphia needs to not lose this game.
That's not their
mentality. Is what I'm talking about.
Nick Sirianni, those guys, that's not their mentality.
They have a front office that built their whole careers on that. So let's just see how it plays out.
All right, let's talk about the defense and how they're going to try to deal with this offense and Jalen Hurts specifically and these receivers and DeAndre Swift out of the backfield. Tough offensive line with or without Lane Johnson. Dennis Brown has all the answers. He's a champion. And what was it, 40-18 that Philly game? He was in that game. Yeah, he doesn't like the Eagles anyway. So we'll talk to Dennis all about it next when we're here on the Sports Hitter.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
But final thing for me about the Niners and the Eagles, Trent Williams, Debo healthy. I think they're a completely different team whenever that's the case. Brock Purdy playing. Are we worried about Brock Purdy in Philadelphia with that weather and everything? No, not at all.
No, I mean, I'd give him my MVP vote. I think Brock Purdy's really good. I think we got to stop talking about him like he's a seventh-round pick. Like at some point, you know, as Bill Walsh used to say all the time, we have to grade on how they play, not where they were drafted. Mm-hmm. I mean, he throws interceptions. Everybody does. I mean, everybody's going to make some mistakes with the ball. He did that game, but then the throw he made at the end of the game was incredible, and they know who he is. The team loves him.
That's our good friend Mike Lombardi on with Pat McAfee. He's ready to give Brock the MVP.
He's totally changed when we had him on, about a month ago?
Yeah.
And he kind of pushed back on Brock's ability and how it was the scheme. That's the same Mike Lombardi.
He started watching, I guess.
Swivelhead. He watches. Yeah. I just think he had to be convinced more. That's surprising.
Well, and again, I don't know how much people care about the MVP, but as of this morning, I just went to my place. Jalen Hurts is plus 140. Patrick Mahomes is plus 350. Now, the reason Mahomes, even though he's not having a great year in Kansas City, is actually being led by their defense, but Mahomes is one game away from throwing 5 touchdowns, and he'd be right back in it. So that's why he is where he is. Lamar Jackson is plus 500. Tua, for some reason, is plus 800. Dak is at plus 800. And then Brock Purdy is plus 1,600. So you make that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 behind Dak, Tua, Lamar, Mahomes, and Jalen Hurts. Brock could get himself into this rather quickly because he just played great in Seattle. Philadelphia, you win that on a big national stage, and he plays well. He's back in it. Then Seattle again, take them apart. Arizona's not very good, and then you have the guy who's third right now, Lamar Jackson, at plus 500. You win that game. So you do what you did last year, which is you run that table near the end. You win high-profile games where everybody's going to be watching this Sunday, plus you got Christmas Day against the Ravens, and Brock could get back in this. By the way, McCaffrey is 9th on this list at 25-1, and he could as well because he's on pace for about 1,500 yards. He leads the NFL in rushing about 150. and he probably could threaten around 2,000 yards from scrimmage, and he's already got the 49ers record for touchdowns, so he could be up around 20 total touchdowns. So 20 touchdowns, 2,000 scrimmage yards, and 1,500 rushing, lead the league in rushing. If Christian McCaffrey's big in this game, he could get himself back in this as well. So,
yeah, we're going to have Rich Eisen join us at 12:50, a late edition of the show. And Rich will get into all that. This is the biggest game. We've had so many big games in the NFL, but this one, from a ratings perspective, and the 49ers have been averaging a 59 share locally. I think they're going to do like a 75 share. The ratings are a little bit different now because people consume it differently, and they do it streaming and on the move. But 75 share means 3/4 of people watching TV are going to be watching this game. And I think locally this has a chance to be a big rating. The 49ers Seattle game did a big rating on Thursday night, even though it got lopsided. So it's all there for Brock to do all these things, but he wants to win. The weather in Philadelphia, it is snowing in Philadelphia currently, and it's 35 degrees. And I know when I was at Levi's yesterday, the equipment people think it's going to be a heavy rain game. Although I did read later yesterday that it was not going to rain for the game, so it's going back and forth, and you don't know about the weather in that part of the country and the Delaware Valley and the Schuylkill River and all that. But
wouldn't you say advantage Eagles?
Well,
because they just won a game like that against Buffalo.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the one thing we were talking about Brock Purdy. They're saying 60% rain, and it's going to be in the low 40s, so it's going to be a gnarly weather. The Niners are built to play anywhere. That does not matter. It's specifically the quarterback, and the only poor game that Brock Purdy has played was in Cleveland. And I think there were times, 4 or 5 times, where he had a hard time gripping the football. So just how much, and Kyle's not a big believer in the wet ball drill, but I know Doc and the equipment guys do that, and they did it with Jimmy. Where after practice is over, they'll just take a bucket of ball or a big bucket of water and douse the ball. And you may want to do that for kickers as well and just prepare for the elements. It's going to be possibly a heavy rain game, which leads to Brock. And, would he wear a glove on his right hand? Would he put a glove on both hands? He did do it in college against Drake one time when it got inclement, just for the tackiness and be able to spin the football. So I think the Niners are built to play in the rain. I'm not worried about the O-line and the D-line, and Bosa's built low to the ground. He the game he had in Washington a couple of years ago, actually in 19 when they won 9-0. He's not an edge guy that gets low and dips the shoulder. He's got a powerful base, so I don't think the team is going to be adversely affected by the weather. But which quarterback can control the football and grip it and rip it? And Brock, and he kind of downplayed it afterwards, and so did Kyle. But we'll see what they do this week on the practice field to get ready. And when Brock entertained the idea of wearing gloves on both hands, or at least on his right hand, his throwing hand, if it does rain.
Yeah, to me, just based on what Philadelphia did last week against Buffalo, they played in that kind of weather, and they just won a game. And this is the very reason why you want to win this game and hope they lose in Dallas, because you don't want to go there because you don't know what the weather's going to be.
Now, it could rain in January here. We got a heavy rain here in January.
But I've also been there at playoff games where it's 75. I mean, it's just, you just don't know. I think it's advantage Philly, because the only reason I'm saying that is I watched that game last week, as you did, and they didn't seem to be affected by it. And then I watched Brock in Cleveland, and he was. And that was the worst game that he played. So
they were down. They were down 10 points two different times in the second half of that game. They didn't play a perfect game, but I don't think the Niners are going to be adversely affected by the rain outside of the quarterback being able to grip it and rip
play. So that's what I'm saying.
That's up to him. And he's a smart guy. He'll do what he has to do, and we'll see. He did wear gloves one time in college, as we noted with Matt Barrows doing the research after the rain game in Cleveland. So he could figure it out, but I think just that's something to be cognizant of how well he plays or doesn't play, because that's the only game I think he played poorly. In Minnesota game, he got concussed at the end. He threw 2 picks at the end. The game against Cincinnati, he got a little overzealous on the mesh point of a handoff and then got a trap coverage. But overall, he's played so well. But, the one element would be is he's able to fully be able to grip and rip the football and throw with the accuracy that he's thrown with throughout his career. He didn't. That one game in Cleveland, it wasn't many throws, but there were, and it wasn't just the one he missed, Ayuk and the interception. There were 4 or 5 where the ball just went to the sideline. They were completely uncatchable out of his hand. He could not control the ball, and the wind was part of it, but it was also the one where he pulled back and the ball literally slipped out of his hand. He is undersized. a little undersized a little bit, and the hand size is in the lower percentile. So quarterbacks do adjust, and that'll be him and Brian Greasy, obviously playing in Denver and Michigan. They go over it all, and the QBX and Kyle, but just something to be aware of is that this could possibly be a rain game. It's snowing in Philadelphia right now.
Yeah, that's huge to me, because if I think that it's always, if there's a lesser team, I think that any kind of weather or anything that takes away from I think the 49ers are the more talented team, but going there and playing in that, and I just base it on what I saw from Brock in Cleveland, and it wasn't very good. And Philadelphia is used to that weather. That's where they play. So, yeah, it's a disadvantage. If it's 60% and it's a big-time rainstorm, I think that's a disadvantage for the 49ers. I mean, they can run it, they can play defense, they can do all those things, but to me, it comes down to the quarterback making plays. And the last time I saw Brock in the rain, he was in Cleveland and it wasn't very good. So
a handful of plays. A handful of plays.
Important ones.
Yeah, I'm with you. I saw it. I thought, his inability to grip it and rip it in the game, the ball, there were some where the ball just squirted out of his hand. He wasn't able to control the ball. I've never seen him have a problem like that. So that's just, and he'll make the call if he thinks in pregame. Maybe he waits to pregame warm-ups when he's warming up with Doc and he goes over it and decides whether to put gloves on. But I'm just saying, part of it, and this is going to be a night game. This game is going to kick off about 20 minutes before the sun sets. So almost the entire game is going to be played at night. It's going to be cold. It's not going to snow for the game, but it is snowing right now. And there's a 60% chance of rain, and I know they feel like this could be a heavy rain game.
All right, our good friend Rich Eisen's going to join us from NFL Network. He just called Walter and said, hey, I got time now. So we're like, of course. So we're going to talk a lot of Eagles and 49ers with Rich Eisen. We'll open up the lens a little bit, what he sees so far in the season, both in the NFC and the AFC. Rich Eisen, NFL Network, our pal, joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, for me personally, it's week 12, week 13, and it's it's the biggest game on the schedule. It's the next one. It's a fantastic football team, a team who doesn't lose. They find every single way to win, whether it's overtime, whether it's grimy weather. You know, their players are making plays, and this is going to be our toughest challenge, in my opinion, so far this season, and also probably one of the most hostile environments besides Seattle last week. And it's going to be a fantastic game, and I'm just really looking forward to it. I don't really hold on to grudges or anything like that. There's not really that many people I don't like. I kind of love everybody, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to get my best shot and, a very physical 49ers team.
That was George Kittle. He was on the Jim Rome show.
It's just another game.
Yeah, just another game. And that's what Debo said with Kay Adams, and he normally says stuff. So the company line this week, just another game. Just another game. I don't buy that. But, hey, that's cool. I understand why they're doing it. Rich Eisen expected to join us shortly from NFL Network. In the meantime, do remember the auction is going on right now, the 7th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction benefiting the 49ers Foundation, presented by our good friends at PepsiCo. Opportunity for you, the 49ers fan, to get all sorts of unique gifts this holiday season. For example, a John Lynch meet and greet, Topgolf experience with mystery 49ers player, a press tour at Levi's Stadium, a meet and greet with Papa and Ryan, Trent Williams, autographed game-used cleats, all sorts of great stuff. So it's very simple. All they have to do to bid is go to 49ers.com/give, 49ers.com/give, and you don't have a lot of time because it's going on right now, started at 8 o'clock this morning, and goes through November 29th, that is tomorrow, at 7 p.m. So again, jump online to check out everything, 49ers.com/give to bid on those packages. It is the 7th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction benefiting the 49ers Foundation.
Holiday card with Sourdough Sam? How good is that? You get an hour photo shoot for up to 6 people with Sourdough Sam at Levi's. Topgolf with a mystery 49er player. That Topgolf spot in San Jose. First of all, if you're battling traffic after a 49er game, just go over to Topgolf. It's right there. You can get over there easily and then wait for traffic to clear. And Christian McCaffrey is a regular there. He could be one of those as well. So how about a night at the museum? What?
That's very cool.
8 people to sleep over at Levi's Stadium. What? You do a sleepover there?
Very cool. You talked about this before, but this is very cool. Faithful fan on the field, 2 pregame passes for 49ers Seahawks, 49ers swag, sideline anthem team, 4 tickets to Ravens 49ers on Christmas night.
Yeah, so
and you can be on the field during the pregame ceremony and the national anthem. So all sorts of great stuff. So to check everything out, to look at the bids, to check out the prices, do it right now. 49ers.com/give to bid on those packages.
I want to win a auction item where it's a day in the NFL Network studios with Mooch, Michael Irvin, Kurt Warner, and the great Rich Eisen. How fun would that be?
And you are so good. The great Rich Eisen joins us, of course, from the Emmy-nominated NFL Network NFL Game Day Morning, which everybody watches. You jump up early at 6 a.m. on Sunday. And, of course, the Rich Eisen Show, which airs Monday through Friday, starting at 9 a.m. on the Roku channel. And Rich joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
Gents, how are you doing? You good?
We're good. It's been too long since we've heard your voice and had you on our airwaves. The show is just at an all-time high right now, but when you do the Pictionary segment with Michael Irvin, Eisen, that is priceless.
It's called television gold, sir. Michael Irvin with a Sharpie. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. He's terrible at it.
Yes, he is.
He knows they're going to give him the most difficult clue. He sees it coming, and he's a trooper. What can I tell you? It's great. I'm glad you like it.
He plays along.
That's awesome. So give us your thoughts. Game of the year, potentially. You got the Eagles, got the 49ers. What do you think of this one coming up on Sunday in Philly?
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Michigan's win over Ohio State. My bad.
I knew that was going to happen.
Go
I
Iowa.
knew when I said that was going to happen.
Go Iowa. No.
He's going to hang up.
Hanging out here. Just hanging out here in Big Ten country, Southern California. The sky is blue. The sun is maize. one win over Iowa away from playing in the Rose Bowl, it looks like. But to answer your question, I'm genuinely excited for it. I just love the 49ers and what they can do, and I think it's the most talented offense in the league. And I hope to see Brock Purdy last more than a quarter in this one, and then we'll see, because I feel the 49ers defense isn't as good now as they were on the day that Hassan Reddick basically wrecked the game and the 49ers season and Purdy's arm. And I really can't wait to see it. It is the best on the best, certainly since the Niners have already dispatched with the Cowboys in the regular season, and placed the Cowboys in the NFC version of, but who have they really beaten in 2023? The Dolphins are in that role in the AFC right now, whether it's fair or not. I can't wait for it.
Ambry Thomas is a Michigan man in the 49ers secondary. They got Brandon Graham. Who has more Wolverines in this game, Rich? I got to go through the rosters.
Good question.
Yeah.
Good question. But, yeah, I mean, look, when you want to win, you go to the place that's winning. And I know the Eagles have the Georgia Bulldogs.
They do.
But, yeah, I know. But Thomas made a good play. He's been playing well lately, and obviously Hufanga going out is a big issue, I think. He's so good. He has been so good. But when maybe the back end isn't as strong as it has been, you got two Buckeyes, on the front of that defense, one on each side of the line. And man, I mean, John Lynch just keeps on crushing it in his gig, and I don't know why the Commanders felt it was simple to just get rid of Chase Young and Montez Sweat, but the Niners are like, we'll flip you a 3, and if Chase Young doesn't return, we'll get a 3 back. So all it is just the amount of money of Jed York dollars that we'll pay him this year, and then who knows moving forward. It really was a great deadline move, and Lynch has been doing that for a while. Certainly, he took advantage of the Washington issue with Trent Williams, and Williams will have the 49ers on his latex plaque when the place where they rest the plaques on at the Hall of Fame. He'll have the 49ers on that etched into his Hall of Fame, bust. It'll be great, man. Like I said, I'm really looking forward to this game.
The great Rich Eisen joining us, of course, NFL Network, NFL Game Day Morning, and the Rich Eisen Show, which you need to check out as well. It's Bob and Lund here on the Sports Leader, talking a little Eagles and 49ers. I know you've been a big proponent of Brock Purdy, so locally we're very defensive of him and watch this, and it seems like people are coming around. What are your thoughts on Purdy?
Look, people just can't get past the fact that he looks like he's on campus going to a home ec class, and they can't get past the fact that he's the last pick in last year's draft. I mean, it's time to move on. He's an assassin. He's awesome. He is just and just like everyone, who's got only a year and a half of professional playing experience, there will be some lows with some highs, and his highs have been, some of the highest you can see for the position, and they've been far more regular than the irregularities that we've seen from him. He gets better. He is clearly, I think he was hurt in that 3-game losing streak. Obviously, he was concussed in one game and came back and didn't look himself. But what he does is remarkable, and he is the perfect extension of what Kyle Shanahan appears to want, and it is a dream come true, certainly for an organization that took a shot at moving up and trading a ton of draft capital for an unproven rookie quarterback. And one way to not have that, regress your franchise and also place yourself on the hot seat is to have somebody like Brock Purdy perform like he's performing. It made moving on from Trey Lance an easy choice. And I know there's been a lot of folks in your area that were caping for Trey as well. That made that an easy choice. And then to have him play at this level so you can pay Bosa, you can pay everyone else on the team. He's in not just a rookie contract, the most inexpensive contract a rookie can have for somebody who's been drafted. So he's a dream come true, and let everyone keep overlooking him, I guess. What does it matter to you?
No.
And you can have all the conversations you want that he's not even the best player on that offense. Great. Let him just keep doing what he's doing and crushing it, because that's what he's doing.
It's the best underdog story in the NFL since your desk mate, Kurt Warner, really. I mean, they may wind up making a movie about Brock Purdy. We were talking earlier, Rich, and he played so well on Thanksgiving night and just the whole Brock Purdy story. But if they go into Philadelphia and he beats the Eagles, I think Jalen Hurts right now is the number one candidate for most valuable player after being runner-up last year to Patrick Mahomes. The Mahomes is there. I mean, can this story go from Mr. Irrelevant to the MVP of the National Football League? Could he win that award this year?
I guess, Greg, I would say this, I think he's got MVP play on his docket for this year. But that 3-game losing streak is just, and the fact that there are so many terrific players on his team, I think would cost him, to be straight up with you. I don't know. It's just, again, one of those things where you got to look at the player with the team with the best record. Even if they beat Philadelphia, they're still gonna be behind him. And I'm concerned that 3-game losing streak, to be straight up with you, is going to end up earning them a second plane ticket to Philadelphia for the playoffs. Unless Philadelphia gets tripped up significantly in the final weeks of this regular season. I don't see that. I mean, I could see them losing this game and then losing in Dallas and making it somewhat open. I do see that, but the 3-game losing streak, I think, is something that might cause Purdy to, and also the split vote. There will be people that throw some votes in McCaffrey's direction, I would think. He's been phenomenal, just phenomenal. So put those two things together, and I still think it's Hurts's award to lose right now.
The great Rich Eisen joining us, Pop and Lund. We're looking at the Eagles and the 49ers. One thing I was looking at between these two teams, and maybe it's why the spread is what it is, because the wise guys think that maybe the Eagles are due to lose a game, but they're 8-1 in one-score games. 49ers' average margin of win this year is 21 points, but they're only 1-2 in one-score games. So do you look at a team that you'd rather have going in there just blowing everybody out, or a team like last week for Philadelphia, they go out, they're down 24-14 in the third quarter, they come back, great kick by their kicker, Jalen wins it, they win 34-31. They're tested in these one-score games. So which team would you rather have?
In a one-score game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would take Philadelphia. I mean, I know what station I'm on and who I'm talking to right now, but as much as I love Purdy and I've been a big advocate for him, we have not seen him win a game from behind, win a game where he's down 10 at halftime on the road like Hurts just did in Kansas City. Hurts was down again 10 at home to a Bills team that had Josh Allen, A++. Josh Allen showed up this week. Purdy has yet to win a game like that. I mean, straight up. He has not won a game where, hey, man, your team is down fourth quarter. It's on your shoulders. Go win it. Go put us in a position to win it. We haven't seen that yet. This would be an awesome week for him to uncork his first such dub like that, obviously. But Philadelphia has shown over the last 2 weeks that in games where they're down by 10 at half, or they're looking as if they their star wide receiver A.J. Brown isn't getting the targets. He's not getting the catches. He's not affecting very much. The run game is being used against them. I mean, we've seen that 2 weeks in a row against two of the top AFC teams we've seen in the last, 5 years, and they came out with those wins. So obviously I would take Philadelphia in a game like that. Can San Francisco win a game like that? Absolutely. They've got warriors on both sides of the ball. We just haven't seen Purdy do it yet.
Well, the Niners do have Wolverines on both sides of the ball, but Philadelphia's only got the one. I went through the rosters, Rich, and it's Brandon Graham is the lone Michigan man for Philly. We mentioned Ambry Thomas, and the Niners have a pair of rookies, Jake Moody, the kicker, Ronnie Bell, the gunner. So I'm counting 3-1 for Wolverines in this game. So if you're picking the winners, you got to go with the Niners, right?
Yeah, and Ronnie Bell is one of my favorites. He blew his knee out, I think, against Western Michigan in what was going to be his final season there, and ready to be a first-round draft choice, I thought, at the wide receiver position. He comes back, and he winds up, winning the Big Ten again, beating Ohio State. I don't know if you're aware, it's 3 in a row for Michigan over Ohio State.
I've heard that. Rich.
Yeah. So I love him, and I love the fact how the Niners are using him, and Jake Moody is I'm flat out. I've been following Michigan football since I showed up as a freshman on campus for Jim Harbaugh's final season there as quarterback in 1986. Jake Moody's the best kicker Michigan's ever had. Period. There's not even a 1B with that.
So if this game comes down to a kick, who do you like better?
Yeah.
Money Moody or Jake Elliott, who made a 59-yarder
he made was
in the rain and the wind last week, Eisen?
He just fired a laser from 59 yards out.
I know.
60-something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. This is going to be awesome. I can't wait for it. Both teams have been circling it for a while. We all know, Debo's statement in the spring about what would have happened had Purdy not gotten hurt. I had Hassan Reddick on right before the beginning of the season. He, 100%, and the rest of the Eagles took note of that. They have been circling this game. And, they are, in a way, just a personification of the city's id, Philadelphia's id, from the coach who is, loves talking smack to fans and is cursing his head off and barking at refs and other teams' players and coaches, to the brotherly shove as a personification of what Philadelphia loves to do, which is stick their chests out and shove you around. And it's great. And they're playing at the top of their game, and Hurts is taking his game to another level. But the 49ers, I believe, have gotten healthy, and they're peaking too. And that's part of the reason why, the league, I think, put this in week 13. They wanted the season to play out, get a few months in. This is a piece of filet mignon we're serving up to everybody.
Good call.
Fired up.
Boy, I'm really surprised you already took Jake Moody over your Ali Haji Sheik, but okay. I mean, if you're going to say that.
Trust me, I have lived and died, man, at final seconds, final moments. Moody's been the best. He has been the best of the best. And I appreciate you Googling Michigan kickers.
No, you know what? I have no life, and I knew of Ali Haji Sheik. That's the only other kicker I could remember in the history of Michigan. I'm sure there have been plenty others, but I did know that one off the top of my head.
There's Jay Feely.
There you go. Jay Feely's a nice one.
He's a great broadcaster, too. He's done well.
Yeah, very good.
Where is Harbaugh coaching next year, Rich Eisen?
By the way, does everybody in San Francisco still love to carp on Jim? Have we moved on?
I got a pair of $6 khakis on right now, so I've never moved on.
Nobody has moved on.
Excuse me, sir. Jim wears Lululemon.
Oh, does he?
He's changed.
Well, actually, I do have Lululemon.
He's moved on.
When he coached here, he wore the $6.
Yeah, the Walmart
khakis,
ones.
The khakis
Walmart's.
his wife bought for him.
Yeah, that's what he did.
No, that is the $1 billion question. I don't know, but he seems to be living his best life, dropping Ted Lasso-isms from his podium. He's going to show up this weekend in the building with his name in the Ring of Honor there in Indianapolis for a third straight year playing the Big Ten championship game after, by the way, beating Ohio State each time to get there. I don't know if you're aware of that.
I think I read that once.
Getting to Indianapolis, he'll be able to point to his name right there after they hopefully beat Iowa just by scoring, 10 points, and then just turn to the guy who, like Tom Brady once did, turn to the guy who suspended him and said, "I'll take the trophy, thank you."
Wow, yeah.
And that is going to be a great moment. And all of us Michigan fans here in Southern California are excited because we believe they will show up in the Rose Bowl, which is the site of one of the national semifinal games. I do believe the Rose Bowl folks are expecting the Big Ten champ against the Pac-12 champ. So an old school Rose Bowl and the final throws that can actually be had, like an old school Rose Bowl, Big Ten versus Pac-12, and let the chips fall. And let's go. And nobody can sit here and say that Michigan had this or that, because all of whatever was going down, whatever it was, we still don't know the full extent, ripped out root and branch to the point Jim was ripped out for 3 games. So I don't know, and I don't know where he is. I don't know. I'd like to think that he's still at Michigan. We don't know the full extent of everything, nor do the regents or anybody that's in the school's management. But I do believe a win in Indianapolis, and then maybe a couple wins, one in the Rose Bowl and one in Houston, Texas, might change some dynamics. I don't know. I hope he stays at Michigan. We've been awesome with him, and I would be really bummed if he's gone.
Great stuff. Rich Eisen, it is always great to catch up. Remember, NFL Game Day morning, 6 a.m. every Sunday. And, of course, the Rich Eisen Show, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Pacific. Our pleasure, as always. Thank you very much. Brother. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, thank you. See you guys.
See you guys.
And he's gone.
And he's gone. Like that.
He did a solid job on NFL play-by-play, too, when he did the games in Europe.
Should have asked him about that.
Yeah, he did a nice job.
He did a really nice job. Him and
Germany.
Kurt, right?
Yeah.
And Kurt Warner. Did a nice job.
Yeah.
Very nice job. All right, our good friend Bo Wolf. Every time we talk Eagles and 49ers, we talk to Bo. He is awesome. allphilly.com. He's going to join us coming up next. We'll get the behind enemy lines look at the Eagles and the 49ers with Bo, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Nick Bosa joined Murph and Mac this morning to preview the 49ers' big matchup against the Eagles this week. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
KNBR.com. Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
If Seattle's your favorite matchup, taking on the Eagles is your what matchup?
My second favorite. It's kind of like, going back to last year, they got the best of us. So, it's kind of like a rematch for us, but it's just like another game on the schedule for us to get to where we want to be. We know everybody's going to be riled up for this game, and we just got to stay level-headed and just go out there and play down at football.
That's Debo Samuel. It seems like there's an edict. George Kittle won on a national show today. It's just any other game. Debo, after calling James Bradbury trash in the offseason and then saying yesterday he doesn't regret anything he said, then he comes out today and says, just another game. So that's the way the 49ers are looking at it. It is not just any other game. It's Eagles-49ers. It's a rematch of the NFC Championship game, and if the 49ers want everything to go through Levi's Stadium, and it's a game they have to win. Let's get into it. Our good friend Bo Wolf, who always joins us when we talk Eagles and 49ers, allphilly.com, all-P-H-L-Y, allphilly.com, and at Bo_Wolf, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening? How are you?
How are you guys? Is it true that you called me trash?
No. Yes.
Not at all.
Trash.
You're a treasure.
Ooh, nice.
Although you left the Athletic. I can't read you. Where do I have to read you now, Bo? I got to have my Bo Wolf fix for Philly Week.
Yeah, it's called allphly.com. We've got daily shows, which you can watch on YouTube, but PHLY with my old partner from the Athletic, Zach Berman. The two of us do daily shows every day about the Eagles.
Terrific. Cool. I'm going to get on it right away. So I'm hearing from good sources there it's going to be rain and Lane. That Lane Johnson will play in this game at right tackle. And what kind of weather are we going to have for Sunday night?
Yeah, I feel more confident about the lane than the rain, I would say. I am not a meteorologist, but the people I have talked to, including Brian Baldinger, who we had on our show today, who is close with Lane Johnson, every indication is that he will be out there on Sunday against Nick Bosa and that Niners front. It sounds like the way that things happened last Sunday when he sort of woke up with this groin inflammation, the messaging was like, do the smart thing here. We've got a long season still to come. Next week is going to be tough. Why don't we not take any chances today? And I just knowing like the kinds of things that Lane Johnson has played through in the past, I would be pretty surprised if he is not out there on Sunday.
Bo Wolf joining us. We're talking Eagles and 49ers. One thing as I was looking at this thing is one-score game for the Eagles, and obviously against the Bills, they've pulled out a ton of these this year. And the 49ers are 1-2 in one-score games. The Eagles have a average win margin of 7 points, and the 49ers over 21. So maybe that's why the number is what it is. I've seen it anywhere from 2.5 to 3. 49ers are favored. But I would take the team that is tested in these games. So what is the resiliency? What is around this team that allows them to win these close games?
It's such a good question. And, I am, wired to sort of be disbelieving of stuff like that there is something special, like some way to, that this team like finds a way to win. At the same time, like I said last year, Jalen Hurts is sort of turning me into like an intangibles guy because the way that he has evolved over the course of his career, the way that he continues to get better, it has made me sort of question some things that I might have thought were facts before. I find myself a little bit disbelieving of like the power of Jalen Hurts is the reason that this team keeps winning these close games. But I think what is true is that they are, as talented a team as there is in the league. And over the course of 60 minutes, the longer the game is, the longer their talent has a chance to win out. And I do think that, the point differential and the margin of victory that you talked about, like the Eagles have played a very difficult schedule. The teams that they have beaten and won those close games against are the Bills and the Chiefs and the Dolphins and the Cowboys. Like those are not, sort of turn your back and sort of push those wins aside. Like those are legitimate wins, and it's a little bit different than last year's schedule when they were beating up on, maybe a bit of a lesser schedule. So I think a lot of things have to do with it. The pass rush is a big part of it. In end-of-game situations, Hassan, Reddick, and Josh Sweat have a knack for coming up with these sort of game-winning sacks, and part of it is because they are just really talented players, and in must-pass situations, they have a chance to sort of tee off and maybe use a move that they have been saving over the course of the game. But then there is also an element of luck, right? You saw the Chiefs game where Marquez Valdez-Scantling drops a potential touchdown against the Bills. Josh Allen throws the ball to the post when Gabe Davis expects to go to the corner against the zero blitz. You could say that part of the Eagles is making their own luck because you go zero blitz, you're inviting that miscommunication. But at the same time, if Gabe Davis turns inside, the Bills win that game, and all of a sudden the Eagles are coming off a loss. So it's hard to parse exactly what is real about that, one-score record. But I think there is a sort of a calmness to Jalen Hurts that does permeate across the roster. I think they take on his personality more than anybody else's.
When we had you on last year, we were trying to understand Nick Serrianni and exactly, the coaching staff and the youth on that staff. And I think the bottom line is here, this is a well-coached team. And they lost both of their coordinators in the offseason after going to the Super Bowl to become head coaches. There hasn't been a team in the NFL that has lost both coordinators in one offseason to become head coaches since the Niners lost Ray Rhodes to go to Philadelphia and be the head coach, and Mike Shanahan to go to Denver. So the guys, and I think Sean Desai does a little bit differently than Jonathan Gannon, but just speak overall to Nick Sirianni as a head coach and the overall coaching staff they have there.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that Nick Sirianni is underrated as a head coach because he is sort of portrayed as like the sideline puppet because, he gets so animated on the sideline, and that stuff is true. Like that is a part of his personality. It is authentic. And there's also sort of like the fetishization of like if you are a play caller, right? It's so much more easy to see your influence if you are Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan, and you can see the design that they're doing on game day, and they have this impressive offense. When you're more of a CEO type of Nick Sirianni, who is not calling the plays, it's harder to sort of parse and for us to see from the outside the things that they do, Monday to Saturday and not just on Sunday. I think a lot of what makes Nick Sirianni great is sort of organizational driven. It's Jeffrey Lurie driven. This is an analytically forward organization. He embraces that. These guys emphasize player rest. They have a relatively lighter training camp during the season. They have Wednesday walkthroughs for most of the year. Everything is in service of keeping the guys healthy. He is, aggressive on fourth down, like these things that they think give them a little bit of an edge. But the other things that make Sirianni really good are he's a really, one thing I always hear is that he's a really good and aggressive coach of the coaches, right? He's really hard on those guys to make sure that they're getting the best out of the players. And I think one thing where that plays out is on defense. You mentioned Sean Desai. It is a different defense and a different philosophy than it was under Jonathan Gannon. Under Gannon, it was a little bit more, this is what we do. This is always what we do. We want to force you to matriculate the ball downfield and see if you'll make a mistake instead of having a 12-yard touchdown or 12-play touchdown drive. With Sean Desai, they've been much more different. They've been much more multiple. They call different stuff all the time, and they have dealt with so many more injuries than they did last year. And so for Desai to be able to be as unpredictable as he is while having such a rotating cast of characters, effectively, play those plays, it says a lot about the way that they prepare these guys. And I think the proof is sort of in the pudding in how much the Eagles have outperformed their expectations each of the 3 seasons under Sirianni. Right now, they're a 10-win team. Their preseason projection was 11.5 wins. They're going to go over it again for the 3rd straight year. And they're the only team who looks like they're going to go over their preseason win over-under for the 3rd straight year, except for the Cowboys. So it is impressive. He continues to sort of be a little bit underrated and undervalued because the roster is so good. It's seen as a Howie Roseman creation, but I do think that Nick Sirianni deserves a little bit more credit.
And Bo Wolf is joining us again. Make sure that you're following him for all the Eagles news as we get ready for the Eagles and the 49ers, allphly.com. He does a great job with it. As far as the defense, let me just stay on there for a minute just because we looked at last year and we thought they're going to lose Bradbury and they're going to lose Slay, and they lost the linebackers, but they were able to keep their corners. They bring in the safety, which, Kevin Byard's a really nice player that they brought over from the Titans. Jalen Carter has slipped in for our guy, Jalen Hargrave. So well there, and then they've replaced the linebackers, but I know that Zach Cunningham's dealing with a hamstring as well. So where are they specifically defensively, and especially with the injury to Cunningham?
Yeah, so the big numbers are they are not as good as last year, and they've been less healthy, and they've had guys getting older in what is an aging defense. On the outside, Darius Slay and James Bradbury have not been quite as good as they were last year, although they're both coming off pretty good games against the Bills. At safety, as you mentioned, Kevin Byard, who was traded from the Titans, has been just okay, although he's been better since the bye, whereas Reed Blankenship has been probably the best player in the secondary, the most reliable player in the secondary this year. He's a second-year undrafted player from Middle Tennessee State. The linebackers are where they are definitely weak. They expected Nakobe Dean to be an every-down player. That's what they drafted him to do as a third-round pick last year, and he was a little bit underwhelming when healthy, and now he's on the shelf on injured reserve. Zach Cunningham, as you mentioned, has been their best linebacker, but he's coming off an injury. Don't know if he's going to be able to play in this game. Nicholas Moore was sort of just okay, and they're sniffing around Shaq Leonard. It sounds like the reports are he's going to be in Philadelphia tomorrow to take a look, but I would be surprised if he could, step in and play and make an impact on Sunday. But the difference is their front has been actually even better than it was last year, and it's wild that they were able to replace Javon Hargrave with Jalen Carter, and it's actually sort of been an upgrade here because he's not just one-dimensional. He's able to be really, really effective against the run, too. Jordan Davis, last year's first-round pick, the nose tackle, has been better this year than he was last year. Their run defense has been so much better than it was a year ago. And the flip side to that is the pass rush has been not quite as productive. They set a record for sacks as a team last year. They're also leaning on their top players more than they did last year. Josh Sweat and Hassan Reddick are playing a ton of snaps, and this defense played 92 snaps against the Bills on Sunday, and they're playing a Niners team that's got a little bit of extra rest. I think that's part of what's baked into the line there. But the defense is also a little bit more variable than it was a season ago. It's a little bit more high variance. They have done better against good quarterbacks than they did under Gannon, but they've also struggled at times against some of the, like the Sam Howells of the world. So they're just a little bit more unpredictable week to week, but I think that the defensive line is just as good, if not better, than it was a season ago.
And then over on the offensive side, Bo, they're averaging the same amount of points as the Niners do, 28.2 points per game, tied for third in the NFL. The yardage is there. The big difference has been they're turning the ball over. They're a -2. The Niners are +11. But you said flat out you think Lane Johnson's going to play despite the groin injury. Dallas Goedert with a fractured forearm. And it's about a month. It was November the 5th when the Cowboys fractured his forearm, so it'll be exactly 4 weeks, including the bye. What are you hearing on Goedert playing? And it's interesting, without Goedert, all of a sudden they're going to this 10 personnel, 1 running back, Swift usually, and 4 wide receivers. They didn't use it at all the first 9 games of the year. The last 2, they're in at about 25%. But is Julio Jones playing tight end? Is he playing wide receiver? What is he doing? And then is Dallas Goedert going to play on Sunday?
So I'll take Goedert first. I think that one is like the pure 50-50 up in the air one that is happening this week. They did not place him on injured reserve, knowing that they were expecting him back for next week's Cowboys game, right? That would have been the 4th game. This one is like, it really seems like it's going to be, can he get through the week? Can he be effective on Sunday? And it makes a huge difference for them when Goedert is on the field or not just in the passing game, because it gives them a real, reliable, dangerous third weapon in the passing game. But he's also one of the best run blockers in the league. It's like him and Kittle are the 2 all-around tight ends, and he makes a huge difference there. Last season it was all about like they were the best running team in the league out of 11 personnel and the best passing team in the league out of 12 personnel. It's been a little bit more in the middle this season, but Goedert makes a huge effort there. And like without Goedert, it's, Jack Stoll had his 4th catch of the season against the Bills. He is not a real factor in the passing game. I think that the 10 personnel stuff was them just sort of getting through the week without Goedert. They'd also just gotten Quez Watkins back off of injured reserve. As for Julio Jones, he was taking on some of the mantle of some of those routes that Goddard ran as sort of tight end specific routes. They've thrown him like a couple screens the last couple of weeks to like really low effect. He has not been a huge part of the offense. He's been on the field, but he has not really been very dangerous. They had Olamide Zaccheaus, who made a great touchdown grab, sort of an unscripted play against the Bills last week. They're not getting much out of the third option, whoever it is, when it's not Dallas Goedert. And so if you're talking about just like affecting the spacing of the defense, making sure that they have to account for people besides A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, getting Dallas Goedert back makes a huge difference. Otherwise, it's like we're talking, 4 or 5 targets a game, unless you're counting DeAndre Swift.
Bo Wolf, all Philly, PHLY, all PHLY.com, Bo_Wolf. And you got the live shows going on because we'll have people watching your shows. They need to know their stuff about the Eagles. So thanks as always. We appreciate the insight. I'm sure we'll do it again.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We look forward to Sunday. Everybody here is calling it the Niners Super Bowl, so it'll be a fun one.
Just our Super Bowl? It's not your Super Bowl? How big of a deal is this to the Eagles players? The Niners are downplaying it, but they know the math. You got 1 loss. The Niners have 3. If they're going to get the number 1 seed, they've got to win this game on Sunday. How big is it from a Philadelphia perspective?
Well, I think the party line is that it sounds like this game is more important for the Niners than it is for the Eagles. For them, it's just the next one on the schedule, because they also have the Cowboys next week, which is another one with potential number 1 seed and division implications. But I would be lying if I didn't think that the Eagles had been listening to all the talk from San Francisco since that game in January. I think Hassan Reddick was asked about it after the game on Sunday, and he said something to the effect of it's good that now we can sort of line up and play this game on the field instead of talking about it.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Plus, the thing is, too, is with their schedule the rest of the way, I don't think Seattle's much. They go to Seattle. I mean, that's a losable game. But next week at Dallas, and like you said, they beat them 28-23 the first time around, so they could go from clearly the number 1 if they lose the next 2, which I don't know that they will, but they've played these games all close. So that could change in a hurry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the Eagles split the next 2 games, they feel pretty good probably about still getting that 1 seed. As you said, there's Seattle after Dallas, which is a tough turnaround. But then their last 3 games are the Giants, the Cardinals, and the Giants again. So, there's a chance that if the Eagles win the next 2 games, I mean, they can be resting guys for 3 weeks in a row if you count 17, 18, and then the first round of the playoffs. So, for a team that has been playing a ton of snaps, I think there is hopefully a light at the end of the rainbow rest-wise for them. But if they lose, as you said, these next 2 games, all of a sudden you're talking about probably being the 5 seed. So we will see how it all plays out.
Great stuff. Thanks, Bo. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Bo.
Of course.
That is the great Bo Wolf, Bo_Wolf. And make sure it's, again, you want Eagles information, all PHLY.com. That guy does a great job and knows his Bills stuff. All right, Caboose Pistol, sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol, the drunk dog and the naked guy at a small world, and more, only here on the Sports Leader.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Caboose Pistol on a Tuesday. A couple of good audio versions. Let me give you the first one. I don't know that I've heard this before. So this dog, you'll hear this woman. This is on, I think it might be on TikTok or something, but a dog goes in and knocks over the Bailey's bottle off the counter, sucks that up, and then I guess there was a vodka bottle next to it, knocks that over, sucks that up. And so just the whole thing is as she's asking, she takes the dog to the vet, but she asks the dog to, come here, boy, or whatever, and the dog is like stumbling like a drunk person. So when you hear her say that, just if you could imagine a dog trying to walk, but...
Oh, this has audio accompanying?
Yeah. I can show you a picture of this dog, too, because it's not walking so well.
You sent it to me. So the only time John Lund has ever texted us on the group show text line chain after hours is he sends one last night at 8:43 p.m., and all it says is drunk dog. I wondered, is that you or the accompanying story? Dog sleeps it off after raiding owner's liquor cabinet.
Well, you can see in the video there that the dog's not walking so well. But
right, so if Pete is listening, is this woman going to be in trouble?
No. Well, let's play it for you. You can tell. She can tell you
he
what
got
she
in the
did.
Baileys, and then what did he get into?
There was 2 bottles on the counter, like in the
Hugh
corner.
Jackson's house.
It was a Baileys and it was a vodka. And so here's what happened. Take a listen.
When Fido wants a drink, it's usually water.
So this is what I just came home to.
But Mary from South Jersey walked in on the aftermath of doggy cocktail hour.
This is empty. This was probably more than halfway full.
A bottle of Bailey's on the floor and a bottle of vodka knocked over on the counter with the cap half off. Mary didn't have to smell his breath.
Jack, try to walk. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, Jack can't walk.
Jack was busted.
It's not funny, but my dog is drunk and I don't know what to do about it.
Mary immediately called poison control, then took Jack to the vet where he got IV fluids and was kept overnight. The vet called in the morning saying,
he's fine. He's prancing around like he's not even hungover. Hey, Jack.
Now everybody's joking.
Jack.
That Jack's new name should be Jack Daniels.
Good one.
I was waiting for that.
So there you go.
Oh, number 7.
The drunk dog. So watch the booze on the corner of the counter. Don't let the dog get to the booze.
The best line ever. When Fido wants a drink, who is that woman?
That's the woman from CNN.
That right.
She does that voiceover stuff for like CNN.
Reminds me of
like
she is hilarious. When Fido wants a drink.
Yeah. Did you see the footage of this? Did you click on that link I sent you?
So you know what that reminds me of? Remember they used to do the Hollywood Minute years ago?
That's what she did.
Is that what she was doing? Was that the Hollywood Minute?
That was her. Yeah,
who was the guy who did it years ago with the bow tie?
Oh,
the best ever
Robin Leach.
is when the porn star John Holmes died. And the guy did the John Holmes, a.k.a. the Wad.
When Fido wants a drink.
When Fido wants a drink.
See, that's great inflection, too.
She's got the greatest voice ever.
She's very good.
I love that story.
All right, so we go from the drunk dog to, this is a good one, too. So apparently, have you been to it's probably been years, but, Disneyland, A Small World.
Have I been there?
And, you go through that thing.
You're kidding, right?
So, well, this is
ironic.
ironic.
I went there 3 or 4 times. My daughters used to dance there every spring.
Oh, that's right.
Been there quite a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, a guy in A Small World, you don't want to get naked in a small world.
It's a small world.
He starts out by he's in his skivvies. He's just in his underwear for a minute.
Right.
And then he just goes full Monty.
He's
he
there.
Decides
He's at Disneyland.
Yeah, and he's walking through the water. He's just naked. So
did he get into the Jack and the Baileys?
Probably. It had to be something. So anyway, this is, I'm not sure which affiliate this is, but this is a news story out of L.A. Take a listen.
Video shows a man in his underwear walking around the popular attraction It's a Small World. Workers stopped the ride for about an hour as security tried to detain him. At one point, you can see the 26-year-old took off all of his clothes and was wading around in the water near the ride's entrance. Anaheim police eventually responded to the incident to arrest the 26-year-old for indecent exposure and being under the influence of a controlled substance.
No.
What?
So is there any
Shocking.
correlation to him going full Monty naked and then going to It's a Small World after all? Did he have to go there?
As he's sitting in one of those cars, it's a small world, and he's totally naked. Oh, there it is. Oh, this gives me bad memories. I grew up about 7 miles from Disneyland. We used to go all the time. And this is just like...
See, John, you got to be careful with shrooms.
Yeah, exactly.
Make sure you check the dosage.
It's a small world. Anyway, there you go.
Who was the pilot like a month ago that was on shrooms and he pulled the...
Oh, he was from Pleasant Hill, that guy.
Our Pleasant Hill?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
I don't know. What ended up happening with that guy? He did. He tried to pull the... He tried to take the thing out of the sky.
Down.
And then they got him to the back, and then he was like trying to knock out the door or whatever like that.
Not good.
And he was a guy, he was a local... He was an Alaskan airline pilot, and he was from Pleasant Hill.
I remember the story like a month ago.
Yeesh.
That one is way worse than this, but do you really want to go naked and then go through It's a Small World?
The funniest part about the airline pilot story was they interview his wife, and she's on one of the local news stories, and she goes, "That's not the man I married." Well, no kidding. If that was the man you married, you wouldn't have said yes. Like, no kidding.
It's the man you married on shrooms.
Exactly.
It's a big deal.
It's very different.
You've got to control him there.
Yeah. Like mushrooms, it's been a while.
When Fido wants a drink, it's the best line ever. She's so good. What's her name?
What is her name? I gotta look her up. Yeah,
when Fido wants a drink.
She's the best. I mean, listen to the inflection there. When Fido wants a drink.
I thought the dog's name was Jack.
Fido wants a drink.
It's Jack Fido? I love that.
It's usually water.
Has anybody ever named their
usually water.
Has anybody ever named... That's just the chaser. Has anybody ever named their dog Fido?
That's an old school name.
Wow.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
There's no Fidos anymore.
Fido.
Yeah.
When Fido wants a drink.
Anyway, he was 3/4 of the way to a espresso martini. All he needed was a little coffee liqueur, and he would have had a nice espresso martini with the vodka, the Baileys, little coffee liqueur. You shaking that thing cold.
Doggy cocktail hour.
Fast identity online. What is Fido? What's the acronym for that?
She's good.
Why are they naming dogs Fido?
I don't think anybody names their dog Fido anymore.
Italian dog that came to public attention in 1943 because of his demonstration of unwavering loyalty to his dead master. Was the original Fido?
That right? That was the original name.
Is that why?
Yeah. I've never met a Fido, but everybody always
right
makes
after
reference
he saved
to
his
Fido.
master, Fido wanted a cocktail, probably a limoncello. When Fido wants a drink.
No, you want a limoncello? Let's go.
Who is that woman? By the way, how was the night before Thanksgiving with George?
Good time had by. That was the best part of my Thanksgiving. Like I said, I ate a power bar on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So,
but you went out and got a glow on the night before?
It was a good time.
Could you hang with the kids, or were you?
Yeah, they didn't. For some weird reason, they didn't want me around too long. They wanted me to buy them a few drinks after they got as what I would call a snoutful, and they were just like, "We don't need you anymore. You bought us liquor.
Just leave
you bought us drinks.
Leave the card and go home."
Exactly. Now we know how you feel. Jeez.
So what did you pull? Let's belly up to the boys.
Yeah, we were having a great time,
boys.
and I was having a good time, and then all of a sudden they were like,
shots?
Yeah, it was great.
Did you get them Fireball?
Yeah, they did Fireball. I did not do Fireball.
They did not?
That is a cheap whiskey.
Remember we did Fireball on Championship Sunday?
Yes.
With John Condo
still feel that thing.
And Lorenzo Neal. Let's get crazy.
Was that when his wife was there? Oh, boy.
Condo, that was
the manager did not like his wife.
That's the guy.
Woo!
That's who I was out with, Brandon Guzman. Remember the guy we hung out with after he met his sister?
Oh, my goodness.
He took me out in Seattle.
All right. There you go. That is your sweet, clean, family-friendly business. So we got a couple of remnants before the top of the hour, including we're starting now that you could sign, but nobody's signing really at this point or trading or anything. But there are some rumors that could affect the Giants. So we'll do that for you. And a last-minute look at Warriors-Kings tonight. We'll do that next before the top of the hour.
Fido wants a drink.
On the Sports Later.
That Jack's new name should be Jack Daniels.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Our pal Ron Wotus, he's returning for his 37th year in the Giants organization. Check out that story and more. Turning on it now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Clearly the team that I've talked about here on Sports Grid a lot, because I get asked the Ohtani question over and over again, whatever show I appear on, and everyone asks me where I think he's going to end up. And look, this is just me guessing here, and based on my opinion and the things that I've heard, is I do think Ohtani ends up getting the biggest offer from the San Francisco Giants. I don't know if he ends up going to San Francisco, but there's just so much smoke where there is fire. And to me, I just go back to last offseason, Mike, with the fact that they offered Aaron Judge all this money and he turned it down, and then Correa, they didn't have to pay him. The Giants clearly have hundreds of millions of dollars to spend. They just had no one to take it. So I do think that the Giants probably would love to know if Ohtani's going to want to sign with them, because if not, I think that they would end up signing Yamamoto. I don't think they're going to get both guys, but I would expect the Giants to land somebody big this offseason.
Craig Mish, MLB Network contributor, and I know he's done a lot of work with the Marlins, a little bit on the Giants. And again, the 4th through the 7th, so next week is the winter meetings, and so I think that's going to get it fired up. So obviously this week we're talking a ton about the Niners and the Eagles, but we'll have some people on from the winter meetings. That's when things should fire up next week. But some things are starting to be interesting here. Obviously, Ohtani's going to be first. Yamamoto, the word is that he wants to play with another Japanese player. So, I mean, if you start looking at teams that have Japanese players like the Mets, he's really good friends there. I'm blanking on the pitcher that signed that I wanted the Giants to sign last year, but
Kota Senga.
Senga, right? And
well, what if they get Ohtani?
There you go.
Oh, that
could be potential.
Both.
But he's mentioned how the Giants could be in on that. I'll continue to say this: they can sign pitching. Pitching will sign here, and you got to trade for the hitters. And so we're starting to hear some names. Bo Bichette's name is coming up, the shortstop for the Blue Jays, in a trade potentially. Alex Bregman now. Houston may not extend him. He's going to turn 30 years old. And Ken Rosenthal said today, and I don't know if the Padres would trade within division. He didn't say if Soto was getting traded. It's when Soto's getting traded, because the Padres just can't afford it, especially with the death of the chairman of the Padres, Peter Seidler. So Soto's going. So it looks to me like there are going to be a lot of bats on the trade market, and that's the way I think the Giants have to go. Sign the pitching, trade for the hitting.
Well, I mean, you could sign Matt Chapman. So if you want to compare Alex Bregman to Matt Chapman, I think Bregman's a better bat and Chapman's a better defensive player. Then what pitching are you going to sign? Sonny Gray just went to St. Louis yesterday, 3 years, $75 million. Aaron Nola went back to Philadelphia. I mean, obviously the big name out there is Blake Snell. But there are a lot of,
Yamamoto's another one.
You want to bring Sean Manaea back? But Jordan Montgomery's out there. I mean, with Bob Melvin, they're Eduardo Rodriguez now. We'll see from the right side. Giolito's out there. Jack Flaherty's been mentioned. So it will be interesting. Mike Krukow was on this morning, as he is every Tuesday and Thursday, with Murph and Mack, and he said he thinks there's going to be big activity in the next 10 days, and he thinks the Giants are going to sign 3 players. Now, if you sign Ohtani, can you afford to sign 2 more? And how much would he take up there? And how does he factor into your pitching search with the young arms you have? He's not going to pitch this year. How do you craft that contract? And then the whole Ohtani thing, and we heard, Craig Mish talking about, he thinks the Giants will offer him the biggest amount of money. Well, why wouldn't he make the Dodgers just match that offer? What are we looking at? I mean, ultimately, Aaron Judge did not go to the highest bidder. Peter Seidler and the Padres at the end offered him $400 million. I think the Giants may have matched the $360 million he got, John. So, I mean, Mike's saying the next 10 days, which would a week from the day, you're going to be at the winter meetings coming back from the Philadelphia game in Nashville, and it's going to take you through next week. So, are there going to be a lot of signings right away the first couple of days at the winter meetings?
The other thing I wanted to mention, again, the 4th through the 7th, real quick before we get out of here, the Ford C. Frick Award finalists, man, there's a conflict in the Bay Area. Ken Korach is on there. Mike Krukow, Dwayne Kuiper, but it's not a team award.
No, you can't.
So it's all individual. So it's Kruk or Kuip. Ken Korach's on that list as well. But it's a tough list this year. Joe Buck's on it. Gary Cohen's on it. Tom Hamilton, Dan Shulman. I mean, man, it is a stacked list. So
yeah, nice piece in the Athletic by Andrew Bagley.
Yeah, exactly.
Mike, and good luck to Korak. He deserves. So Draymond Green walk up to James Williams and say, "Jimmy, good to see you tonight." Mitchell Irvin, JT Orr are your three officials tonight. And back in the replay center, Tyler Ford, who was the official that ran him against Minnesota.
Does Draymond survive tonight?
Make nice.
Because everyone's going to be all over him.
Make nice. Make nice.
Is
Go
he
up
going
to
to survive?
Domantas Sabonis and say, "Domas, I'm going to stomp on your chest. I'm back." TNT tonight. B.A. Brian Anderson.
Thank
Coach Van
goodness.
Gundy are on the call tonight.
Thanks as always to Danny and Walter. Tremendous job. Kyle Draper, of course, from the Kings broadcast team. Dennis Brown. Tomorrow, we were going to have Dennis on today, but that's tomorrow. Bo Wolf joined us. Rich Eisen,
a late ad.
It was a great time. So if you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. We will see you tomorrow. You'll be in Santa Clara tomorrow. So we'll get you ready for the Eagles and the 49ers as it continues throughout the week. Tolbert and Copes coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
When Fido wants a drink, it's usually water.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and
Tim, please get out of here. We're trying to do a show. Thank you. What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today we're going to be joined by Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, Greg Cosell, Dante Whitner. And I just got through telling Greg and Pop, they had it.
Greg and Pop?
I mean, Greg and John. They had it all wrong on the It's a Small World thing. They're saying, why would you want to go to It's a Small World and get naked?
Yeah, I was like, why wouldn't you?
I go, that's the best place to be.
It's indoors.
You look massive.
Yeah, you'd be huge all the time.
I'm next to this little kid from Pakistan. I look massive. Okay, this little kid from Nebraska. I'm sorry, Tim. I just came up with a random country because they're supposedly all represented there.
Tim couldn't even find Pakistan on a map, dude. I don't know why he's shaking his head.
No idea.
He has no idea.
Okay, how about
find Prussia for me?
How about
Tim?
Netherlands? How about that one? Is that good enough? Is that
okay?
Okay, is that
fits.
neutral enough for you?
If they play in the Euro with Tim, they're
I'll
good.
Pick some white country that like no one can pick out on a map because they're up there with all the other. Is that Sweden or Netherlands? Is Netherlands Dutch or is it?
Can I offer you just Aruba? The place is in there. It's the Aruba, Curacao.
Yep.
Right, but Curaçao's not. Like Aruba, you get your Sir Sidney Ponsons.
You sir.
Yeah.
Don't forget the sir.
Yeah, there's a lot of emphasis on the sir for a guy who didn't
heavy on the sir. I'm heavy on the sir.
Ball games for the O's.
Yeah, as Bob Knight once said, I'm heavy on the mister. I'm heavy on the mister. What's up, Knight? That's what brought him down. Some kid going, "What's up, Knight?" That was the zero tolerance. That was it. After that, "What's up, Knight?" is after all the things he did. That's what got him. What's up, Knight?
That's pretty funny.
Heavy on the mister. Heavy on the mister. It's like, what are you talking? What are you, an NFL owner?
Seriously,
like, what an NFL owner is always going to be addressed as Mr. Tepper, Mr. Davis, Mr. This,
and referred
Mr.
to
that.
as that. Like when the player's talking. Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Lurie. They all do that in reference to the owner, talking to him and in reference to him. Yeah, Mr. Jones. He did a great job of the stadium here, and I don't know. They all, every one of them, Mr. Jones,
Mr. this.
The coaches
Mr. that.
don't usually do that, though.
I don't know.
It depends. Probably. It depends on the.
I don't know. Every Raider coach called him Mr. Davis, and I know
they still do, and they still should.
I know Mr. Tepper.
Damn right they do.
Was that's how Reich addressed it,
So
Mr.
they're
Tepper.
Referring to Mark.
I guess you want to keep getting your money.
That's tough to call Mark Mr. Davis.
Yeah, Mr.
I don't
Davis.
think I'd see. I think I'd walk in and say, "Hey, Davis." I think I'd do the "Hey, Knight."
Hey, Bowl. Hey, Bowl cut.
Hey, Bull. That's a tough deal.
Hey, Bowl.
Call that guy Mister.
What's up?
He's cutting your checks.
Anyway, what do we got today? We got Eagles, Niners. We got Kings.
We get the return of Draymond
Kings
Green.
Warriors. We get the return of Draymond.
We got maybe defensive Klay. We get into that a little
tonight.
bit. Yeah,
yes.
A lot of good stuff to get into.
So looking forward to that.
You got a guest list? We'll get Tim some Sharks win.
Sharks are on fire right now.
Red hot. Were they 5?
Can't stop them.
5 dubs? Sharks are on fire.
They're rolling. They're rolling.
You got the guest list in front of you, or would you like me to get it for you?
Yeah, it said Kawakami, Kosel,
Oh, you
and
did
Whitner.
get to it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We jumped right. See, Tim was such a distraction that. See, now I'm trying to bury him again.
Yes.
I really did forget that we put it out there. My mistake. Anyway, what else is new? What else is going on today?
I don't know.
Yeah, we got. We will get back into the Klay Thompson thing because we played that sound at the end of the show last night. By the way, when you were saying Tim Kawakami, I was throwing my headphones on. I had like a flashback or something triggered in my brain, like a deja vu. And I heard Tim Kawakami of the Merc. I feel like you used to always drop that years ago, of the Merc.
Of the year, yes.
And I had in my ear, I heard it coming. And then
Years
I
gone
forgot
by.
he's not there anymore. Anyway, he was the one who asked it. Then he wrote a piece about Klay, and he's like, he basically wrote a piece saying this is a guy who does deserve this sort of leash and this sort of credit. And it wasn't like he was trying to antagonize Klay. I think Tim's got a lot of respect there, so we'll talk to him. But we'll get into more of that with Klay Thompson. How about that thrilling Monday Night Football tilt last night?
Yeah, that was something.
Bears won a game without a touchdown.
That was something.
They never used, right? I don't even get. I mean, I know there's a lot of them now. They can flex into a. Can you flex into a Monday now, Derek? Too. There's like a couple times you can do that. You can. Hasn't happened yet.
Mm-mm.
You can flex into a Sunday night from a third, but you have to do it like 12 days in advance or something, right? There's like a. Networks are not willing to flex as much this year, is what Derek's saying. So normally, what happens is when they flex, because I was wondering that last week, why the Eagles game against the Bills wasn't flexed into Sunday night. And Derek said because the network wouldn't allow it. They're allowed to block it if they want to move it to another network to put it in prime time. And they're like, we picked this game. We had the right to this game. Why would we give it up?
Well, then what can you flex then?
That's what I'm saying. So then what? Why? Like,
because I'm sure they had to have looked into Eagles.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
But that was a main game for Fox. So they're not gonna let you flex that one.
So they have to So Derek's saying they have to designate games. See, this is stuff like this is a John and Greg stuff. I don't get into the broadcast like minutia. I don't really care. I just hear this.
Crock.
Yeah, I just hear this stuff gets flexed, and I go, was it the Niners? Does it affect me in my life?
Like Eagles Niners, there's no way they could flex that. I mean, Fox will protect that one.
Yeah.
So there's probably certain games, the ones they're going to like America's Game of the Week or whatever, that one you can't flex. But if there's another game out there, I'm sure you could flex that one if you wanted to. Like, what else do we have this week? We had 2 good games.
We had the Raiders.
Well, no, we had 1 good game.
We had the afternoon game. Yeah, because it was the Raiders and the Chiefs were opposite.
Because the Ravens,
Bills,
Chargers
and
were already
Eagles.
Sunday night.
Yeah.
So they already had that one.
Which wasn't a terrible on-paper tilt.
Yeah. Like, is there a...
So what happens is each week each network gets to block, to say this game is off limits. They get to designate 1 game a week that you can't take. And this coming week, the Niners and the Eagles is, I think, the only game that is there only 1 game that Fox is carrying this week, and it's that one, or is CBS only carrying a morning slate? They're not carrying the afternoon, I think, is what it is, because they're like, well, we're not going to put a game up against that Niners Eagles game, and it's incredible that one, for all the things we just talked about, Russell Wilson and the Broncos, they had to end up pretty bad. They had to start pretty bad to end up blowing out all of those early primetime games.
Yeah.
Same thing this year where Aaron Rodgers literally went out. You were there. What was it? His second drive? It was like 4th play or something.
Yeah.
It was like really, really early in the game. He goes down. All those Jets games that we were hyped about and Hard Knocks was going on, all those games were then taken away. The 49ers and the Eagles, what is this now? Week 13 we're walking into here? First week of December. It's living up to the hype that for a team to go to a Super Bowl and lose, for a team to go to a Super Bowl and win, and come back the next year and be as good as the Eagles are now, and for the 49ers and Brock Purdy to respond in the way that they've responded to their loss to the Eagles last year and to get this matchup again, this is pretty cool. This is something we could be seeing for a while based on these 2 quarterbacks, their youth, and the teams built around defense. This is a pretty cool thing.
No, absolutely. We talked about it a lot yesterday. We'll talk about it.
We'll get more into it
continually. I was just kind of trying to look to see if there's anything, like since we were talking flex, and I mean, it's not that important, but, I was just thinking, okay, so that game's going to be protected, period.
Yes.
And
it was already.
We get a banger next Monday. Bengals Jags.
Ooh, nice.
That's a banger.
Yeah.
So
with no Burrow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
no Burrow. I was joking when I said, yeah, Derek.
I mean,
he was like, not anymore. I was like, yeah, no, it's Jake Browning.
But
I know.
But there's nowhere to go.
Where are you going to
go then? I mean, you're going to go to Lions Saints?
Nope.
Well, where are you going to go?
I mean, Commanders Dolphins?
Nope. There's no
Browns Rams?
You know where I'm going to go? I'm going to go Warriors and Kings tonight.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going to go.
Then you go Chiefs Packers, but that's Sunday night. So,
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's not like you could take any game. You got to hope there's multiple good games. But, no, I'm looking forward to tonight's game. Tonight's game will be – it's funny because everybody's into the tourney. Whatever, that's fine. I said it didn't hurt anything. It's not like, oh, this sucks and it's taken – it's just whatever. Players seem to be into it a little bit and fans seem to be into it a little bit. I'm still whatever. I'm still whatever on the play-in games, and everybody loves the play-in games. I just think if you can't make the playoffs after 82 games, then sorry, you didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I'm still anti, but I watch them. I always say I watch them. It's a one and out. So yeah, of course you're going to watch it. It doesn't mean it needs to happen. Doesn't mean it should happen. But it's a money-making vehicle, so it's fine. Whatever. Again, it's an extra game. Didn't hurt anybody. I'm just not for it. Same with this one. I'm just not for it. All those teams have a chance to play for a trophy at the end of the year. They're playing for another trophy, and I think it's dumb.
Tourney time.
Thank you, Ralph.
Yeah, it is.
But I'm okay. Whatever. I mean, I'm looking forward to tonight's game, but guess what? Cup or no cup, I'd be into tonight's game. Tonight's game is going to be fun because these are two really, really good basketball teams. They play in an aesthetically pleasing style of basketball. And the Warriors are trying to come out of a little bit of a funk, and the Kings, they're playing good. They lost to the Pelicans in New Orleans, dropped both there, and then came back and beat Minnesota in Minnesota. So, they got Fox back, and when they have Fox, they're really, really tough to stop. So yeah, I'm into tonight's game.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Yeah,
man.
I'm looking forward to it.
Kings were a
Draymond's
blast.
coming back, so yeah, It's going to be great.
Exactly. De'Aaron Fox said, we want every team at their healthiest. We want to play the Warriors at their strongest. Draymond returns tonight. Warriors and the Kings back in action. We are still giving away those Rolling Stones tickets. To tell you how you can win those when we come on back. Also, Klay Thompson. We played this sound for you yesterday. You'll hear it again when we come back. His comments yesterday in his media session to Tim Kawakami, where he sort of drew the line fast. I want to hear him again. I haven't heard him since last night. Let's see how we react to it this time. If it sounds the same.
Next question.
Like he felt very defensive when we heard it yesterday. Warriors and the Kings and Draymond Green back in action. Tolbert and Copes, hold it here on the Sports Leader.
Ken Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Ken Grove's Sports Leader.
Nick Bosa joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss how the 49ers could stop the brotherly shove this weekend against Philadelphia. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Coates, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR.
They don't do what they do. That's why they talk. Why would I? Like, come on. I don't care what people say at this point in my life. Next question.
That was Klay Thompson yesterday in the media session. We got that sound like near the end of the show last night, about 5:45, 5:50. We played that, and sounded... it was really uncomfortable yesterday. Any different for you today, Tom? I mean, why is his mic not on? Oof.
What are we doing? Are you drunk? You okay? You good? Okay. Just want to make sure you're good. Well, clearly, I was more prepared.
That was a tough deal. Mic was on, light was on. I'm talking, but nothing's coming out. That was an Adam Sandler bit all over that. My lips are moving, but nothing's coming out.
Next question.
There we go.
The most underrated part of that whole thing was...
yeah.
Thanks, Steve. I guess.
The passive aggressive with.
Thanks, Steve. I guess. Oh, man. I mean, look, clearly it's wearing on him. I mean, it's obvious it's wearing on him. There is no doubt about it. I just think with him sometimes, he lives and dies so much on every shot. Like, he thinks he should make every shot. I wish he would be easier on himself and just, like, I think he portrays himself and people think of him as the chill guy, just gets on his yacht, has Rocco, just whatever.
That's what we've seen.
We're good.
Yeah.
But this guy cares. He cares deeply. And all these guys do. But Klay, like, really, really cares. Little things I pick up on. Early in the season, he said something about, I want to have a really good season. But he didn't say, I want to have a really good season. He said, I want to have a really good season shooting the ball. I think he put so much emphasis on him shooting the ball because he's always been able to shoot the ball, and he's always been a great shooter, and he's always been able to score. But I think when you say that, the emphasis is that's my worth, is making shots and shooting the ball. And that's not just his worth. Like, he can do more than that. Is he the defender he was? No. But he's still... I mean, he's not just serviceable. He's better than serviceable. Does he get blown by more than he used to? Yes. But it's not so much so you consider him a defensive liability, not even close. He has shown that he's willing to make that pocket pass, that he can make that pocket pass, and just moving the ball. He's shown the ability to not take the first shot, not hunt shots, and the ball will come back and find him, and he'll get a great shot, and he buries those shots. But it's like, I feel like with him sometimes, every shot is a referendum on how good he is. Like, every shot he takes, he missed it. Because we feel that with him, because I think that's how he feels. And I feel like he thinks, I got to make everything. Like, I got to, and I think the contract has something to do with it. He's coming up on a deal. I know he wants to stay here. I'm sure they've talked, and I'm sure it's not where he wants to be. So I think that's weighing on him a little bit. if not a great deal. And I don't think after the games he just chills out and goes home and hangs out with Rocco and gets on the yacht and does his thing.
I think it weighs on him.
I think it weighs on him. I mean,
it's clearly
listen to that comment.
That's not somebody who's very very defensive.
He made a massive jump from what Tim's kind of I mean, it wasn't a pointed question. It's just an open-ended, and then he kind of jumped in there and said, what are you saying, benches? That's not what Tim said.
Named another player.
So it's been weighing on him. Clearly he hears some of the stuff, and he feels some of the stuff. So I just wish he could, just go play. Whatever. I'm going to help the team, whether I make shots or don't make shots. Clearly, he's going to help the team more if he makes shots. But he helps the team just by being out there, much the same way Steph does, is that defenses are always going to respect him. They're always going to be a little closer to him. They're always going to know where he is, and that stretches the court, and that opens the middle of the court up, especially when Draymond's back, for him to have the ball in his hands and make decisions. That's been the kind of underlying beauty of the Warriors and their offense, and one of the reasons the offense works as well as it does. We always talk about Steph's gravitational pull. Well, Klay has it, just not the same, but it's there because you have to account for him. You can't leave that guy open. Once he gets going, then he'll start hitting shots that are tough shots. But whether he makes them or not, you're going to have much more room on the court than you normally would because of Klay's presence. Same with Steph. So I wish he would just say, look, just me being out there is going to be a positive. Let me not hunt shots. Let me find the best shots I can get and just take those. I think if he does that, you're going to see him start shooting the ball, and he is already starting to shoot the ball a little bit better, and I think because of that. But get in there and get yourself 4 or 5 rebounds. Yeah. I mean, he can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, go. You're contributing. Play
He's been the biggest player on the floor a couple of times.
Yeah, play defense to the best of your ability. Right. That's more than good enough. He's not the two-way star he once was. He's just not. And maybe that's tough for players of his ilk to face, kind of their mortality a little bit.
Yeah.
It hits them all. It hits them all, and it hits them all at different ages. But it's going to hit at some point, and you got to face that fact and say, okay, what do I have that can benefit the team? How can I be a net positive to this team? It may be in a different way than it used to be, but I can still do that. I may have to reconfigure a few things, but that's fine. That's fine. I can do that. I maybe have to do a little bit more of this, a little bit more of that. We've seen him when Steph was out last year get 6, 7, 8 assists. That's not his game. That's not really what he does, but he's capable of making those type of passes, those type of plays. Again, they're not all that hard. You just catch it. You're going to draw 2 guys because you're Klay Thompson. You drop it down to Looney, and then Looney kicks it to somebody else. It's a hockey assist, or Looney scores. So I've seen him. I mean, look, I've seen him live tons of times and on TV. But you watch. If he misses the first shot, it's he'll do
Brandon Belts it.
He'll do the air shot again, yeah. Or the kind of the slap his hands together, or the shoulders kind of like, God, I should have made that. Who cares? You're freaking Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
Just to go out there and say, I'm freaking Klay Thompson. If I miss, I miss. I'll hit the next one. If I miss that one, I'm going to hit the next one. But not, oh no, I got to hit my next one. And then you start hunting shots, and then it's a bad shot, and then 0 for 2 turns into 1 for 6, 1 for 7. And now you're thinking, okay, 1 for 7, how do I get back to 50%? Jeez, I got to hit my next 4 shots to get back to 50%? Okay. He shouldn't worry about it.
Right.
His legacy is solidified. He's a champion. He's a Hall of Famer. If they do statues, he'll have a statue. He is one of the Warrior greats, period.
But there's a reason for that. We got to we'll come back to this. I don't want to get into the Draymond stuff, but Marcus and I talked a lot about this last week. There's a reason we think I think perceive that it's happening so quickly is even as fans, the decline, or not decline, but it's happened at sort of a brick wall right in the middle of his career. Not in the middle of his career, but he was at the peak of his powers. And then he lost 2 full years. So the gaps, like right in the middle of his prime, were taken out. He's back. And I think mentally it's hard to say, well, the last time I played, I was capable of this. And now I may not be capable of the same things. And so I think you're right. I think he's got to calibrate to what the best Klay Thompson in 2023 is versus what it was in 19 when he got hurt. Because that was a big gap of time. He came back, and it took a long time to even build back for that Celtics final. So I think fans and Klay are kind of recalibrating to what that means. And I think when he finds that, he'll be as dangerous in a different way because he knows what this system is about. I think that's, or we'll get a lot of great more sound bites. Yeah. He's like, thanks, Q. Yeah.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Ron Adams.
I guess.
We got to get into the Draymond situation because he's back tonight, too. He's back against the Kings, which is going to be an absolute blast. Fun game on paper. We'll see if it's the result ends up being fun. Draymond Green spoke earlier this week. We'll talk more about that and his return tonight after I tell you how you can win a pair of tickets to go see the Rolling Stones next summer, July 17th. 2024 at Levi Stadium. Tune in all week long between 2 and 5, and we'll give you a cue to call. Be caller number 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 tickets to go see the Rolling Stones at Levi Stadium, furnished by AEG and Golden Voice. Tickets are on sale Friday, December 1st. That's this Friday, December 1st at 10 a.m. through rollingstones.com. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. When you hear this cue to call, be caller number 10. To the studio, 415-896-KNBR. Again, you can get the official rules at KNBR.com. When we come back, do you believe it's okay for the NBA to punish Draymond Green on, like, an accumulative level at this point? He made a point about this the other day when he spoke to the media, saying, I've already served that time. Why am I being punished for that now? Get your thoughts on that next on the Sports Leader.
single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Mentioning like, oh, well, what he did in the past, I've paid for those. Like I got suspended in Game 5 of the finals. So you can't keep suspending me for those actions. But in saying that, I'm also not one to admit when I'm at fault. Our chances of winning drops dramatically if I'm not out there. So I have to be better at being there and as one of the leaders of this group. You just got to find different ways, And I think for me, that's the biggest lesson in all of it. Is just like, yeah, you got to be there for your teammate, but you have to do it differently. The same way you would do something when I was 26, I can't do at 33. Number one, who cares?
That was Draymond talking about how he doesn't think he should be suspended or punished for things that he's accumulated over time, but we can't erase any of that stuff. We had Steve Javie on after the Draymond choke of Rudy Gobert, and we were talking to him about trying to call games neutral. And he said, and this is as honest of a thing I think any official at any level could tell you is, yeah, I swear we try to be neutral, but we're still human. Where he's like, I can't pretend I wasn't called X, Y, and Z by this guy, or that he didn't say this, or that we didn't have this incident. Same as anybody you go to work with, right? Like working with the officials to me is still, you're at work, and they're just people you have to deal with at work that get in your way oftentimes, right? So what are your thoughts on that? Because when it happened, everybody kept saying if you take Draymond's name off of it and you put just player A there, would the punishment be the same? And we both said no, because we know what Draymond's done before. I'm not saying he's being punished for what he's done before, but if your mom grounds you for a week for doing something you shouldn't do, and you do it again, is she going to give you the same punishment or a harsher punishment? Now, you're being punished for an accumulation of bad things you've done because you're not learning from your mistakes, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that, personally.
To me, I don't see how people don't get this concept. If you are a habitual line stepper, the penalties are going to increase. If you keep doing the same type of things and one punishment isn't working, you're going to go above and beyond for the next one, and so forth and so on. It just seems pretty obvious to me that's the way you're going to go. Now, you may do the same punishment for the first couple, but after the first couple, it's like, okay, we're not getting through.
It's not steroid suspension where it's just like 50, 100 banned for life. Or
yeah, you're going to do 50 every time?
No.
50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. What does it keep? No. It's 50. Then I think it's a season. Then it's suspended. Then you're done. Then you're just done. Then you got to reapply to get back in the game. I think that's the way it works. 50 season done. Or maybe 50, 100 done. But yeah, it goes up. That's what it does. So yeah, they are going to punish you if you're a habitual line stepper. That seems obvious to me. Unless I'm missing something. It just seems that's the way it works. You're going to get dinged the more you do the same type of thing.
So what? I wonder this though, because I do think that it had to be like this was an egregious thing that happened, right?
Yes.
Like this was it was over the line. It went on for a while, and some people. I hate the whole. We go back and people are going to remember it differently. It happened, and everybody was pretty shocked by what had happened, right? We were all like, "Dude, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
This is insane." I'm not saying he's going to do something like that again, because I don't think the league has dropped the hammer in an unreasonable way almost at any point. Now, early in his career, the Cavs stuff, the final stuff, and this is the thing, too, that people have to remember. This is now a marquee franchise. They want the biggest names on the court. They've changed rules so players can be on the court, right? Or excuse me, need to be on the court in order to qualify for certain awards and accolades at the end of the season and certain things, first teams and whatnot. So to punish a guy is taking away potential for that if he gets hurt. To punish a guy for 5 games or more, that's a big deal. So it's a heavy punishment in that regard. But it's also a marquee franchise with a marquee player that has won multiple championships on the national stage year after year after year for the last decade plus. But when you do something like this, then because you're on that team, you draw bad attention. They've got to drop the hammer. I just wonder if I say if, when. I keep saying when because it's going to happen, I feel like, again, at some point. It's never not happened. I don't want to say he's incapable of changing, but if you're going to get the best out of him, he's got to keep some of that fire. We knew that when he came back from the Sabonis thing. So is that something they were missing in the last 5 games without him? Is what does he bring immediately back that they didn't have? I mean, we know about his ability to distribute or to run the offense and allow Steph to play off the ball. But they got some of that with Chris Paul because really, to me, the issue right now is offense. They need scoring. And Draymond was shooting some, but that's not going to – I don't think he's definitely going to help you a little bit, but he's not going to change it tremendously, I don't think.
He brings IQ.
Yeah.
That's number one. He brings IQ offensively. He brings IQ defensively. He's more than likely going to be the smartest player on the court any court he steps onto. So that's automatic. That's not going away. He makes the right pass. He understands offensively what you're trying to do against him, against the team, and he there's no one on that team I'd rather have even Chris Paul. There's no one on that team I'd rather have the ball in his hands to make a play. Defensively, he sees what's coming. He gets the defense organized, and he gets in the right spot, and he even directs other people to get in right spots. So that's number one. Number two, the energy, the passion, the fire. Defensively, we know what he can do. Looney's good against Sabonis too, but when you have Looney and then Draymond to guard him, I mean, they just bottled him up. He scuffles against them. He really does. I mean, he tries to get to the rim. They don't let him get to the rim. They force him into tough shots. He doesn't want to take the little 10-foot jump shot. I don't know why, but he tries to get to the rim. They give him a little bit of body, throws him off a little bit. I don't know what he shoots at the rim overall, and then what he shoots at the rim against the Warriors. It's got to be much lower against the Warriors than it is overall. But those are the big things. It just the IQ and the passion. And if he comes out, you can always tell if Draymond's like just ready to rock and roll early because he'll get a rebound. He'll either push it up, get him into their offense quick, or the first screen he sets, he almost sprints over to the screen. Like sprints over, sets a screen, and it just gets everybody in a little bit of a quicker tempo. Like, we're going to get into this quick. We're going to be sharp. We're going to do it quick, and we're going to move with purpose. That's what he does. Like, when he fires up the court, he'll get the rebound, push it up the court, hand it off to somebody, set the screen, roll, catch it, move it, and the ball's hopping. And I always talk about pace not just being in the open court. Pace can be in the half court too, how you move, where it's quick, it's moving, guys are cutting, and the offense is just, you're like, wow, okay. And it's tough defensively to keep up with that stuff. When guys are standing around, dribble it over, here comes somebody kind of jogging into the screen, defense, okay, it's screen, okay, this is what they're running, okay. I mean, you have time to kind of mentally organize yourself, like, okay, this is what's coming, this is what I need to do, here's where I need to be. When it happens quick, you have to make decisions quicker. And the quicker decisions you have to make on defense, the better chance you're going to make a mistake somewhere.
And the bigger advantage Draymond has.
Yes,
I mean, if you have
that's
to be quick and operate.
That's all he wants, is a little mistake.
Yep.
A little bit of a mistake. He usually finds it, and then all of a sudden you're scrambling on defense. I talked about it a lot when the Warriors were on their losing streak, that they were just a little slow defensively, and they couldn't stay in front of their guy. So what happens when you can't stay in front of your guy? Penetration, kick, penetration, kick, and guys are just scrambling around everywhere.
Yep.
You're out of position, you're scrambling. So eventually what you get is another penetration, and then you get a lob, because the big guys step up and help, 10-foot jump shot in the key, or everyone helps, and you kick out, and a guy's got his toes just set on the line, and he's at the practice range. Whap, whap. And that's what was happening to them because they couldn't stay in front of their men. Well, the Warriors don't have a bunch of guys on their team that are going to beat guys off the dribble. But pace is going to help that because guys are going to have to make quicker decisions. And if they are a little bit slow in that decision, you got to get out on Steph. You got to get out on Klay. You may slow play Wiggins a little bit, but Saric, got to get out on him.
Bench Wiggins, huh?
The way Paul's been shooting the three lately,
yeah.
You better get out on him. Yeah. And then you use that to your advantage. Because when guys are coming out on you, I always said this about Chris Mullin. Chris is a lot quicker than he actually is because he can shoot. When you shoot, it makes you quicker because guys have to react.
They have to close fast
to get to you.
Get rid of it, right?
Then all it takes is a little pump fake. Like if I'm 7 or 8 feet away from Mully, and I got to close because I know he's going to bury that jump shot, I got to get a little reckless maybe
contest,
and try to get out there and contest. So all it takes from him is that pump fake, and boom, he's by me. Now with Steph and Klay, same thing, maybe even more so because they stretch you out. Steph to 30 feet, Klay to probably 26, 27. Like, boom, they give you that little pump fake, and they're by you. And now you're playing 4-on-3, right? 4-on-3. Now you have the advantage. So that's what pace will do for you in the half court. And Draymond is the leader of that because Draymond sets good screens. Draymond's the one that will set the screen.
He sets the tone.
Pace.
That's what that means when we say
yes.
that. Because when I say he helps the offense, I wasn't thinking about he was scoring more at the beginning of the year. He was shooting more. And I thought, yeah, he's going to help it in terms of what you're talking about, pace. Because Chris Paul's still not the same player in that regard. He was just a great distributor. But I do think they were playing in a different pace. Now, what's interesting is somebody on the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808 KNBR. Someone checks in here and says the Kings can run the Warriors off the floor. Oddly enough, Warriors ranked 12th in pace in the NBA, Kings 13th. They're both at 100 possessions.
I would be. I'd have to look at that though to see what the Kings' pace was when Fox was missing, because he missed quite a few games.
And Draymond's missed a few too.
Yeah, that probably takes. Although Fox is
way faster.
Much different.
Sure.
The Warriors didn't even play fast when Draymond was in. Like Chris Paul's never been a player that plays fast, and for some reason the Warriors just don't run as much anymore.
You know where they were last year, the Kings? I mean, Fox had an insane season last year. I'm looking at it right now.
Pace, they had to be way up there in pace.
They were 12th.
12th in pace?
It was first.
Okay. Who?
The Warriors.
Were they first in pace last year?
Yeah.
God, they never score in that. They never score in the open court. Like when I look at them,
because they were bad at threes last year.
I'd have to know how they. I really have to know how they. What their definition of pace is and what goes into it. Because
stat, you mean?
Is it shots?
His stat is
maybe it's possessions.
It's possessions per 48 minutes.
That's
the NBA advanced metric for pace, but it doesn't take into account. It's a flawed stat.
Does it take into account offensive rebounds?
No, or 3-point shooting, right?
Yeah.
Or like, you know what I mean? If the Warriors are bad against 3-point shots, just because you have 100 possessions, you could have a bunch of possessions in football, but you turn it over every time it could be 12 punts in the game. So we'll come back to this because there was something Marcus Thompson talked about last week with me that the Warriors need to improve on. And I'm wondering if Draymond is going to help that. We'll get back into some basketball a little bit later. We also got an NBA grab bag for you coming up in just a bit. Tim Kawakami joins us at 3:30 to talk about the comments that he prompted with his question yesterday.
Next question.
From Klay Thompson. Greg Cosell at 3:50, and then Dante Whitner at 4:50. When we come on back, though, 49ers and Eagles, dude, the trash talk has started. How about this? Remember what was the one last year about the, my God, because of the Debo Samuel comment?
Oh, yeah.
Who was the guy who said that? Adam Shine. Yeah,
Adam Shine.
Yeah, that was Adam Shine.
We would have won by 14.
Debo said we would have won by double digits.
Yeah.
We've got that coming your way. Some 49ers and Eagles trash talk. Is this a brand new rivalry up here at the top of the NFC, or maybe the top of the NFL? That's coming your way next on the Sports Leader. Klay Thompson had a spirited reaction yesterday to Tim Kawakami asking about Steve Kerr's patience. That story and more is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, as this season been going on, not much. Talk is cheap. You know, they get to come back in the link. There was a lot of boo-hoos last year, a lot of crying, a lot of what if, a lot of this, a lot of that. They get a chance to come back in here, line that up and prove it again.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We are streaming, by the way, on twitch.tv/thesportsleader and on YouTube. That was the voice of Philadelphia Eagle Hassan Reddick. Probably see a lot of him. Brock Purdy's looking to avoid seeing a lot of him on Sunday afternoon against the Philadelphia Eagles. So there he is, Hassan, talking about how last year there was a lot of boo-hoos and crying from the Niners. And I assume he's talking specifically about the Niners themselves, where there were comments made. We just mentioned some of them, and we'll get into some of this stuff, where Debo did say afterwards, I think we would have won by double digits. Tim Ryan has said, I think they were going to win that game. A lot of people after games when a big injury like that occurs says, I think they would have won it. It was easy for, not easy, but Cavs fans, I think, felt that the first time they lost to the Warriors, that, hey, we lost to them, but we didn't even have our team at full health, at 100%. If we had Kevin Love out there the whole time and Kyrie the entirety of that series, maybe we win it. And they proved that they could at least do that, and that they could pull that feat off. So, I don't know. Anyway, let's get into some of the sound here. Let's start with what Hassan Reddick is referencing. So Debo was asked to respond to Hassan Reddick's comments, and he simply just said, "We'll see you on Sunday." Which, good answer. That's the answer I want Debo Samuel to give today. And then after they win, then maybe don't talk if you lose. Most of this took place during the week of the Super Bowl last year. Okay, here's Brandon Ayuk, Brad Graham podcast. Talking about the Chiefs exposing the Eagles' defense. This is after the Niners lose to the Eagles.
I don't know fully about that defense. I don't know. They talk about him being a good defense. I'm not too sure. I'm not sure. I think the pass game, this Kansas City pass game, will expose what we thought we were going to be able to expose before some unfortunate circumstances happen. So we'll see. But like I said, you got to get lucky to win the Super Bowl.
I didn't think that was that bad.
No.
That was not bad.
Really.
It was on a podcast. It was pretty tame. It was Brandon Ayuk. He wasn't talking a whole lot of trash. Well, then Justina Anderson's like, hey, did you hear what Brandon Ayuk said to Brandon Graham? So she takes it to Brandon Graham. Here's the comments. She then relays it to him and says, what do you think of that?
Brandon Ayuk has been talking from the 49ers, saying that your pass defense was going to get exposed as far as their playmakers because they didn't have the opportunity to do that. Any thoughts about the 49ers still chirping even though they're not obviously here?
You know what? Everybody going to be at their Super Bowl party, and then they can judge off that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, we had to go out there and prove it one more week, and that's all we got to do is just go out and prove ourselves one more week, and we just got to just be us. That's it.
Can you understand maybe them a little bit hating just because they feel like they didn't have their full opportunity without their starter for 4 quarters?
That's the game. You know, when we was making a run one year, we lost our quarterback, and we almost still came out on that, but we know how this game goes. That's the whole game. You got to stay healthy at the right time. You got to get hot at the right time.
What is that? I'm just going to be a pot stirrer today. Guess what he said?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Hey, did you hear what he said
Brandon
about you?
Ayuk has been talking
Guess
from the
what he
49ers.
said?
Yeah.
What do you think? Oh, and then can you understand why they? Who cares? I just wish one player. Maybe they do, but that doesn't make it because it's boring. Who cares?
Yeah.
We won. Moving on. I don't care.
Here's the thing. Like, for 49er fans, I'm a Niner fan. I would call myself a pretty reasonable fan in general. Like, yeah, I get my heart broken by stuff happening. It still hurts, and you're like, damn, that sucks. But that loss for me was easier to accept than 2019 Super Bowl and then the Baltimore Ravens Super Bowl loss because, one, how many times in the season, including at the very beginning, did you really think they were going to end up in that spot with Trey Lance as the starting quarterback? I didn't. When Jimmy was there, I thought these are as good a chance as they'll have all year. And then they got hot. And, when Jimmy's stepping out of that end zone in Denver, you're not feeling the same way. But the rise to where they got to last year and then opening it, like losing the way they lost, it sucked. It was bad. What's the tough pill to swallow is the attitude that, and I know 49er fans feel this because people out there will have this notion about the Niner fans. You see Eagles fans say it, that, they got whooped last year. And I go, okay, how many teams have taken a 6th round? And again, no moral victories here, right? But they've built a quality team in a system that's going to work for a long time. I think a lot of what the Niners do, you can lose different pieces, as we've talked about. There's not very many, I think there are several pieces you could lose with the Eagles that would derail a lot. I think the D-line is what they're built around, but I think Jalen Hurts goes down, they're in more trouble than the 49ers maybe ever were last year when they lost a quarterback. Hendon Hooker, I think, is their number 2 there.
Who knows about him, right?
Hooker.
Nearly, I don't even know. I mean, I know Hendon Hooker, saw him at Tennessee. Hell, Ivan saw him at Vod Tech.
Might won a Heisman if he didn't get injured at the end of the year.
He was very good at Tennessee.
Yeah, he's good.
He was very good at Tennessee. I have no idea how he would do, but I mean, it's such an unknown. What would happen if certain guys got hurt?
You just want your shot, and that's what this week feels like. It feels like Niner fans feel like, and I know Brock has got to feel this way, they didn't get their, you went in with an arm tied behind your back, and then you didn't even get to use your other one for the rest of the game. I mean, that's tough. 4 passes in, he's out of the game. He's 4 for 4, by the way.
Yeah.
He's out of the game. Now, again, that's the game. You beat the Niners. They lost. You beat them. That's the game. They got outplayed because you allowed a sack that injured your quarterback.
Yeah.
And that's part of the game.
Well, look, I think all the Niner players would tell you, and I'll speak for all of them, this does not erase losing last.
No.
It has nothing to do with last year. That's over. If you win this one, you don't win that, and you don't win that one. It's not like retroactively you go to the Super. It has nothing to do with it. If you win it, what you do is you get 1 game within first place.
Yep.
That's what you do. And maybe there's a small measure of, see, we told you so. But even that doesn't really work because this Eagles team isn't last year's Eagles team and vice versa. So this is all about going there and saying, hey, even if we have to come back here, this is what you're going to get. This is what you're going to get if we come back here. Hey, okay?
Don't make me come back here.
Again, I think there could be a little bit of it. We told you. We told you if we were healthy, what would happen.
And that's what I'm saying is I wonder if for Brock, maybe it means even, because he didn't get to finish that game, right? Like for him, it's like, dude, I get it. To walk back into the stadium where it happens and you get a chance to it's maybe just an exercising of a demon. For fans, it's going to be like, whew, I knew I was right.
For fans, it'll be huge.
For fans,
say what would it be last year?
It's like fantasy football. You just want to prove to your buddies you were right. Yeah, that you were more right than they were.
But if you win this one, it doesn't mean you would have won last year, even if Brock was healthy, because the Eagles are a different team than they were last year. So this is solely about winning this game to get 1 game within the Eagles and have home field. It's still, even if they win this one, it's going to be dicey. Because here's what the Niners would need. They'll need to win next week and then hope the Cowboys beat them the following week.
They need to.
Because they ain't losing again. They got the Eagles twice, or they got the Giants twice and the Cardinals.
Well, this is why the 3, so the Niners have 3, what are they, 2 games back?
Yep.
So they would need 2 games to make up, and if they beat them, they'd own the tiebreak. Marcus and I were talking last week that we're like you almost need another one from Philly, because then you're banking on the Niners winning out, and I'm not saying it's not impossible, but it seems like that's the less likely of scenarios to happen.
Well, they're going to have to win out.
The Niners?
They have to.
To win the 1 seed, they will.
To win the 1 seed,
that's what I'm saying. They would have to win out, and they will have to beat Philly and then get 1 more. But to
Philly
win out,
will have
then
to
means,
lose to Dallas the next
and
week.
you get 1 less game in the playoffs. That's your saving grace.
Unless DeVito comes up with a miracle somehow.
Oh.
Thank you. Or the Cardinals somehow. It's the NFL. Could happen. They have NFL players too.
Immediately somebody checked in with the Paisan hand on the.
So it could happen. I mean, it's possible. Not likely, but for me, Niners have to win the rest of the games, and I'm not sure what they have. I know they got Baltimore. Don't they have Rams at home, at Arizona, and Seahawks at home?
Yep.
Okay. So likely they're going to win those 3 too.
Is it on
Baltimore's
the road?
a tough one.
It's in Seattle, or is it in?
No, Seattle's here.
Yeah.
Seattle's here. Arizona's
so
there.
like
Rams are here.
Right.
Yeah. And then because I guess they could lose in Seattle. I guess
the Eagles.
I don't see it.
It's in 2 weeks. Is it?
Yeah,
It's on Thursday. It's the afternoon.
I don't see it, but they could. But the way I look at it is Niners win in Philly, and then keep winning, and Philly loses the next 2 games, which they could. And they barely beat Dallas in Philly, beat them by 3, and Dallas playing good. But we'll go back to what we always say about Dallas: show me.
Yeah.
Beat someone who's really good.
So the Brandon Ayuk stuff, I think pretty tame. I don't know about that. This is the stuff that really sort of heated it up because Debo was talking more, I think, after it happened. And I get the frustration from the team. Just usually it's like, man, keep that stuff inside. Here's where we got one of our favorite sound bites. Here's Debo Samuel on the Adam Shine show saying what he thinks would have happened if Brock were healthy.
Now, I feel like if Brock was in and our quarterback and how our offense moves, I mean, I don't think it would have been close, if that makes sense.
So what were the final, when you say wouldn't have been close, like you think you could have beat him by double digits?
Yeah, like we beat everybody else.
Yeah, my God. Now, some people might think that, that sounds like sour grapes.
It's not sour grapes at all.
It's confidence.
It's just, this is what I see every day.
Reality.
Come on, man. I mean, I'm not salty at all. I just speak facts,
My God.
It wasn't a fact. It was your opinion about what might have happened.
Can we play it again to the my God part? Because it was almost like a sound bite.
Because it sounded to me in my ear like Tim played it in, right?
Like it was just that was the weirdest. God. You see I think I'm standing on a beach and I see like a 150-foot tsunami coming at me. I would look and go, my God. And then I would die. It'd be over.
I wouldn't look at the NFC Championship as like a 12-point victory, 32-20, and go, my God.
No. Like if I walked outside right now and I saw like a massive F5 tornado in downtown San Francisco,
my God.
That would be appropriate. As you see like a car ready to crush you like day after tomorrow. Like, smash, and you're dead. That would be my God.
My God.
Play it again.
Now, I feel like if Brock was in and our quarterback and how our offense moves, I mean, I don't think it would have been close, if that makes sense.
So what were the final, when you say wouldn't have been close, like you think you could have beat him by double digits?
Yeah, like we beat everybody else.
Yeah. My God.
It's a before, too.
Yeah.
He agrees.
It's very casual.
God, yes.
Hey, Tom, is that an F5 tornado in downtown San Francisco?
Yeah.
My God.
Before is such a good, it's such a good detail.
It's a deke. It's just an absolute deke.
It's just
like it's casual. Like that tornado's coming right at us, right? Yeah. My God.
That's so good. Debo Samuel, more from him. He keeps talking. He's been on the I Am Athlete podcast, and he then calls James Bradbury trash. Here's Debo Samuel.
Let me ask you this question. So Brandon Ayuk come out and say he did. What he said that they was going to get exposed. The Eagles defense. What was he saying about that? Where's the holes?
Where are the holes?
No. There's holes.
What's the holes?
It was some wide open plays now.
The back end. You got the all-pro and the all-pro.
The D-line make both of them all pros. Besides Slay, I respect Slay.
What about Bradbury?
Trash.
Bradbury's trash? He the one that made all.
Did you see the play that Brandon had? The second play of the game, he got hurt. Purdy got hurt.
Time out.
The separation, it's just like
it's football. You gonna make some plays? Man, you call him trash.
Who is the girl? They're holes. Chimed in
Just
there.
yelling in the back. That's a good call. Good ear on you. Yeah. That's good detail.
Can I hear that one more time, please?
They're holes.
They're holes. I mean, I was like, where is she?
There's holes.
Was she like hiding?
She's
like
a sky judge,
where
Ashley Nicole is her name.
Yeah. Is that who it is?
Yeah.
They're holes.
Ashley Nicole. I mean, it's funny that Debo's saying that. Like,
oh my God.
You've got guys on your own team who benefit. Secondaries benefit oftentimes from good defensive lines. I think
this one does.
Exactly. Now, I think there are some guys that are just great anyway, and that's the case everywhere, right? Some guys will be made better by what's happening in front of them. Some will be good and great already, and then will become even better when they've got a good D line. But I don't know. That one seems a little bit more. That one seems like Debo's been defended by Bradbury many times, or in the past. Trash.
Trash.
I respect Slay though. I like Slay. Here we go. More from Debo. This is in July. Debo then is on the Zach Gelb show. Debo's like making the rounds.
What was he hawking?
I don't know. Dude, I think we had it. I think he was selling Dr. Teal's. Remember that? Remember when he hung up on him?
Dr. Teal.
Remember he had the phone caller?
He hung up on Dr. Teal?
No, he hung up on the show. Remember she said, "This is it. Oh, this is actually that same soundbite." Zach Gelb show. He hangs up. Here you go.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. That's like we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is, and we'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have people on right now.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions. Are you serious? We got hung up on because all we did was ask him about the quarterback situation and then Philadelphia, and we got hung up on by Debo Samuel? That's a joke. An absolute joke.
I mean,
hey guys, we're good.
Yeah.
We're good on our end.
We're good on our end. You're good.
Oh,
that was very, you know what that was? That was like when Gabe Kapler hung up on us. He didn't hang up on us, though.
I got to go.
All right, guys, I got to let you guys go.
I got to let you guys go.
It's having us again. People keep letting us go.
I should say.
Tom, I'm just going to let you go.
Thank you, Steve.
Let you guys go.
I love that we have them back to back.
All right, we're good to go.
We gotta get Kyle, even if it's like phony, just to go. I got to let you guys go.
All right, guys, I got to let you go. Right.
Oh, and I should mention, my buddy texted me, Marcus Mariota, the backup in Philadelphia.
He is. Sorry, I saw that Henry Hooker was there. So Mariota is
there.
The backup.
He is there. Well, I forgot too. I forgot that Mariota was
Hooker
there.
is on the Lions. I'm all over the place. Excuse me.
Hooker's on the Lions?
Hooker.
Nearly.
Where were you 5 minutes ago, Derek? Thanks a lot, dude. After hearing all this.
Hey, you know what? If they play the Lions and Goff gets hurt.
Yeah, if Goff gets hurt.
Then we can have that.
That must have been what I was talking about.
Then we can have that discussion.
You guys all out there, you know what I was talking about. You guys get me?
Clearly I didn't.
Clearly I had no idea.
Clearly I just kept going. Yeah, I've seen Hooker.
We were like, we saw him in Tennessee. Yeah. We made the nearly killed her joke, all that bit. Yeah, we did the whole thing.
I saw,
My God.
I saw Hooker. I got in late one night to Houston when I was with the Warriors. No, I didn't.
Yeah, I was like, he's playing back then, huh? After you hear all this,
rails.
After you hear all this, Tom, I would say, I don't know if the Niners view it more as a rivalry than the Eagles. I think it's just trash talk, and I think there was some bitter stuff after last year, and I think Debo got over it, which is why that incident happened. I think he's like, we're not going to keep talking about it. It's a new season, we're moving on. And he said today, or this week, when they asked him about it, we'll see Sunday or whatever he said. The comment was, we'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah,
that's it. There you
fine.
Go. That's it. Yeah.
Because guess what? None of that matters anyway.
No, it doesn't. You got to go play football.
All that matters is Sunday at the 1 o'clock local or 10? Probably 1.
We're at 1:25.
Okay, yeah. I figured America's game of the week.
Yeah, America's game of the week.
Oh, you get to sleep in a little bit.
Yeah.
For an East Coast kid, that's nice.
Yeah, but then I see Tim. A lot of Tim. All right.
A lot of Tim on
Tuesday afternoon here. By the way, we'll tell you a little bit. We got the...
Can you tell him to go like light ice, light Tim? Can you get light Tim?
Yeah.
Or is it just always heavy Tim?
I'll just go Tim straight up so I can throw it right back.
Oh, straight neat? Tim neat?
A little neat Tim.
All right, we're good to go.
Thank you, Tim. All right, Tim.
Go.
All right, when we come on back, we'll tell you about, we got the 49ers holiday sports auction going on. We'll tell you about how you can get involved in that. That's going on right now through tomorrow. A lot of really good stuff up for grabs at the auction, and you can help a really good cause. And when we come on back, we're going to help a good cause with the NBA grab bag. I don't know how that tied in at all. Holiday sports auction grab bag, it usually never does on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Eagles pass rusher Hassan Reddick said the 49ers did a lot of crying last season after their loss in the NFC Championship. We just played that for you. You can check out more on that story trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You hear the clogs, you hear, I don't even know what instruments these are. Anyway, can be the instruments in the NBA grab bag music. When you hear the music, it can mean one thing and one thing only. It's time for an NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Beautiful. Nicely done. Derek back with an NBA grab bag. Let's see if he can redeem himself from the NBA topic-filled grab bag from last week.
NBA grab bag.
We had to do a second grab bag last week, Tom. I felt like we didn't deliver enough on the first one.
What? That's never been the
we
case.
had too much good stuff, dude. What's more embarrassing? The Lakers being blown up by 44 to the 76ers last night, 138-94, or the Clippers losing to the Nuggets 113-104 without Jokic, Murray, and Aaron Gordon. That's pretty piss poor.
This one isn't even close. It's the Clippers.
It's the Clippers because anybody can get beat bad any night. It's pro sports.
It happens.
But to lose that bad, it's like when the Warriors lost to the Suns last year with nobody. Remember that?
Do I?
It's identical.
I was there watching it.
Were you at that game, Tom?
I was there watching it, thinking, my God. What are these guys doing? What is happening out here? That was rough. That was rough. But so I watched a little bit of both those games last night. In fact, I watched the last quarter and a half of the Clipper game when they were up 10. By the way, they were up 80-70, and then just got steamrolled. Last I looked, I don't know, it didn't end this way, but last I looked, it was like 36-16 in the fourth quarter. Nuggets. They gave up 36 points to that team.
Yeah, that
team without Jokic, without Gordon, without Murray, and then they couldn't score on them. It happens if you're the Lakers. Like it just happens. And Philly's good. Philly's good. And it's not like you got beat by 40 to Charlotte. They got beat by 40 to former MVP. Maxi's really good. Harris is playing well. That's a good team.
That's just really good.
But to lose at home to that Denver team in the manner in which you lost, having a 10-point lead in the later stages, I want to say the third quarter maybe. It was embarrassing.
They outscored Denver 32-19 in the third. They got outscored in the fourth 36-16.
That's what it ended up, 36-16. Yeah, they made 20 points. How does that even happen? I'm going to tell you how it happens. So their offense right now is just I don't know what it is. I have no idea what that is. It's like, let me set a pick and roll, see if we can get something off the pick and roll. If not, the guy with the ball in his hands will try to get to the lane, and then he'll pass it, and then that guy will stop and then drive and try to get to the lane.
Like 4 seconds.
They keep playing one-on-one.
Right.
They have no cohesion to their offense.
Kick. It's
nothing. Zero, nada, nilch. It's Ty Lue's going to have to say, look, this is going to be the offense. We're going to have a system in place, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to have a couple guys that are going to be the main guys. The other guys are going to be catch, going to be shoot. We're going to do that kind of thing. We're not just going to stand around and everybody go one-on-one and you get yours and you get yours and you get yours and you get the democracy. We'll just make sure everybody touches the ball and everybody's happy. We'll do that sort of thing. We don't want to offend anybody on the court. It feels like a sitcom nowadays. Like, we don't want to offend anybody. We want to be really nice and everybody's good to go and make sure nobody's that guy only get 4 lines because he got 4 lines. That's a character. It has nothing to do with who he is and what he does. That's this team right now. No, that's not the way it is. Who is going to give you the best chance to win? Like, getting Harden screwed that whole thing up, but I'm still giving them till January sometime. But hopes are not high for that team right now.
Shocker. Everywhere Harden goes, this seems to happen.
Go figure.
If that works out that way.
Because he is a system. Yeah. He said, I am the system.
Yep.
And your system sucks. It's terrible, especially when you put you with other really good players. They're not going to stand around like Houston and just stand outside the three-point line and watch you dance and dribble, dance and dribble, dance and dribble. Think Kawhi's going to do that? Think Paul George is going to do? Hell no, he's not going to do that. No. Russell Westbrook got sick of doing that. That's why he left there while you were still there. So he's the main problem, and he's the one that's going to have to change up his game if he can. We'll find out truly if Leopards can change their spots.
So NFL Red Zone, I know you're not a big Red Zone guy, but this was hilarious. I was actually not watching Red Zone when this happened. My buddy texted me, and I flipped over to it and had to rewind. Scott Hansen's in the middle of doing Red Zone, and you start to hear a alarm go off. This is in the afternoon slate, like a sort of a fire alarm in the studio. But then something happens that never happens. Scott Hansen sits there for 8 hours every Sunday, doesn't leave, doesn't go to the bathroom, all that stuff. It's well documented. He then announces there's an emergency while NFL Red Zone is on air. Here's what it sounded like.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a first in my 20-something year broadcasting career. We have an alarm going off in the studios of NFL Red Zone right now, in our studios here in Inglewood, California. We are being told we need to evacuate the building. We do not know the nature of the emergency. You can probably hear the alarm going right over the top of my right shoulder here, as it is something absolutely unprecedented for us. We have this game on the closest game, the Philadelphia and Buffalo game. Our control room needs to evacuate at this time. The studio in which I'm standing needs to evacuate at this time. We are all good right now. We're remaining calm, but we are following protocols, as I'm sure you all would at your places of work. So to be continued, hopefully, although this game is in the fourth quarter, I will come back and give you a live update if and when I am able to. Thank you for your understanding and your patience. And here is 3rd and 13 for the Buffalo Bills.
He just goes wide back to the game. He just that whole diatribe. And here's 3rd and 13 for the Bills. Still a good chunk of time left in the fourth quarter of that game. He maybe went away for, 3.5 minutes. Then he comes back on and he's like, so we are back full here. We've handled the problem. I have been cleared to be back in the studio. Then he goes to the studio. The alarm just kept going off the whole time he was in there.
And here is 3rd and 13 for the Buffalo Bills.
There's a little emergency. Derek, did we find out what happened down there? Just fire alarm?
I like when he said, as I'm sure you would be doing at your work.
Your place of business. Yeah, whatever. It's like, all right, dude. Yeah.
I'm sure you'd be doing it this way, too, at your place.
How much were the people at the NFL Network losing their minds that they were like, you guys got to evacuate this building, man. The fire alarm's going off. That's what they said. Like, we are the NFL Network. Like, we don't go to commercial break during the show. We have to. Somebody has to be here.
Got to keep going. I would have loved it. Like, in my mind, I'm thinking if I was in his position, I would have said, we'll be back shortly unless I'm dead.
NBA grab
and then you go 3rd and 13, Philadelphia.
3rd and 13.
3rd and 13.
Hopefully this is not my last goodbye.
But if it is.
This
has been 7 hours of commercial-free football. It's been 5 hours and 34 minutes of commercial-free football. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
There will be baseball in Oakland yet again.
I saw that.
How about this? The Independent Pioneer League has a new team called the Oakland Ballers, and they're being known already as the Oakland Bees. B''S. We had the A's, now we got the Bees. Dozens of Oakland area fans, led by a pair of high school friends, banded together to start the Oakland Ballers, starting this summer wearing the same green and gold as the A's. They're going to play over at Laney College. They're the first team in the Pioneer League to have the first California team in the Pioneer League. They play up and down the West Coast. Pretty cool. Independent league ball. I don't know. I guess A's fans is not that much different. I mean, the jokes are easy. You guys made it so easy. It took like a week and a half, and we got jokes. It was that easy, dude. What, they got a Pioneer League team, so what's the difference? You know what I mean? Like, what are we?
Grab bag.
Come on, guys. It was too easy. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. Sports Illustrated has been accused. Oh, this is good. Sports Illustrated has been accused of having articles written by AI-generated writers, or articles that were generated by AI. The story gained traction when it was found out that SI writer Drew Ortiz is not a real person. That's pretty good. Many people at Sports Illustrated have remained anonymous while stating that the reports are true. And put your name on the true report, unless it's AI. That's like, no, these are true. These are all true.
Well, you know how they thought they could get away with it?
How?
They put the accent above the E in Drew Ortiz.
Did they?
Yep. No, they didn't.
That'd be good. That'd be pretty good if they did.
They thought,
I was going to say,
They'll buy this.
Why are they generating
They'll think it's like real.
Why are they doing that? Who's the
I'm telling you, AI's taking over. Nobody believed me. Been saying it for years. AI's taking over. I don't even know if we talked about this story. Did you read the story?
I've been following a lot of weird AI stuff.
AI Instagram models. They just like come up with AI Instagram models that are super hot to keep you on Instagram. Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And I did my research. They're pretty hot.
NBA grab bag.
They're pretty hot. I got to say. Look, AI's good by me. They're fantastic. But AI is taking over. There is no doubt about it. There's going to be a hot girl that comes into your house one day. You're going to be like, oh, my God. And she's going to be a fembot. She's going to blow you away.
Like
and
Harmony?
That's going to start it. I think she's going to be angrier than Harmony. Maybe she'll give you pics, but she'll kill you anyway. It's going to happen. AI is taking over. Right before you die, just say, damn, Tom was right. I'm dead.
NBA grab bag. That's it. That's going to do it for an NBA grab bag. Tuesday, November 28th. And we're going to get into some of our guests now. How about we jump back into some basketball? Tim Kawakami of The Athletic is going to join us. He was the one who asked the question that prompted Klay Thompson to get a little upset yesterday about whether or not he was getting a little leeway in not moving to the bench. Then Greg Cosell at 3:50. Warriors and Kings tonight at 7. Tim Kawakami on Klay Thompson next on the Sports Leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
No, I don't care what people say. Like, they don't do what we do. They can't do what they do. That's why they talk. Why would I? Like, come on. I don't care what people say. At this point in my life. Next question.
Yeah, Tim, you don't do what he does. Neither of you Tims. Kawakami or Webb, you can't do what he does.
Next question.
Our next guest is a columnist for the Athletic. He asked that very, very pointed question to get that very pointed answer from Klay Thompson. Hello, Tim. How are you?
Hey, Tommy, you can't do what I do. What do you?
You're damn right I can't do what you do.
That's why you just talk. That's why you just talk.
That's all I do. That's all I do is just yuck it up.
I know I can't do what you do.
Well, I don't know about that.
You got some good hits, though, the TK show.
I don't know about that.
I'll check it out. Yeah.
So I don't even know where to start with this one because the most surprising part to me, although I told Copes my favorite part of the answer was, "Thanks, Steve."
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, I guess
that was great. But it was not just that he snapped like that, because I think he's a little on edge right now, but he snapped so quickly without actually being asked the question that he answered. Like, he went straight to are you suggesting we come off the bench? And then he mentioned Wiggs, which isn't what you mentioned at all. You're just talking about getting, a little more leash and giving, your vet, you're giving a little more room. Everybody knows he struggled with the shot. But my theory, and I'll get curious to get your thoughts on it real quick. I think he's stressing so much about shooting right now because he doesn't do maybe some of the other stuff as well as he used to. So he feels it's more important to him to shoot well. And I've noticed every shot he misses, he's either like doing the air shot where he's like trying to get his form, or he like just his shoulders slump, or he slaps his hands together. Like, every shot seems super important to him. And he gave an interview earlier on, it may have been in The Athletic, where he said, I just want to have a really good year shooting the ball. And it really stood out to me because I was like, well, why not just say, I just want to have a really good year? But he said shooting the ball, and I think he puts so much importance on making every single shot that it weighs him down, because he looks at his value as just being able to make shots when it's really not. And I think he's so hard on himself. I think it kind of compounds it. It compounds everything. Then with the contract, I think every miss just kind of weighs on him more so than it used to, and that's really frustrating him. So I think that's why he has like that hair trigger when something like that's even mentioned.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, I mean, clearly he was ready to go there. When,
yes.
People get mad at me saying, "You guys, you're provoking him." You go back to the question; it was not a provocative question.
No, it wasn't.
And especially because I'd asked her, right before that about it. Now, Steve's a patient coach. He mentions that he gives his guys he believes in his guys. He talks about it. This is what he does. It could be paying off. It's paid off in the past. So, there's Klay, so I'm going to ask him the same question with no thing other in my mind, other than I'm just curious, do you value that? And then he went from 1 mile per hour to 1,000 miles per hour in about 0.2 seconds.
Yep.
It's like, let's go. And that's fine. It's clearly on his mind. I think it's on his mind that I think he should be benched. I have never said that. I don't believe it. He seems to think I have said that,
yep.
or somewhere in my mind that this is what I'm thinking, and that's what I said. I haven't said that, but it certainly wasn't the setup of the question. That's fine. It's on his mind. We know each other. Part of this is I think he knows you can. I'm a big boy. I can take it. We have a relationship. Hasn't always been great, but mostly it has been. So I'm cool with it. I just kind of talked about it and wrote about it because it was on TV. It's on television. People are seeing it. It's being recorded. It's not like it was a private moment. It was right there.
Yep.
At the podium, and I think it's indicative of a great player who is fighting it right now and is fighting the possibility that this, I don't think it is, and likely that this is not the end of his career. This is not how it's going to be. He's going to be great again. I could be great again tonight in Sacramento. Maybe it really will be, and I'll take credit for it, by the way.
Well, you should.
I mean, we couldn't do that. We can't do that, you know.
But he's fighting. We've seen players, you know, you're raging against time. You're fighting time. You feel it, but you're fighting it. Obviously, with Klay, it's so much more piled onto it. He's missed, you know, a year and a half, 2 years and a half, basically. With leg injuries, massive leg injuries. He's not young. He's not playing well. You're right. He's not shooting the ball, but it's all rolled up. The defense isn't there. It shouldn't be there. And he's had 2 major leg injuries. There are moments when they want him to play differently, and he's not doing it. I think Kerr, you know, when the game he shot the ball well, it was mentioned, oh, gee, you know, he shot the ball well. And Kerr's like, yeah, shouldn't have taken those other ones.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's something going on, but that's normal. I mean, it's not it's not crazy stuff. It's just normal stuff where a great player is putting a lot of pressure on himself, is feeling pressure. He got in that thing with Jane McDaniels. I thought maybe it wasn't Klay's fault. I thought Klay reacted like a nuclear bomb all of a sudden went off. And again, it's competitive nature. Nothing wrong with it. It happens. But I think you just see these things. He's taking it hard. You see him on the bench sometimes. He's exasperated. It happens. And this clearly could just be one long slump. And I'm a guy who, I've always said this, you guys know this, I believe in the dynasty guys. There's a reason why they won 4 championships. The guys have come back, they have played poorly, and then they have come back when they've had to and played great. 2022 did not need to happen. Those guys dug it out. And I'll put Wiggins in there, too, for his 1 championship, because he belongs in this category of players they're looking to play better and they're going to stay with. And I believe in that. But you can also explore, like, maybe there's other options here. Just exploring it. Just discuss this. Why are you staying with them? Can you cash it in? Will they cash it in? That's all worth discussing. They're not, like, completely out of bounds to talk about this when the numbers are the numbers. I mean, you look at Klay's numbers, just the peripheral numbers, just the on-court numbers. They are bad. They are bad numbers, not just the shooting numbers. They are. He's like a minus 9.7 in per 100 possessions net rating with Steph Curry on the court. That's not good. We know how well Steph's playing, and Steph's numbers tank when he's with Klay. That's the start of games. That's the end of games. That's not good. But we know what Klay has done. Steve Kerr sure knows it. The rest of the players know it. I'm just saying all these things are worth discussing. Maybe that was all loaded up in my question to Klay. He can interpret it whatever way he wants to, but it wasn't about the question. It was about everything else going on, and that's fair. I'm not complaining about any of that. It just was an interesting moment, and I think, it kind of shows what's going on inside of him right now. It just so happened to be in front of cameras at the podium.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because you mentioned Jaden Daniels. I don't know if you remember what happened right prior to that. He missed a jump shot. It was they ran
opening
a play.
Possession.
They ran a play for him. Yeah. He missed a jump shot. You could tell he was a little bit frustrated. And when he went to box out, he grabbed his jersey. He grabbed his jersey and shoved him. And that was a little aggressive for 30 seconds, a minute, whatever it was into the game. And Daniels was like, "What the hell are you doing?" And then it just blew up from there. So clearly the frustration is there for him. And I know that you are a guy who is, look, you got to stick with these guys. Stick with the dynasty, ride the dynasty, and see what happens. You owe that to them. Now, are you going to get more fruit off the tree, or is it going to be like, the Giants or even Philly back in the early 2000s where you're like, hey, we're paying these guys, we're going to ride with these guys, and then all of a sudden, you run into a wall, and then it's over, and then you're like, okay, now what do we do? And it's tough. These guys have committed to Steph, and they've committed to Draymond signed the contract. I know Klay wants that contract, but they're going to ride this thing to the end and then just kind of see what happens after that. So I just, with him, it's interesting, Tim, because I mentioned this earlier on. He gives off this attitude of, I just play ball and, I'll go home with Rocco and, get in the boat on the weekends and just kind of be the chill guy. But he cares deeply, very, very deeply about his position. Not only we saw how mad he got about the top 75 stuff, which I think is dumb, but I'm not, I don't even know if I made top 1,075. So
no, you did. You were on there.
Was I? Okay, I'm going to have to look at the list.
Top 1075.
Yeah, my computer stopped working when I was scrolling down. I must have missed it.
Cut off, right.
But he cared, he cares about this stuff, very, very deeply. So we don't see it a lot. And I think we're kind of starting to see it, and you hit on a good point. And I've always wondered this. I've never asked superstar athletes this. How tough is for them to come down off their career on the downside as opposed to, a player like me, a role player or somebody that plays 10 years, 12 years. It's a good career, but, starts heading down. It's probably harder when you've had the highs that they've had, and then you kind of see it slipping away because you want to feel that again. You want to go back to that again. And it's got to be more frustrating for those players to not be able to do what they once did. So I just think there's a whole bunch of things that he's fighting, and they're under 500. So it's not like they're even playing well. So he can't fall back on that. And it's got to be, I think we're seeing right now, Tim, literally how much he cares. And he's still a chill guy, but he may not be as chill as everybody thinks he is.
Yeah, I asked Devin Booker last year, right? But I don't think Booker did much, and
he
Klay's, shoving him and getting tossed and then showing him the 4 rings. And even Klay, I think, later said that was unnecessary.
Yeah.
But it's competitive. I've heard this. Draymond calls him the most competitive player he's ever been around, and that's from Draymond.
Yeah.
And, they kind of laugh about it in there because he's quiet, he's zen, he's, Rocco on the boat. But you get him in a competitive situation, and, man, that guy flashes, which is what makes him great.
Yep.
I've always thought that. The crazy ones in competition are the ones who win because they will do anything to win. Kobe was a maniac.
Yeah.
In one-on-one, he was a maniac. But that's what made him great. We're seeing this in Klay. Myers has told me the story, he goes, you guys, you don't know. He's walking around our offices, this is obviously before Bob left, but raging about individual players on other teams that don't deserve to be talking like they're talking. They're not winners. You can't believe it. They shouldn't do he's just going around. We can imagine who they are.
Yeah.
And this is who he is. He burns with this stuff. We just don't always see it. It was interesting that we saw it yesterday. I just thought it was interesting that this is a moment of that at a very unique time in his career, at a unique time in the Warriors season. They're not playing great, haven't played great for a while. We'll see how this plays. Tons of season to go. I went into this, and I've said this, literally went into this saying, yeah, you got to be patient with these guys. It's good that Kerr's done. It's worked in the past. They have nobody better than, what Klay Thompson could give them and what Andrew Wiggins could give them this season. And maybe, they rethink it at the end of the season. But they don't have that. There's no option out of this. This is what they got. This is what's best for Steph. That's fine. This is where they are. That's how I go into it. And then it turned into, a crucible of Klay Thompson, fighting against, the ravages of the clock. This happens sometimes when you ask guys questions, and that's okay. You bump against some things, and right now Klay's a little bit of third rail for the Warriors. Warriors fans love him. The Warriors fans get anxious when he starts missing. We see this era kind of we know it's not going to last forever. I think it's lasted longer than I thought it would, but it's not going to last forever. There are signs that it's not going to last maybe even this year, but we will see. It could turn around. You got Steph Curry, and you've got Draymond Green, and you got Klay Thompson, you got Andrew, you have whoever else. Chris Paul's been fantastic. It's certainly feasible for them to turn this around and turn it around in a major way, but you do see the signs, and the players see it too. They don't want to talk about it. They're not going to admit it, but you're not as good as Oklahoma City. I think that's a fact. They're not as good as Oklahoma City. They play them 7 times, they're going to lose 4 times. That could change, in some way if the Warriors start playing better. But that was kind of revelatory to me. And Oklahoma City is not going to be the favorite to win a championship. And you're not better than them. I don't know if they're better than Minnesota.
And Oklahoma City's still on the ascent.
Exactly, they're young, And one of them they play without Shea, right? I mean, there's just.
Let me interject. I want to ask you this: do you think Klay? Because I noticed this when I was doing a home game. Do you think Klay noticed? I forget what game it was. Could have been one of the OKC games, but it was late second quarter. And I looked down at the monitor, And I think Klay had 13 minutes and Podziemski had 12 minutes. Like, he was getting a lot of those minutes. Like, Klay sat out for longer periods of time than I would have thought he would have sat. And Podziemski was playing because, look, he's not Klay. He's not even close to Klay, and he probably never will be. But Steve likes the way that he moves. He likes the way that he energizes the team. He likes the way that he moves the ball. He's tough. He understands the game. He doesn't bring the shooting. He doesn't bring all the stuff that Klay brings. Of course he doesn't, but he values that kind of stuff. Just get the ball moving, especially when you have Steph out there. Like, I thought, wow, that's interesting. Like, he's only like 1 minute, and most of those minutes were when Klay was sitting. Like, I wonder if he notices that kind of stuff. Like, if he's not playing well or shooting well, maybe the minutes aren't quite as consistent as maybe they have been.
Down already, Tom, and they have to be. You know, when you're pulling, you know, the team down, not just him, but the minutes are not good, you're going to play less. And I think he's like 25, 26, 28 lately. You know, some of it's because they're playing the young guys and whatever, but it's not an automatic 34, right? That's not it for Klay anymore. It's not just Podziemski. It's Moody. You can get some minutes out there. GP2, and it's not real easy to find GP2 minutes, and yet they have to play him. So I think Klay's in the mix of that now, you know, whereas Steph obviously is going to get as many minutes as they feel they can play him. Draymond's going to get a set amount. You know, beyond that, I think Wiggins and Klay kind of have fallen into a slightly different level of minutes. And, yeah, I think Klay does see that. And I think Klay, you know, if you notice, he's getting in later and later in the fourth now. Like, he starts the fourth, comes out, and then he should be coming in with about 5 left, and sometimes he's getting in with like 3 left. Yep. Like, those are meaningful things that Steve Kerr is adjusting, and I can't say it's wrong. Another point that I was going to get into that column, this is just things that I was going to write, was you might have to adjust it because his minutes with Steph are not good, and that's not good for the Warriors, right? Steph minutes are the most valuable thing they got.
Yep.
And his minutes with CP are pretty good. So, like, maybe you know, and Kerr has kind of done it. He's kind of moved Klay a little bit to that second unit, and maybe you just make that he plays a little bit with Steph and he plays a little bit with CP and split them. Not the majority with Steph, not majority with CP, and I think they're kind of moving that way. But again, that got all blotted out when Klay reacted the way he did, which is all fine. You go where the column takes you, but like, you have to react to this stuff. And Kerr was talking about it yesterday. Like, you know, you stick with your guys. We want, you know, when Draymond is back, which is tonight, we want to see the starting unit. We believe in these guys, but there's a point where you have to look at other things. It's not right now, might not be in 5 games, but in, you know, 5 to 10, you know, get a run with the starting lineup, and it isn't working. I think Sarge could be starting. I think they could move CP3 into the starting line. They could do some things. And I think this is where Klay gets mad. I will say it. When you start doing that, someone who's going to lose his minutes is Klay Thompson. And, again, Klay, I think that's kind of the backstory of why he's heard me say this. And I guess he listens to Warriors Plus Minus because that's where I'm saying it. Shout out to Warriors Plus Minus, which is fair. It's all fair. I'm not saying, you know, that's – if you look at it, I will say the names when I talk about this stuff, and sometimes that gets people mad. But, like, everyone can't play 30 minutes. Like, that's not going to happen. And I don't think any of those guys, say it's Moody or Kuminga, no, CP could duplicate some Klay value there. There's no question, but you don't want to play him 34 minutes every game. Moody, Podziemski, Kuminga, they're not guys who are going to duplicate what Klay was 4 years ago. They're just not. But maybe they're better combinations, and Klay plays 28 minutes instead of 33. I think that's kind of where this is moving. If Klay doesn't play great, but he might play great, and then you adjust it back. That was kind of the column I was going to write. I've just said it now, so I don't have to write it again. But Spade intervened, and that column was not written. So.
Oh, there you go. Tim, we always appreciate you coming on and talking with us. Maybe we'll get you on soon. We would like to talk some Niners, too.
I don't know. He can't do what we do.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I know for a fact I can't do what he does.
Yeah, we know that factually myself as well. Yeah,
we're writing.
You can't pod like I do. You can't pod like I do, guys.
No, we can't, dude. New one with Dave Fleming dropping tomorrow morning. We'll check it out, dude.
Oh, very cool.
Tomorrow morning, TK show.
Thank you, Tim.
Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. Great work. Check out the TK show as they dive into some of the Shohei Ohtani stuff with Dave Fleming and where the Giants may go this offseason. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Greg Cosell, one of the best hits each and every week. We'll break down some of what happened with the 49ers over the weekend and a whole lot of what happened across the NFL and get ready for Niners and the Eagles with Greg Cosell next on the Sports Leader. Wotus is coming back to the San Francisco Giants. He's going to remain in the same role he's been in for the last couple of years, special assistant to baseball operations with Bob Melvin's staff. Check out that story and more trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, I know this freaks everybody out every year. If they can't pay their taxes, what do?
Call us, and my first legal advice is don't let it spoil your feelings about the upcoming Christmas holiday. Just call us. We want to take care of you. We want to get you a sweet deal so you can enjoy the holiday, have a normal life. Whatever you do, don't stick your head in the sand. And it's been my experience over the years. A lot of times the government hits you right before Christmas, like December 23rd. You don't want to be worried about that. You don't want to be thinking about that. You don't want to think about this at all. This is what we do for a living. We want to do everything for you, so you don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We'll just go ahead, make a deal, and then you can have a normal life. There's a lot of good options. We'll explain everything to you when you call, and then just enjoy the holiday and let us take over.
That's Steve Moskowitz. Take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-STEAL or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
is NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell with Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's time to talk to the senior producer of NFL Films. Catch him on the Matchup Show, which is really, really good stuff. We can break it down and we can look ahead with Greg Cosell. Hello, Greg. How are you?
Tom, what's happening?
Not much. How was your Thanksgiving?
Not too bad. You know, it's football season, so it's still a lot of work to be done. You know, but the Thanksgiving part was nice.
You did get to eat some Thanksgiving
I did.
vittles? Okay.
I did.
Want to make sure you just weren't going total. There's got to be 30 minutes you can carve out for Thanksgiving.
Well, no, I carved out more than that. And plus, Thanksgiving is always my birthday weekend. So you know,
is it really?
Oh, happy birthday, Greg.
Yeah, I turned 30 this weekend.
Did you really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, you're trying. You're like my kids now, who are like, oh, it's my birthday week. I'm like, wait a minute, when did you start getting a week for your birthday? It's like
I'm not a big birthday guy.
Yeah, neither am I. I tried to explain to him, Greg. No, your birthday is one day. It's not a 4-day weekend. It's not birthday weekend.
Don't tell the people who want it to be like a birthday month.
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean birthday month? Like, what are you talking about?
No.
Just go away.
If it falls on a Monday, you get it like the weekend before or the weekend after.
Yeah,
right.
You don't get both. Pick one, and that's what you get. That's it.
Here's what you get from me. If it's on a Wednesday, you get a Wednesday. That's it.
Right.
Move on.
Sometimes my birthday is on Thanksgiving, as it was a year ago. So.
Well, that way, do you know what? If has anybody ever hit a gift and a turkey for you?
No one has.
There you go.
Yeah,
Someone's got to think of that.
Like a turkey cake, like a shape of a turkey, but it's actually a cake.
Oh man! All right, let's get to the game. It seems like the Niners came out of that break day, and I'll go back to the Jacksonville game because that's the one that really we talked about it. That looked like the 49ers. And ever since the break, I'm not sure what happened, if it was self-reflection, if it was getting Chase Young, whatever it was, but they have looked like the Niners over the last 3 weeks, like the Niner team that, when I envision, that's what they look like. I guess my question is, how much difference has Chase Young made, and what is it about maybe just the defense as a whole that looks different to you than it looked when they were going through the 3-game losing streak?
Yeah, it's funny. That's a hard question to answer, so I'll answer it this way. Okay. I think that their front six right now, for the most part, in nickel, of course, is the best in football. Because when they're in third down or long yardage, and you have Young on the outside with Bosa, on each side, and you have Armstead and Hargrave inside, and you've got Warner and Greenlaw. I mean, that is the best front six in football. And I was talking to one of my guys on the Matchup Show, and we were just saying they look fast on defense. And normally, when a team looks fast on defense, it's due to their linebackers, because obviously the D linemen aren't running, all over the field as linebackers do. So with Warner and Greenlaw, they look fast. But the other thing that always stands out to me, and I know we've talked about this before, but one of the things they do on third down, which just kills offenses, and they did a great job of it against Seattle, is when they line up in what I call that loaded front, where they have 3 defensive linemen to one side, and they put Warner. They mug him up on the other side opposite the load, and they basically have multiple stunt concepts from that. That is so difficult for offenses to deal with. And they often have Bosa with that long stun where he comes inside. It's just, you're dealing with great athletes and then something that's hard to deal with tactically and mentally. But they're playing really well on defense. It'll be interesting because, just being realistic based on tape, I think that if you can protect, really well, that there will be opportunities on the back end. And I think that's the key, is that they have to be able to speed up quarterbacks.
Talking to Greg Cosell on the UMA guest line, it seems like everybody we've talked to from Thursday's game to now has been really impressed with the Brock Purdy pass to Brandon Ayuk. He just threw a touch spot.
You're talking about the touchdown?
The touchdown pass at the end. It was a beautiful throw. Tell me what you saw on tape there, and was it as good as it looked to all of us with the naked eye?
Oh, yeah, because I mean, the reason to me, I don't know, I don't know why other people think it was great, but when I'm watching tape and I see quarterbacks whose game is built on timing and anticipation, as Purdy's is, I can freeze it just as the quarterback separates his hands, because that's when I know he's getting ready to throw the ball. And then you can look at the receiver that he's throwing to, and Ayuk didn't even begin his break yet when Purdy started his delivery. And, to me, that's as much of a wow as a quarterback that runs around. But a lot of people don't see it that way. They look at the quarterbacks that run around and think, wow, they have the wow factor. Yep. But when a quarterback can make those kinds of timing and anticipation throws, I mean, Purdy turned it loose before Ayuk began his break into the middle, and he put it right on his hands. I mean, I work with two guys who played quarterback, okay? And they tell me, because I didn't play quarterback, they tell me that to have that kind of ball location, that precise, when you're throwing it before the receiver even makes his break, is so hard to do. And, I'm not sure people realize that, but he's done that a number of times this year.
Just the synchronicity between the receiver and the quarterback, and the trust that Purdy has in his receiver. And the fact that it ended up being between four guys, and it was like perfectly placed between all the Seattle defenders. Yep. It was just like to me, I didn't get to see it like you saw it, Greg, but what I saw, and they showed the replay, I noticed the same thing you did, but I was like, God, this guy is just, he can throw it. Tell me if you see this on tape, because I see a guy that's willing to take chances. He'll take some risks. He'll throw it into windows, but I think he trusts himself because he's so accurate most of the time. He knows he can put it on a shoulder. He knows he can put it in this little window, and he knows his guy is going to be there. He may not rifle it in there, but he knows where that ball is going to be in 18 yards, and he knows the defenders won't be able to get to it.
And I don't believe you can teach that, Tom. I think you either have that or you can talk about it with a quarterback, you can watch film, you can look at the iPad, you can do all those things. But I think when you're in the game, you either feel it that way and see it that way, or you don't. And he does. I mean, to me, there's two things that Purdy does that are really high level. One is what we just spoke about. Mm-hmm. The second is, and everybody uses the term processing, his ability, because even on that play, the Seahawks did late rotation from split safety to cover 3. His ability to process rotation in coverage so quickly. I'm talking about at the snap of the ball. Mm-hmm. Don't forget, he takes the snap and people are moving on the back end of the defense, and you have to see that in a second. It's not like, me with a clicker, I can watch it 10 times. Yeah. He has to see that in a second and automatically know, hey, maybe the route call, maybe my primary based on the route call is not going to be my primary now. Now I've got to go to another primary. He is so good with that kind of quick processing in response to disguise and late rotation of coverage. That's really high-level stuff.
Voice here is Greg Cosell. So this is the week I know 49er fans have been waiting for since last year's NFC Championship, right? Like, I mean, Brock Purdy didn't get to play the whole game. And I said to Tom earlier, it's really cool that we get a scenario like this where the matchup on paper week 1 lives up week 13 to what we're going to get. The two teams are two of the most quality teams in football. I'm wondering, when you look at these two teams, and Tom and I do the debate, with sports talk radio stuff, AFC, NFC, but when you watch the tape between the Eagles and the 49ers, are they as quality, or are they the top two quality teams, you think, in football? What jumps off, and do they rank up there? I know you don't do the ranks. Let me take that back.
Yeah,
what do they look like to
you? I think, to me, when I watch tape of teams that are good, they're obviously good for a reason. I don't, as you said, Copes, I don't compare like that. But, like when I look at the Niners, and they're playing Niners football, which is they're physical, they run the ball, the pass game works off a lot of run game concepts, there's a lot of misdirection, the quarterback plays at a high level, the defense is really, really good with a lot of really good athletes. To me, they look like a really, really good team. But we also know they lost 3 in a row. So, but when they're playing well, they look really, really good. The Eagles are a little bit different to me, particularly this year. Last year was a little different. This year, they're a little more, to me, on tape, of an individual play team. They make great individual plays at critical moments in games, and there's something to be said for that. Because I'm not in their locker room, because I'm not, with Jalen Hurts and all that, it's always hard for me to respond to, well, they just make plays when they need it. That doesn't resonate with me. I don't know exactly what that means, sitting in my office watching tape, and I'm just being honest, but I'm sure it's tangible. I mean, Tom, you could probably speak to that. I'm sure there's a tangible feeling that, hey, we're going to make plays when we have to, but I don't exactly know how to deal with that myself, but that doesn't mean it's not a good thing.
No, to me, it absolutely does happen, Greg, because I've been on teams that do and teams that don't, and it's an equity you build up over time. That's not something you get from 1 or 2 games or a good month. It's like a good season, and then it bleeds into the next season. You're just like, you know what? We're just going to figure out a way. We're just keep grinding, keep figuring it out. We're going to make a play. Like you may not make. That's what the
Eagles are.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
And I think Jalen Hurts, with his mentality, and that can't be overstated. Jalen Hurts is one of those guys that's as mentally intelligent and mentally tough as there is. And, I think that bleeds through the whole team because he obviously plays the most important position on the team. And there's no question that that's a factor. I have not met Jalen Hurts. He's not a guy that, is a man about town. He's very, very focused on playing football. And, I think that permeates the whole roster. And I'm sure that everybody feels that, hey, Jalen is in control and therefore we're in control.
This is a tough question. I'm going to try to phrase it in a way that makes sense, and it may not make sense still, but I'll phrase it this way. When you're doing your scouting, because I know you scout and you look at all these guys coming out of college, you looked at Jalen Hurts. How big a gap is there between what you thought ultimately he could become, which is unknowable, and what he is? Did you think he could get to where he is right now doing the things he's doing?
No, and I'll be the first one to admit that. I mean, and don't forget, I didn't get to interview him and spend time with him.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying I don't get guys wrong just based on sheer evaluation of their tape. Everybody does. It's still human beings evaluating human beings. But often I will get guys wrong because I don't know what they are as people other than what other people tell me, and that's always secondhand news.
Understandable.
And so he obviously has something in him, in his mindset, in his heart, whatever that is. I know that it's real. I just don't know how to deal with it myself, when I'm watching tape. But it's obviously real. I mean, look, I guarantee with the Patriots with Brady that they felt, hey, if they need a touchdown drive in the fourth quarter, he's going to get a touchdown drive. I'm sure there's a certain feeling with Purdy that's developing as well. Yep. And that probably is tangible. I'm just not in the locker room, so I don't feel that tangible thing.
Yeah, but look, you can tell he's a total low heartbeat guy. Like he just goes sits on the bench and just doesn't matter what's happening out there. It's like I'm going to get ready. I'm going to get ready to go the next series and just think about what I rarely see him, and I'm sure he's on it, but I rarely see him like over there on the iPad going over there. It's like almost like he's collecting his thoughts. He's thinking about what he needs to do and almost visualizing it, and then go out there and do it. And I give the Eagles, and you can speak to this, I give the Eagles tons of credit for his ability to go from where he was as a rookie to where he is now, because they didn't try to make him this guy early on. They gave him what he did well. Right. Like, we're not going to drop back and throw. We're not going to read the defense as much. We're going to run. We're going to use our running game. We're going to use your legs. We're going to mix in a little bit of this, and then we'll kind of add to that a little bit, and then we'll add a little bit more, and then we'll add a little bit more, not give you too much early. And then look what's happened. So, I mean, to my eye, you watch the film, it looks like they've done that.
They have, and you could probably speak to this better than I, but I think the truly great ones, I'm not talking about guys that are just talented. There's a lot of guys who are talented, but I think the truly great ones want to be coached, want to get better, want to do all the things in the process that makes them better. And I know for a fact he's like that. He's not one of those guys that, hey, this is what I do. He's not one of those guys at all. I think at this level to be great, we're talking the highest level. I think you if you feel that way, you're more likely to be great than not.
And it's funny, too, because I'm going to throw this one in there as a selfish question because as a DeAndre Swift fantasy owner. But I do. It's funny because I watch a lot of Eagles anyways because they're one of the best.
Because you're a DeAndre Swift fantasy owner, right? We get it. Yeah.
That could have something. But more so, the Eagles are a good team. They're fun to watch, and they usually play one of the better games of the week. But I wonder, does it seem to you, because it almost seems to me like sometimes they come into the game like, we're going to run the ball this week. We're not going to run the ball this week. We're going to use him this week because they didn't use him hardly at all in the first half. Yeah. And they used him toward the end of the game, and he's ripping off 8-yard runs, 9-yard runs, that big 20-yard run. I'm just wondering.
36-yarder, pretty much, which was the first play of their second possession, was the play that pretty much got their offense going.
Yeah. What do you see from him in that offense, and what will the Niners have to contend with that running game?
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, I think he's very talented. I think he's a really good back. I think the Eagles are, that's one of the things I was saying earlier. I think the Eagles at times are a little more, like they work through each game as a separate entity. In other words, they don't necessarily go into a game saying, okay, we're going to start with DeAndre Swift. Sure. Not like the 49ers, for instance, where, hey, McCaffrey is kind of a lead dog. Yep. We're going to get, the offense kind of starts with that, and we work off that. I don't think the Eagles approach it that way. I think the Eagles have become, under this coaching staff, both the defensive coordinator and the new offensive coordinator, very opponent-specific, Tom. Okay. And I think, therefore, they're not a team that's, okay, this is a Jalen Hurts game. Some are.
Got it.
This is a DeAndre Swift game. Some are. But I don't think they go in with the attitude that these are our staples, and we're going to do this no matter what.
Got it. Greg, as always, it's fun catching up with you. We always learn a little bit of something. So it's funny. I feel like you can say, Tom, you can speak to this, and I can go, Greg, you can speak to this.
Right. Well, it's been a long time since I've been in a locker room, so and I didn't play pro sports, but it's been a really long time since I've been in a locker room.
You tell those quarterbacks when they're talking quarterbacking, say, look, if you ever want to talk about the jump shot, you come to me.
Yeah. There you go.
Man's got the best form I know. Greg, as always, thanks for coming on. We always appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
See you, Greg.
All right, guys, appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Take it easy, Greg. I love Greg.
By the way, dude, it was hilarious. Last week I flubbed like an absolute. I meant to just ask him about Jair Brown stepping in. I was just going to ask, when you watch the tape when he was coming out of the draft this year, what do you know about him? I think I asked him, do you know about, or like, do you know who he is, basically? Dude, the big mistake by me.
Oh, no.
He's like, Copes, did you ask me if I know who Jair Brown until he lost it? I was like, I was done. I was out on the interview after that. I was like, I couldn't get back in. I'm out of that. It's like meet the parents. You out, Falca. The circle of trust, you out. He was not having it. Yeah, he was giving Marcus all kinds of riffs on Tyrese Maxey, but not me. Not me, dude. All right.
We got some great laughs today,
dude, there were some great laughs.
Incredible laughs.
He was like your kid, and he lost his mind. Great go, so you missed it. That's available on KNBR.com and the app. We are streaming YouTube and on twitch.tv/thesportsleader. How about this? New report from John Morosi says the Giants have made this free agent a priority. I'll tell you who next on the Sports Leader.
Wow, pro.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's Sports Leader.
Nick Bosa joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss how the 49ers could stop the brotherly shove this weekend against Philadelphia. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Shohei Ohtani and Yoshinobu Yamamoto with the San Francisco Giants. The Giants are right now set on trying to acquire one or the other. They're pursuing both very aggressively, and it gets back to something that you and Harold talked about in the first segment of the show. The Los Angeles Dodgers. How did the Giants find a way to compete with the Dodgers? The Dodgers are always there every year. You make the point about Jason Hayward. The Giants have tried, whether it was Bryce Harper years ago, last offseason, they thought they had a really good chance at Aaron Judge. They were right there. They had an agreement with Carlos Correa. That fell apart. They have been trying for so long to land the iconic player.
There you go. That's the information from John Morosi that we were teasing there. He's on MLB Network talking about the Giants' pursuit, and we know that they're in pursuit. And I think this is the issue for Giants fans is they're sick and tired of hearing about pursuit. Which is funny because as a kid, that's all I ever wanted was to know that my team was in on guys. And they didn't land everybody. They didn't land a lot of them. They have not landed a lot of free agents. That's what's so funny about this is they come down on Farhan for not landing the free agents. Like Brian Sabian went out and pulled off bunches and bunches and bunches of trades. We talked about this. For years, they didn't win a World Series. They didn't even go. They went to one, and they did it with guys that they signed via free agency, none of which were the top at their position, maybe top 3 available in any of the years they signed them. And by the way, don't forget Giants fans, a lot of them were one-year deals. You can hate on Jose Cruz Jr. The guy played the best right field this ballpark had ever seen. He won a Gold Glove. 1-year deal, 20 bombs.
He dropped it.
David Bell, he did. David Bell, 20 bombs, third base, 1 year. Reggie Sanders, 1 year, right field, 20 bombs, 25 bombs maybe. For that World Series team. Like, they did that all the time. The veteran plug and play until you could try to develop something. They weren't developing outfielders then. They've now had to completely rebuild in a different era. So, look, either one of these guys would be fantastic. They need the arms. They need the bat. If you get Ohtani, of course, you're just getting the bat this year, but fine. Whatever. So, I'm like, of the 81 games, how many are they selling out if Ohtani shows up?
Oof.
Like, dude, that's what I'm saying. He might be it's Bonds-like to what he could do to the fan base for this era. I mean, it's a different, again, Bonds was not the same impact globally, but if Ohtani's the priority and they want one or the other.
No one in baseball has ever been the biggest.
That's what I mean. It's like,
globally. He is the guy.
That's what I'm saying is there's nobody close.
Like him.
Nobody like him.
No comp.
And even to the game of baseball, I mean, like even if it weren't global, I mean, the impact on the fan base, like basketball, you can have a crap team, you sign 3 superstars, everybody's showing up that next year.
Yep.
Baseball doesn't work the same way.
I had it in my head today. Who was the other guy you mentioned? Yamamoto?
Yeah, and for those who don't know, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, you should not feel like that's a consolation prize.
No, that dude is supposedly, I don't know, but he's supposedly legit.
They say
legit.
He's like the best Japanese pitching prospect quite literally we've ever seen. Also, he's only 25.
Yeah, that's huge.
This isn't some Daisuke Matsuzaka gyro ball. Like, Nomo was a monster when he came over.
Don't crap on the gyro
you
ball.
Always, you love the gyro.
I love the gyro ball. I love the gyro ball.
Yamamoto, here's what he did this year for the Oryx Buffaloes in 2023.
Okay.
16-6. What do you want, a 1.21 ERA?
I like it.
Yeah. That tells me the 6 losses. I'd love to see how he lost.
Probably 1-0.
Just like walked a guy.
2-1.
Yeah. Didn't give up a hit, but like 3 errors let him come in. He started 23 games, 164 innings pitched. His whip was .88.
Love it.
Struck out 169 batters in 164 innings.
69.
Thank you.
He walked just 28. This guy's monster.
I like it.
This guy's wild.
In fact, I can make a case be more expensive, but I'd rather have Yamamoto and Bellinger than Ohtani. From a purely baseball standpoint. From a fan standpoint and a selling standpoint because let's remember, Ohtani ain't pitching next year. And you have no idea how long he's going to pitch. Because as a hitter and a standalone hitter, I'll take Judge. I'll take Judge over him as a standalone hitter.
Over who?
Ohtani.
Okay.
I'll take Judge over him. He's good. He's one of the best. but he doesn't stand above everybody else as a hitter. I mean, I'm talking about the upper echelon of hitters. Like, there are other guys that are very close, if not a little bit better than him as a hitter. What pushes him over the top is his pitching. Well, guess what? You're not sure exactly what you're going to get when he comes back from his second surgery. And you don't know how much longer he's going to do that. So
I kind of expect him to be better and play till he's older than anybody's ever played.
Well, that's because
why wouldn't I expect that? It's so funny how quickly that shifted for us. Like how we were like, you can't do that. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And now we're like, why wouldn't he come back? And you're right, because guys have had 2 Tommy Johns. I think only one guy's ever come back with 3.
Who?
Johnny Venters.
Oh, I remember him. I remember the name. I don't really remember him.
He came up with Craig Kimbrell in that Braves bullpen, like in 2000.
Right, yeah.
It was that era of Braves baseball where they had a whole new. It was like right after they moved on, a whole new wave. It was like McCann and Francoeur and Freddie Freeman came up around then. Like right out, he was the last of those guys. But Kimbrell and Venters and somebody else were at the back end of that bullpen.
How rough is that? The second one, you're like, let's run
Dude,
it back.
I'm doing it again. Yeah, he made it back with the Rays.
Okay, let's do it again.
And you know what brought him back? It was like the Rays.
Yeah.
They're like, you're starting a game. Third of an inning, dude.
Let's
You're
do
good.
it again.
You're doing it.
We're good.
But so, yeah, with Shohei, like, again, he's the priority, and I think he has to be. When they say, yeah, they're prioritizing him, yes. But if they say Yamamoto as well, that means they're prioritizing these 2 guys over the rest of the field, at least to start.
And I hope they don't get caught in this. I don't know that they will. I don't know that they won't. I have no clue. That you focus so much on Ohtani that somebody else kind of slips through. I think everybody's kind of waiting for Ohtani to sign, set the market, and then go from there. Like, I'd love to see them go get Yamamoto, like sneak in there, like in the shroud of darkness. Woo! We got Yamamoto. Everybody was looking at Ohtani. We snuck in there and got him. It's amazing. But no, I'd like to see them get somebody before Ohtani and then go after Ohtani, because then they can tell Ohtani, look, we're going to spend the money. We've already proven it.
We had the first Japanese player in baseball history.
Yeah, and we have more. We have more for you. Look, we got Yamamoto. We know Shinjo. Like, we're in there. Like, we can get.
We know he was here for a year. He wore the big sweatbands. We still got him somewhere.
We get this guy. Dude, we got his sweatband saved right alongside Dusty's. Incredible.
And the jersey was real tight, so we just gave it to Ray Durham and fit him perfect.
You're going to love it. Like, if we ever make it to the World Series, you will immediately be the best Japanese DH we've ever had.
Dude,
because the other one wasn't great, but he's the only one we've had, so he's like the best Japanese DH we've ever had in a World Series game.
I cannot believe that DH Shohei Shinjo in a World. That was the big, most flawed element of that 0-2 Giants team. Not just the Dusty botched the rotation to start the World Series, but that they didn't have a DH, and it was like Sean Dunston hit a home run in Game 6.
Yep. Yes, he did.
Coughed it. And then Shinjo. That was tough. By the way, they had Galarraga in 01 and 03. Not 02. For some odd reason. So that's what's going on with the Giants. That was fun diving into a little baseball. We haven't looked. I haven't really looked at what's going on a ton. We talked Sonny Gray briefly yesterday, signed with the Cardinals.
Yeah, Sonny Gray signed with the Cardinals.
By the way, Juan Soto's on the block, and the Giants are still being mentioned as a landing spot.
Not surprised. I want to get to this real quick because this is what's going to happen. You mentioned Ohtani.
Yeah.
Here's what's going to happen. Angel fans still think they're in on Ohtani, and who knows? Still think they might get Ohtani, and this happens every single fan base without exception. You lose your superstar. You're like, I think we can get him. I think we can get him. I think we can get him. And then you don't get him. And then what's the first thing fans say after that? Oh man, we're lucky anyway. We didn't want him. We didn't win it. They overpaid.
We're better off.
We're better off.
They paid that for
we have
him.
more flexibility to get somebody else.
We didn't make the playoffs with that guy.
That's going to make that contract the last 4 years is going to be a terrible contract. Like we wouldn't want that guy anyways. It's full garbage is what it is. It's like thank you,
Ohtani.
That was 6 years ago. 6 years ago. Guess what?
It's aged great.
Oh, yes, it did.
It's aged great.
Guess what? Angels had him for his best years, so good luck to whoever signs him.
I'll tell you what.
Enjoy. I'm gonna enjoy the Angels' 5 MVPs over the last 10 years with no playoff experience. Woohoo!
He got better after the last Tommy John. If I'm the team that signs him, I'm like, can you get one on your left arm too? We should get Tommy just see what happens. We can build him stronger. All right.
Look at ACL. You get a knee too.
Just get them all done. Just get all the joints done just for kicks. Dante Winter will join us.
We got Rendon.
Dante will join us at 4:50 to talk a little 49er football. Why should the 49ers be 3-point or 2.5 point? It opened as
They're 3.
They're 3 now. We said it yesterday.
3 now. And by the way, Rendon's most impactful hit was on a fan. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, well. It happened in Oakland, was it?
Yes, it did.
Was it at Laney?
It was the first. It was the first series.
Dude, look at Derek's mad like he's been rooting for the Ballers for a generation, dude. Like, get out of here.
Don't diss the Ballers.
If you don't.
That's what Derek's saying. Don't diss the Ballers.
Wipe that look off your face, dude.
These guys play real ball.
This is baller ball, bro. We're low to the Bay and we're low to the Bees. All right. A lot of bees over there. When we come on back, we'll get into 49ers and the Eagles spread. Niners are favorites in this game. They opened as 1-point dogs. They're 3-point favorites heading into Philadelphia, who's 9-1. We'll talk about that next. 10-1 now. Excuse me, 10-1 into Week 13 here. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you aware of the fact that your team is an underdog, officially an underdog on Sunday? Do you know that?
You know what? I did. Bob let me know that, and good. We like being the underdog. I think the first thing I ever knew about this city when I was a little kid was Rocky. That's all. He's always the underdog. We like being the underdog. No one thought much of us going into last season, and we played the underdog role well, and here we are, and good. We'd like to be the underdog again.
Absolutely, hey.
Absolutely, hey. That's Nick Serrianni. I didn't recognize the voice either. And Tom's like, who is that? Nick Serrianni, head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, on the WIP morning show, saying they like being the underdog.
You're Rocky. I think Rocky was a 3-point underdog against Creed.
You won the conference.
Trust me.
This is like Apollo Creed walking in.
Rocky was getting 42 against Apollo Creed.
Apollo Creed's walking down the ramp, and he's like, I'm an underdog.
He wasn't getting 3.
He's got the hat on and everything. Like, what are we doing, dude? You're Apollo Creed. You guys went to the Super Bowl last year. Yeah. You knocked Brock Purdy out of the game. You claimed you were better. You're 10-1 this year. You're the number 1 seed. The game is being played in Philadelphia. I personally am a little surprised that they are favored. The Niners are as much as they are.
I'm big time. I am.
And if it goes I sort of feel like it's going to hold there because anymore money's going to hammer on Philadelphia.
You would think.
You would assume.
This almost makes me want to take the Niners.
Yeah, me too. Because I'm like, this seems.
But
like
I ain't laying 3.
I can't.
I'm just not going to do it. I'll sit back and watch the game. But I thought about taking them when they were -1 because I went from +1 to -1. I was like, Eagles are dogs now. Because if it was,
I thought it was going to swing back.
Yeah, if the Niners were dogs at any point, or they were, I don't know if it is available though. It was like Vegas line that it changes. But if they were dogs at any point, I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to be on the Niners there. I'll take the Niners. And I was like, 1 point, okay, I'll just wait and see what happens. Then I went to 2.5. I was like, nah. And then 3, I was like, no. But now I'm thinking, well, maybe, but not 3. If it goes back down to 2, I may think about it. But guess what? There are other games on the board.
There's a lot of other
games. You
don't
don't have to bet a certain game.
Okay, so you're getting out. You're saying you wouldn't touch it right now. You're not feeling
right
good
now. I'm watching.
I'm intrigued by this stuff. Like the line movement is intriguing about why this out. You've seen a lot of lines. I've been watching stuff like this, and a lot of times I'm just intrigued when I'm never going to take the game to begin with. I just kind of want to see what people think and where it's going.
Yep.
Does this make sense to you? Like why the 3-point favor?
Well, I think
people should know real quick. When you're at home, you usually get 3 points.
That's not the case, though.
Not always.
Not usually.
It's
changed a lot.
That was the philosophy like 20 years ago.
It was.
That's like when I first
that
started
was old Danny Sheridan
as a
thing.
teen. Yeah,
right. Danny Sheridan, USA Today line on Wednesday. Like here's a 3 plus 3 or minus.
That's right.
For home, but home is different for every team. It varies wildly in college. Like it can go from 6 to like nothing, 0 for teams in college. In the pros, I'm not sure what it is, but I get a guy's newsletter that has power rankings, and he's usually pretty right on with all the power rankings. And they don't include home field for much, like maybe 1.5. But like his power rankings are usually right where the line ends up. So I don't know that home field gets factored in as much as it used to. Maybe 2.5, something like that. It's not as much as you think.
I thought Philly would be a pretty good home field.
So did I. But so this is sharp money. They came in early, continue to come in, and I don't know now. It may be sharp money that pushed it all the way to 3. It could be some of the public money coming in and saying, "Hey, well, let's just follow these guys." They call it steam chasing. Like the sharps want it, I'll take it. And 2.5, just give it to me before it gets to 3. Here's the thing, though. 2.5 are much more critical than they used to be because everyone goes for 2 now. They go for it. 4th and 1 when they could kick a field goal. They don't kick a field goal.
Cardinals did that. They scored that touchdown against the Rams in the first drive. They were down 7-0. The Cardinals
went up
came
8-7.
And they just went up 8-7, and then that was it.
So all of a sudden, the 2's now in play. 2.5's now in play. These numbers that were never in play
are now
in play a lot
because of analytics. Right?
Yeah, 3's still the critical number. That's the key number. That's why it costs you 20 cents a juice to buy it off on or off 3. So, but why? I think a lot of this, the modelers and you have their algorithms and stuff like that, aren't as impressed with the raw data of the Eagles as they are with the Niners. Like, the Niners went through the 3-game losing streak, but, like, when they win, they look better, they dominate, their stats look better, and all that.
It's 4 straight come from behinds for Philly.
Yeah. And, like, just what Greg said, what we talked about. Philly has something that doesn't show up on tape. Yeah. It's just like they don't look great. Maybe not, the stats don't look as good as if, but boy, they find a way to win games. I know they didn't look good against Washington either time. They found a way to win both those games.
We're about, like, I would say we're like, if they beat the Niners, it may happen this week, but I'd say we're within the 2-week window here of the team of destiny stuff starting to happen. Because I haven't heard it yet.
Yep.
But if they, like, say they're down to the Niners, if they pull off a come-from-behind win against the Niners on Sunday, you'll hear team of destiny. Maybe Sunday night.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe Sunday night. And then that's kind of what we're talking about. And you're saying, because Greg goes, that doesn't quantify to me on tape. They just make plays when they need it. Right. But that's the thing about sports. Like, you can't quantify clutch, but there are guys who are clutch. There are guys in their career, we now track some of that stuff, right? Late and close stats and how you manage certain stuff as a coach, maybe how you perform inside of a certain range of time as a player. But there are guys who you want the ball in their hands, and there are guys who are more clutch than they are great regular players, right? That's a clutch guy. You want him to have it.
Yep.
So, I get why. I think Jalen Hurts is one of those guys. I think he's a clutch player. And I think right now at 0-5 in overtime, Josh Allen's trying to figure that out.
Yep.
He's in, not for lack of effort, he can build a lead. And then.
Yeah, I mean, he took him down there and scored a field goal.
Yeah.
Like, we'll get a touchdown.
It is
I mean, the defense
get a touchdown. Yeah, I think
keep
so.
from scoring, and then you win the game. So here's a stat for you, and this is just this doesn't dig into all the minutia here. It's just a small sample in yards per play. Your opponent's yards per play and your yards per play. Philadelphia on defense, yards per play is 16th in the league at 5.2 yards per play they allow. The Niners are number 5 in the league at 4.6 yards per play. So just off that, you're looking at almost a half a yard that you're better than your opponent there on defense. As far as yards per play, let's look at yards per play margin. So you get points per play. Niners are number 1 in the league. 0.213, if that means anything to you. Philly's 7th. So, I mean, I can look at all these little numbers, and again, they're meaningful, and the Niners have better metrics. Like, the Niners have better metrics. They have lost more games. They went through a little rut. But, again, go back to that Dallas game. Everybody was saying they're the best team in football. Best team in football. You go through a rut, and then you come out of that rut, and Jacksonville was one of the hottest teams in football. They didn't just win that game. They smashed them. Absolutely smashed them. Didn't smash Tampa, but never in doubt.
Yeah, I was never really stressing
Never in doubt.
No.
And then they go, national television audience, Thanksgiving, and just hand it to Seattle. Just hand it to them. So you look at them when they're healthy, you're like, oof, they're really, really good. So I think that's kind of what the Sharps are saying. They look at the numbers and then look at the way they're playing. Because here's the thing. Algorithms, modeling, all that kind of stuff, that doesn't factor in clutch.
That's what I'm saying is you can't.
It can't.
And it's I'm telling you, anybody who's watched sports, and if you're listening to us, you probably have, knows that that's a thing.
It's a thing.
That there are guys who are better. And it's not just I want the ball at this guy's hands because he can make a three. It's that this is the guy who can knock this down because he knows how to do it under this moment. And guys who have done it before can do it again. So
I totally agree with that.
Last 3 outs of a baseball game, all that. It's a different beast. Like, it really is a different thing. So
when certain teams need something, they can get it.
Yep.
When other teams need it, they don't.
And they manufacture it if you need it.
They just can't. They're just like,
you find ways. Yeah.
Some teams feel more comfortable in that situation. They can go out and play closer to their optimal level, where some teams can't because they're tight and they're worried about making it. Just, again, it's not quantifiable. It doesn't factor in. The stats I just read you, or I could read you more, they're not going to factor into that because it can't. But we know it exists because we've watched it. We've seen them do it, but we've also seen the Niners be absolutely dominant. No one can tell me, at their best, watching all the football games this year, of all the really good teams, at their best, I defy you to name a better team than the 49ers. Can't do it. I don't think you can do it. Maybe somebody can come up with something, But at their best, they are the best team. They look the best. They look the most dominant. Doesn't mean they are. They just do.
It's a great argument because you can't debunk it, because when they lose, then you go, well, they weren't their best. When we come on back, Dante Whitner, a couple of guys I want to ask him about that. The switch from Alex Smith to Colin Kaepernick, did it feel different in the ability to manufacture something like that when you need it? And how do you stop that when you feel that momentum coming at you? Everybody knows that feeling where it starts to snowball on your team. You're like, oh, no, this team's going to do it. What if that happens Sunday? How do you stop that? Dante Whitner played in a lot of great defenses. We'll ask him next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Can't agree more.
Klay Thompson had a spirited reaction yesterday to Tim Kawakami asking about Steve Kerr's patience. That story and more is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on? Buddy Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place to play fantasy sports this basketball season. Hoops already underway, by the way. We got some games on right now in college and in the association. Head on over to UnderdogFantasy.com or the Underdog Fantasy app. Go ahead and download it. And when you do, sign up with promo code KNBR. And when you sign up, they're going to match your first deposit up to $100. Then you go to the Pick'em lobby. By the way, they'll give you a special pick in the Pick'em lobby, too. You go to the lobby and you pick a couple of players. What they do is they'll give you a series of players for all the games tonight. You look and see some of the stats they've given you. You pick whether or not the player will go higher or lower than that stat total. You can go up to 2 players, 3 players, all the way up to 5. If you go 5 for 5, you'll make 20 times your money in a single game. It's legal in California. A ton of fun to play along as you watch your team. You can build your team today. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog is going to double that first deposit up to $100, plus that special pick in the Pick'em lobby. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
It's time for Mr.
Hittner, whatever you want to call him.
Former 49ers Pro Bowl safety and current NBC Sports Bay Area analyst Dante Whitner.
Sponsored by Hughes Orthopedics, specializing in regenerative medicine therapies to heal chronic pain without surgery. Call 650-343-KNEE. That's 650-343-KNEE.
Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every week on Tuesday afternoons, or Tuesday evenings, I should say, with Dante Whitner, the former Niner DB, laying dudes out in the secondary. And, of course, you see him as part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage of 49er football. What's going on, Dante? How are you, man? Happy Thanksgiving.
I'm doing great, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
How was it? How'd you eat? What'd you put away?
Well, I didn't celebrate it until Friday since I worked on Thursday and watched the 49ers just beat up on the Seattle Seahawks. And, I had a pretty much a Friendsgiving. Try to keep it healthy, though, this year.
Yeah.
Some turkey, a little bit of mac and cheese, not too much cheese. I like the whole grain pasta so it doesn't stick to my gut, right? And I did enjoy some dessert, though, a little sweet potato pie, chocolate chip cookies. So it was excellent.
Come on, Dante. You got to let it go every once in a while. Pack on those calories.
Just a fight against Father Time.
Look,
Yes,
I've seen,
boy, dude.
I feel like LeBron James.
I've seen Dante.
Like LeBron James, he said he's a specimen.
Dante's like the fittest person on TV. You kidding me? You could stand in a couple thousand calories ain't killing you. I can tell you that right now.
I'm a little bit older. I feel like LeBron James. I got to last a few more years.
Oh, my God.
That's so good. You mentioned dude, going up to Seattle, and I was thinking about this after the game, dude. The Niners, since now Russell Wilson left Seattle, are 4-0 against them, and Brock Purdy's 3-0 against them, and 2-0 in Seattle. He's like, what rivalry? You guys been losing to this team? What the hell is this about? It's for the last 4 times around, and maybe it'll happen again when they come in a couple of weeks, but for a team that was much better, I thought, last year, Geno Smith, not the same guy. They've got some work to do. They were banged up also. It was a tough game for them, but pretty cool that the Niners have suppressed that. And I don't see a team right now that's coming on strong in the West. I mean, who knows what happens next year, but right now the Niners are running away with it.
Yeah, the Niners are running away with it, and they have youth on their side. You have a quarterback that you're paying pretty much bare minimum. The only person that they have to worry about re-signing pretty much is Brandon Ayuk, and that's going to be a big one. But everybody else is signed, sealed, delivered, and as long as they stay healthy, keep a lot of the core principles intact, they should have a 4 to 5 year window to win not only one Super Bowl, but maybe, 2 or 3.
I kind of want to skip over the Seattle game just because they were so comprehensive. Yeah, they were comprehensively dominant. It was like we're
over it. Yeah, we're done with it.
Well,
I don't even know.
The biggest game in the NFL season is this year. The NFC Championship that everybody wanted to see with both teams healthy is here, right? And this game means a lot. It's not just another game. This is a game where you have to go out and make a statement to the NFL. And the 49ers understand what it's going to take. They have the individual players, the coaching staff, the scheme, and the philosophy and mentality to go into Philadelphia to Lincoln Stadium and get the win. But like we've seen, resilient, Jalen Hurts, and that high-powered offense always comes through. But this isn't the same defense that they had last year, so the 49ers definitely have the edge.
So let me